I was just selling a children's toy of a military model, but it almost caused the Fifth World War. Xiao Ri was so scared that he spent the whole night showing off his pile of nuclear wastewater and drank it until there were only a few drops left. The United States has completely lost control, throwing all its nuclear weapons into space, bowing to China, and begging to become our vassal state. The root of all this stems from the day when the United States and Western forces imposed a technological blockade on China. I was lying on the sofa in the studio when I suddenly heard the sound of high heels outside the door. Turning back, I saw a pair of slender legs wearing black stockings and high heels walking lightly. The material of the stockings was obviously not cheap, but of high-end and exquisite texture. Looking up along the black stockings, a tight skirt shows off her curves to the fullest, while the small suit draped over her shoulders makes her look both rigorous and elegant. In this place filled with the smell of metal and engine oil, the sudden appearance of such a beautiful woman seems a bit abrupt. "Hello, who are you looking for?" I asked. "I'm looking for Chu-hun," said the girl. I was slightly stunned and said, "It's me." The more I looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. The girl also looked at me carefully, then took out her phone from her bag and looked through the photos in her album. Although she looked more mature than when she was in college, her appearance had not changed much. "Do you remember me? We met a few times in college," I asked in surprise. "Xiong Xiaotong?" As soon as the name came out, I immediately perked up. Xiong Xiaotong, was a talented campus girl in college, proficient in piano, painting, and singing. Many people thought that if she went to an art college, she would definitely become a star. "What do you want from me?" She smiled gently. "I heard from a friend that you have a military model studio here. I heard it's quite famous. I came here specially to take a look." I smiled and waved my hand. "This little shop is not famous at all. It's only frequented by old customers." Changing the subject, I asked, "Are you going to make a military model? Tell me what you need and I'll see if I can make it." She smiled slightly and continued, "My grandfather is a military fan. It's his birthday soon, and I want to give him a drone model. This reason is too perfect. She is both beautiful and filial, which is really rare. Nowadays there are too few girls who are as filial as her." "You can do it," I answered without hesitation. In fact, drone models are the main product of our studio, and almost all orders have this requirement. Moreover, there is a huge difference between military drones and ordinary filming drones. The latter is only a reconnaissance tool even on the battlefield, while the former can carry out military strikes and information confrontation. However, I have some additional requests. Xiong Xiaotong paused and continued, "I hope the drone can have some special features, such as automatic program control." "No problem," I replied with a smile. "The military models I made are not just for fun, they can all be operated." She pursed her lips, as if thinking about something. "Then I also hope to add polarization diversity technology, friend or foe zone identification module, vertical takeoff, bomb carrying capability, and fighter stealth." She accidentally revealed some high-end technical terms that her grandfather had mentioned when chatting with his subordinates, completely unaware that these technologies were almost impossible to achieve for military models. "Wait!" I was a little shocked. Was she testing my skills, or did she not understand these techniques? These technologies should only be possessed by the United States unmanned fighter jets, right?" I asked hesitantly, feeling panic in my heart. "Vertical takeoff is possible, and the missile carrying capacity can also be equipped with a remote control device, but the polarization diversity technology and the friend or foe zone identification module do not seem to be suitable for the model." These high difficulty requirements made me feel a little overwhelmed. Most of the previous orders were simple toys for children, which could only fire a few toy bullets at most. Not to mention stealth technology. "If you can do it, the price is negotiable. Just consider it as a favor from an alumnus." Her sweet smile and slightly coquettish tone almost made me lose my mind. Every word she said made my heart beat faster, especially her pair of slender black silk thighs, which almost distracted me. I barely managed to suppress the urge to act rashly. "These techniques are indeed a little difficult." But before he finished speaking, a loud reminder sounded in his mind: future technology system binding. Binding successful. The four-dimensional brain virtual workbench has been opened. First meeting, The host is given the Top Polarization Diversity Technology LV2. Top Polarization Diversity Technology can detect 20,000 kilometers away. PS. Currently, the highest tech radar on Blue Star can only effectively detect 6,800 kilometers. At the same time, the host's military and technological theoretical and practical capabilities have been greatly improved. Another 800 future technology points will be given. What? 20,000 kilometers polarization diversity technology is only level 2? I was shocked and couldn't believe what I heard. The maximum level is level 3? What is the higher level technology like? The gift from the system has allowed my technological capabilities to improve rapidly. The friendly and enemy aircraft identification module and fighter stealth technology are now child's play for me. No problem, I'll take the order. That's great! My grandfather's birthday is in 10 days. Can it be done before then? Her eyes were full of anticipation. No problem, there's just enough time, I replied with a smile. Come and get it when the time comes. However, just as she stood up to leave, I was stunned. Xiong Xiaotong actually grabbed my hand, which was warm and soft. Her smile was so sweet that it made my heart beat faster. Oh, there's another little function. Can you do it? She took out her phone and looked at the memo carefully. Supersonic heat source tracking missile. I nearly coughed, thinking, girl, what are you talking about? Giving drones these features is really breaking the rules. But I took a deep breath and smiled in my heart. Anyway, now we have the future technology system. Any problem can be solved easily. Okay, I'll try my best. I smiled and nodded. Then it's settled. Come pick it up in a few days. Here's the deposit, and I'll give you the price when the balance is due. She said goodbye with a smile, walked out of the studio, and stood next to a Hongqi car on the side of the road. The car door opened gently, and the driver stood straight, wearing sunglasses and looking stern. The car slowly drove away, and Xiong Xiaotong sat in the back seat and left quietly. When the goddess left, I gradually calmed down. The system's awakening just now was too sudden, and I had no time to react. But now, my consciousness gradually became clear, and I whispered to myself, "Open the four-dimensional brain virtual workbench." In an instant, my consciousness seemed to have traveled through time and space and entered a completely new space. This was still a workshop, but it was 1,000 times more advanced than my previous small workshop. The air was filled with the breath of future technology. Introduction to the four-dimensional brain virtual workbench. The host has mastered the technology, and only needs to prepare the materials to automatically start making. If interrupted by the outside world, the host's thinking will immediately return to reality. I quickly understood the significance of this. Once I started making military products, my mind would enter this futuristic workshop, while my body would remain in place and automatically complete the task. In this way, I would not feel tired mentally. Even if you work all day, it will only make your body feel tired, and over time it will actually exercise your body. Just like playing a game, as long as you learn the drawings and prepare the materials, everything can be done automatically. Hai Chu-hun quickly made a list of the materials needed, some of which could only be obtained through the black market. Once the materials were complete, I could start making them without delay. 9 days later, I finally finished the drone. Normally, I should have made a model first, but because of my ability, the finished product can be put into the battlefield directly. I stared at my masterpiece and couldn't help but smile. It's loaded with polarization diversity technology and friend or foe zone identification modules, and it's also equipped with supersonic heat source tracking missiles. If the Americans knew about this, they'd probably go crazy. Luckily, this is just a military model, a birthday gift from the goddess to her grandfather. I thought again. If the Armament Bureau knew about this, they would definitely recruit me, and I would lose my freedom. I quickly sent a text message to Xiong Xiaotong. The product is ready. Come pick it up tomorrow morning. The model is very large, so we may need to call a truck. Thank you for your hard work. See you tomorrow. I look forward to your masterpiece. The next morning, Xiong Xiaotong arrived with a truck and a crane and loaded the packaged drone models onto the truck. I have already put the manuals, controllers, and consoles away. If you don't understand anything, feel free to contact me. No problem. My grandfather is very familiar with the military industry. You can understand it just by looking at it. I thought to myself, if your grandfather really understood these things, he would have been poached by the Armament Bureau long ago. How much is the balance? I'll transfer it to you. We are alumni, so I won't charge you for the labor. However, the materials are not cheap. Many things have to be obtained from the black market. Is 80,000 enough? Almost. Actually, I still made some losses, but I didn't say much. After receiving the final payment, I saw Xiong Xiaohong off and saw her get into a Hongqi sedan. The license plate, a military license plate? For a moment, my heart was shocked. That license plate looks like a car from the Armament Bureau. What's going on? Could it be that the goddess family background is also related to the Armament Bureau? I was a little flustered and quickly comforted myself, thinking, it's just a coincidence. At noon, the sun is scorching and the sunlight is shining all over the earth. At a military base in Zhihai, groups of military licensed vehicles were lined up in neat rows, filling up the open-air parking lot. Senior officers from the 8th Field Army, the Northern Theater Command, the Western Theater Command, and even the capital's military headquarters gathered here, not for an exercise, but to celebrate the birthday of a heavyweight. The gathering of so many officers made the patrol soldiers stationed at the base extremely alert, fully armed and highly focused. You guys, why don't you stay in your own military area and come here to celebrate my birthday? That's really ridiculous. An old man in a white shirt and dark trousers said this, but he could not hide the joy on his face. Mr. Xiong, that's too polite. When you were in the military region, who didn't receive your care? It's your birthday today, how could I not come? An officer replied with a smile. Besides, we are not here for personal matters this time. We have an urgent matter to discuss: the serious problem of the latest generation of stealth fighter jets of the U.S. military invading our airspace. The Eagle country has withdrawn all scientific researchers, causing our years of research and development projects to stagnate. These years of hard work have been almost wasted. These beasts! How can we, the great Chinese nation, give in so easily? We will never tolerate them continuing to act so rampantly. The old man known as Old Xiong is named Xiong Kun. He is a leading figure in China's military scientific research field and has always been a mainstay. He once served as the director of the Armament Bureau. Many leading military equipment are the results of research and development by his team. The US X-250 stealth fighter is indeed difficult to detect with our current radar technology, Xiong Kun said in a deep voice. Once the X-250 is mass-produced, the US military will be able to act freely in our airspace at any time. As a matter of urgency, we must accelerate the upgrade of polarization diversity technology. Currently, the Armaments Bureau is actively researching it, and I believe there will be a breakthrough soon. Hearing this, the officers present breathed a sigh of relief. If this problem cannot be effectively resolved, the United States and its allies will continue to wantonly invade our airspace. Many of our military technologies rely on technical support from Western countries, or are obtained through secret purchase of Western military equipment for disassembly and reverse engineering. Can't we develop completely independently and no longer be controlled by others? An officer said coldly. How easy is it to conduct independent research and development? Another officer took over the conversation. Many of the researchers sent to the United States were turned against the government and changed their nationality. The rest were almost all restricted from leaving the country for various reasons and could not return home at all. If we were to start from scratch, I'm afraid Western countries would have already developed more advanced weapons, and we would always be one step behind. Xiong Kun rubbed his frowning forehead. Although he was old, he was still concerned about the country's security and future, and his face looked more vicissitudes of life. Just then, the phone in the office rang and Xiong Kun's assistant answered the call. They are the granddaughters of the director. Just let them in and put their things on the open space D017. After hanging up the phone, the assistant said to Xiong Kun, Director Xiaodong's daughter sent a birthday present. It was brought here by truck and is already parked in the D017 open space, waiting for you. Hearing the news from his granddaughter, Xiong Kun finally showed a long-lost smile on his face. He loved this precious granddaughter very much. When he learned that she had sent a gift, he hurriedly led the officers to the open space D017 and continued to discuss the international situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned the United States, but the United States said it has withdrawn its stealth fighters. We lack effective radar monitoring means, and they may take off from the Ryukyu military base at any time to conduct reconnaissance in our airspace. If this problem cannot be solved, the missile test sites in the northwest and all open-air military bases will be exposed to the detection of the U.S. military, posing a huge threat. Xiongkun sighed. There's no point in being anxious. We can only suspend missile testing now. If everything goes well, that would be the best. But if it fails, the US will probably use this as an excuse to stir up trouble and let the international community point fingers at us. However, our Armament Bureau has issued a military order. Within 1 year, we must break through the polarization diversity technology to ensure that we can detect the US military's stealth fighters. We will never let them be so arrogant again. The military area is vast, and transportation relies on buses and other means of transportation. As soon as the car stopped, a bright figure was seen in the distance. Xiong Xiaotong was wearing a black top and jeans, and she behaved in a graceful and elegant manner with an extraordinary temperament. Seeing Grandpa Xiongkun coming, she pretended to complain angrily. "Grandpa, I've been waiting for half an hour, why are you just here?" Xiongkun smiled and responded. "My dear granddaughter, do you think the military zone is your home? It's such a big place, so of course it will take some time to get here." He glanced at the large box behind his granddaughter and couldn't help but wonder what the gift was. Before he could say anything, the officers beside him had already started talking. "Xiaotong is such a filial child, like my son who can't even remember my birthday." "What is this? So big?" another officer asked curiously. "You'll know when you open it. Grandpa will definitely like it," Xiong Xiaotong said with a smile. In fact, she herself didn't know what this thing was, but she felt that Chu Heng would make it according to her requirements, and the quality would definitely not be bad. Xiongkun teased. "Little girl, have you learned to keep Grandpa in suspense? Then open it and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers busied themselves opening the box. When a silver-black unmanned fighter appeared in front of everyone, the air seemed to freeze instantly. The sense of oppression was like an eagle soaring in the sky, swallowing up thousands of miles. From the design point of view, this unmanned fighter is undoubtedly advanced in modern technology. Its appearance is like alien technology. The whole fuselage is eagle-shaped. The tailjet device is uniquely designed and can take off vertically in any environment. The missile launch position is not at the bottom, but on both sides of the nose, which is magnificent and gives people a sense of grandeur. "How about it, Grandpa? Do you like this drone model?" Xiong Xiaotong looked at him expectantly. Xiongkun was a little surprised. "Are you sure this is a model? The size is about the same as the actual unmanned fighter jet in service. It's actually made entirely of metal. The toy manufacturer is really ruthless. With this technology, they can probably make guns as well. By making toy guns from plastic to metal, they can have a big business." An officer laughed. "Xiaotong, how much did this model cost?" asked an officer from the capital's military headquarters. "I asked a schoolmate to help me do it. He didn't charge me for the labor and only charged me for the materials. The total cost was about 80,000 yuan. Xiong Xiaotong answered without hesitation. "What 80,000 Xiaotong? You must have been cheated." The officers expressed their confusion. "Our military research institute can make this thing in minutes, and it doesn't cost so much money." Another officer shook his head. "No matter how good the exterior is, it will only cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at most," an officer added. They accused the alumnus of being dishonest and believed that Xiong Xiaotong must have been cheated. Xiong Xiaotong pouted and explained. "This model is not only good for looking at, it can also fly. Look, there is a controller here. I asked my alumni to add a lot of black technology." Everyone thought it was just a toy and asked jokingly, "Black technology? What is it?" They thought it was very interesting, just like teasing a child. Xiong Xiaotong answered seriously. "Polarization diversity technology, friendly foe identification module, vertical takeoff, bomb-carrying capacity, stealth fighter. Oh, and supersonic heat source tracking missiles." Everyone present, including Xiongkun, couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaotong, are you kidding me? Even the Armament Bureau hasn't mastered these technologies, so how can a private workshop possibly produce them?" Xiongkun smiled and shook his head. Even if nothing else, a supersonic heat source tracking missile is too far-fetched. Another officer couldn't help laughing. They all agreed that this so-called black technology was simply impossible to achieve. Xiong Xiaotong began to have some doubts in her heart. Was she really being cheated? However, the man looked so sincere and his attitude was very firm when he agreed to her. He should not be a liar. Seeing his granddaughter was a little frustrated, Xiong Kun quickly smiled and comforted her. Xiaotong, Grandpa likes the appearance of this model, it's really good. As for the matter of being cheated, I will let Uncle John handle it and get the extra money back, you don't have to worry. Xiong Xiaotong curled her lips, a little aggrieved. Grandpa, since you bought it, why not try it? At this time, the officer of the Capital Military Department picked up the controller and said with a smile, Let me help you try. He walked to the unmanned fighter, patted the iron lump, and secretly laughed in his heart. If this thing can fly, then a sow can also take off. Then he pressed the button for vertical takeoff. Boom! With a deafening roar, the airwaves swept across the earth in an instant, dust flew, and everything in front of the eyes became blurred. Attention! The Falcon F-01 unmanned fighter is about to take off. Repeat! The Falcon F-01 unmanned fighter is about to take off. Please evacuate to a safe area immediately. The roar of the fighter jet's engine was like a thunder that was about to erupt, scaring bystanders into mistakenly thinking that there was a malfunction and that an explosion could occur at any time. Xiong Kun and other officers, under the protection of the soldiers, hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. I knew this thing was unreliable and even had safety risks. We need to shut down that workshop. Who knows where the second-hand engine was got from? How dare it pass it off as a fighter jet? It's simply a pipe dream. Just as they kept complaining about the workmanship of the drone, suddenly a voice sounded charging is complete. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and everyone held their breath, looking forward to the next move. Oh, I knew it was impossible for this thing to... Before he could finish his words, the Falcon F-01 unmanned fighter suddenly leaped up and soared into the sky, shocking everyone. Hiss, it actually flew. From this point of view, the price of 80,000 is still acceptable. After all, the materials and power engine of this unmanned fighter are definitely not cheap if you go to the black market to buy one. Didn't you notice that this was a vertical takeoff? Where can such an exaggerated technology be found on the market? An officer from the Northern Theater Command joked in his unique low voice. Vertical takeoff technology has been around for 10 years. It's nothing new. Don't be so surprised. That engine must be a second-hand item bought on the black market. Its performance is very poor. It can't fly very far, at most 100 or 200 meters. Xiong Kun frowned and stared at the fighter plane flying high into the sky. No! This can't be that simple. The engine sound of that drone was very similar to the latest generation of drones in the United States, but with less noise and as clear as a pulsed laser. Toys on the market simply could not reach this level. Lao Wang, control the unmanned fighter to take off and see its power and speed. Also, measure its altitude. Understood. Lao Wang gripped the operator tightly and pushed the rod hard. Boom! Another deafening roar, the airwaves swept across the earth again, and the dust flew, as fierce as a tornado, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. When they looked up again, the Falcon F-01 had already flown to a height of several hundred meters and was almost invisible from a distance, like a balloon floating in the air. The kinetic energy of this acceleration made all the officers present stunned. After a long while, someone managed to utter a word, and whispered, "What the fuck?" When the unmanned fighter jet took off just now, several officers could not help but lock their eyes. The flight posture and engine kinetic energy seemed to be the latest generation of unmanned fighter jets seen at the U.S. Space Show. Even so, this was a toy made in a small workshop after all, and subconsciously they still thought it was just a vase, which was beautiful but useless. However, Lao Wang did not stop, but continued to push the drone to higher altitudes, trying to explore its limits. The target quickly became tiny and almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, so they decided to send a reconnaissance plane to follow to ensure real-time control of the situation. Control panel, this is XX. If the radar sees the target of the unmanned fighter model that just took off, don't panic. Please send a reconnaissance plane to track it and report at any time. The officer commanded calmly. The other party responded quickly. Report to the commander, the radar did not detect any flying objects. How is it possible? Such a huge unmanned fighter can fly hundreds of meters in the air and cannot be detected by radar? The officers at the base were very surprised for a moment. He couldn't help but anxiously confirm again. Is the radar really okay? Reporting to the commander, no detection was found. The scout confirmed again. Xiongkun frowned and analyzed in a deep voice. There are two possible reasons. First, the radar may have malfunctioned, but the radar we use is the latest model this year, specially designed for low-altitude and ultra-low-altitude penetration targets. In theory, even the smallest civilian drones can be detected. He paused and continued. The second possibility is that this unmanned fighter model uses plasma material that absorbs radio waves, or a stealth coating, or even simplifies the infrared radiation to avoid radar scanning. Xiong Xiaotong nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes! I told him that fighter jets must have stealth capabilities. It seems that he was right. This is great. Several senior military officers looked at each other with complex doubts on their faces. Plasma material? Our country's technology is not yet mature, and fighter jets of all military regions do not have stealth capabilities. How is it possible for a small workshop in the private sector to achieve this? An officer shook his head in disbelief. This is simply a fantasy. Impossible! Another person couldn't help but retort excitedly. Maybe it was flying too fast and the radar hasn't reacted yet. Another officer speculated. Xiongkun sighed. I don't really believe it either. Stealth technology for fighter jets is still difficult to achieve, especially for toys like this from a civilian workshop. To be honest, I'm more inclined to believe that the radar is malfunctioning. At this moment, Xiong Xiaotong looked at the officers in front of her who were shocked by the unmanned fighter model she gave to her grandfather, and smiled in her heart. Chu Heng's craftsmanship is really amazing. He was so sincere at the beginning, and he really didn't lie to me. It's really worth spending this money. When I gave my grandfather a birthday gift, he would never even look at it, but this time he spent so much time researching it. I don't know if all the other functions have been realized yet. If they have been realized, my grandfather will be even happier. Xiong Xiaotong thought secretly. Soon after, the reconnaissance plane sent an update. The reconnaissance plane has been dispatched and the radar has been restarted, but it is still unable to detect the unknown flying object. The technicians are investigating the cause. Sir, this is ABS reconnaissance aircraft D0912. We have visually sighted the drone, but the aircraft radar still has no signal. I think it should be a stealth drone. The officers stood in the open space, their hair messed up by the wind. Not only their hair, but also their mood became extremely complicated. Could it be, this is really an invisible unmanned fighter? When did a small civilian workshop achieve such a technological breakthrough? Xiongkun shook his head slightly. I think it might just be a coincidence. Some special coating was accidentally applied during the production process, which just happened to avoid detection by our radar. Anyway, we will take it down later and study it. Maybe it can provide some inspiration for the stealth technology of our fighter jets. He looked into the distance and sighed. The maximum flight altitude of civilian drones is about 500 meters now. It is estimated that it has already hovered in the air and it is difficult to fly higher. Xiongkun nodded. This military model is indeed well made, far exceeding my expectations. Xiaotong, I like this gift very much. Xiong Xiaotong smiled as brightly as the sun. As long as Grandpa likes it. And, Grandpa, you can try other functions. I heard you mention the friend or foe zone identification module and polarization diversity technology, and then I asked him to add them. Xiongkun narrowed his eyes slightly, coughed lightly, and looked a little embarrassed. Xiaotong, actually these technologies are currently just the key tasks of our armament bureau. The last time I mentioned them when chatting with an old friend, it was just a casual remark and bragging. He shook his head. Don't expect a small workshop to make a technology that even our armament bureau hasn't broken through. If it can really reach that level, the flying altitude of this unmanned fighter must be at least several thousand meters, or even tens of thousands of meters. At this time, the drones in the air could no longer be seen, and the feedback from the reconnaissance aircraft became the only hope. Why is there still no news? Did they lose him? It must be that our reconnaissance plane flew too fast and lost the target. And it's a model after all. To be able to fly so high, its power must be limited. It's probably out of fuel. Xiong Kun patted Xiong Xiaotong on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, even if it crashes, my grandfather can fix it as long as we find it. How can I lose the gift Xiaotong gave me?" Xiong Xiaotong nodded obediently. At this moment, the voice of the reconnaissance plane pilot came again. "Report to the ground, our current flight altitude has reached 20,000 meters, and the unmanned fighter is still rising. Do you want to ask whether to continue tracking?" The officers looked at each other, as if something was stuck in their throats, and they were speechless for a while. A model made in a small workshop could fly at an altitude of 20,000 meters. This was simply incomprehensible to them. Xiong Kun was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Xiaotong girl, are you sure this was made by the small workshop you found, and not an unmanned fighter jet borrowed from another military region that has not yet been made public?" Xiong Xiaotong smiled even more brightly. "How could I have that ability? This was really done by my schoolmates. Is this 80,000 yuan worth it?" "Worth it! It's absolutely worth it!" Xiong Kun's eyes widened. "Don't even mention 80,000. If this really has invisible technology, it would be worth 8 billion. Xiong Kun really couldn't treat it as a toy anymore. He picked up the instruction manual on the ground and studied it carefully. Just now, he didn't take this toy seriously at all, and didn't even read the instruction manual carefully. After all, he has been working in the military industry all his life, so he doesn't have time to look through the model manual. But now, he has to take this toy seriously. This controller is just part of it. There should also be a console. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers immediately began to find an iron box from the wooden box next to them and connected the controller. After a while, more control buttons were unlocked, and a clear picture appeared in the air. "Oh my god, this is actually a 3D holographic projection. This should be a picture taken by an unmanned fighter jet. It was transmitted from an altitude of 20,000 meters, and it's surprisingly clear. I'm increasingly feeling that this must be the latest unmanned fighter jet developed by some military region, and it has not yet been made public. Even if it's a private enterprise, it's impossible to do it so meticulously, let alone a small workshop." Xiong Kun held the instruction manual, his whole body trembling, and his blood pressure seemed to rise. He was shocked, his eyes widened. "Oh my god, if this is true, then the performance of this drone is definitely 10 times better than any drone of the US military. But I still can't believe it. According to what you said, that person made it in just 10 days? The engine alone is astonishing enough. How could other functions be realized? The verification is also very simple. Supersonic vertical pull. Ordinary materials cannot withstand such a large airflow pressure and will definitely be torn apart." Xiong Kun's speech speed became faster and faster. His emotions were excited, doubt and shock were mixed, as if he had discovered a treasure buried on the island. He quickly followed the instructions in the manual, found the supersonic vertical pull-up button, and pushed the lever to the maximum. At the same time, the pilot of the reconnaissance plane saw the tail flame of the unmanned fighter plane change from red to azure blue, and suddenly a strong sonic boom erupted, and it disappeared in the air in an instant. "Report to the ground, the drone is missing." "Plane crash?" an officer asked in confusion. "Haha, I knew it. This is probably the limit of the toy. But it's not bad. To be able to achieve this level, this small workshop is really skilled." The pilot of the reconnaissance plane said anxiously. "No, it's not. It has achieved supersonic vertical ascent." "Oh my god, that unmanned fighter can actually make a supersonic vertical ascent. This is a move that even ace pilots find difficult to accomplish. Its flight altitude has now reached 30,000 meters. This is the maximum altitude of my reconnaissance plane. I can no longer track it. Please request instructions from the ground." The officers' faces instantly became hot, but it was not because of the rising temperature, but because all their doubts just now were ruthlessly shattered by the facts before them. The unmanned fighter model, which they originally regarded as a toy, actually successfully achieved supersonic vertical ascent, and the material was not torn under such high-pressure flight conditions. What is even more shocking is that the flight altitude of this unmanned fighter jet has exceeded 30,000 meters. This is a jaw-dropping achievement. You know, The current maximum flight altitude of domestic fighter jets is 25,000 meters, and the highest flight altitude of reconnaissance aircraft is only 26,000 meters. This unmanned fighter has broken all expected limits. Mr. Xiong, what do you think? An officer from the Northern Theater Command couldn't help asking, sweating profusely. Xiong-kun could only smile bitterly. Perhaps we can only say that the masters are hiding among the people. I think this should be an unpublished research result from a certain war zone. It just happened to be your birthday, Mr. Xiong, so I took it out to show it off. An officer from the capital's military said as he picked up his mobile phone. I have to contact the major war zones immediately to find out which arms research institute developed it. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first call. Hey, Lao Yuan, have you developed a supersonic vertical takeoff unmanned fighter? The voice on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Supersonic vertical ascent? What a joke! If we had this technology, we would have won all the honors at the commendation ceremony last year. Then he made another call. What? An unmanned fighter jet flying at 30,000 meters? Even the US's unmanned fighter jets can't fly to that altitude. Old Chen, are you still asleep? Are you sure you didn't develop it? Really not. But do you have any new achievements? Share them quickly. I'm really pissed off by those people in the US recently. I really want to shoot down their stealth fighters. He hung up the phone, but still unwilling to give up, he made a third call. Invisible fighter jets? Lao Chun, are you kidding? We can make our own fighter jets invisible, so why should we be looked down upon by the Americans? Isn't your theater cooperating with Eagle countries' researchers to research stealth technology for fighter jets? Isn't that your achievement? Damn it, I'm so pissed. Those Eagles left everything to the US and hid all the core technologies from us. It feels like the US deliberately sent people to watch a joke. Chen Guoqing from the Capital Military Department sighed softly. After some contact, he finally came to the conclusion helplessly. Mr. Xiong, none of the armament research institutes in all war zones admit that this unmanned fighter really came from a civilian workshop. I told you, we asked our alumni to do it, but you guys still didn't believe me. Xiong Xiaodong pouted, looking unhappy. While comforting his granddaughter, Xiong Kun instructed the personnel of the Armament Bureau. Take the unmanned fighter back for research. Even if the stealth technology still needs to be polished, the achievement of flying to 30,000 meters is worth further study. Take it back quickly. The supersonic vertical ascent just now must have consumed most of the fuel. One soldier straightened up and responded. Yes. Grandpa, do you want to try this friendly or enemy aircraft zone identification module? It sounds interesting. Xiong Xiaotong suggested. Chen Guoqing laughed and said, Xiaotong, stop joking. This is China's airspace. Where did the enemy planes come from? But the US stealth fighters have entered our airspace before, haven't they? Xiong Xiaotong replied. The United States has explained that it was just a test that mistakenly entered our airspace. Although this explanation is not credible, I believe they will not dare to do it again. Another officer continued. However, to apply the friendly and enemy aircraft zone identification module to a fighter jet, the data of all aircraft models in service of our army must be entered. How can this small workshop possibly do that? If you don't believe it, try it, he said provocatively. Then let's give it a try. Xiong Xiaotong pressed the start button of the module, turning on the friendly and enemy aircraft area identification module and detection radar. Suddenly, the 3D holographic projection image turned into a radar image. A red dot was moving continuously 100 kilometers away. An enemy aircraft has been detected in the direction of E04. Do you want to enable automatic tracking? Repeat. An enemy aircraft has been detected in the direction of E04. Do you want to enable automatic tracking? The warning sound from the console stunned everyone present. 100 kilometers away in the direction of E04, there is a fighter test flight field. This thing must have mistaken the undisclosed test flight fighter as an enemy plane. I said that the friendly and enemy aircraft zone identification module is a joke. On the battlefield, it is impossible to distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft. Even if it can fly 30,000 meters, what's the use? Hurry and pull it back. Don't disturb the test at the test flight field. There are low-altitude interceptor missiles over there. If the tower mistakes the drone for a UFO and shoots it down, Xiao Tong will cry. Haha. Just as everyone was still making fun of Xiao Tong, the warning on the console sounded again. No effective instructions have been received yet, and intelligent identification has been enabled. Enemy aircraft have been detected entering our airspace. They are not authorized to fly and are considered an enemy attack. The fire control radar has been activated. Supersonic heat source tracking missiles are ready. The officers did not believe in the advanced technology, as it was beyond their cognitive limits. If supersonic vertical ascent and 30,000-meter altitude flight were the limits of private enterprises, it wouldn't be incredible after all. American private enterprises can build rockets. But missiles are definitely not something that can be built by civilians, let alone supersonic heat source tracking missiles. This sounds quite realistic. They actually know about fire control radar. Xiao Tong, send me the address of this workshop later. I need to make one for my son. He will definitely like it. The boss seems to be a military fan. He even knows about fire control radar. He is much better than many companies that make military models. Xiong-kun said with a smile, his hands behind his back. Okay, you guys, go buy it yourself if you want to, don't spoil the gift my granddaughter gave me. First take back the drone, don't let it fly over the test field and affect other people's testing. The soldier controlling the drone looked unhappy. Boss Xiong, this drone won't obey my orders. It keeps saying locked on enemy, refusing to retreat. Is it broken? Oh, it must be flying too high, and the signal can't get through. If so, once the fuel runs out, it will definitely fall. If it falls into a residential area, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiong Xiaotong panicked. What should I do? Xiong-kun was also a little panicked. It would be troublesome if someone died. Try again to see if you can recall it. If not, we can only send fighter planes to destroy it. Xiong Xiaotong was heartbroken. It was such a good military model, and her grandfather loved it so much, but it broke when he was halfway through using it. However, they did not know that at this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there was another person who was even more panicked than them. Fuck! How come I was locked by the fire control radar? Did the Chinese radar detect me and then send out a chaser? That's impossible. The X-250 stealth fighter has passed the test and will not be detected by any Chinese radar at all. Even when the American pilot wondered if there was something wrong with his aircraft's radar, he still firmly believed that the X-250 stealth fighter would never be detected by ground radar. At this moment, a silver-black unmanned fighter broke through the clouds, its tail wing flashing blue light, and it approached quickly like a knight riding a silver-black warhorse. It appeared behind the X-250 stealth fighter. At the missile stations on both sides, supersonic heat-seeking missiles were ready to go. Xiong-kun was preparing to instruct the military base's reconnaissance aircraft to search for the out-of-control unmanned fighter and destroy it if necessary. At this moment, the console sounded again. Target confirmed. Origin, United States. Model, X-250 stealth fighter. Fire control radar locked. Supersonic heat source tracking missiles ready. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone's expression was full of confusion. What do you mean? The US X-250 stealth fighter actually appeared in our airspace? What a joke! How can a stealth fighter jet that cannot be detected by radar be locked by a toy? Xiong-kun's face was solemn. He was always decisive, but now he seemed a little hesitant. If this unmanned fighter really locked onto the US X-250 stealth fighter, it means that their arms bureau is not even as good as a small private workshop. But if you don't believe this, if there is really an X-250 in the sky, the consequences of leaking state secrets will be disastrous. He took a deep breath and tentatively said to the control panel, "Turn on the fighter plane to record the live scene." Mr. Xiong, it is impossible to transmit real-time images from an altitude of 30,000 meters, Chen Guoqing said confidently. However, the next second, his face turned awkward. The real-time image appeared on the 3D holographic projection screen, and the picture was shockingly clear. Chen Guoqing blushed a little, but before he could feel ashamed, the American X-250 stealth fighter suddenly appeared in front of everyone, making everyone open their eyes wide and stunned. Xiong-kun's hands trembled slightly. He suppressed his excitement and observed the fighter plane carefully. "Yes, this is the US X-250 stealth fighter," he confirmed. After the Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the US military, they disclosed some information about the X-250 fighter to us. This is indeed the appearance. It is impossible for the public to know the appearance of the X-250 stealth fighter. It is confidential. He Chang from the Southwest Military Region swallowed hard and asked hesitantly. So that means this is really a real-time picture? Not only He Chang, but other officers also realized this problem. It was like a professor who encountered an academic problem, and suddenly a primary school student easily solved it, which was completely incomprehensible. This level of ease can almost be described as going to the supermarket to buy groceries. It is as simple as selecting 2 items and paying. You don't even need cash or mobile payment, just facial recognition payment. Mr. Xiong, what should we do now? We can no longer control this drone. If the missile is launched, the American fighter jet will definitely be finished. Haha, just in time. These Americans are so self-righteous, we are just about to strike down their elite. Chen Guoqing interrupted him. It's impossible. Even if other technologies can be realized, it is impossible for civilians to build missiles. He Chang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I have to say, looking at the impact this unmanned fighter has given us, maybe the person behind it can really build a missile. I think we should find the person who built this drone. He must have a way to restore control of the drone. Xiong Kun covered his chest, trying to calm his inner fluctuations, with a wry smile on his face. Xiao Tong, is this birthday gift you gave me a surprise or a shock? The stealth technology, friend or foe differentiation module, and polarization diversity technology of the fighter are all worthy of in-depth study. If the US X-250 can be shot down, it will be a great pleasure, but the troubles that will follow can be imagined. Xiao Tong, can you contact that alumnus? I have his cell phone number, call him right away. Xiong Xiaotong walked aside, took out her cell phone, looked through the address book, found Chu Heng's number and dialed it. At this time, I was still lying on the sofa. Although my body was here, my mind had already entered the 4-dimensional brain virtual workbench. It's outrageous, really outrageous. I really want to know how many years it will take for Blue Star to reach this level. Although I have used the 4-dimensional brain virtual workbench before, I am still amazed by the shock every time I enter it. System, open the technology mall. Tech Mall is now open. Being in the 4-dimensional brain virtual workbench is actually entering a virtual world in your mind. Once you open the technology mall, it is like entering an immersive experience like entering an IKEA mall. Every future technology product is lifelike, neatly arranged, and the price is clear at a glance. Bionic Robot, 500 technology points. Phantom Tank, 1300 technology points. I couldn't help but ask. By the way, system, how do I get technology points? The system responded calmly. You can earn it by completing tasks. Tasks are divided into 3 levels. Primary tasks, 500 technology points will be awarded upon completion. Intermediate tasks, 800 technology points will be awarded upon completion. Advanced tasks, 1,200 technology points will be awarded upon completion. The mission content will be arranged according to the actual situation of the host and will occur at irregular intervals. I thought to myself, as long as there is a chance to earn technology points, I can start any time. Once I upgrade this small workshop, even Iron Man will be amazed when he visits. Just as I was immersed in my beautiful vision of the future, my phone suddenly rang, pulling me back to the real world. The caller ID showed, Xiong Xiaotong. Chu Hun, there's something urgent right now. Are you free? Xiong Xiaotong's tone was hurried, but her childish voice made me feel happy instantly. I'm not busy for now. Is there something wrong with the unmanned fighter model? I continued. Yes, we are unable to control the unmanned fighter now, and it keeps prompting that it has locked onto the enemy aircraft. The supersonic heat-seeking missile is ready. Enemy planes? I was stunned for a moment. How could there be enemy planes in Chinese airspace? When I designed the unmanned fighter, I specifically took the safety of China's airspace into consideration. The missile system was simply a decoration, but I didn't expect it to be triggered. Although the locking of supersonic missiles is automatic, when the enemy and friendly aircraft area identification module identifies the target, the fire control radar will indeed start and lock the target. What I promised to the customer must be done. As a craftsman, I have professional ethics. Just as I was still thinking about this, another voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiong-kun's calm tone broke my thoughts. Hello, I'm Xiong-kun, the director of the Armament Bureau, Xiaodong's grandfather. The situation is a bit complicated, so I'll get to the point. The unmanned fighter you made has discovered the US military's X-250 stealth fighter, and its fire control radar has locked onto it. Can you find a way to get the fighter back now? Armament Bureau? Chu Heng was stunned, his head was dizzy. Goddess Xiaodong's grandfather was actually the head of the Armament Bureau. It really caught him off guard, and he felt extremely unlucky in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. The most urgent task is to cancel the lock of the fire control radar. God, I also want to shoot down the X-250 stealth fighter by myself, but this is not a decision I can make alone. I immediately taught them the method, but the final decision on whether to cancel the contract was not in my hands. As the lawless lawyer Luo said, this is an emergency hedge. I took a deep breath and quickly said, the drone has now locked onto the enemy aircraft and is in semi-automatic control. If you want to take control, you must press both unlock buttons at the same time. Chen Guoqing became impatient when he heard this and shouted anxiously. Stop wasting time and just tell me the method. Do you see that black button? I pointed at the console. Chen Guoqing pressed the button almost before he finished speaking. Stop! Don't press it! I shouted suddenly. That is the launch button for the supersonic heat-seeking missile. Once the fire control radar locks onto the enemy aircraft, it will be launched immediately after pressing it. Chen Guoqing was stunned. Xiong-kun also looked at the operating table nervously, and the air in the entire command room froze in an instant. Fuck! Damn it! Chen Guoqing couldn't help but swear. Can you please stop breathing heavily when you speak? Xiong-kun retorted angrily. It's over. We have to say goodbye to the American X-250 stealth fighter. An officer couldn't help but sigh. Hurry up and contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and prepare a speech, another shouted hurriedly. Don't be impatient. The American fighter planes intruded into our airspace without permission, so they deserve to be shot down, another responded coldly. Yes. They asked for it. I have wanted to do this for a long time, Lao Su said dissatisfiedly. The atmosphere suddenly became complicated. On one side, there was anxiety, but on the other side, there was anticipation. If the X-250 could really be shot down, it would definitely be an exciting moment. The hearts of all the officers were filled with anxiety, but more of an impulse, eager to see the moment when the enemy plane was shot down and make those arrogant Americans shut up completely. At this time, Xiong Xiaotong was still staring at the 3D holographic projection in confusion. She was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Until that supersonic heat-seeking missile was launched. 5 minutes ago, under the clear blue sky, the American ace pilot Major Bentley was sweating profusely. He took off from the Ryukyu military base and came to the Chinese airspace to test the response of the Chinese radar. After flying for more than an hour and still not being discovered, he began to feel pleased with himself, secretly laughing at the fact that China's air defense system was useless. However, the next moment, the fighter's fire control radar system suddenly warned. Warning, you have been locked by the fire control radar. Bentley cursed, shit, and immediately released the decoy bomb and quickly pulled up, trying to escape the enemy plane's lock. Seeing the radar signal disappear, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a smug smile on his face. You bunch of rubbish Asian monkeys, your driving skills are better than even my grandmother's. But just when he was relaxing, the warning sounded again. Warning, you have been locked by the fire control radar. Bentley couldn't help but curse. Impossible! How could China's radar lock onto me? The voice from headquarters came over the radio. Impossible, Major Bentley, the X-250 stealth fighter will not be detected by Chinese radar at all. He was a little skeptical, but calmed down. That's right, the Chinese monkeys don't even have the courage to launch missiles. The most they can do is expel me. He smiled smugly, but his smile quickly froze. In front of him, the silver-black fighter suddenly lit up the missile launch signal, and it seemed to be extremely fast. The appearance of the fighter was like alien technology, which made Bentley nervous instantly. He reacted quickly, performing various maneuvers to escape the enemy's lock. But just when he was proudly seeing that he had gotten rid of the fighter plane, suddenly, the signal of a missile appeared on the radar screen, at such a fast speed that it was almost impossible to react. Fuck! Bentley cursed angrily, and without hesitation he released a decoy bomb in an attempt to intercept the missile. But the missile was like an unpredictable meteor, completely ignoring his decoy bombs and approaching him rapidly. Fuck, damn it! Bentley was completely devastated. He knew that there was no way out. The power had been stretched to the limit, and the amount of fuel was no longer a consideration. If he was hit by a missile, the result would be death. He decided to fight with all his strength. Cobra Maneuver. This maneuver was first performed by the ace pilot of the Bear Country in 1989 and is recognized by air forces of various countries as one of the most challenging flying maneuvers. Bentley quickly pulled up the control stick, the nose of the plane suddenly tilted up to 115 degrees, and the flight speed soared to 430 kilometers per hour. When the fighter plane turned over, he saw the silver-black enemy plane again. It was following him closely like a ghost. Fuck! Go to hell! Bentley gritted his teeth. He mobilized the fire control radar to lock onto the target and prepare for a fatal blow. However, the radar showed no reaction. The silver-black fighter turned out to be a stealth drone. When did China also develop this kind of stealth coding? Why didn't the intelligence department find out? Bentley watched the missile fail to lock, and his heart tightened. He could only turn to the fighter's automatic shooting weapon, the machine gun. Electronic equipment has long been automated, and it is this kind of manual operation that truly tests the pilot's skills. The X-250 stealth fighter is equipped with the United States' latest airborne machine gun, whose caliber is enough to easily penetrate the hull of any aircraft. The moment Bentley completed the Cobra maneuver, he started to counterattack without hesitation. He stared at the enemy plane and pulled the trigger quickly. The silver-black drone continued to fly straight without any evasive action. Bentley couldn't help but laugh wildly. It didn't dodge at all, no reaction at all, what a rubbish drone! However, just as the bullet was about to hit the enemy aircraft, a layer of light red air shield quietly appeared, surrounding the fuselage of the Falcon F-01 unmanned fighter, moving with it as if it had life. The bullet hit the air shield and shattered it instantly, like an egg hitting a stone. What the fuck? What kind of technology is that? Bentley's heart sank as he realized that the technology used in the silver-black unmanned fighter before him far surpassed the X-250 stealth fighter he was flying, and even exceeded the research and development results of the Americans in the past 10 years. In less than half a minute, he had exhausted all his means, but all failed. Helplessly, he could only watch the enemy's missiles approaching. With a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky. The people on the ground looked up. Ordinary people might think it was the sound of a flying plane and not pay much attention to it. But those officers already knew what was happening before their eyes. Their eyes widened, their expressions changing from shock to excitement. Because the stealth fighter that the Americans had invested 10 years in developing was actually shot down. Chapter 10: Low Price Purchase. Tossing and turning in bed, Chinyu took out her cell phone to check the time. February 3, 2024, 12:21. 6 days to the end of the world. While she was still awake, she opened the memo on her phone and sorted out the supplies, recording the supplies she already had, the supplies she needed to purchase urgently, and the supplies she would purchase after the end of the world. Existing supplies: staple food, nearly 100,000 kilograms of various types of rice, grains, noodles, and flour, 2,000 barrels of 6L/barrel cooking oil, 5,000 bags of Qinghai Lake salt 500g/bag, 500 bottles each of soy sauce, light soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon and other condiments. Meals: fried chicken, bread and milk tea, spicy hot pot, fried skewers, grilled skewers, ice cream, braised food, cakes, snail noodles, kimchi, sushi, spicy hot pot, roast duck, chicken steak, etc., each ranging from 100 yuan. Things to buy: vegetables, meat, fruits, snacks, frozen fast food, medicines, some necessary self-defense weapons, clothing, daily necessities, outdoor equipment, fuel, solar energy and generators. After finishing the tidying up, Chinyu felt sleepy and set the alarm clock for 6 o'clock to go to the farmer's market with her mother to buy groceries the next morning. It was another good night's sleep. In her previous life, Chinyu did not sleep well. She was a very shallow sleeper and would wake up at the slightest noise. These 2 nights, she felt particularly at ease sleeping next to her relatives. Chin's father and mother had already woken up. Chin's father was on the phone, and Chin's mother was in the kitchen making breakfast. Seeing Chin Yu coming downstairs, Chin's mother urged, "Go wash up, you can eat noodles now." A bowl of egg noodles in original soup filled with minced meat and dotted with chopped green onions exudes a unique aroma. When you take a bite, the fragrance will make your tongue knotted. It is so delicious that a bowl of delicacy heals the soul. "Mom, your cooking skills are so great that I almost cried after eating this bowl of noodles," Chin Yu said as she performed. "Xiaopin, you are just not serious." Lu Ping looked at Chin Yu and couldn't help but want to say a few more words to her. This child has been naughty and troublesome since she was a child. Worrying about her has become a habit. "It's delicious, have another bowl." "Okay. Thank you, Mom. You're the best." In her previous life, Chin Yu seldom said such words. Now that she has a new life, she wants her mother to know that she loves her too. After Chin's father finished the call and sat down at the table, Chin Yu quickly added, "Dad is the best too." Before he sat down, Chin's father couldn't help but smile and said, "Yaya's little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter." After eating 2 mouthfuls of noodles, he couldn't help but praise. "This cooking skill is right, the god of cooking is reborn, my wife is amazing." Lu Ping watched the father and daughter teasing her, too lazy to respond, and glared at each of them. "Yaya, are we going to the farmer's market after we finish eating?" "Yes, we will split up. I will go to the fruit and vegetable market, and you go to the meat and frozen food market. Buy more pork, beef, chicken, duck, fish and eggs that you like to eat, and have them all sent to the warehouse rented by Dad. Dad also rents a cold storage there. I'll send you the address." Chin Yu sent the address to Lu Ping on WeChat. "You guys go out to buy stuff, I'll stay at home and watch over the installation of doors and windows on the 2 floors. The door and window installer will come at 7 o'clock. The painter will come at 8 o'clock to apply waterproofing." After eating the noodles, Dad took out his phone to send WeChat again, looked up and said to Chin Yu, "I joined the owner group of Building 5, and asked the group leader to tell me that the owner of 1701 has changed. The group leader was busy and didn't reply to me. I sent a few red envelopes to the group and took a photo of the empty 1701 to the group, saying that the renovation will be done in the next few days, which will be a bit noisy, and I hope the neighbors will tolerate it." Many neighbors accepted the red envelopes and expressed their understanding. Of course, some also had some opinions. Chin Yu understood that there would always be people who wanted to be messengers of justice. "My uncle and his family have lived here for so long, there must be some close friends who would want to embarrass us after hearing them complain. It's okay, just come on, we're not afraid." Chin Yu felt full after eating the 3rd bowl of noodles, so he put down the bowl, picked up the dirty bowl on the table, and went to the kitchen to wash it. "Hey, put it down. You don't know how to wash it." "I'll do it." Lu Ping came over and tried to grab the bowl from Chin Yu's hand. Chin Yu smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I won't wash it. There's a dishwasher in the kitchen. Put it in there and let it wash it. Let's go to the farmer's market." Before leaving, Chin Yu took out the first-level pet skill book exchanged by the system, and gently placed it on the bedside of her brother. Binshui City Farmer's Market. Chin Yu and Chin's mother got out of the car and acted separately. Chin Yu drove the van and parked next to the fruit market. There were many kinds of winter fruits, including papaya, apple, banana, cherry, pear, star fruit, citrus, date, strawberry, kiwi and dozens of other fruits. Now that the planting technology is mature, other fruits that are not in season are also supplied. Chin Yu was not good at bargaining, so she could only spend some time to go around the market, compare prices, and found a boss with a fierce face. Chin Yu asked, "Boss, I have a large quantity, can you give me a discount?" "The price is easy to negotiate. Just tell me how much you want first." The boss handed the calculator to Chin Yu. Chin Yu took the calculator and pressed 500 kilograms. "The fruits here are all in this quantity." "Okay, I'll give you the best price." The boss pressed the calculator for a while. "A total of 360,000, I'll erase the decimals, and I'll give you 50 durians as a personal gift. Although they are not in season, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Where do you want to send them to?" "Boss, are you sure you calculated this correctly? I don't want inferior products. They were very cheap and she chose quite a few things. My fruit shop never sells inferior products, the boss said righteously. Chinyu raised her eyebrows and said, Okay, the boss is very generous and doesn't waste words. He asks a lot of questions. That's very good. After transferring the money and sending the delivery address, Chinyu went to the vegetable market, took a look around as usual, and found a stall with a relatively complete variety of vegetables. Boss, I want all these vegetables, and 1,000 kilograms of potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins and lotus roots, and 500 kilograms of the rest of the leafy vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, lettuce, celery, bitter gourd, tomatoes, eggplants, radishes, beans, onions, ginger, and garlic, and 300 kilograms of both spicy and non-spicy peppers. You can also order some other varieties for me and have them delivered to this place. Chinyu sent the address to the boss. You can stock up on starchy vegetables, as the physical energy consumption is high in the last days. The other vitamin-rich side dishes should be more diverse to give the last days more food. Chinyu calculated in her mind that she probably couldn't afford so much with the money she had left, so she just wanted to quote a higher price so that the boss would give her the lowest price, and then buy as much as she had. Okay, beautiful lady, the total is 120,000. If you buy a lot, I can go home for the new year. I'll give you the lowest discount, the boss said politely and smiled. I'll also give you some mushrooms and fungi. I guarantee they'll be so delicious that they'll make your mouth water. Big sale? After paying, Chinyu was a little surprised. The price of vegetables dropped? It was so cheap. The boss also gave her something. The fruit was also very affordable. Chinyu had been to the farmer's market before, and these two bosses looked very familiar to her. They had been selling fruits and vegetables for such a long time, so they would not ruin their reputation by selling her inferior products. After buying fruits and vegetables, Chinyu had 20,000 yuan left. She went to the tofu stall and bought some soy products such as tofu, dried tofu, konjac, bean skin, and tofu brain. She and the boss put the soy products into the van. Looking at the empty bank account, Chinyu began to think again. She had to find a way to make money. She had bought so many things, and she needed time to organize the space. Inside the farmer's market, the fruit shop owner and the vegetable stall owner gathered together. The fruit shop owner asked aggrievedly, Lao Lu, how much did you lose? I at least. He made a difficult gesture and said uncomfortably, 100,000. Almost. When the boss speaks, who dares to disobey? The vegetable stall owner replied helplessly. A man walked up behind them and asked, Why, are you feeling wronged? How could that be? The boss helped us become rich. Without the boss, we wouldn't be where we are today. This is just a small amount of money. I'll give you each a subsidy of 300,000 yuan later. Boss, that's generous. The man looked at Chinyu's departing figure, a little curious. Why did this girl stock up so many fruits and vegetables? Forget it, he was just following orders. If she wanted, he would give her more. The two bosses looked at the boss staring at the woman leaving, winking at each other and looking gossipy. Boss, this is to welcome the spring. When you deliver goods, please send more. The goods are the best and are not sourced from other places. Yes. The two bosses cried inwardly. It is really not easy to make money these days. Chapter 11 Neighbors Appear. Chinyu drove to a deserted place, put the soy products in the car into the space, and then drove to the parking lot of the farmer's market to wait for her mother Lu Ping. While waiting, Chinyu closed his eyes and used his consciousness to organize the space. Grain and oil take up a large space in the living room and are arranged neatly. Take-out snacks are placed in a room and arranged according to category. Soy products and vegetables are placed in a separate room. There is one remaining room for fruits first, and then other arrangements will be made depending on the situation. After his consciousness exited the space, Chinyu opened his eyes and touched his forehead, which was covered in sweat. I am so tired, it feels like I have run a marathon for a whole day. She sat up and looked in the rearview mirror. Her face was pale and she looked exhausted. Is organizing your space so tiring? Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Chinyu picked up the phone. It was her mother calling. Yeah, where are you? I'm at the entrance of the market. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. I got off the bus and went to the market entrance. From afar I saw my mother carrying a pile of things. There were a lot of meat and packaging bags next to her feet. Her face was flushed and her hair was soaked with sweat. Mom, aren't these things sent to the warehouse together? Chinyu took the initiative to pick up the things on the ground. When she lifted them up in her hands, she suddenly felt that they were very light and effortless. Did your strength and physique improve while you were tidying up the space just now? Ding! Host strength detected. Physical strength fluctuated. Testing in progress. Updating data. Ding! The host's strength is level 6, and his physical strength is level 5. Other data has not been detected yet and will be updated. Organizing the space can effectively improve strength and physical fitness, which is good. This way she doesn't have to find extra time to exercise for the time being. Lu Ping, who was also holding something in her hand, was full of joy. It seemed that she had gotten a good deal. Before Chinyu asked, she took the initiative to say, Yeah, these are all what I asked my boss to give me. Her face was full of pride, but after saying this, she felt a little disappointed. Now the prices are too expensive. I bought some pork, ribs, mutton, beef, eggs, chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, crab, shellfish, 200 kilograms each, and some dry goods, fungus, white fungus, bean curd, mushrooms, daylily, dried shrimp, jellyfish, seaweed, kelp, red dates, peppers, wolfberries, longans, etc., 100 kilograms each. 500,000 is gone. It feels a bit too little. Our family consumes pork and beef quickly. My mother is in charge of the daily purchases for the farmhouse. She is very good at bargaining, so the price must be the lowest price. Chinyu comforted her. These are a lot, enough. The two walked and talked until they reached the back of the car, put the things in their hands in the car, and got in. The mother hesitantly said, Yeah, your uncle and his family called me many times early in the morning, but I didn't answer. Uncle called mother? Strange, my uncle's family has never been nice to my mother. Is there something I want to talk to you about? Humph, I guess it must be because of the complaints about the food at the farmhouse. The success of the farmhouse is largely due to my Lu Ping's cooking skills. They are all secret techniques. Customers are choosing now. They must be processing various refunds. So they called to ask you for help? Well, never mind them. It's better to be in a mess. Let them know that your money didn't come from the wind. I didn't want to care. But after buying these things, I want to teach them how to cook. I'll tell them the secret recipe and the source of the goods. The price is 800,000. Lu Ping looked at Chinyu with a smug smile on her face. The end of the world is coming, and this secret recipe can't be sold for money anymore. I'll make some money from them in the end to compensate them for the mental damage they have caused me. They make trouble every now and then, it's so annoying. Originally, Chinyu wanted to stop her mother from going to the farmhouse. But seeing that her mother had made up her mind, she rationally chose to keep silent. The Queen Mother's decision should not be questioned by others. I'll take you there, Chinyu said. No, put the things in the car and the refrigerator quickly. You go back first. Mother looked at Chinyu and said gently, Don't worry, I'm a strong mother and won't be bullied. I don't understand the end of the world as well as you do. You must have a lot of things to do. I'll transfer the money to you when it arrives. After dropping her mother off at the intersection, Chinyu drove away. Worried, she called her father and asked him to accompany her mother back. After arriving at the community, Chinyu took the elevator from the underground first floor to go home. There were still many people standing in the elevator. You are the person who just moved into 1701. The decoration of your house is really great. You started at 7 o'clock. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman, dressed in a refined style. There was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing next to her, also with a dissatisfied expression on his face. What's wrong with starting the renovation at 7 o'clock? I remember our master came to do the work that didn't make much noise first. Did you lie on our wall and listen? The construction will only make noise after 9 o'clock. It's a reasonable construction time. If you have such a big complaint, you can just move out. How can you talk like that, little girl? You have no manners at all. Politeness is for people who are polite, not for those who are rude as soon as they open their mouths. Chinyu looked at the middle-aged woman and retorted directly, without any politeness. They arrived at the 9th floor. The middle-aged woman walked out of the elevator unwillingly. The middle-aged man hugged her and walked out. He turned back and glared at Chinyu. Qin Yu raised her chin slightly, glared back arrogantly, and said indifferently, "If you have the guts, come find me." "Beauty, don't bother with her. Ms. Gao's husband is the building manager, so she also likes to meddle in other people's affairs," a thin and yellow man said kindly. "He is the building manager. He ignored my father's WeChat messages before, but now he comes to cause trouble again. He must have a close relationship with my uncle's family." When they reached the 12th floor, the thin yellow man got out of the elevator alone. An elderly couple and their little girl went to the 18th floor with Qin Yu. "Huh! This is the neighbor." After getting out of the elevator, Qin Yu nodded and greeted him, and the other party also smiled politely. "Sister, do you have a little brother at home? Can I play with him?" The little girl stopped and looked at Qin Yu with expectation. Before Qin Yu opened her mouth, the old lady rejected the little girl's request and said to Qin Yu with a smile, "My granddaughter is very naughty. It's not good to let her go to your house to play." The little girl was a little disappointed and unhappy. Qin Yu looked at her and said patiently, "My sister's house is still under renovation. Come and play next time when it's convenient." Instantly, the little girl became happy again. "Okay then, remember to ask my brother to call me to play." Children's emotions come and go quickly. There are very few children in the last days. Even if there are, they are full of cruelty. Qin Yang is a little girl who looks forward to her coming home all day long. It would be nice if she could have more playmates. But whether they can become partners depends on whether they are suitable. If you let a wolf into the house, that is absolutely not acceptable. Qin Yu stood at the door, looking at the newly installed door, stunned for a while. Dad really installed 2 doors. One is a stainless steel iron bar security door on the outside, with double iron mesh welded inside and outside the iron bar. The other is a heavy-duty security door on the inside, made of heavy materials, and it is obviously a customized special security door. "I'm afraid no one can break in." Just as Qin Yu was about to knock on the door, Qin Yang opened it from the inside and said happily, "Sister, you're back." Then he pulled her in, closed the door, and looked at Qin Yu proudly. "Sister, look at this door, isn't it cool? It's specially customized, with 2 doors installed. They are made of the strongest material. Only the top bank vaults use this kind of material. It's soundproof and explosion-proof. There are so many locks that a dozen big men can't hammer it open with tools." After that, he pulled Qin Yu to the glass window and pointed at the window. "Look, the windows have been replaced. They are all bulletproof glass, double-layered, and bullets can't penetrate them. The master asked if our family wanted to be a vault, and it was so tight. I said I was our family's big vault. They laughed and didn't ask any more questions." Qin Yu touched her brother's head and said, "My Qin Yang is the smartest. I met a little girl next door. Did you see her today?" Qin Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, but my father said that the end of the world is coming, and it's best for our family to stay together. Others are in danger." This September, Qin Yang will be in the 1st grade of primary school. He is at the age when he loves to play and needs a playmate. But what his father said is also true. Qin Yu was silent, and touched Qin Yang's head. His brother laughed happily again. "I also think that as long as I am with my father, mother and sister, I am the happiest." Little guy, you are quite good at coaxing people. Chapter 12, Buying Pets and Recruiting People. The 5th floor of Zifeng Jiangnanuan is the king of the building, with 2 elevators and 2 households, a total of 18 floors. There is an empty floor, and there are 2 households from the 2nd to the 17th floor. There is only 1 household on the 18th floor, 1801, with an area of 300 plus. After checking the installation of doors and windows of 1701, Qin Yu took Qin Yang up the stairs to the roof. The roof had been waterproofed several times, and with the good weather, it dried quickly. "Sister, is there any problem?" Qin Yang asked puzzledly. "Just to be on the safe side, I'll come and brush it a few more times every night before New Year's Eve. The apocalyptic rain will last for a long time." Fortunately, there is only 1801 downstairs, so the smell is not too noticeable on other floors. "We will live here for a long time and move out only when it is extremely hot, because there will be an earthquake and the flood will submerge the whole building." "Sister, are you going out later? Can you take me with you?" Qin Yang looked at Qin Yu, looking lonely and helpless. "In the afternoon, I only plan to go to the warehouse to receive the goods, so I could take Qin Yang out for a walk. Sure, when we pass by the pet store, we can buy a few pets you like, so that you can have more friends to play with. Okay, sister is the best. Qin Yang hugged his sister happily. As soon as they went downstairs to the 17th floor, Qin Yu found someone looking at them stealthily. Seeing Qin Yu and Qin Yang leaving the house, he hurried down the corridor. There was a prominent notice posted at the elevator door, saying that due to renovation issues, the elevator was out of order and would require 3 days of repair. Sister, does this notice mean that we broke the elevator? Yes, there is only one elevator left now. If someone says something unpleasant in the elevator later, don't take it to heart. Qin Yang chuckled in his heart. His uncle's family always played tricks behind people's backs. While Qin Yu was waiting for the elevator, she turned on her cell phone. Qin's father had installed high-definition hidden cameras on the 17th and 18th floors. She found the person who posted the notice. It was the property management. She remembered his face and would clean up when she came back. Ding! The elevator reached the 17th floor and half of the people were already standing inside. The couple on the 9th floor that Qin Yu had met before were also inside. As soon as Qin Yu entered, the middle-aged woman started to speak in a sarcastic tone again. It's Chinese New Year, but you don't know how to celebrate it properly and are making trouble instead. Qin Yu ignored her. The other party felt that what she said was not obvious enough and said more directly. You didn't know how to pay attention when doing the renovation. Now one of the elevators is broken. We have to wait for more than 10 minutes for each elevator. We are afraid that we can't get on, so we have to get on first and then get off. It's really annoying to have such people who only care about themselves. The middle-aged women took the lead, and some people who were in a hurry and encountered a broken elevator also became upset. Yes, it's almost the new year, everyone is busy, and one of the elevators is broken. It's so annoying. Seeing that she had attracted a crowd by fanning the flames, the middle-aged woman on the 9th floor looked at Qin Yu and said, You were so confident this morning about reasonable renovations, but now you're a coward and you're keeping silent? You're young and you need to be taught a lesson. The elevator is broken, what does it have to do with us? You said we broke it, do you have any evidence? Qin Yu looked back at him fiercely. Old people tend to be jealous of young and beautiful people, and they want to throw dirty water at them whenever they can. Instead of making fun of others, you should spend more time taking care of yourself, old woman. Damn it, women hate it most when people say they are old. Qin Yu hit her sore spot, and she was so angry that her teeth ached. Who are you talking about, old woman? Whoever is angry, I'll say it. The middle-aged woman on the 9th floor was neither angry nor calm at this moment. She clenched her fists, and could not make a sound for a long time. The man with gold-rimmed glasses next to her said, The notice said that the elevator was damaged due to renovations. You are the only one doing renovations in the entire building. Do you need any evidence for this? The people in the elevator also nodded, which was not obvious. If you don't have evidence, just shut up. If you wear gold-rimmed glasses, you should know a little bit of the law, otherwise you will easily be called a scum. When they arrived at the basement floor, Qin Yu was too lazy to waste time talking to them. She walked out of the elevator, holding Qin Yang's hand, and walked towards the garage. Sister, why didn't they get off the elevator? They were all people who came to watch the fun. They went to the first floor and sat on the underground first floor. Qin Yu said speechlessly. They forgot to get off at the first floor. Qin Yang looked at his sister again and whispered, Sister, they are too much. Are you unhappy? Qin Yu squatted down, looked directly at Qin Yang, touched his head and said gently, Don't worry about them, they are not important people, there is no need to be unhappy because of them. Yeah, as long as my sister is not sad. Qin Yang's face became happy again. Let's go see the pets. Pet Center. On the way to the warehouse, Qin Yu found a relatively large pet store, parked the car, and walked in with Qin Yang. The store is filled with rows of various pets, dogs, cats, birds, rodents, reptiles, snakes, lizards. Qin Yang was very excited when he stepped into the pet store. He stayed in front of each pet for a long time. When he stopped in front of the reptile pet, Qin Yu felt nervous for a moment. Brother, you must not like reptiles. It's not that I'm afraid, but I just feel a little uncomfortable. After a pause, Qin Yang also walked away quickly. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that siblings had similar preferences. After looking around, Qin Yang chose 2 rabbits and a parrot. Qin Yu was curious and asked, Yan Yan, why don't you have a cat or a dog? They like to go out and play, but I'm afraid I don't have time. Qin Yang looked at the group of cats and dogs with a nostalgic look in his eyes. My younger brother must be worried that it would be difficult to raise a pet that is too big, or needs time in the end times. And he is afraid that he will not be able to take good care of it, and he is also afraid of causing trouble to the family. Qin Yu was touched and thought about asking him to come over and see it again when he came back. After walking out of the pet shop, Qin Yang seemed to hear some sound and ran quickly to the trash can in front. There was a box next to it, which contained a dying puppy. The people in this pet shop actually abandoned the puppy. It's too much. Qin Yang looked at the puppy with tears in his eyes. When the people at the pet store heard this, they hurried out to explain. It wasn't us. A customer brought the dog here to see a doctor. The dog was sick and we couldn't cure it. Who knew he was lost? Humph, you just watched him get lost and pretended not to see it. Even if this is not the end of the world, some people's hearts are as cold as those in the end of the world. Qin Yu looked coldly at the person in the pet shop, who was a little embarrassed, and returned the pet to the store. Qin Yang looked at his sister and begged, Sister, can I take it back? I want to keep it. Sure, but it may not be able to accompany you for long. Qin Yu was afraid that her brother would be sad if the dog died, so she gave him a heads up in advance. No, I've read the book you gave me, and I can save it, Qin Yang said confidently. The book she gave, the pet skill book? Her own book disappeared, and Qin Yu didn't know what effect the book given by the system had. Qin Yu didn't doubt Qin Yang, but she deeply doubted the system. Well, sister believes you. New companions join, a puppy of unknown breed, a pair of male and female rabbits, and a parrot. The 2 left the pet shop and headed for the warehouse. When they were almost at the door of the warehouse, Qin Yu saw a group of people guarding the entrance of the warehouse. They look familiar, they are those 8 strong men. After stopping the car, Qin Yu asked Qin Yang to get in. She leaned against the car and shouted at the group of people from a distance. Want to fight again? Hearing the voice, a group of people looked over and saw Qin Yu was overjoyed. The leader trotted over and said, No, no, how dare we? We are here to thank the heroine for saving our lives. Because of you, we withdrew from the Earth Dragon organization and did not participate in the mission that night. Everyone who went that night was killed. It was the heroine who helped us escape. That night, I decided to worship the heroine as my boss. The 7 big men behind him all caught up and shouted, Boss! Qin Yu was speechless. I don't need a younger brother. The other party was disappointed, but the leader refused to give up. Boss, can you add WeChat and leave your phone number? As long as you give the order, we can come at any time, otherwise we can only wait for you in the warehouse every day. This group of people have nothing to do? Qin Yu didn't want too many people to know about the goods. If these people stayed here, the matter would be easily exposed. I'll add you on WeChat. Don't send me messages if there's nothing else. Don't look for me if you have something to say, Qin Yu said coldly. I didn't get into the mountain, but fortunately I added the boss on WeChat. The leader was very happy and said, Boss, my name is Yitzi. I am the eldest brother of this group of people. 1 son. I heard him call one of them 5 sons before. Qin Yu asked tentatively, Are you from 1 son to 8 sons? That's right, boss, you are so smart. We are the legendary 8 sons. Yitzi praised Qin Yu heartily with a sincere look on his face. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go ahead. I have something else to do. Okay, brothers, let's retreat. Just wanting to get rid of them as soon as possible and go to the warehouse to collect the supplies into the space, Qin Yu inexplicably added the WeChat of all the legendary 8 sons, and looked at the WeChat names from Magical Son 1 to Magical 8 Sons. Where on earth did these 8 magical brothers come from? Chapter 13, Mysterious Man. The goods ordered in the morning should basically have arrived. Qin Yu drove into the warehouse, and Qin Yang got out of the car with the injured puppy and took care of the puppy beside the warehouse. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Yeah, have you been to the warehouse? I had a customer who was a pharmaceutical representative before, and I ordered a batch of medicine from him. He should also be in the warehouse. I sent you the list of medicines on WeChat. See if there is anything else that needs to be added. Qin Yu walked a few steps forward and saw a corner full of medicines. Yeah, I saw it. Let me check. Dad, how are you and Mom doing with Uncle? Ha! Qin Mingjie laughed awkwardly twice. Your uncle's family is busy at the farmhouse. There are all kinds of problems. The food is also problematic. The ingredients are not fresh, the taste is not good, and the guests have all kinds of complaints. When your mother comes, they all get solved one by one. Your uncle's family dare not speak loudly to your mother. Your mother said that it would cost 800,000 yuan to teach them how to cook. Your aunt was not happy at first, but your uncle agreed later. We need to stay here for 2 days. We will go back on the 5th. Humph, I had already expected that my uncle's family would not be able to handle it. They deserve to suffer. Then don't help with the work, let them do it themselves. Qin Yu expected that her father would be soft-hearted and would definitely help with the work again. Don't worry, this time your dad will leave if I have something to do and pretend to be busy while I'm on the phone. Dad promised. Qin Mingjie didn't like to gossip about other people. In fact, his uncle's family had been arguing with customers all morning. His aunt was very sharp-tongued and Qin Hao even fought with a customer. Neighbors from near and far came to watch the fun. The whole place was filled with smoke and chaos. After a while, Qin's father said worriedly, I saw someone in the group saying that someone on the 17th floor has no manners. He damaged the elevator and refused to admit it, but instead cursed at people. The group has been discussing this for the whole morning. I hope there won't be any problems at home. Yeah, don't worry, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. It's better to worry about others. Don't worry, I'll go back and take care of it in the evening. Well, his daughter seemed to have some truth in what she said. Qin's father was somewhat sure of Qin Yu's words, but he was still a little worried. After the call, Qin Yu looked at the drug list on WeChat: cephalosporin, erythromycin, penicillin, ibuprofen, antidiarrheal, stomachache, bruise plaster essential oil, 3 hide drugs, various Chinese patent medicines, alcohol iodine gauze cotton swabs, masks, etc. The screen was full of various drugs, totaling 300,000. Qin Yu took inventory and felt that everything was complete, so she put the medicine into the space, and then went to the grain and oil area in front to put the remaining grain and oil into the space. The area of the house in the space is only 150 plus. In order to make room for fruits and vegetables, Qin Yu deliberately piled the grains, oils and rice with a longer shelf life outside the yard. She thought that when the area of the house in the space becomes larger in the future, she would put them in to keep them fresh. After sorting out the grain and oil, Qin Yu walked into the frozen warehouse. As soon as she walked in, she was stunned. There were more fruits and vegetables than she had imagined. The entire warehouse was full. There is a box in a conspicuous position at the door, which contains a jade necklace that is completely emerald green. It feels a little warm when you touch it, and the jade is very moist, as if it was nourished in a hot spring. Qin Yu picked it up and looked at it in her hand. The next second, the jade disappeared automatically, and the space automatically sucked the jade in. After a while, Qin Yu clearly felt that the house in her space had grown bigger again. She used her consciousness to explore and found that the original 150-plus bungalow had grown a basement with an area of at least 800-plus and a floor height of 6 meters. The appearance of the bungalow also changed from a shabby old house to an elegant Chinese-style small courtyard, which was brand new. Qin Yu was somewhat amazed at the huge change of a jade stone, and couldn't help wondering how much that thing was worth. There was a note inside the box, which read, "This is a small gift, please accept it." Was it delivered to the wrong place or dropped here? She couldn't take the responsibility, and couldn't pay it back. As the area of the space increased, Qin Yu no longer had to calculate the storage area over and over again. She just put all the supplies into the space. Boom, boom, boom. There was a noise outside the warehouse, which sounded like a fight. The noise disappeared after a while. Qin Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. She planned to call Qin Yang to leave here. Then, with a bang, someone broke into the warehouse. A man with a tightly covered face appeared, and he seemed to be injured. After he entered the warehouse, he was stunned when he saw Qin Yu. Sorry. It was inexplicable, and he apologized as soon as he came up. Qin Yu turned around and wanted to leave. She didn't want to mess with this strange person. There was another bang, and a group of people rushed in following the man. Seeing the familiar murderous intent in Qin Yu's eyes, Qin Yu knew that they were not friendly, so she immediately became alert. Stand behind me. The man stepped forward and blocked Qin Yu behind his tall body. The man's proximity to Qin Yu brought a sense of oppression. This handsome guy has quite strong fighting ability. Qin Yu stood there without moving. The man stepped forward and challenged 5 of them at once. His movements were clean and neat. The 5 opponents were also quite skilled, but they were no match for the man. One of the 5 who were being defeated pulled out a gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the other 4 also took out their guns and shot at Qin Yu and the man. Guns? Who are these people? They actually have guns. The man grabbed Qin Yu and hid to the side. Run! Qin Yu immediately followed him, subconsciously worried that Qin Yang in the warehouse next door would come over after hearing the gunshots. These people are indiscriminately harming others and must be dealt with, otherwise Qin Yang will be in danger. Qin Yu broke free from the man's hand and stopped beside the warehouse. The man who ran over saw Qin Yu and was about to shoot, but Qin Yu stepped forward and knocked the first man's pistol away, used the human shield he made to block his body, and kicked the second man. After dealing with the 2 men, he knocked the man on his hand unconscious with his elbow and pushed him forward. While the remaining 2 men were dodging, he quickly stepped forward and knocked the 2 men to the ground with 1 punch and 1 kick. The man behind him did not leave, nor was he surprised. He looked at Qin Yu with some admiration, picked up a pistol on the ground, shot 4 people dead each, picked it up, and threw it into the river nearby. He did the whole process smoothly and calmly. A habitual criminal? A killer? Or something else? Aren't you afraid? The man's deep voice was particularly pleasant. You are not afraid of killing people, so why should I be afraid? Qin Yu asked back. The man raised his eyebrows and said, You saved me once, and I will give you a piece of advice. He noticed that there was another person coming towards this side in the distance, and left a message. Don't go out during the new year, and stock up on more supplies. Then he strode away, heading in the direction of the person who came, and led the person away. He knew the end of the world was coming? Who was he? Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 10 points. One person has the points of 10 people. Who on earth is this man? Qin Yu looked at the man's back as he left, and fell into deep thought. Was he also reborn, or an important figure in this era? If someone knew it in advance, then was the end of the world accidental or man-made? In the warehouse, Qin Yang ran out anxiously, and seeing Qin Yu was there, the panic on his face calmed down a little. Sister, I think I heard gunshots. Are you okay? Qin Yang ran around and found Qin Yu. He saw a lot of blood under Qin Yu's feet. Sister, why is there so much blood here? Are you injured? Her thoughts were interrupted. Seeing her brother running over, Qin Yu came back to her senses. She squatted down, looked at her brother and said with a smile, No, this is not my blood. Someone was fighting here. I just came over. How about you? Are you okay? I'm fine, it's Mao Qiu who's in trouble. Let's go to the pet store to buy some medicine. I want to deworm him and treat his illness. He has worms and skin inflammation, and his intestines must also need conditioning. Qin Yang analyzed seriously. How do you know? Qin Yu was surprised. When did his brother become a professional veterinarian? The puppy in the box was still weak, with stains all over its body, and its original fur color could not be seen. It had obvious wounds on its body, and occasionally its expression would be extremely painful, and it would whimper softly. Qin Yang didn't dislike the fur ball at all. He touched its head and said gently, I read it in the book you gave me, but I haven't finished it yet. After a while, his tone became very firm. I will finish reading the rest when I go back. Is the skill book of that cheating system really useful? Qin Yu was a little surprised for a moment. The two drove home and bought some pet medicine at a pet hospital. Qin Yu then found the person in charge to purchase pet toys, and large quantities of food and medicine, for a total of 120,000 yuan. The other party gave her a 12% discount, minus the remainder, and paid 100,000 yuan. Qin's father had transferred 1 million yuan to her when she ran out of money after purchasing fruits and vegetables. She didn't have much money for the pet rabbit and parrot, so she used her balance to pay for them. After deducting the things she had just bought, she still had 900,000 yuan left. After returning home, Qin Yu took out the snail noodles, milk tea, McDonald's, fried skewers, and cakes that she had stored in her space and put them on the coffee table. She turned on the extra-large projector and played a movie. The surround sound system made her feel like she was in a movie theater. She and her brother ate and watched the movie while they ate junk food and drank drinks, and had a great time watching the movie on the extra-large screen. After watching the movie, the two washed up, and Qin Yang said he would go back to his room to read and take care of the puppy. Qin Yu returned to the room, lay on the bed, and used her consciousness to move the grain, rice, and oil that were placed outside the yard back to the basement. Ding! Physical strength upgraded to level 6. The efficiency of working in space is high. Qin Yu closed her eyes and prepared to go to sleep, planning to stock up on big items tomorrow. Suddenly, she remembered something. She ran to the property management in the middle of the night, found a man, and had a good chat with him. I returned home and fell asleep. There seemed to be some movement at the door. No one could break the double security door. The noise lasted for a while and then stopped. Tonight is also a quiet night. Chapter 14. Slap the 9th floor in the face. February 4th, 2024. 5 days to the end of the world. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the door early in the morning, and the sound was extremely loud, but 1801 and 1701 had both been replaced with double-layer security doors, which were not only anti-theft but also soundproof, so the people inside were not affected at all. Qin Yu woke up naturally and felt that there seemed to be someone at the door. She looked out through the peephole and saw the couple from the 9th floor standing outside, knocking on the door, and it seemed like they had been knocking for quite a while. "Open the door! Who are you? How dare you move into someone else's house and change the decoration? Open the door quickly, or I'll call the police." The man with gold-rimmed glasses knocked angrily at the door. Qin Yu opened the security door and looked at the two uninvited guests knocking on the door with a cold expression through the iron bars. "What do you do all day? Aren't you living in 1701? How come you are living in 1801? You are breaking into the house illegally," the man with gold-rimmed glasses accused. "You come here so early to maintain peace. Is the owner of 1801 your relative?" Qin Yu sneered. "You don't look like good people." As soon as the door was closed, ignoring the two angry troublemakers at the door, Qin Yu called Qin's father and asked him to add her to the owner group and see what tricks the couple on the 9th floor liked to play in the group. Qin's father sent me 2 screenshots of the 1801 rental contract, in which there was a red line that allowed for re-reinforcement and reconstruction. When renting the house, the other party took the initiative to ask them to reinforce the doors and windows. Qin's father was puzzled and did not ask more questions. If he didn't say it, Qin's father would secretly change it later. He said that it could be replaced openly in the early stage. After receiving the picture, Qin Yu glanced at the owner's group, and found that most of them were led by the couple on the 9th floor. "You said our elevator broke before? It doesn't matter if it breaks. We can just fix it. We are all neighbors. It was her family who broke it, but she was even more aggressive than me, blaming me and cursing at me." Owner of 902. "Ah, the people from 1701 are so arrogant? That's impossible." Owner of 1202. "So uncultured." Owner of 802. "Why did they let such a person move in? Our life will be difficult in the future." Owner of 1301. There was a chorus of agreement in the group. "Also, I actually saw her coming out of 1801 this morning. They are not the landlord of 1801. They bought 1701 and actually lived in 1801. I don't know how they got in." Owner of 902. "I heard that they bought the house from a relative and bought it at a very cheap price." Owner of 1301. "She only knows how to take advantage of her relatives. She definitely has bad character. She also broke the elevator and refused to admit it. Could it be that she broke into 1801 without permission?" said the owner of 1001. There were bursts of exclamations in the group, and some people suggested calling the police. When Qin Yu finished her breakfast, the number of messages was 99 plus. She glanced at some messages casually and found that this woman had many supporters. Without saying anything, she changed the note to 1701 and sent the rental contract and a video. After the rental contract was sent out, no one in the group posted any more messages. After the video was loaded and sent out, the group exploded again. In the video, a man cried and said, "I'm sorry, I broke the elevator by accident. I just didn't have the nerve to do it. Then I wanted to put the blame on the owner of room 1701 because I was afraid of having to pay compensation. Isn't this the property management of our community? He just came here last year and he is quite talkative. Owner of 501. I really can't tell. I feel he is very responsible. Owner of 1202. He is crying like this. Is there some other hidden story? Owner of room 902. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. The guy's face seems to be a little blue. I don't think he confessed under torture. Owner of 1001. The woman on the 9th floor wanted to stir up trouble again. Chinyu pulled out another surveillance video from her phone. One video showed the property manager rushing out of the elevator on the 1701 floor, and the other showed the door of 1801 last night, where the couple on the 9th floor tried to open the door with their key but couldn't. After these two videos were posted, there was no sound in the group. It is obvious that the person on the 9th floor is crying, "Stop thief." He used the key to open the door of 1801, but couldn't open it, so he said the next day that someone on the 9th floor broke into the room illegally. In room 902 on the 9th floor, a couple was so angry at home that they shouted angrily, "This bitch, I must kill her." The group was quiet, and Chin's father sent a message. The highest virtue is like water. Our family doesn't like to argue. If it was us, we will take the initiative to take responsibility. If it wasn't us, we will never admit it. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. My father sent a red envelope to the group. The owners in the group scrambled for the red envelopes, and then the tone suddenly changed, and they began to welcome the family from 1701 to move into Building 5. After cleaning the table and leaving breakfast and a note for Chinyu went out to the clothing market. She met some neighbors in the elevator, and they greeted her enthusiastically. Chinyu nodded in response. Nanmen Clothing Wholesale Market. Chinyu found the largest clothing store and looked at the goods inside. The quality was good. She bought from the owner winter warm-keeping equipment from head to toe, including cold-proof hats, scarves, cold-proof clothes, warm clothes, wool sweaters, gloves, knee pads, snow boots, etc. My younger brother is still growing, so I bought a little bit of each size of his clothes. The owner also sold bedding, cold-proof quilts, from down and silk quilts to summer air conditioning quilts, 4-piece bedding sets, pillows, etc. She spent 140,000 yuan, and the owner gave her a discount of 113,000 yuan. She paid the money and asked the owner to deliver it to the warehouse. There will be extreme cold before an earthquake, and the breath you exhale will turn into ice. These cold-proof items are necessary, and they also require more professional ones. Chinyu turned to the outdoor goods market. She had to buy some outdoor survival equipment. Fortunately, after the flood, she could go out and buy it for free. Due to the impact of the epidemic, the economy is depressed, and outdoor products are not selling well. Chinyu has become a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone, and the bosses have all shouted out bargain prices. In order to ensure the quality and complete variety, Chinyu found a larger store as usual and looked at the goods in the store. They were all real goods. She purchased several speedboats, rubber boats, some tools for outdoor camping, tents, sleeping bags, first aid kits, outdoor cooking utensils, small gas tanks, waterproof matchboxes, windproof lighters, lighter oil, lighting tools, fishing gear, military shovels, multifunctional knives, raincoats, hoods, climbing ropes, etc. Seeing that Chinyu wanted so much, the store owner thought that she was a professional camping enthusiast, and recommended the cold-proof clothing that he had kept in the bottom of the box, saying that it was used by the Russian army and could protect against temperatures of more than -40 degrees Celsius. Chinyu bought all of them, spending a total of 265,000. The boss gave her all the hot packs he had stored in the warehouse, saying that there were dozens of boxes. Chinyu nodded to express her gratitude, gave the boss the delivery address, and went to the daily chemical center again. It is not easy to live in the apocalypse. Many people are dirty and covered with lice. Soap and shower gel are only things that people inside the high-walled base are qualified to use. If she were to live her life over again, she would live a good life with her family instead of just existing. Toiletries, shampoo, shower gel, soap, toothpaste, mouthwash, toothbrush, moisturizer and sunscreen, laundry detergent, bleaching powder, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, disinfectant wipes, thermos, disposable cups, fuel alcohol, stove, disinfectant, insecticide, rat poison, etc. Daily chemical products are consumed too quickly, and Qin Yu ordered a large quantity, which cost a total of 240,000 yuan. After buying daily necessities, it was time for lunch. Qin Yu ate a bowl of hot and sour noodles on the roadside. It tasted very good. She ordered another one and placed an order with the boss for 500 servings. She paid and would pick them up later. Many friended messages popped up in WeChat, all from Chen Feng. Qin Yu ignored them all and glanced at the WeChat message sent by her father. In a short video, she saw her great-uncle and his family were busy and exhausted in the farmhouse. Even Qin Jiayu, who had always been a little princess, was dressed like an auntie, helping to serve the dishes and clean the house. My mother sat on a stool, directing the chef in the kitchen to cook. Left a message, "I'll be back tomorrow." Qin Yu replied, "Okay, thank you Mom and Dad for your hard work, and let my uncle and his family know that money is not that easy to make." There are several large markets connected together. After Qin Yu finished her spicy and sour meal, she got up and went to the electrical appliance market to buy a solar generator. After running around, she found a store that sold small solar panels. She bought 10 small solar panels at a cost of 220,000 yuan. The boss said it was the latest research, a patented product, and the price couldn't be lower. It was guaranteed to store electricity quickly and well, and it could store electricity even on cloudy days, but it was slow. Qin Yu paid the money, gave the delivery address, and emphasized that if the goods were not good, she should call 12315. The boss repeatedly emphasized that the quality of aerospace equipment was absolutely guaranteed. When a flood breaks out, there will be a water and power outage afterwards. These solar panels can be placed on the balcony of 1701. Then she will find a way to connect 1701 and 1801 so that the house can have normal power supply. After searching the market for a while, Qin Yu bought 5 500L water towers, as well as a lot of water purification tablets, filters, and water tower cleaning agents, spending 50,000 yuan. When floods come and the water supply is cut off, these water tanks will come in handy. After going to the hot and sour noodle shop to buy some noodles, Qin Yu went to the warehouse to collect the goods bought in the morning while no one was putting them into the space. After waiting for a while, the solar generator and water tower also arrived and were put into the space together. It was getting dark. Qin Yu drove back, came out of the underground garage, and saw Chen Feng. Yeah, I finally found you. I couldn't find you these past few days. I asked your cousin and she told me that you moved here," Chen Feng said helplessly. "Looking for me? No need. I, Qin Yu, am allergic to scumbags." After leaving these words, Qin Yu left quickly. Chen Feng wanted to grab Qin Yu, but he failed to grab the corner of her clothes. "I'm not a scumbag, Chen Feng didn't know how to explain. If he's not a scumbag, why would he hide his identity? You act like an examiner, testing the person who likes you. If you pass, you'll tell him the result, and if you fail, you'll never contact him again? Who do you think you are, being so high and mighty?" He also said that he is not a scumbag, but he is a scumbag without knowing it. When Qin Yang got home, he was playing with Mauchio. He saw that the puppy had recovered a lot. Qin Yang was happy to see Qin Yu coming back and said, "Sister, you are back. Look, there are many more Malkias. Well, my Yang is so great. Sister is proud of you. Are you hungry?" Qin Yu said as she walked into the kitchen. An hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were brought out from the kitchen: braised potatoes with pork ribs, garlic chicken wings, cold cucumber salad, and clams, winter melon and meatball soup. The aroma was so fragrant that it made my mouth water. "Wow, sister, this dish is so delicious." Qin Yang ate the food with big mouthfuls, looking very satisfied. The two of them finished all 4 dishes, still wanting more. Afterwards, they played with the dog for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. Before going to bed, Qin Yu used her consciousness to tidy up the basement, warehouse and space, sorting the things inside and arranging them in order. Ding! Physical strength upgraded to level 7. Only physical strength increased, but not strength. Qin Yu was a little confused. That was right. She felt that she was not as tired as before when moving things these 2 days. It seemed that her strength was already saturated. Qin Yu closed her eyes and fell asleep, feeling a little excited. My parents will be back tomorrow. Chapter 15. Income of Younger Brother. After waking up, Chinyu checked her mobile phone and it was 9 a.m. on February 5, 2024, and there were still 4 days until New Year's Eve. After some accounting, I found that I had about 12,000 yuan left. I will keep it for now. Now that I have bought most of my things, I can decorate my home and prepare for the end of the world. When they left the room, breakfast was already on the table. Qin Yang had taken out some heated-up frozen steamed dumplings and buns from the refrigerator. The two of them ate breakfast together at the dining table. There was the sound of a door opening, and the voices of my parents. "We're back." Hearing the sound, Qin Yang and Qin Yu went to the door to greet their parents. Their parents were carrying a lot of cured products, including cured meat, cured sausage, cured duck and cured chicken, all of which were smoked by their mother herself with firewood at the farmhouse. "We are in for a treat. I brought back all the leftover cured products from the farm stay," Lu Ping said happily. Her cured products have always been in high demand. "Wow, I want to eat 3 bowls of rice." Qin Yang ran to his mother and showed her his fur ball. "Look, this is my new pet called Fur Ball. It looks like we have a new family member." Dad welcomed him warmly. Mom's frown relaxed and she said, "Let's take good care of the new member together." No, you don't know how to do it. I have to take care of him," Qin Yang said with the look of a little adult. The whole family laughed at his appearance, and sat at the dining table to eat breakfast and chat. "Your uncle and his family are so tired that they can't even get up in the morning. It looks like they will come back to us in 2 days and return the farmhouse to us." My mother was a little gloating. Qin Yu was not happy. "Humph, they want it if they want, and they can return it if they want. No way. But no one lives downstairs, and they already know that we live in 1801. They will definitely find an excuse to move in." Dad knows his brother's family and expressed his concerns. "Dad, in the last life, my great-uncle's family hoarded food and didn't share any with us. They ate all our food and drove us away, not caring how many zombies there were outside. If they lived downstairs, we wouldn't have a peaceful life." Thinking of the evil deeds of her great-uncle's family in the last life, she didn't stab them immediately. She still had some sense. Qin's father knew that he was always soft-hearted, and not letting them live here was the right choice. "Don't worry, I will strongly refuse. Besides, we have installed a security door. They can't get in. There are still hidden dangers in this matter. My uncle and his family can forget about living here." Suddenly, Qin Yu remembered the 3 pistols she picked up in the warehouse. She took them out and put them on the table. Qin's father, and Qin Yang were all shocked. "Are these real guns?" "Yes, I saw someone fighting over at the warehouse, and 3 guns fell. I picked them up." Qin Yu didn't want to make her parents worry too much, so she didn't go into too much detail. "Mom and Dad, each of you take one to protect yourself in critical moments. I'll teach you how to use them later." After breakfast, the mother went into the kitchen and started to work happily. "My own home is the best. It's the happiest to be with my family." Qin Yu was helping on the side. Her mother was planning to make dumplings and wontons and freeze them in the refrigerator. Qin Yu told her mother that she could give her space and the food would not expire, which instantly inspired her mother's fighting spirit. She would make dumplings until her hands cramped. She also had to make strong-smelling dishes, lots of them, and unlimited doomsday delicacies. Ding dong! Qin Yu's phone rang. It was a WeChat message. 5 sons? Didn't I tell them not to look for her no matter what? Boss, this is all my fault. I didn't have enough money to give to my wife, so my brothers and I joined the Dilong organization. Now that we have withdrawn from the Dilong organization, we have no place to live. We are being targeted and excluded by them. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Big brother is so hungry that he fainted. Their situation and personalities are so inconsistent with their body size that they are just a group of strong men crying. Where's your money? I paid some when I joined the association, and I paid some when I withdrew from the association. All gone. Where's my wife? He ran away with someone. Qin Yu didn't want to care at first, but then she thought, if they were willing to stay in 1701 downstairs, then even if her uncle and his family came to visit, they wouldn't dare to offend this group of strong men who looked difficult to deal with. What's the address? I'll pick you up. Fearing that the other party might have given false information, Qin Yu decided to go and see the address, which turned out to be Wangshan Park. When Qin Yu rushed over, he saw a group of strong men squatting in a row. They were all skinny and pale from hunger. They looked at Qin Yu and greeted him weakly. "Hi, boss. How come you can't even get a bite of food? We couldn't find a place that could accommodate 8 of us and provide food, so our previous place had to recruit new people. Search separately? That won't work. We are brothers and cannot be separated," the 8 people said in unison. "It's amazing, it's a miracle that he can live to this age." Qin Yu was kind enough to take them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. After the meal, the boss said he wanted to charge them extra money. Looking at the rice buckets piled high on the table, Qin Yu nodded and agreed, and then added 5 more dishes for them. "Boss." "Don't call me boss." Qin Yu frowned. "Oh, boss." Giving up the conversation, Qin Yu stood up, paid for the meal, and sent them the address. "You guys come over later, I'm leaving first." "Okay, boss." Before they could even finish their food, the group of people started to greet Qin Yu. "Thank you for saving my life again, boss." Qin Yu quickened her pace and left the restaurant, finally getting away from everyone's strange looks. A woman with 8 strong men, with an astonishing appetite, and they all called her boss. No wonder no one is willing to recruit them. Which canteen can afford to feed these 8 magical sons? When she reached the parking lot, Qin Yu saw Qin Hao getting out of a car, followed by a group of men and women. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. When the other party saw her, he came over with a sly smile on his face, surrounded by a group of young people. The resigned property manager of the residential complex was also among them, staring at Qin Yu fiercely. Hey, isn't this my good cousin? Why are you walking so fast?" Qin Hao took advantage of his numbers and saw that Qin Yu only wanted revenge. "Don't you need help with the farmhouse?" Qin Yu stopped and asked him. The other party's face changed, and it seemed that he was very unhappy in the farmhouse. "I don't want to stay in that crappy place anymore. Hurry and return my house to us." "You're probably overthinking it." "You don't agree? My brothers are all here, you should think it over carefully." Qin Hao looked at Qin Yu evilly as she looked at the brothers behind him. "My cousin has a good figure, she's popular with men, you know, she's very ecstatic." A group of young people behind her became excited and surrounded Qin Yu. Qin Yu stood still and did not take these people seriously at all. "What do you want to do?" A low and rough voice came from behind. The tall bodies of the 8 men loomed over the weak bodies of the youngsters and said unhappily, "What do you want from our boss?" It's okay. Qin Hao realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat immediately. "It's okay, just keep your mouth shut." The 8 guys grabbed the young man and slapped him in the face. Qin Hao's teeth were knocked out. He didn't dare to make a sound, staring at Qin Yu fiercely. "How dare you stare at me?" Wu Zi threw 2 punches at Qin Hao, and his fists turned black. He was pulled away by the people around him and ran away quickly. Seeing the 8 brothers collectively protecting her, Qin Yu suddenly felt that it was not bad to have 8 younger brothers, although these younger brothers sometimes made her speechless. Qin Yu got in the car and said to the 8 children, "Get in." The 8 children happily got in the car, and Qin Yu took them to 1701 and gave them the key. After entering the door, Qin Yu said, "There is no furniture here for the time being. Since you have no money, I will not charge you rent. I will buy you some beds and furniture in the afternoon." Then Qin Yu continued to instruct, "Go and do odd jobs tomorrow, and use the money you earn to buy rice. Don't tell me that you can't share it." The group of people did not dare to refute and nodded in unison, saying, "Thank you very much." Qin Yu went upstairs and told Qin's father and mother that there were guests staying downstairs. If the uncle's family came to the door, let them deal with it. Qin's mother breathed a sigh of relief, and solved a big worry of hers. After all, she knew her husband's character very well. In the afternoon, Qin Yu went around the second-hand furniture market and bought some beds, sofas, dining tables and stools, spending more than 8,000 yuan, leaving her with almost no money left. When the furniture was moved to 1701, Wu Zi was the only one at home. He helped Qin Yu to tidy up the house. After some tidying and arranging, it looked like home. Wu Zi was noticed by the furniture boss and was invited to work part-time. When she got home, it was time for dinner. Qin Yu smelled the aroma of bacon rice. On the table were crystal pork elbow, braised beef, lily pumpkin, boiled pork slices, codfish soup, and garlic lettuce. Come quickly, sister is going to eat. Yeah, you are back. Let's eat. The whole family sat happily around the table, eating and chatting. Yeah, I made 300 dumplings, which is not a lot. Your father and I made them too slowly, and Yang can only eat the dumplings he made. Come make dumplings with me tonight. Lu Ping was a little discouraged. She knew and she liked helping out, because those who learn quickly can do better. The two men in the family are not suitable to enter the kitchen. No problem, dear Ms. Lu Ping, Qin Yu said with a smile. Lu Ping smiled and glared at Qin Yu, then deliberately said with a stern face, You are being dishonest again. The owners group on WeChat has become active again. A lot of big guys came to our building 5 all of a sudden, it's so scary. They all live in 1701. It's so scary, what kind of people are they? Said the owner of 902. I met some nice people. I couldn't carry the things but they lifted them up with one hand and helped me carry them to the door. Owner of 701. Who knows what they are up to? You'd better be careful and don't get targeted by them. Owner of 902. Don't worry, there are a lot of good people now. Owner of 1201. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being tall. It's not good to insinuate and slander others like this. The owner of 701. Well, you can't judge a book by its cover. Owner 1402. The words of the owner of room 902 suddenly lost their credibility. The middle-aged woman in the room smashed her phone in anger. Her husband was the owner of the post, so who would refute what she said before? It was all that bitch's fault. Qin Yu glanced at the WeChat group and exited, continuing to enjoy her food. Her mother's cooking was unbeatable. Ugly people like to do weird things. Chapter 16. Retreat from Farmhouse Fun. It was late at night. Back in the room, Qin Yu thought that it would be safer if he could restore his previous life's fighting power before the end of the world. Open the system skill mall, it shows 12 love points remaining, 10 points have been used. Click to redeem cooking and carpentry. Cooking for mom, carpentry for dad. She used her consciousness to enter the space. The basement had been tidied up, but the small tree outside the yard still looked dying. There was no difference outside the yard from before. She looked at the black soil and dug it with her consciousness. After digging 4 pieces of land, Qin Yu was so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. Digging soil is more than twice as tiring as moving things. Ding! Physical strength upgraded to level 8. Ah, her physical strength has been upgraded. No wonder she is so tired. It turns out that digging is so intense. 4 pieces of land made her so tired that Qin Yu fell into a dream. In her dream, she seemed to have returned to her previous life and saw Shenfeng returning to the abandoned campus, searching for something back and forth on the campus, and then lying at the place where Qin Yu sent the distress signal and closed his eyes. When she woke up in the morning, Qin Yu was a little dazed. She felt that this dream was so real, but mist it is mist, she never looks back. I reached for my phone and checked the time out of habit. February 6, 2024, 3 days to the end of the world. Qin's father and mother got up early and left breakfast on the table. When they were not at home, they left a note. My brother and I took Mao out for a walk to see the surrounding area. In addition, 800,000 has been transferred to your card. After checking her bank account and finding the money had arrived, Qin Yu ate the lean meat and preserved egg porridge, soy milk, and steamed dumplings left by her mother, and then went out to the fruit and vegetable seed wholesale market. In the elevator, they met the old couple and their granddaughter from 1702. All 3 of them looked very happy. The little girl said to Qin Yu, My brother is coming back from High City Sports School. I am so happy. Qin Yu nodded and smiled, responding to the little girl. Girl, don't be annoying. My granddaughter likes her brother the most. Her brother will come back on New Year's Eve. She is so happy that she tells everyone about it. New Year's Eve, High City? In his memory, High City was the first city to be flooded. If his brother didn't come back before New Year's Eve, he might never come back. Looking at the little girl's bright smile, Qin Yu said something. The weather report says the weather on New Year's Eve is very bad. It will be safer to come back a day earlier. Oh, so that's the case. Thank you, young lady. I'll talk to my grandson and ask him to come home earlier. The old grandmother looked worried, and after getting out of the elevator, she urged her husband to call her grandson. In the garage, Qin Yu saw someone guarding in front of her van. The familiar figure made her frown. Yeah, I came to see you for something this time. Don't leave yet. It's very important. Shinfeng blocked Qin Yu's way, looked into her eyes and said seriously. The coastal areas are not safe anymore. My parents asked all the relatives to move inland. They will leave tomorrow and will not move back. Yeah, come with me. In the previous life, I met Shinfeng in the inland. It turned out that his family had moved to the inland a long time ago. But in his previous life, he didn't tell her such a thing, he just said that his parents wanted to go inland to celebrate the new year. Why is it unsafe? Qin Yu asked doubtfully. Could it be that Shinfeng's family knew something? This typhoon is not simple. This is what my father heard from the military leaders. Shinfeng didn't know the specific situation, and his biggest guess was a flood crisis. I won't go with you. Have a nice journey. After saying that, Qin Yu got into the car, closed the door, and drove away. Qin Jiayu stayed in the hidden corner of the garage for a long time. When she entered the garage and saw Shinfeng, she hid, wanting to see who Shinfeng was waiting for. After a while, Qin Jiayu heard the conversation between Qin Yu and Shinfeng. She was jealous and crazy. Shinfeng was moving away, and he wanted to move with Qin Yu. What was their relationship, and why could Qin Yu go with him? Shinfeng stood there disappointedly. Qin Jiayu walked over and pretended to be innocent. Senior Shinfeng, what are you doing here? Seeing the person coming, Shinfeng put away his lost expression and returned to his aloof attitude. Nothing, I have something to do and I'll leave first. Hateful. Why is this Shinfeng so cold to her and pursues Qin Yu relentlessly? When the car arrived at the fruit and vegetable seed wholesale market, Qin Yu's cell phone rang. It was his uncle. There was also a message on WeChat. Open the door, you have changed the door, open it quickly. My uncle and his family came here so early, and the training we have given them in the past few days has been very effective. Without answering the phone, Qin Yu called Qin's father. Dad, my uncle and his family are at our door. Don't go back yet. Walk around nearby and wait for me to join you. I received a call too. Okay, let's go back together. Qin's father responded on the phone. After walking around the market, the boss told Qin Yu that there were more than 200 kinds of vegetable seeds, but not so many were needed. Qin Yu asked for more than 60 kinds of commonly grown vegetables, including fruit vegetables, leafy vegetables, stem vegetables, root vegetables, and cauliflowers. Although we have stockpiled enough supplies, the situation in the end times is special. Buying seeds and growing vegetables can not only ensure resource regeneration, but also prevent the secrets of space from being exposed. We also purchased a batch of fruit tree seedlings, which are basically 2-year-old high-quality seedlings, apple trees, pear trees, peach trees, cherry trees, orange trees, blueberries, kiwis, mangoes, melons, dates, etc. A total of 360,000 yuan was spent on vegetable and fruit seeds and saplings, plus 80,000 yuan for agricultural tools, pesticides, fertilizers and other materials, which totaled 410,000 yuan after discounts. Boss, do you have a machete? The boss was a little confused when he heard this. Yes, what do you need a machete for this kind of vegetable? If you are a novice on the road and you are not good at it, just chop it up and use it as fertilizer. Young man, you are interesting. I personally give you a few machetes and axes. They are all made by me and are of the best quality. After paying the money, Qin Yu gave the boss the delivery address and drove back to Zifeng Jiangnanuan. He picked up Qin's father, mother and younger brother at the entrance of a supermarket near the community. When the family arrived at the entrance of 1801, they did not see his uncle and his family. After entering the house, they sat down to rest. Qin's mother Lu Ping put the large and small bags bought from the supermarket into the refrigerator, washed her hands and cooked, while Qin's father helped her. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. As soon as they returned home, they came here right away. My uncle's family has quite a few spies here. Open the door, I know you are back. Open the door quickly. Wang Zilan shouted in a shrill voice. Qin Yu stood up and stopped her parents. I'll go, you guys continue with your work. She walked to the door, opened the inner door, and greeted them through the iron security door outside. What's going on? You don't know how to open the door and let the elders stand outside, the eldest uncle said unhappily. Where is your father? Ask your father to come out. They are tired and just went to bed. Tell me if you have anything. Since there was no easy target, Qin Minwen didn't know how to talk to Qin Yu for a moment. Seeing her husband remain silent, Wang Zilan stepped forward and said, I won't waste words. Return 1701 to us. We don't want the farmhouse anymore. Return the 1 million to us. Oh, and your mother asked us for 800,000 yuan. Return it all to us. Oh, sorry, I've already spent all my money. What did you say? You've spent all the money. I don't believe it. You liar, you didn't want to run this farmhouse for a long time. I was wondering why you sold it to us so easily. Your parents didn't bother us. They even taught us how to cook. When you were robbing the farmhouse, there were quite a lot of spectators. Now that you can't run it anymore, you say I cheated you. Don't think you can get all the good things. Qin Yu would never admit that she lied. Qin Jiayu stepped forward and said softly, Sister, none of you live in 1701, so it's empty anyway, so you can let me stay there. We can pay the rent, and we won't take advantage of you. Not taking advantage? Aren't you the ones who ask for money every time you go to the farmhouse with all kinds of excuses? And it's not that I don't want to rent it to you. The downstairs has already been rented out. When they come back in the evening, do you think they are willing to cancel the lease? I don't dare to cancel the lease with them. You are the landlord, there is nothing you are afraid of. You just don't want to rent it to us. Lu Zilan said in disbelief. Then you can find it yourselves. If they are willing to return it, I will rent it to you. After saying that, Qin Yu closed the door and let her aunt shout outside. Qin's father and mother came out from the kitchen listening to the noise outside and asked Qin Yu worriedly, Are the tenants in 1701 okay? Your uncle's family is going to be very troublesome if they make trouble. Don't worry. Qin Yu had already greeted the 8 men and told them not to be polite. Moreover, when they were silent, their intimidation was still quite strong. Qin's mother and father went back to the kitchen to cook. Qin Yu and Qin Yang played with Mao together. After a few days, Mao was able to walk on the ground by himself, and the hair on his body slowly grew back. The younger brother saved a life. After dinner, Qin Yu went out to buy some fuel. He was introduced by his father to the Xiao Ri workshop and bought some diesel and gasoline. The quantity was not much, 2,000 L of diesel and 1,000 L of kerosene. He already had 5,000 L of gasoline. Qin's father sucked it out after refueling at the gas station, and changed several gas stations, repeating this for several days. In the morning, Qin Yu ordered 8 more stainless steel iron bars from the window shop owner. They have been delivered to the warehouse. Qin Yu went to the warehouse to put all the things into the space and went home. Arriving at the gate of the community, Qin Yu walked around Zifeng Jiangnan Garden. There is a primary school and a kindergarten at the gate of the community, a circle of ground floor shops, and a large supermarket within 1 kilometer. In front of the supermarket is a commercial street with a lot of food, 2 small clinics, and some hardware stores. In the evening, mother called Qin Yu and asked her to come home for dinner. As soon as I entered the door, the food whetted my appetite. There was a new wave of dishes on the table: steamed chicken with vinegar, pork blood, salt and pepper prawns, assorted corn kernels, and lettuce with oyster sauce. Mom, my dear mother, my most beloved mother! Qin Yu walked to the kitchen and helped her mother serve the rice. I heard you. Come eat quickly. Lu Ping got goosebumps. She really couldn't stand Qin Yu's cheesy behavior. The phone screen lit up, and Qin Yu received a WeChat message from Yitzi. Boss, the family you mentioned is here. What should I do? I'm a little nervous. Stop talking, she'll just break bricks with her bare hands for them to see. Okay, sure, no problem. Yitzi sent a cute emoticon of a cute girl. 8 strong men PK 4 bandits, it's exciting. Chapter 17, Battle for Housing. Qin Yu's family was having a happy meal when Wuzi called them on video, which showed a live broadcast of the quarrel between the strong men and their uncle's family. Watch the show, boss. Wuzi sent a message. Qin Yu placed the phone in front of the dining table, and the family watched it together. Uncle and his family are downstairs. Wuzi called me on video. Father Qin stopped using his chopsticks and said with some concern, Don't you need to go down and take a look? It would be troublesome if we go downstairs. Let's eat. Lu Ping glanced at Qin's father with some displeasure, knowing that her husband was beginning to soften his heart again. The video showed scenes at the door of room 1701 and the sound of quarreling. My uncle's family was standing at the door. 3 people came: Qin Minwen, Wang Xuelan, and Qin Jiayu. Qin Hao didn't come. He must have been too embarrassed to see people with his panda eyes. The fighting power of these 3 people was considerable. Neighbors from upstairs and downstairs came over one by one and gathered in the elevator room on the 17th floor to watch the excitement. The safety passages on both sides were filled with people. "You'd better know better and move out. This is my younger brother's house. He asked me to tell you to leave quickly." Qin Mingjie, who was originally aggressive, suddenly saw a strong man opening the door and became a little afraid to act arrogantly. "Let the landlord speak," Yizi said briefly. He is sorry. I am his brother. I will represent him. This house is not for rent anymore. You guys leave quickly." "Let the landlord speak," Yizi repeated. Seeing that the strong man was unwilling, Wang Xilan took the opportunity to squeeze into the house and lay down on the ground. "If you don't move out, I will lie here." In the living room, the 3rd and 4th sons stood up, grabbed her hands and feet, and carried her out. Wang Xilan didn't expect that there were 2 big men. She was frightened and didn't dare to struggle. She only reacted when she was thrown at the door. "Oh, come and take a look. This is so unfair. The landlord wants to take back the house, but the tenant refuses to move out. It's embarrassing. It hurts so much. My waist is about to break." Wang Xilan sat on the ground and yelled. The neighbors gathered around and were also talking about it. Wang Xilan's family were old neighbors here, so they were somewhat biased towards her and looked at the 8 boys with dissatisfaction. "If someone else doesn't want to rent the property, you should just move out. Forcing the rent to be a lease will only make things difficult for both parties. If I were being chased out by the landlord like this, I would have left long ago. No one can swallow this humiliation." The middle-aged woman from room 902 was also inside, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Yeah, it's so embarrassing." The crowd was trying to persuade Yizi to move out, and some neighbors even offered Yizi a new place to rent. Yizi remained stern-faced. "Let the landlord tell you." Seeing such a stubborn attitude, Wang Xuelan and Qin Minwen stood up and stomped their feet. Wang Xuelan urged Qin Minwen to call Qin Mingjie, but no one answered after several calls. "Why don't you call your brother down? Didn't he ask the landlord to talk?" A neighbor nearby gave advice. "My brother didn't answer my call. They must have threatened him. They don't look like good people," Qin Minwen slandered. "Don't tell me they are some bad profession. If they do, the whole building will be unsafe." The 7th son came out and handed a brick to the 1st son. Qin Minwen's face changed and he took a few steps back. The neighbors around him also stepped back and some even walked into the corridor. "Hey, don't mess around, there are people here," Qin Minwen said in panic. Snap! Yizi split the brick with his bare hands. There was a sound of people gasping for air, and the neighbors stopped talking. Yizi said the same thing again. "Move out and ask the landlord to talk. You don't think you can scare us like this? Hitting someone is illegal. You don't want to go to jail, do you?" Qin Minwen said forcefully, looking like he was holding on. Qin Jiayu cried softly. "It's all my fault. It's all because of my poor health. I have asthma. It's more comfortable to live here. Otherwise my parents wouldn't have quarreled with others because I want to move back. I'm wrong, Mom and Dad, let's go. I don't want you to suffer." Wang Xilan took advantage of the situation and half-hugged Qin Jiayu, crying and saying, "My sensible daughter, it's all because of your parents being useless." Many neighbors spoke up again, understanding the concerns of parents. "They are not trying to embarrass you, it's just that their daughter is not in good health. If you don't move out, you're going to kill people." Ms. Gao, the owner of room 902, accused him of a serious crime. "Just move, just think of it as a good deed, and show your pity for all the parents in the world," said the tall and thin owner of room 1202. Yizi stood at the door, not knowing what to say, so he chose to keep silent and stood at the door expressionlessly, remembering what the boss said, that he would not check out. Qin Yu looked at the video helplessly. She couldn't stand it any longer. She stood up and walked along the corridor to the door of 1701. The corridor was full of people. She said, "Make way. I'll go over." When Ms. Gao, the owner of 902, saw Qin Yu coming over. She taunted him. Isn't this from 1701? They really hired a good tenant and let him die without helping. You came to open my door in the middle of the night, and got angry when you couldn't open it. It's ridiculous. If you come close to her and hit her, she won't be polite. Sister Gao's face turned blue and red. She gritted her teeth, forced her mouth to shut, and clenched her fists tightly. Why are you here? Where is your father? Qin Minwen was not very happy to see his niece coming down. His niece didn't listen to him. My dad is not the landlord. This house is in my name. Qin Yu walked to Qin Jiayu and asked with concern. Sister Jiayu is sick? When did it happen? She even participated in a marathon in her circle of friends yesterday. Qin Yu opened her phone and opened Qin Jiayu's updates in her circle of friends. A photo of her and Shenfeng taking a marathon was pinned at the top. It's really inspiring. She participated in a marathon even though she had asthma. It is unbelievable that a person with asthma can run a marathon. The neighbors all have the answer in their minds. Well, I'm just a staff member, Qin Jiayu explained weakly. Ignoring Qin Jiayu, Qin Yu looked at Wang Xuelan and asked, And I only exchanged with you without telling my family because I knew you really wanted our farmhouse. Now you are not happy about it. These brothers saved me, and I can't let them leave this house. Bullshit, it was you who tricked us into changing it, otherwise who would be willing to go to such an exhausting farm stay? After a few days you will have to pay for it all. The more Wang Xuelan thought about it, the angrier she became. Her husband was able to make money and their family was well off, so why did he have to go to a farm stay and apologize to people whose conditions were not as good as theirs? Those cheap aunties were more difficult to deal with than her. Qin Yu smiled, said nothing, turned on the recording on her phone, and clicked play. We don't want the house in the city anymore. Our child has finished school, so we'll give it back to you. It's convenient for Qin Yang to go to high school. You guys have made a lot of money from this farm stay, why can't it be our turn to make money? We are brothers, so only you can make money and not your brother? Halfway through the recording, Wang Xilan tried to come over and grab the phone, but Qin Yu easily dodged her and let the recording finish playing. Everyone looked at Qin Mingwen's family with changed eyes. This family actually bullied their own brother, and felt justified in doing so. This is the thief crying thief. You wouldn't normally know they are this kind of person. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I thought their family had some power before. It seems my feeling was right. Ding! The elevator door opened and Qin Hao came up wearing sunglasses. It's you. Why are you living here? Qin Hao turned to his parents and said angrily, Mom and Dad, they beat me, and you're still living in my house. Get out of here now. You brought a group of people to bully a girl. Who else should I beat if not you? Yitzi felt unhappy when he saw Qin Hao. He thought, that damn boy actually wanted to bully their boss. He deserved to be beaten. So what? Qin Yu, this woman, occupies my house. Doesn't she deserve to be punished? Qin Hao said unscrupulously. If you were not here, I would have punished her a long time ago. Qin Jiayu pulled her brother and told him not to talk anymore, but Qin Hao didn't notice it at all, thinking that his sister was worried about his safety and asked him to be careful. Qin Hao didn't worry about being beaten at all, because there were so many people here, so they didn't dare to do it. You all know who saved me from these big brothers, don't you need me to tell you? Even though they look fierce, they are actually kind-hearted people. The people in the building nodded after hearing what Qin Yu said. Their impression of the 8 guys instantly improved. They curled their lips at the uncle's family. Some of those who had come to support them went back to their homes and dispersed. Hey, don't leave. Everyone was gone. Wang Xilan lost her confidence, and Qin Jiayu pulled her uncle, aunt and younger brother into the elevator. Before leaving, he looked at Qin Yu unwillingly and said, Just wait, I will never let you have it easy. Qin Yu looked at her uncle's family without a trace of emotion in her eyes. She turned around and asked the 8 sons how much rice they had bought. She went in and saw that it was a small half-house. She reminded them, If you are celebrating the new year here, buy more vegetables. They are more expensive during the new year. Okay, boss. The 8 men obeyed. It was already late when we returned to 1801. When my parents saw Qin Yu coming back, they talked to her for a while and then went to bed. After washing up, Qin Yu entered the space and used her consciousness to organize the newly purchased supplies. Cherry saplings, seedless grape saplings, lettuce, and potatoes were planted on the 4 pieces of black soil. Ding! Physical strength upgraded to level 9. Qin Yu felt so sleepy that she fell asleep and woke up naturally the next day. The time showed February 7, 2024. 2 days to Doomsday. Chapter 18, Shenfeng Leaves. Qin Yu got up and picked up her mobile phone, and found that the weather forecast also showed a red warning for the next few days, indicating that the weather will become bad in the next few days. There were only 2 days left until the Chinese New Year, and many businesses had already closed. Qin Yu suspended her material storage plan and planned to take a walk around the area. She called Qin Yang and the two went to a nearby supermarket. The supermarket has 2 floors and is very large. There are many people buying New Year's goods and it is crowded inside. Qin Yang saw Qin Jiayu was also in the supermarket, shopping with Ms. Gao, the owner of room 902. Sister, is that my cousin in front? Yes, I do. Qin Jiayu and Sister Gao were chatting and laughing, and they had a good relationship. Qin Yu was a little surprised why Qin Jiayu was buying things here. Hey, isn't that your sister behind you? Sister Gao turned around and saw Qin Yu. She pointed her out to Qin Jiayu, who smiled and said hello to Qin Yu. Sister, do you want to go shopping with me? Qin Jiayu pushed the car over and said to Qin Yu enthusiastically. We're going to live in building 4 of the community. Let's buy some household items now. This is the one my parents bought for me before. It's a small apartment, but since we're a family, the size of the apartment isn't important. Although he said this, he was very unhappy in his heart. The apartment was small and there was only 1 toilet, which made living there very inconvenient. Qin Yu led her brother Qin Yang and walked forward on their own, completely ignoring Qin Jiayu. Qin Jiayu looked a little apologetic and smiled awkwardly. My sister is like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Humph, you can tolerate her only because you have a good personality. Your personality is definitely a good match for my son. Sister Gao looked like a matchmaker and continued. My son is coming back soon after he finishes his PhD abroad. He has always liked you and always asks me about your recent situation. Qin Jiayu felt shy and didn't say anything. She looked up and saw a familiar figure walking towards her. It was Shenfeng, and she felt a surge of joy in her heart. Yeah, you come to the supermarket too. What are you buying? This supermarket is ours. I'll ask them to give you a free bill when you buy something later. Shenfeng only had Qin Yu in his eyes, and didn't pay any attention to anyone else. Qin Jiayu wanted to snore but was ignored, which made him feel angry and dissatisfied. Need not. Senior Shenfeng, hello? Qin Yu greeted Shenfeng sweetly. Didn't you say you were leaving Binshui City today? Well, I came here for something. You and your sister's bill will be waived later. Shenfeng felt very disappointed when he saw Qin Yu ignoring him. Thank you, Senior Shenfeng. Sister Gao, who was standing by, was jealous but couldn't bring herself to ask the young man to pay for nothing. She lost all mood to shop and followed them silently. Qin Yu didn't like so many people following her, so she stopped where she was and said to Qin Yang, Here are some books and toys, do you want any? Qin Yang immediately understood what his sister meant, ran to the reading area to get a book to read, and Qin Yu sat beside him. The other 3 did not accompany her anymore. Qin Jiayu was called away by Sister Gao. She looked back at Shenfeng and left somewhat willingly. Shenfeng wanted to say something to Qin Yu, but he received a call and left in a hurry. When checking out, Qin Yu wanted to pay, but the cashier refused to accept the money. The manager came over and explained that it was the leader's order and that he couldn't accept it. There was also a batch of things that Qin Yu needed to take back, but she didn't want them. The manager was unable to report the results, and was afraid of being scolded. Qin Jiayu told her that, thinking that the 2 girls were free of charge, the manager agreed and delivered the goods to where Qin Jiayu lived. After returning home, Qin Yu sat on the sofa to rest and found that the owners' group started to get lively, discussing how someone in Building 4 had received a lot of gifts. Have you been there? I saw everything. There was a whole truck full of it. Even cars couldn't fit into the underground garage. People had to carry the boxes up one by one. He's the previous owner of 1701. I helped him move, and he gave me a box of bird's nest. He's so generous, and doesn't look like someone who's taking advantage at all. The owner of 902 boasted proudly. I helped too. They gave me a box of high-quality fruits. They tasted very good. I have never eaten such new varieties before. Owner of 1202. I'm so envious. I also want to help. Owner of 1301. Come quickly, we still need people, first come first served. Owner of 501. Don't go. The owner of building 201 is very overbearing. He said we are neighbors. Why are we from building 5 joining in the fun? Said the owner of building 802. Why are the people in building 4 doing this? They were our neighbors before. Owner of building 1002. Everyone in the group started arguing about who to go and help. Jinyu stood by the window and saw many people moving things into building 4. He thought of the things Chimfeng said he would give him, which turned out to be supplies. Judging from the situation, there would be enough to eat for half a year. She didn't want it, but Qin Jiayu did. You, uncle, will suffer the consequences for moving supplies upstairs so blatantly. A text message came from an unfamiliar number. Yeah, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. If anything goes wrong, come inland immediately. I can pick you up in Xinfeng City. After deleting the text message, Xinyu walked towards the supermarket to buy several big bags of things, including puffed food, spicy noodles, drinks and other snacks that her brother liked, as well as a lot of tape and glue. She took them out and put them on the ground, and used the tape to seal the gaps in the windows. After going out, she found a building materials store, dragged a van full of cement, lime and other materials and put them into the space and went home. Late at night, a family was sitting on the sofa watching TV and eating fruit. Suddenly, a page jumped on the TV, saying that a huge typhoon was monitored to land on the coast tomorrow, and coastal residents were asked to stock up more food. The Chinese New Year is different now than in the past, especially in urban areas. People don't store too much food at home. They can go to the supermarket and buy whatever they want to eat immediately. Many stores do not close during the Chinese New Year. As the news came out, all the buildings became lively, and a large number of people went to the supermarket. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Qinyu also planned to go. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the supermarket too. You guys check at home to see if there are any places that are not sealed tightly. Okay, then be careful. The supermarket was more crowded than in the morning. Qinyu grabbed 2 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour, and some bread snacks in the chaos. In the electronic products area, she found a corner where her face could not be seen, and sent everything she knew in her previous life to the internet using the supermarket computer, hoping that more people would survive. When they returned to the community, they met Qin Hao and his uncle, aunt and family in the garage, carrying a lot of food to the car. Qin Hao saw the little things in Qinyu's hand and walked up to show off. Hey, isn't this my cousin? She went shopping. Look at our family, the car is full. Do you want some? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. My Jiayu is so lucky that I don't have to fight for things, because they are delivered to my door. At first I thought it was too much, but I didn't expect that a big typhoon was coming. It was delivered just in time. Wang Tselan was also showing off. Qin Minwen was moving things beside the car, and he also looked at Qinyu with a sneer on his face. You can't compare with my Jiayu. This family is still very proud of themselves. Let's see how proud they can be after the natural disaster. Then you have to guard them well. There are so many things, Qinyu said with a sneer. What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? You have so much food, if someone doesn't have it, won't they ask you for it, or even snatch it away from you? My uncle's family's faces changed several times, but they felt that this was a society ruled by law and Qinyu was just scaring them. So they filled both cars with supplies and went home in a swagger. Qinyu entered the elevator. Many people in the elevator were carrying food. The 2 elderly owners of room 1702 also carried some, but not much. A young man next to them carried a lot. Qinyu stood aside with his head down. Neighbors in the elevator discussed the typhoon. You guys are just worrying about nothing. You always say this. 2 days have passed. Can you finish all the food you bought? Said the owner of 1002. Yeah, I'm too lazy to buy it. I usually order takeout, and I can't cook even if I buy it. I also have instant noodles at home, and I eat instant noodles during typhoons, said the owner of 1301. There's no other way. I have children at home, so I have to prepare more, said the owner of room 802. Humph. The owner of 1002 snorted. He also has children, but they are too annoying and are always taken care of by his wife. I hope we can get through this safely too, said the owner of 501 worriedly. When she returned home, Chin's father and mother had sealed all the gaps in the house, including the 3 balconies and all the gaps in the windows upstairs and downstairs. Her parents were sitting on the sofa waiting for her to come back. As soon as Chin entered the house, her family gathered at the door and asked her questions. Yeah, how is it outside? The supermarket is quite chaotic, and people in the community are a little anxious. Some people have stockpiled goods, while others have not stockpiled anything. Chin checked the time. It was getting late. Starting tomorrow, we should not go out. I'm afraid that the end of the world will come early, or there will be other accidents. Well, the roof is waterproof. That's enough. I brush it several times every night. I don't need to brush it again tonight. Chin thought for a moment. Mom and Dad can talk to all our friends when they have time, and let them stock up. Your mother and I have also vaguely told our friends before that we should stock up on supplies just in case the weather is bad, Chin's father said. Chin's father has always been a kind person, and Chin had expected this. Well, let's all take a rest. Tomorrow we will make dumplings and buns at home. Lu Ping wanted to lighten the atmosphere, but when she heard her brother and father's expressions become more serious, Lu Ping said angrily, You guys go play by yourselves, yeah, and I will make dumplings. Mom, I want to play too. Humph, don't even think about it. Go to sleep quickly and stay in good spirits so you can help me tomorrow, Lu Ping said with a look on her face that said, Don't even think about it. Chin Yu's younger brother and father also came to tease her. Chin Yu pretended to surrender with a bitter face and called her mother, Empress Dowager. Her mother pretended to slap Chin Yu, but Chin Yu dodged. The family was having a great time together, instantly washing away the anxiety and panic before the end of the world. Ding! Love points increased by 1 point. Love points are 3 points, and points consumed are 20 points. The system announced. Have you saved someone? Many people read the post, but only one person did it. I guess many people still don't believe in the end of the world. It's hard to survive in the apocalypse, how can you save others? System, do you want me to die or do you want me to live? Chapter 19, The End of the World. 1 day left to doomsday. Chin woke up very early that day and touched her phone, which showed February 8, 2024, 6:38. The sky outside was still dark. It was still pitch black until 9 o'clock in the morning. The heavy gray clouds made it seem hard to breathe. There were still some passers-by downstairs, but much fewer than before. Chin suddenly remembered something important, and she said to her parents, Mom and Dad, I'm going to move the car. The water will come in and the car will be submerged. Don't go out, wait for me to come back. Taking the keys, Chin went to the garage and drove the family car to a high ground near the community. After parking the car, she found a shared bicycle nearby and rode back. Boom! A flash of lightning appeared in the dark clouds, and in an instant heavy rain poured down. People on the road were soaked and hurriedly ran home. The rain was getting heavier. Chin tried hard to control the electric bike to keep balance. He could not see the road ahead at all. There were constant bang 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 sounds on the road, which were the sounds of vehicles rear-ending each other. Chin tried to pull to the side to avoid being hit. Looking at the signs in the rain and fog, I knew I was near Zifeng community. She got out of the car and walked towards the community against the wind. The rain was getting heavier, and the wind was blowing. It was very difficult to take 2 steps forward. A child was blown into the air on the road and laughed loudly. His parents anxiously held him to prevent him from being blown away. Some slender girls were blown back. A girl in dark blue clothes stepped back again and again, shouting, Oh my God, what's going on? Help! My mother! A boy in a white shirt appeared behind her, grabbed her, and dragged her forward. Chin retracted her gaze, walked towards home, entered the elevator entrance, and took a breath away from the heavy rain. If she hadn't been at level 9 in physical strength, she would have been like that girl, being chased by the wind and walking backwards. When they entered the elevator and the door was about to close, a boy pulled a girl into the elevator. They were the two passers-by at the door. Thank you, Fu Guangchen. I almost couldn't go home. You're welcome. We've been neighbors for a long time, Fu Guangchen said softly. Fu Guangchen, the same name? Looking up, Qin Yu found that the other party was also looking at her, his eyes full of disbelief and overwhelming joy. Senior, do you still remember me? I'm Fu Guangchen, and we went to the same high school. You're 1 year older than me. It really was Fu Guangchen. In the previous life, he ran over to save her, but she refused to let him save her, and he was still the whimpering little brat. Remember. Qin Yu was moved. He didn't expect to meet someone who was willing to risk his life to save him in his previous life. We live in the same neighborhood. I'm at 1702. Which floor are you on? 1801. Oh, then can I come to visit you during the new year? Fu Guangchen asked excitedly. The girl in dark blue clothes looked unhappy and said angrily, Why are you not available when I look for you? Humph. Thinking of Fu Guangchen crying in the pile of her shattered corpse in his previous life, Qin Yu softened her heart and said softly, Okay. But the weather is bad recently, so it's not very convenient. Yeah, I know. Let's add WeChat. Fu Guangchen added Qin Yu's WeChat and was as happy as a child. He looked at Qin Yu and said seriously, I'm really happy. You definitely can't know how happy I am right now. Humph, I'm here. Fu Guangchen, you bastard. The girl went out from the 9th floor and entered room 901. That little girl must like you. Don't get me wrong, I always treat her as my sister. Fu Guangchen's face was stunned and he quickly explained. I won't misunderstand you. Just like when I look at you, I always treat you as my younger brother. No matter whether she was just wishful thinking or it was true, Qin Yu planned to nip it in the bud from the beginning. When Fu Guangchen heard Qin Yu mention brother, he didn't know how to recover for a moment. His face showed a hurt expression, just like in his previous life when she asked him to exchange her head for the captain position. He looked as pitiful as an abandoned pet. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. We're at the 17th floor, Qin Yu reminded Fu Guangchen. Fu Guangchen walked out of the elevator woodenly and stared at it for a long time, as if he had brainwashed himself. Then he walked into room 1702 with a bright smile. When they got home, Qin's father and mother were worried. They stood at the door and looked Qin Yu up and down for a long time. When they found that she was not injured, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ping then urged her to take a hot bath. After taking a shower, Qin Yu stood at the window and looked out. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, blurring the whole world. The sign of a tea restaurant in the distance could not bear the weight, and was blown down by the strong wind and disappeared in the rain. The typhoon came early, natural disasters began, and the end of the world has come. The branches of the trees planted in the green belt downstairs were broken, and some trees were blown down and fell to the ground. The wind was full of billboards, water bottles, and even small bicycles. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and then the community fell into darkness. Power outage? In the previous life, Zifeng community did not have a power outage. In this life, the natural disaster happened early, and Zifeng community also had a power outage early. What about the virus infection? Will it also happen early? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, and it was Fu Guangchen. Senior, there's a power outage. We have some candles at home. Grandma said you asked her to tell me to go home early? Otherwise, if I go back tomorrow, I might not be able to get home. Fu Guangchen looked at Qin Yu gratefully. This is the second time you've saved me, Senior. Qin Yu accepted the things Fu Guangchen handed over and thanked him. She looked at Fu Guangchen without saying anything. Fu Guangchen also knew that he was leaving and left a sentence. You can find me if you need anything. I'm downstairs. Well, it's late, let's go back. After Fu Guangchen left, Qin Yu closed the door and lit a candle on the table. There was a little light in the house, but it was still dark outside. Qin Yu used her mobile phone to light the windows of the house again and found no water leakage. The whole family gathered on the balcony of the living room, watching the heavy rain outside. Lu Ping got up first and said, I'll go cook since we haven't had dinner yet. Qin Yu pulled her mother and took out some pizza, McDonald's, milk tea, hot and sour noodles, braised food, and kimchi from the space. Take a break and have some takeout. Yeah, hamburgers, they're my favorite. Qin Yang, who had been feeling a little depressed just now, immediately became happy. He looked at the food on the coffee table and started eating first, his mouth full of food. Come and eat. Father Qin hugged Mother Qin, walked to the coffee table, took something to eat, and said, Don't worry, we are a family together, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, Mom. Our family will live well in this life. I promise. Qin Yu said firmly to her parents and also to herself. I'm not afraid. What do I have to worry about? You guys actually bought so much junk food. Is it as delicious as the food I cook? Lu Ping criticized. No. The younger brother denied while eating McDonald's snacks. You should at least eat slowly to sound truthful. Lu Ping was speechless and picked up a bowl of hot and sour noodles and started eating. It tastes good. Qin Mingjia laughed at the side. Qin Yu pretended to snatch the fried chicken from her brother's hand. Her brother screamed and hid to prevent her from snatching it. The owner group of Building 5 became lively again. There is a power outage. Is there a power outage in our community? 1001 owners. The power supply in the community was broken. The typhoon is too strong now. We need to wait until the typhoon passes before we can repair it. 902 owner. The gas is also out. The gas pipeline and line must be broken. 802 owner. What should I do? I haven't eaten yet. What should I do if there is no electricity or gas? The children at home still need to eat. 501 owner. It is still convenient for us young people, self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot. 1301 owner. Eat some hot pot snacks to fill your stomach. You can only wait for the typhoon to pass and the power and gas companies to come and repair it. 902 owner. The group was still discussing, and Qin Yu left the group chat. Thinking of the 8 people downstairs, she felt a little headache. Boss, have you eaten? Wu Zi sent a message. Open the door. My boss said it was Chinese New Year, and he sent me a lot of boxes of bread. I'll send some to you. Qin Yu walked to the door and saw Wu Zi standing at the door holding 4 boxes of bread. He looked at her with a silly smile. The power and gas are out. This bread is not bad. I put it here. Wu Zi put the bread at the door, turned around and left. In the end times, Qin Yu had seen too many fights for food, and stabbing each other in the back. Seeing these 4 boxes of bread, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Then let's take them with us and stand firm in this end times. Chapter 20, New Year's Eve. The typhoon blew for a whole day and night. Some people were partying, while others were cursing. The next day, New Year's Eve, there was still no sign of the typhoon abating. Last night, Qin Yu fell asleep early. When she woke up, she saw several WeChat messages on her phone, from Qin Jiayu, Fu Guangchen, and Chen Tao. Chen Tao? How could such a person have the nerve to send her a message? The higher-ups are holding a meeting. Materials will be distributed later. I am in charge of your area. Qin Yu, how much do you think you can get? Chen Tao. Please ask me for help quickly. If you asked me well, I will be kind enough to give you some reward. Chen Tao. The ghost is still there, mean and shameless. But do I need to care how much you give me? I have millions of supplies in my space. Chen Jiguang, Senior, is your family okay? Is there enough food? Did you sleep? Because of the grace of saving her life in the previous life, Qin Yu always had a little more patience towards Fu Guangchen. She replied, I went to bed very early last night. There are a lot of snacks at home, enough to eat. The other party replied immediately. That's good. You can always contact me if you have any questions. Today is New Year's Eve. If you are interested, you can come to our house for dinner. Grandpa and Grandma would like to thank you for saving their lives. I just said it casually, don't take it to heart, just enjoy New Year's Eve with your family. Okay, with a somewhat disappointed and sad expression. The WeChat message Qin Jiayu sent was very lively, it was a photo. The room was full of people, including Ms. Gao, the owner of room 902. Everyone was happily eating and chatting, and my uncle's family was surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars. Sister, have you eaten enough? Do you want to come over? Qin Yu did not reply. She exited the interface and saw that the owner group was in an uproar, with over 99 unread messages. Most of them were hoping that electricity and gas would come back soon, so they could not prepare New Year's Eve dinner, and complained that this year's New Year's Eve was the worst. When she walked out of the room to the living room, her parents were already busy in the kitchen. Jinyu took out some ingredients, outdoor cooking utensils and portable gas tanks from the kitchen, and the whole family was happily preparing the New Year's Eve dinner together. Mao has fully recovered and is playing with toys in the living room. Qin Yang also comes to the kitchen to help. After he comes in, he becomes more and more busy. The spatula in Qin's mother's hand begins to tremble. WeChat on the phone beeped again. Magic 5 boss, someone died. The owner of Building 1 had a quarrel over food, and the couple started fighting. The wife was beaten by her husband and bled profusely, and died at home. All owners in the WeChat group expressed their condolences and said they would go to express their condolences. The owner of Building 902 also organized the owners of 5 buildings to donate supplies. He didn't do it on purpose, he just accidentally did it, and he regrets it so much. There's nothing to eat at home, and he's been hungry for 2 days. If he continues to starve, he'll die. Please donate some supplies to him, and save a life. Donate supplies to domestic violence men and murderers. Sorry, she doesn't have any. Sympathizing with a murderer is encouraging crime. Domestic violence man, murderer, no donation. 1,701 owners. Qin Yu rarely spoke, and the neighbors who had originally responded to the owner of 902 and expressed their willingness to donate supplies fell silent. Qin Yu no longer cared about what was said in the group and quit WeChat to chat with her parents. Her father saw the WeChat group and knew about this. He said, "No one wants this kind of thing to happen. It is a rare event. Don't think about it, Yaya." "Dad, don't worry, I didn't think about it. In the end times, this is not a rare thing, it is common and can be seen everywhere. The end of the world has come. People will quarrel, fight and curse. From accidental to intentional killings to mindless killings, all the ugliness of human nature will be exposed. This is just the beginning." "I'm a little scared," Qin Yang said in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, Yang Yang. Sister will protect you. You must also remember that in the last days you cannot trust others easily. You cannot tell outsiders that we have a lot of food at home." Qin Yu looked at her brother and said, and Qin's father and mother also nodded solemnly. After talking about the heavy topic, the family continued to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. When the preparations were almost done, Qin's mother drove everyone out and started to show her cooking skills. New Year's Eve dinner menu: pork with sauerkraut, crystal pork elbow, taro spare ribs, chopped pepper fish head, blanched prawns, cold shredded chicken, stir-fried broccoli, lamb and radish soup, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and shredded lettuce with garlic sauce. It's perfect. While Qin's mother was busy in the kitchen, Qin's father and Qin Yu went to a sunroom on the second floor of the house and installed the small solar panels one by one. By the time they had the New Year's Eve dinner, the father and daughter had almost finished the installation. A path was left in the entire sunroom, and the rest of the room was filled with solar panels, so that even on a cloudy day the amount of electricity generated is enough to power their family of 4. Qin Yu knew in her heart that sooner or later, not only this community, but the entire Binhai city would be plunged into permanent darkness. In the previous life, the news reported that a repairman in this area was accidentally electrocuted to death. The power company said that they were short of manpower, and the power was not restored until the entire Binshui city was without power. I don't know what the situation will be in this life. There were candles on the table, and the dishes were laid out full. There were still many dishes in the kitchen. Qin Yu asked doubtfully, "Mom, are we going to put those dishes in the kitchen into the space? Today is New Year's Eve. In consideration of the 4 boxes of bread they sent us, we also need to send some dishes," Lu Ping said gently. Qin's father nodded at the side. It seemed that it was Dad's idea again. "Okay, I'll take it down." After walking in, they saw that the dishes were exactly the same as theirs, also 10 in number. "I'll ask them to come up and get them." Considering that their cell phones might be out of battery, Qin Yu went downstairs and knocked on the door. In the moonlight outside, she saw a group of big men squatting together, chewing on small breads, their faces full of pain, and the ground was covered with wrapping paper. Yitzi opened the door and asked happily, "Boss, what's the matter? Tell all you brothers to come over to my house and get some food. My mom has prepared New Year's Eve dinner for you." After eating small breads for 2 days, the sense of taste in the mouth was almost lost. When the group heard that there was food, they immediately went upstairs to get the food, with tears in their eyes. "This is the most sumptuous New Year's Eve we brothers have ever had," Woozy said with emotion. "See, choose the right boss and live a happy life." Yeetzy proudly affirmed his previous wise choice. After bringing the dishes down and estimating their appetite, Chinyu took out the buns that her mother had made earlier and gave them to them. After giving them the buns, she prepared to leave. "Hey boss," Yeetzy called out to Chinyu. "Why, is there a problem? You've shared so much food with us, is it enough for yourselves?" 10 years after the end of the world, Chinyu had become accustomed to being on guard against others. "It's still a few days, so when the typhoon stops, we need to go out together to get some food. Then you can call your 2 brothers to go with us." She couldn't keep sending food to the 8 sons. After a long time, no matter how slow-witted the 8 sons were, they would become suspicious. In the end times, the most untested thing is the human heart. It would be safest if they had food of their own. On New Year's Eve, there was a violent storm outside. The fierce wind was like the roar of evil spirits, trying to devour all humans. The double-layer bulletproof glass of 1801 is effective in soundproofing and windproofing, and only a little sound can be heard from inside, as if it were a summer breeze. Chinyu's family sat together to eat the New Year's Eve dinner, and Mauchio's food was also upgraded, so he ate with them. "Wow, wow, wow!" After eating a few bites, Mauchio cried out with joy. "It said it was delicious, and Mauchio also praised your cooking skills, Mom." Qin Yang translated. Qin's mother accepted all the compliments with pride and pride. Lu Ping's craftsmanship is not fake. "Of course, it doesn't matter whose mother she is," Qinyu said jokingly. "Yes, it doesn't matter whose wife she is," Qin's father followed up. The family gathered around the small dining table, forgetting the troubles outside the window and enjoying this moment of joy. Qinyu looked at the storm outside the window and said calmly, "The battle begins." Chapter 21, Looting the Supermarket. Early in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Ms. Gao, the owner of room 902, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses came to visit again. Qinyu saw them through the peephole and guessed that they were here for donation. She opened the door and said to them straight away, "No donation." The two people's professional smiles froze for a moment, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke first. "Beauty, we had some misunderstandings before, which were also personal grudges. This time it's a matter of life and death. I hope you can support me." "Support a murderer?" "It was really an accident. The woman fell on the corner of the table during the tug of war. The man really didn't mean to do it." "If someone kills someone accidentally, then it's not murder?" Seeing Qinyu's firm attitude, Sister Gao looked unhappy. The owners had not actively responded to any activities they had initiated before, and now that they were organizing a donation, few families were willing to support it. "You are so uncooperative. Is it because you don't want to donate or because your family doesn't have the supplies? Your uncle's family in Building 4 has already launched a donation campaign and sent the supplies over. There is no comparison between you and your uncle's family. You are far behind," Sister Gao said dissatisfiedly. "If you want to donate, just donate more. They are so kind, just go find them and help me donate." Judging from the character of the owner of room 902, the donated water must be unclean and she would not have donated it in the first place. If she really wanted to donate, she could have come to their house herself, and it would not have gone through their hands. "Humph, you're still acting so righteous, but you don't have anything to donate, so you're just pretending." Sister Gao angrily left the 18th floor with the man with gold-rimmed glasses and went to other floors. When Qinyu returned home, the sky outside was still dark and the thick black clouds seemed to be suffocating people. In the previous life, the typhoon did not last long, just one day, and then it made landfall madly during the day and went back to rest at night, lasting for 3 days. Looking at the storm outside, it has been blowing for 3 consecutive days. It should take a break tonight. Qinyu took out a piece of white paper and drew a simple map of the neighborhood. If the typhoon stopped at night, she would call the 8 people downstairs to go out together. They would have many choices if they could catch the first wave. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, the TV at home was no longer turned on. Qin's father took out the radio, which played the latest news. The typhoon caused heavy economic losses and casualties. Please do not go out in the near future. The government has organized a team of specialists to deliver supplies, and they will deliver them as soon as the typhoon stops. Thefts have occurred in many communities. To ensure the safety of your family, lock your doors at night and pay attention to theft prevention. The world is in chaos. It has already started to get chaotic. Lu Ping was a little worried. The news coming from the radio was frightening. If you're worried, don't listen to it. We can stay at home and have enough food. Qin Mingjie comforted his wife and prepared to go forward to turn off the radio. Don't. Lu Ping stopped him. Ignorance is more dangerous than worry. Don't worry, Mom. Even a dozen strong men can't hammer open our doors, and even typhoons can't blow down our windows. We have enough food to last us until the next life. When there is a theft in the building, we will replace the door of the emergency passage on the 18th floor with a stainless steel door. I have prepared all the tools and materials. When the time comes, we will install the water storage barrels, and we don't have to worry about the water problem. Our family will be fine. After these words, Lu Ping slowly regained her confidence. I'm not worried at all. I just feel like I have a lot of skills but nowhere to use them. When Qin's mother mentioned this, Qin Yu remembered the 2 skill books she had exchanged in the system, carpentry and cooking. She took out the skill books and handed them to her parents. You can read these 2 books when you have time. They can improve your skills. The 2 of them took it curiously and sat on the sofa to read with interest. At first, they even said a few words to Qin Yang, but later they were immersed in reading. In the evening, the typhoon outside the window became smaller. Qin Yu was delighted. Her estimate was correct. The typhoon would rest at night, and could still blow for a few more days during the day. Eat early and gather in 1 hour. Qin Yu sent a message to Yitzi, and the typhoon would stop soon. By the time people reacted, many things would have been snatched away. Okay. Boss, what should we do? Go out and buy for free. Boss, we have changed our ways. Stop talking nonsense. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Yitzi didn't ask any more questions. With such skills, he is definitely not an ordinary person, and the things he does are so extraordinary. Qin Yu couldn't tell his 8 sons that the end of the world was coming. He could only guide them to avoid risks as much as possible and let them realize in advance that the end of the world had already come. 1 hour later. Qin Yu and Ez and Wu Zi gathered at the door of 1701. The door of 1702 suddenly opened, and Fu Guangchen came out. Seeing Qin Yu, he was a little excited. Senior sister, good evening. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu said tentatively, We need to go out and get some food. Fu Guangchen also noticed that the typhoon had become smaller, but considering the dangers of the typhoon, he didn't think about going out. When he heard that Qin Yu was going out, he was very worried. Now? The typhoon is still there, you shouldn't. Yeah, but it's a lot smaller. Here we go. If the other party has no intention of going out together, that probably means there are enough resources and there is no need to bring one more person. The 2 men walked outside with their 1 and 5 sons. Many people in the community saw someone going out against the wind. The people in Building 5 were the first to notice, and realized that it was someone from Building 1801. Ms. Gao from Building 902 and the owner group started to make trouble. Someone in our building is out. Do you know who it is? Other building owners are discussing it in the group. 601 owner. They really don't care about their lives. In the news these days, many people were reported to have been crushed to death while looking for resources outside. They dared to do that. 1001 owners. It was 1801. When I was passing by the corridor, I heard some noise and went to check it out. 1202 owner. They also say that murderers don't donate because they don't have the resources and are making excuses. Owner of 902. Don't be led by her. She has no talent and doesn't donate. Everyone will encounter difficulties and dangers with neighbors. You help others and others help you. Help that person and give him a chance to reform. Owner of 902. I donated a large bag of instant noodles. I donated some small biscuits. I donated some fruits. The donation started in the group and everyone donated enthusiastically. When Qin Yu and his men walked to the gate of the community, they felt someone running towards them from behind. When they turned around, they saw it was Fu Guangchen. Sister, I talked to my grandparents for a long time, and they finally agreed and gave me 4 helmets. Let's all wear them. Fu Guangchen breathed slightly. After a moment of silence, Qinyu took the helmet and put it on, then handed it to Wuzi and Yitzi. A group of people quickly walked to where Qinyu parked the car. The typhoon lasted for a long time this time and the water had not yet flooded the community, so it was a bit worrying to park the car. After getting in the car, Qinyu went straight to the supermarket and made it clear to the people in the car. We'll go to the supermarket later and move as much as we can until the car can't fit anymore. The faces of the people in the car were a little surprised. Are they going to steal? Fu Guangchen hesitated and said, Sister, we still have food at home. We can give it to you. The coast is flooded, and the water level has been rising. In less than 2 days, the low-lying areas of Binhai City were all submerged. How long do you think it will take for the supermarket we went to be flooded? Qinyu interrupted him and told him what had happened recently. The more he listened, the heavier his expression became. You mean our Binhai City will also be flooded? I'm not a forecaster, I'm just telling the truth. Fu Guangchen is the school idol of the sports school. He is very handsome and smart. He has understood the implication of Qinyu's words, but it is difficult for him to accept it for a while. Wait a minute, you wait for us in the car, we need someone to guard the car. Knowing that college students have a strong sense of morality, Qinyu assigned him the task of guarding the car to prevent him from feeling guilty. I can go too. I'm number 1 in the sports school, with excellent grades in speed, strength, and endurance. Fu Guangchen said excitedly. Obey orders when you come out, otherwise go back. Qinyu replied coldly. The other party was deflated and looked lost. Arriving at the entrance of the supermarket, which was located on a downhill slope, the first floor was probably flooded. With her second son, Qinyu went around to the side door of the supermarket and easily opened the lock with a lock-picking tool. Boss, did you do this before? Yitzi was shocked by Qinyu's lock-picking speed and wondered about Qinyu's previous occupation. Talent. Such a strong talent. The 5 children exclaimed repeatedly. Whatever the boss says is what it is. Stop chatting. Yitzi slapped Wuzi on the head and taught him a lesson. The supermarket door opens and $0 shopping begins. Chapter 22, Mercedes-Benz G5. The wind stopped, but the first floor of the supermarket was flooded, half a meter high and above Qinyu's knees. The water along the coast has not yet flooded here. It is basically rainwater, and there are no monsters in the water. She can still walk in the water with confidence. In her previous life, no one would go into the water unless they were rescuing important supplies, and they would be in great danger of death. When I entered the side door of the supermarket, it was pitch black inside. It must be that the circuit was short-circuited by the flood. On the side were the rear warehouse and office. Several people holding flashlights entered the rear warehouse and saw that it was empty. Qinyu immediately understood that when Chenfeng came over that day to say he had something to do, it should be to transfer all the goods in the rear warehouse to inland. Go to the second floor first. If you see anyone, don't act rashly. Clear the supplies quickly. The water is rising very fast. If it floods the second floor, we won't be able to get out. They split up. Qinyu searched the office on the first floor first, and the 2 sons went to the second floor. The supermarket has 3 floors. The first floor is for grains, oils, fruits and vegetables, the second floor is for snacks, beverages and daily necessities, and the third floor is for clothing, toys and home appliances. It would take a long time for 3 people to search, and they also have to move the items to the car. Qinyu quickened his pace and walked towards the office on the first floor. Just as he opened the door, someone was inside. Realizing that there was someone inside, he quickly took out the tang sword from the space and slashed forward with his backhand. The knife didn't hit anyone and was dodged. Hey, didn't you say not to attack people when you meet them? Why do you chop me as soon as you see me? A joking voice sounded. The man looked at Qinyu with a smile, flicked the knife in Qinyu's hand, and said it was a good knife. He stepped back a few steps, sat on the table, and stared at Qinyu with his head tilted. Jin Bin? Qinyu asked. How come he is here, shopping for free, but he has nothing on him, no bag or bag, it doesn't look like he is here to shop for free. I'm glad you still remember me. What are you doing here? Qin has always been puzzled about this man. He is nonchalant and often looks indifferent, not like a simple taxi driver. I'm here to do some business. Don't worry, I don't buy for free. I'm not short of supplies. Jin Bin generously told his background, and then said something shocking. You shouldn't be short of supplies either, didn't you buy a lot? Qin was shocked and didn't answer. Hey, you didn't like the stone I gave you, why didn't you see you wearing it? Jin Bin looked at Qin curiously and said. The gem was actually given by him. Who is he? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I drove a Mercedes-Benz G500 here. The car is okay. Here are the keys. You can drive this when you go back. It's safe. Jin Bin threw the keys to Qin Yu and went out. The business card I gave you is always valid. Call me anytime if you have any questions. The Mercedes-Benz G-Series, a powerful off-road vehicle, is very sturdy and is one of the items on Qin Yu's supply list. Qin Yu did not refuse and accepted the key thrown by Jin Bin. In return, Qin Yu revealed the information about the end of the world to Jin Bin. The flood will continue to rise, so stock up more supplies. The other person turned around and looked at Qin Yu with surprise, raising his eyebrows. You really care about me, thank you, I will remember it. The phone number is my WeChat number, add me. Qin Yu had thrown away the business card a long time ago, so she was afraid she couldn't do anything about adding WeChat. After Jin Bin left, Qin Yu searched for supplies in the office alone. There were many office supplies in the office. Notebooks, paper, pens, and printers were all put into the space. There was a tea room inside, and snacks such as nut bags, coffee, milk tea, and dried fruits were put into the backpack. After searching the office, he entered the first floor of the supermarket. The first floor is for grains, oils, rice, fruits, and vegetables. During the Chinese New Year, the temperature is relatively low, and the fruits and vegetables in the supermarket are still fresh. Although Qin Yu had stockpiled a lot before, there is no need to have too much supplies in the end times, so he put them all into the space. In the grain, oil, rice and seasoning area, there are lao gan ma, refreshing vegetables, chili sauce, fermented bean curd, chopped chili, chili oil, olive salad, etc., which can be used for cooking and eating, hot pot base, butter, golden soup, hot and sour, etc., as well as barbecue seasoning, fried chicken powder, hot pot dipping sauce, etc., Thai fragrant rice, wuchang rice, butterfly noodles, pasta, peanut oil, olive oil, and dozens of other rice, flour and oils. Except for bulk foods or foods that are not waterproof, they are not allowed and the rest are put into the space. These supplies can last at least another 10 years. After searching the first floor, Qin Yu carried the bag outside to find the Mercedes-Benz G, filled the car with rice, grains, oil, fruits, vegetables and other food, and drove to Fu Guangchen's place. This cart is full of food, take care of it. Fu Guangchen saw Qin Yu coming over with eyes full of joy. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yu stopped the car and ran to the third floor of the supermarket without stopping. On the third floor, there is the clothing and home appliance area. For convenience, Qin Yu stocked up some induction cookers, electric steamers, electric baking pans and other electric cooking tools for her mother. When she entered the electronic product area, she took the power bank with her. She put the game consoles PS5 and PSP, game discs, and various textbooks and academic books in the space. As for clothing, underwear, socks, shoes and clothes for each season were all put in there. He took out some cooking tools, clothes, and power banks and carried them on his back to share with his second son and Fu Guangchen later. Boss, there's water coming in from the second floor? Where are you? Yitzi was a little anxious, fearing that Qin Yu would be drowned on the first floor. The first floor was flooded. So fast, fortunately she had cleared the first floor. I'm fine. How are you guys on the second floor? We've moved a few times and the car is full. You guys go down first. My bag can still hold a little more. Qin Yu walked to the second floor, where there were several centimeters of water. There were mostly snacks on the second floor, hundreds of kinds of milk, yogurt, beverages, wine, mineral water, and food in packaging bags and bottles were put into the space, as well as some instant meal replacements, sesame paste, soy milk, oats, grains, etc. Qin Yu closed his eyes and put them in. He walked quickly all the way, filling the space all the way. When Qin Yu put most of the supplies into the space, he could no longer put anything in, and the space was full. Fortunately, Water resources have been put in advance, and it is roughly estimated that it will be enough for drinking for several years. The accumulated water downstairs had submerged the exit. Qin Yu found a window, jumped from the second floor, landed on the ground, and reunited with the team. Qin Yu appeared in front of everyone with supplies, electrical appliances, and clothes on her body. Everyone in the car couldn't help but admire her. "Boss, you brought more than us. One is worth 3. Wu Zi couldn't help but admire. Fu Guangchen hurriedly got out of the car, took Qin Yu's things, squeezed into the car, and the 4 of them returned with 2 cars fully loaded. When I returned to the garage, I heard a quarrel in the distance. The voices sounded very familiar, like someone from my uncle's family. You actually stole things and refused to admit it even after we caught you. How shameless! You are so young, but you should not do anything good." Wang Tselan grabbed the young man and scolded him. "We didn't steal it. The window was broken when we came. We were really hungry, so we wanted to take some. You came before we could take anything." The young man defended himself. "I don't care. I just saw you take it. I don't believe anything you say. You have to pay me for whatever is missing. Why should I pay if I didn't take it? Don't even think about leaving if you don't compensate." Qin Hao walked forward and threatened fiercely. "How much does it cost?" The young man thought he was unlucky and gave in. 50,000. Qin Hao opened his mouth widely. "Go and rob me of the 50,000. I don't have it. Beat me up if you can." The young man got angry, and Qin Hao seized the opportunity to beat him up severely. They have been bored at home these days and cannot go out. Neighbors always come to borrow things. The family has become very annoyed. But when they go downstairs and see that the car has been smashed and things have been stolen but they can't find the thief, they get even angrier. After squatting for a while, Qin Hao finally found a vent when he met this young man. Fu Guangchen couldn't stand watching and walked to the front to stop Qin Hao. "Stop, he didn't take your things. There are still surveillance cameras in your car, you can see it." Of course Qin Hao knew that the other party didn't take it. He also checked the surveillance footage and found that the people who took things were wearing hoods. This young man just came and was just passing by and wanted to take it but hadn't taken it yet. Well, never mind. Beating him up is fair. Turn on the surveillance camera and watch the video. Why should we show you the surveillance footage of our car? Qin Hao retorted. Fu Guangchen grabbed his arm with his backhand and twisted it around. Stop it, let my son go. Wang Xilan stepped forward and tried to pull Fu Guangchen away, but 2 walls blocked their way. It hurts, let me see. Qin Hao gave up struggling. After watching the surveillance video, the other party did not take it. Qin Hao apologized reluctantly. Sorry, I was wrong. He turned around and shouted to Wang Xilan. Mom, let's go home. Hit someone and leave, and pay compensation. Fu Guangchen blocked the other person's way. Forget about the money. I'm so hungry. Please give me some food as compensation, the young man said weakly. All the food in this truck should be compensated to him. Qin Hao was about to retort when he saw the video of him beating someone on Wu Zi's phone. He immediately changed his tone and said angrily, Fuck it, take it. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head that he went home with Wang Xilan. Thank you? Thank you? No need to thank me, our boss asked us to come over to help. Wu Zi pointed at Qin Yu who was leaning against the car. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 5 points. The current points are 8 points. At 5 points, is this a big shot? Qin Yu looked over and saw a young man squatting on the ground chewing bread without any image. What a big shot this is. Chapter 23, Changing Doors in the Corridor. The rule of the apocalypse is not to meddle in other people's business, but in this life, Qin Yu seems to have meddled in other people's business too many times, from Batzi to Fu Guangchen, and to this young man eating on the ground. Thank you? The young man expressed his sincere gratitude. The young man lived in 1801, Building 6. Qin Yu asked 2 boys to carry his things upstairs. Wu Zi walked forward, hooked his arm around the young man's back, and said with a hearty smile, Come on, I'll take you there. This scene, coupled with Wu Zi's fierce voice, made it feel like the young man had escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's den. After a while, Qin's father, mother, and the other 6 sons also came down. A group of people worked together to move the supplies on the car upstairs. There were not many people at night, so they moved all the things to the 17th floor. Qin said to divide them equally. Fu Guangchen was embarrassed to take more because he just stayed in the car and didn't do much. Qin ignored her and insisted on dividing it into 4 parts. One for each of the first and fifth sons, and one for her and Fu Guangchen. Back to 1801, just lying down, the phone vibrates frequently. The Magic 5 boss, that guy is a technology geek, my god, his house is full of high-tech, except for high-tech. It can also generate its own electricity. As a tech geek, no wonder he looks thin and weak, with a sickly pale look. He never goes out and has irregular eating habits. The owner's group was full of discussions again, with 99+ messages. Qin had already switched to the Do Not Disturb mode. This group of people had nothing to do but chat all day long. I looked at the time, it showed 3 a.m. and we were still chatting. 1801 I see you have a lot of supplies, including so much food, would you like to donate some? 902 owner. No donation. I have a hard heart. 1701 owners. Asked the 1081 owner, how should the 1701 owner respond? The 1501 owner. Do you have 2G network? The owner of 1701 lives in 1801, and 1701 is rented out. The owner of 1001. If you have difficulties in the future, don't ask everyone for help. 902 owners. No difficulties, no need for help. 1701 owners. Arrogant, this woman is so arrogant, just wait and see. Ms. Gao, the owner of room 902, threw away her cell phone and fell asleep in anger. Wow, the owner of 1701 is so crazy. The owner of 1501. Did they go out to get supplies? Let's go out and take a look. My phone is running out of battery, and I've used up all the power banks at home. Owner 802. Let's go out and have a look. It seems that there is no wind at night. It should be better if we drive out. Owner of 501. The words of the owners of Building 802 and Building 501 inspired the neighbors in Building 5, and everyone packed up and prepared to see if they could go out and bring back more supplies. Zifeng Jiangnanuan is on a hillside. There has been a power outage and gas outage, and few people have had a normal meal in the past few days. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Ping brought in a bowl of noodles. It was tomato and egg noodles topped with a big chicken leg and some braised beef. The room was filled with the aroma. After a tiring night, eating a bowl of such steaming hot noodles was so touching that I almost cried. Qin took the noodles and ate them happily. My biological mother is still the best. She loves me the most. Lu Ping couldn't help but glared at Qin and said, How come you still have several mothers? Your biological mother is the best. She is the best mother in the world. Qin ate noodles and tried hard to praise her mother, but her mother didn't bother to pay attention to Qin and went out of the room to sleep. Qin's mother, Lu Ping, is a person who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. She suffered a lot when she was young. She is strong and capable but not very good at expressing herself. Fortunately, she met Qin's father, who is meticulous, kind, tolerant and patient. The two of them lived in harmony and love for their entire lives. More and more people in the owner's group responded that they wanted to go out to purchase supplies. Thinking of the typhoon that would blow before dawn in her previous life, Qin ate noodles, edited and deleted and edited again. I felt a bit windy when I came back, so I came back early. 1701 owner. There is no wind. I am outside. It is so small that it can be ignored. Just because you got the supplies yourself, you can't stand others getting them. 1001 owner. Yes, I can't stand seeing others doing well. 1301 owner. Just like what Qin posted, there are many times when people simply don't want to believe in things they don't agree with. You talk about the end of the world, they say you are alarmist. You say there is danger, they say you are too timid. Qin didn't take it to heart. Buddha saves those who are destined to be saved. She said that if someone listens, then they listen. If no one listens, then they listen. She can't force someone to come back. I testify that the wind was blowing. 1702 owner. You guys on floors 17 and 18 are mixed together, so you must be saying the same thing. Owner of 902. It is a bit windy, go early and come back early. 501 owner. Yeah. Safety first. 1202 owner. As soon as owner 1702 spoke, and several other owners spoke sincerely, the voices against Chinyu became smaller, and some people became secretly wary. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 31 points. The current points are 39 points. Big dive? This adds so many points and saves so many people. It seems that prestige is quite important. One call can attract a lot of people. If you have prestige, just one word can save many people and your points will soar. Chinyu lay back on the bed and entered the space. She looked up and saw that the basement was full and the rooms on the first floor were all full. She used her consciousness to control the items and sorted them out one by one. I opened the door and walked into the yard to check the growth of the 4 black soil seedlings. It seemed that there was no change from when I planted them before. Strange, why is there no movement? This black soil needs something else to be activated. Anyway, we have enough supplies now and there is no need to rush. Chinyu was tired and didn't think about why. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in seconds. Huff! Outside the window, a typhoon invaded again, hurricanes blew past, and even a tornado formed in the distance. The tornado swept through Binhai City, and many people died in their sleep. The entire city suffered heavy casualties, and the news was full of shocking figures. Most of the neighbors who went out to purchase have already returned, but a few who were greedy and wanted to get more are stuck outside and can't come back, and some are even missing. The owner's WeChat group was filled with grief. The owner of 602 can't come back. I watched his family fall into the water. The owner of 502. The owner of 401 is also the owner of 801. Chinyu slept soundly until lunchtime before waking up. She was indeed tired from shopping and tidying up the space in the early morning. After a good sleep, she felt full of energy. When Chinyu stood up, he saw a tornado outside the window that stretched from the sky to the ground and passed through Binhai City in half. Everything it passed was reduced to ruins, and even the tallest building in Binhai City collapsed. Yeah, are you awake? It's time for dinner. Chin's father's voice rang out at the door, and Chinyu got up in response. Sitting at the dining table, Father Chin said with a heavy heart, "Many of the neighbors who went out last night have not returned. Some neighbors went out and their homes were robbed." Don't listen to her advice, she had expected this situation. But this theft, the thief couldn't help it just now. Chinyu responded while eating. Well, I've said what I should say. There's nothing I can do if others don't listen. Yes, humans are insignificant in the face of disasters. But you reminded people in the group last night and saved a lot of people. Many people in the group are thanking you. Thanks are enough. Chinyu answered nonchalantly. As long as they don't come to plot against 1801 or seek death, she doesn't mind helping out. Chinyu fell into deep thought. The tornado that morning destroyed so many buildings. She had to plan ahead to replace the corridor doors and install the water barrels when the time was right. Dad, let's go change the door in the hallway after dinner. Is it anti-theft? Our anti-theft door is very sturdy, Chin's father asked. It's safer to have an extra layer of protection. The main thing is that we need to install water storage tanks on the roof. I'm worried that the water will be cut off soon. Although we don't have to worry about drinking water for the time being, we still need to prepare for our daily water use. When you shop for free in the supermarket, there is plenty of mineral water and drinks. Yeah, okay. Yeah is the most thoughtful one. After dinner, Chinyu and her father worked together to replace the door of the emergency passage. There were also 2 doors, but due to the thunder and strong wind outside, no one paid attention to it. When Chinyu got home, she gave her brother the game console she bought for free yesterday. Qin Yang's eyes widened and he jumped several times in joy. The small appliances were taken out and placed in the kitchen. When Qin's mother saw the new kitchen utensils, she couldn't put them down. Behind her mother's back, she secretly handed a bottle of wine to her father. I still have some in my space, come find me after you finish drinking it. Dad glanced at Qin's mother and made an okay gesture to Qin Yu. What are you looking at? I saw it all. Drink less. You're a food lover and you love to drink. Lu Ping complained as she looked at her father who was drinking like a child. My father is a heavy drinker, but he still likes to have a few sips from time to time, under the pretext of challenging himself. After all these years, he still can't drink much. A red dot lights up on the WeChat friend verification screen. Message: didn't you add me? Jin Bin? How did he know my phone number? Chapter 24, Visiting the Office Building. The most important rule for survival in the apocalypse is to stay out of other people's business and make friends with strangers. After living a new life, Chinyu felt that this rule was gradually shaken. Thinking of the Mercedes-Benz Jeep parked in the underground garage, Chinyu clicked to agree. Daydream Beauty, it's not easy to add you. First quarter moon, thanks for the car, let's talk later, I'm busy. Daydream Xiao Ri, you are still as cold as ever, even my hard heart still hurts. No matter who this person is, one thing is certain, he is ill and his condition is serious. As night fell, the howling wind outside gradually died down, and the WeChat group became lively with people discussing whether to go out. Last night, a neighbor who was out brought home a lot of solid alcohol and small portable gas bottles, and sent pictures to the group with the caption, "Late New Year's Eve dinner." The pictures showed a rich variety of dishes. Each restaurant is more exciting than the other. Some neighbors are jealous, some are envious, and some even want to come and eat for free. Chinyu looked at the group message and didn't understand. Why was he showing off his wealth at this time? Wasn't he alert to the theft last night? After looking around, several neighbors didn't reply. They must have run out of battery on their phones. Just as I was about to turn off my phone and go to the kitchen to help Chin's mother cook, the WeChat message popped up again. Magic 5 boss, we are short of fuel. We will go get some later in the evening. First quarter moon together. Magic 5, okay. In the kitchen, Chin's mother concentrated on cooking. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup appeared on the table. The speed was somewhat astonishing. Crispy shrimp with salt and pepper, beef with king oyster mushroom, cold preserved egg, eggplant with beans, and hen's soup with mushrooms. Mom, have you prepared the meal? Did you prepare it in advance? Chinyu asked. The washing and cutting are prepared in advance, so the dishes are served quickly. But yeah, after I read the book you gave me, I am faster than before. That book is really good, Lu Ping said happily. What about Dad? What do you think? Chinyu turned to ask her father. I haven't had a chance to show it yet. After dinner, when I go upstairs to install the water tank, I'll try my skills, Chin's father replied with a smile. I read the pet book my sister gave me, so I was able to save Mauchio. Gigi the parrot can talk now. But Depang and Xiaopeng don't pay much attention to me. Qin Yang picked up a shrimp and put it into his mouth, savory. He then picked up a chicken leg and started to bite it in big bites, eating in a hurry. Hey, go slow, no one is trying to snatch it from you, Mother Qin said with a frown. The food my mother cooks is delicious and gets better and better. I feel full of energy after eating it, Qin Yang praised. After dinner, Qin Yu asked the 2 sons to meet in the garage. When they were about to go out, Qin Yang called her and held the parrot in his hand in front of Qin Yu. Sister, take Gigi with you, it can help you. Recently I found that it would bark several times when a typhoon came. Once it even said, "It's coming." Believe me, it can help you. This way, I can feel more at ease when you go out at night, Qin Yang said earnestly. Looking at Qin Yang's small face and concerned eyes, Qin Yu couldn't bear to refuse. Okay. Sister will take it with her. It's very well behaved and won't fly around. It will find a place to stay by itself. When you want to leave, just tell Gigi to go home. Qin Yang looked at his sister and said, then looked at Gigi lovingly. If you behave well, I'll give you a big meal tonight. Be careful when you go out, and I'll wait for you and your sister to come back together. Squeak, squeak, the parrot replied. Qin Yu came to the underground garage with the parrot. She arrived a little early and the 2 people had not come out yet. She leaned against the car, teasing the parrot on her shoulder, and glanced at an area in front with lights on. The power outage in the community made the garage dark, and generally no one would come down. Qin Yu looked over and saw that someone had set up a stall. There was a row of cardboard boxes on the ground, and inside were power banks. There were all kinds of styles and specifications, and the prices were not cheap. 5,000 mAh was 288 yuan, 10,000 mAh was 488 yuan, and 20,000 milliamp hours was 888 yuan. There was a sign on it, "No bargaining, no bargaining." The guy setting up the stall is a homeowner in the community. His family sells electronic products, and he had a lot of power banks in stock that he couldn't sell. He basically sold them all out that night. The unscrupulous merchants are selling it at such a high price. It's because the neighbors are not accommodating at all. How many did you buy? My cell phone at home ran out of battery, so I bought 4 20,000 milliamp hours ones. I have money, I have money. I heard they sell it outside the community, but our car is out of gas, so we dare not go out, and we are running out of food. We don't dare drive a car. You saw the tornado, right? We don't know how many people died. Even a car can't stop it. Yeah, there are people selling power banks here. I wonder if there are any food for sale. I'm willing to pay a high price for it. In the crowd, my great-uncle's family was also rushing to buy power banks. Qin Hao had several in his hands. Wang Tsulan listened to everyone's discussion with her sharp ears, and a smile of fortune appeared on her face. More and more people came to the power bank stall. Those who wanted to buy started to complain about the high prices and finally started to raise the price out of fear that they would not be able to get one. The boss was grinning from ear to ear. After a while, 2 men came out of the elevator, followed by another person. Qin Yu took a closer look and found that it was Fu Guangchen. Before Qin Yu could speak, Wu Zi took the initiative to explain. Boss, this kid has been staring at us. When he saw us coming out, he insisted on following us. Qin Yu frowned and looked at Fu Guangchen. Fu Guangchen blushed a little and touched his head. I didn't help carry so many things yesterday. I'm a little embarrassed. Today I'm just helping. If you come out today, we will still be divided into 4 equal parts. You still want to follow me? I. Fu Guangchen wanted to speak but didn't know how to say it. Let's go, time waits for no one. Qin Yu looked at the hesitant Fu Guangchen and said no more nonsense. Yesterday, someone in the community went out and got some supplies. Although some neighbors didn't come back, there were still many adventurous people who wanted to go out and give it a try. At this time, cars were driving out one after another. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen drove one each. Qin Yu watched as the nearby vehicles were heading towards the supermarket and food court, and drove the team to the office building on the other side. Boss, where are we going? Yitzi asked curiously. There are too many vehicles nearby, so we went to the high-end office building in front. There are many live-streaming companies there, and there is also a small warehouse downstairs. Boss, you are our guiding light. Wu Zi started to flatter him. At this moment, the typhoon has stopped, but the heavy rain has not stopped. The accumulated water on the ground cannot be discharged into the sewer normally, and the water on the road is already half a meter high. Arriving near the office building and parking the car, Qin Yu looked around. It was empty except for broken branches, various plastic garbage and billboards scattered on the ground. There was a tall building in the distance, but it had turned into ruins. Qin Yu led the people into the office building. The 2 men remained calm in the face of her skilled lockpicking skills. Fu Guangchen stared in amazement. The elevator in the office building was also out of service, so Qin Yu led everyone up the stairs. She handed everyone a crowbar and said, Separate your actions. Pry open any locks. Fu Guangchen took the crowbar first and said confidently, No problem. He walked from the corridor to the 2nd floor, followed by the 2 men, who took the tools and went to the office on the 3rd floor. Qin Yu walked to the 4th floor and entered the office area. Judging from the layout, it was a sales company. There were phones and computers on the desks in the office area. He went to the tea room and found some food. There were quite a lot of coffee, tea bags, and milk tea bags. The cupboards were almost full of these, with all kinds of flavors. The loose ones were put into school bags, and the ones in boxes were moved to the entrance of the corridor and put on the moving truck later. I walked around the leader's office and found no food. The elegant desk in the office had 2 rows of drawers, and 1 row was full of RMB when opened. There were at least 1 million. Qin Yu took 2 extra-large plastic bags and put the money in them, and also placed them at the entrance of the corridor. All the drawers on the other side were locked. Qin Yu was a little excited. She pried them open with anticipation and saw a drawer full of small umbrellas and props. She closed her eyes and put them in her bag. She planned to go to the top floor and walk down from the upper floor to avoid repeating herself and speed up. With physical strength at level 9, Qin Yu easily climbed to the top floor, the 39th floor. There was light, and there was electricity on the 39th floor. The automatic door outside was open, and there was someone there. A fellow traveler, or an office worker. A voice came from inside. Don't want to say it? This voice is so familiar, Jin Bin. How come I meet him again? Goodbye then. Throw it into that ruined building. Ah. A painful sound was heard and someone fell to the ground. Standing at the door of the office, Jin Yu heard footsteps coming out. She hid sideways in the corner. Jin Bin walked out of the office, wiped the blood off his hands casually, threw the handkerchief on the ground carelessly, looked back at the direction where Qin Yu was hiding. There was only a bird of paradise. He turned around and swiped his card to enter the elevator, and 2 men in suits trotted after him, dragging a corpse in their hands, and followed him in. The other power systems in the office building were paralyzed. This elevator was still able to start. It seemed to be an independent power system. It was a pity that she had climbed up and down, and carried the things for so long. Jin Bin, it was indeed him. But that was unlike him. Before, he was a chatterbox who played with the world, but just now he was a ruthless and murderous person in high position. His identity must be extraordinary. Chapter 25, Speed Racing. After waiting in the corner for a while and making sure that there was no one around, Qin Yu walked out. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, she felt a little frightened. Jin Bin was more callous about killing people than she was about killing zombies. The glass door of the company that had just opened closed automatically. The lock was a bit strange, and she couldn't open it electronically. Qin Yu took out a crowbar and tried to force it open. WeChat on her phone started ringing. Daydream, password 888888, same for the safe. In exchange, please don't tell anyone my secret tonight. Due to tsunamis, typhoons and tornadoes, Beihai City has been plagued by casualties, robberies are committed everywhere, hospitals are full, and the police system is almost paralyzed. Not to mention that Jin Bin killed someone and dealt with the aftermath. Even if he didn't deal with the aftermath, she sent the evidence to the police station, and the police didn't have the time and energy to arrest him. In a while, the police station will be submerged, and except for Zifeng Jiangnanuan and some places with higher terrain, Beihai City will also be submerged. Qin Yu walked into the office, which was a huge reception hall with sofas, a pool table, game consoles, a wine cabinet, and an indoor swimming pool. Going inside was a large office with a large wooden tea table, which was exquisite and elegant, with a landscape of mountains and flowing water. She touched it, and the tea table disappeared. Qin Yu was startled and used her consciousness to check the space. The basement had expanded by nearly 50 square meters. I think it is a more expensive wood carving. Qin Yu looked at the other furniture in the office, the chairs, the tables, and touched them one by one. All of them disappeared, and the space increased by another 200 square meters. Really rich, really wealthy. All the furniture is luxury. There was a round safe on the wall, and she tried to enter the code, 888888. The door opened, revealing a set of emerald green jade jewelry, including earrings, bracelets, rings, and brooches, but the necklace was missing. When Qin Yu's hand approached the jewelry, she felt a suction force, and all the jewelry was sucked into the space. She felt dizzy for a moment, and it took her 3 seconds to come to her senses. Qin Yu used her consciousness to check the space, and a 2-story Jiangnan villa with a separate garage appeared in her consciousness. Looking inside the house, the indoor area was over 500 square meters, the basement area was several times larger, over 5,000 square meters, and the garage area was 50 square meters, which could park at least 3 Mercedes-Benz G5s. This is truly a priceless set of jewelry, no wonder it has to be kept in a safe. After searching the office, Qin Yu went to the wine cabinet and took away all the wines in it. They were all high-end. She would take them back and give them to her father. His father would definitely be happy. Behind the wine cabinet bar is the kitchen, which contains many high-quality ingredients, including saffron, caviar, steak, truffles, Belgian ham, foie gras, Kobe beef, matsutake mushrooms. Luxurious, decadent, Qin Yu put them all into the space. Walking out of the gate and standing in front of the elevator, Qin Yu found a golden card at the door, the elevator card. Oh, who put it here as a spare? Qin Yu was overjoyed and swiped the card to go downstairs. Downstairs are basically all kinds of live broadcast companies, big and small. Chinyu went to the 35th floor, which was a whole floor of a large company. There were snacks at the workstations, and there were many small rooms inside, with a lot of food and supplies scattered inside. At the innermost part was a small warehouse filled with goods. Chinyu didn't even bother to look at them, and directly used his consciousness to move them into the space. After the warehouse was moved, the food was cleared out from room to room. Most of the food was snacks, beef jerky, black sesame balls, boneless chicken feet, lotus root powder with nuts, wafer biscuits, pure milk, etc., followed by cosmetics and daily necessities. The backpacks were filled first, and the rest was put into the space. The live broadcast equipment was not spared. WeChat on her phone rang, and Chinyu opened it to check the message. Magic 5 boss, which floor are you on? The floors we met are all energy companies, with large machines that cannot be moved and little food. The large machines can't be moved, so I'll do it. First quarter moon, you guys come to the 30th floor. Floors 25 to 35 are basically live broadcast companies, so there should be a lot of supplies. Chinyu swiped the elevator card and rushed to the 10th floor. She walked into an energy company. There was a large generator on the display stand, a 1,500 kilowatts power generator suitable for them all. Baby. A real baby. As long as there is enough oil, it can supply a building. Chinyu immediately put it into the space, turned around, and found a 1,000 kilowatts power generator on the display stand on the other side, and took it away. Walking up to the 9th floor, there is a large water purification equipment company. A row of large commercial water purifiers are placed in a prominent position. In the middle display area, there is a large water purification equipment that can process 100 tons of water. Just as I was about to go downstairs again, the parrot on my shoulder suddenly spoke. Here it comes, here it comes! Chinyu reacted quickly and called Erzi and Fu Guangqin. Come downstairs, right away. Chinyu went downstairs and put her things into the car, then went to the small warehouse next to her. There were some gas tanks in the warehouse, which she put into the space and put a few more tanks in the car. When Fu Guangqin and Erzi came over, the three of them were all loaded with stuff. Fu Guangqin was in good shape, so it was easier for him to run with weights. After they put down their stuff, they went to the door to get more. Chinyu wanted to speak up to stop them. Just one trip, I'll be there soon, Woozy said as he ran. The parrot on my shoulder called again. Come, come, come! A gust of wind blew over, thin and soft. Chinyu felt that a storm was about to hit. She held the steering wheel tightly and waited for the three people. Boss, we're here. Several people came back with a lot of supplies and put them in the car. Chinyu stepped on the accelerator and said, Hold on tight. He then shouted to Fu Guangqin behind him. Step on the accelerator to the bottom and speed up. In less than 5 minutes, the wind became stronger and stronger, and the garbage on the ground was blown into the sky. In the distance, Chinyu saw a tornado connecting the sky and the ground. The hurricane swept the ground, and some cars outside the car window were blown backwards by the wind. Another giant tornado. This natural disaster is more terrifying than the previous one. In the previous life, the early stages of the natural disaster were floods plus typhoons, and there were not many casualties in Bihai City. But in this life, there were continuous giant tornadoes, causing heavy casualties. Brother, I hope this wind won't blow our car away as well. Woozy was a little worried. What nonsense! Please help keep an eye on that brat behind us. Just make sure he isn't blown away. He's risking his life by following us. Yitzi scolded. Chinyu increased the speed to the maximum and glanced at the rearview mirror. Fu Guangqin was not lost and was following closely. Sometimes the car was blown off the ground by the wind, so he reversed the steering wheel and stabilized the center well. This kid is good, he basically never lets down the team. Woozy looked at the car behind him and praised. He's fast at moving things. Although he looks thin, he's very strong. He can move more than me. Yitzi also praised. Perhaps because he felt bad for taking too much yesterday, Fu Guangqin performed exceptionally well tonight. He originally had good physical fitness and stamina, and when he worked seriously, he was very efficient, and he could do the work of 2 people. The most amazing one is our boss. No one can move more things than her, and no one can find them quickly. At least half of this car was made by the boss. Boss, you are worth 3 of us, Woozy said truthfully. Boss, be careful, Yeetzy reminded. A large branch was blown in from the front, and the sharp branch hit the windshield. Chinyu stared straight ahead without changing his expression. He quickly turned the steering wheel and avoided the accident perfectly. The car yawed rapidly and everyone in the car was pushed to one side. Don't disturb the boss, he's driving. The first son knocked the fifth son on the head. As they got closer to the residential area, the number of vehicles increased. Several vehicles were hit by unidentified objects in the air and stopped on the road, unable to move. People in the cars were shouting for help. The strong wind continued to blow, and other vehicles were blown up and crushed on their car. Chinyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator all the way to the bottom, and sped up. Unknown solid objects kept flying in front of him, and Chinyu avoided them one after another perfectly. The 5 and 1 children in the car were shaken dizzy. After a few close calls, we arrived at the underground garage. Woozy staggered out of the car, Yeetzy held onto the car door, and began to vomit. Chinyu looked at the garage entrance, and the van came in. She relaxed her slightly frown and a faint smile appeared on her face. Fu Guangchen got out of the car and leaned against the door to take a deep breath. Woozy recovered and went over to slap him, causing him to take several steps back. Woozy, be gentle. You are very strong. Don't you know that? Easy scolded. I didn't use any force. Woozy felt aggrieved. I just drove too hard and I feel a little exhausted. Senior sister, are you okay? Fu Guangchen looked at Chinyu and asked with concern. Ha, our boss is as steady as a rock, he doesn't even blink an eye. The 5 of them flattered him. Ask someone to come down and move the things, and we'll go up together to divide them, Chinyu said to Woozy. Okay. Woozy picked up the phone and started calling people. While waiting, Chinyu looked towards the middle of the garage. There seemed to be a light there. She walked over carefully, and stood beside it to watch for a while. A small market has formed in the garage. Many owners are setting up stalls, from selling power banks to selling a wide variety of goods, including food, daily necessities, and fuel. The food stall was the most popular, with many people surrounding it. My uncle and his friends were also there, and they were the biggest food vendors at the stall. They had a lot of food in front of them, with the lowest price being 1,000 yuan. They were selling very well, but there were also many people who cursed at them. My aunt stood by and didn't give in at all, scolding the poor bastard who couldn't afford it, telling him to get out if he couldn't afford it. Chinyu stared at them from afar, feeling that their good days were about to end. Chapter 26, Retribution in This Life. Elevator room on the 17th floor. The 3 families went to the garage in several groups and moved the supplies from the 2 cars to the 17th floor. Chinyu counted and distributed the supplies. Fu Guangchen and Ertzi took a lot of instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, whole grains and other staple foods to fill their stomachs, while Chinyu took mostly snacks. The rest were all divided equally. 4 gas cylinders, 2 1701s, 1 1702, and 1 1801. 1702 Grandpa and Grandma brought their granddaughter out and watched Chinyu distribute supplies. Chinyu guessed that the 2 elders had something to say. Probably he was telling her not to take his precious grandson out again as it was too dangerous. Chinyu counted the supplies and moved Fu Guangchen's portion over. Grandma Fu said, "We don't need so many supplies. Half is enough." "Reasonable distribution," Chinyu declined. "Girl, my grandson is willful and insists on going out with you, which causes you trouble," Grandma said seriously. The 2 elders knew that their grandson was a senior student, and there was no way he could get so many supplies in one night. "We are not relatives or friends, and it is a kindness for people to take you along once. They just want to help out since you are a neighbor. But if they take you along again and give you so much, it would be just causing trouble." Chinyu felt relieved. No wonder Fu Guangchen was so sunny and positive, and his family was open-minded and reasonable. "Distribute fairly. It's dangerous outside. Try to have him stay at home next time," Chinyu replied politely. "Humph, my brother has never listened to anyone since he was a child," the little girl said with a pout. "Haha, my granddaughter is telling the truth. My grandson has been very opinionated since he was young and he is excellent in everything. We can't persuade him and can only support him as much as possible. The grandfather replied with a smile. Fu Guangchen's face turned red. How am I disobedient? I've always been obedient. The whole family said bad things about him in front of Qin Yu, and Fu Guangchen felt a little embarrassed. Without Fu Guangchen this time, we can't get back half of the things. And if he fell behind, I wouldn't let him follow in the first place. This is what he deserves. This is also the truth that Qin Yu said. No one will joke about their own life in the end times. The main reason for bringing Fu Guangchen along is that Fu Guangchen was his savior in his previous life. Another reason is that Fu Guangchen himself is a good teammate and can provide support. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she and her father and mother took their own supplies and went upstairs. Back at 1801, Qin's father and mother asked Qin Yu to sit down, and checked her body up and down, and only felt relieved when they saw that she was not injured. You take a rest first, I'll sort these things out, Father Qin said to Qin Yu while carrying the gas tank. I'm glad you're not hurt. I'm glad you're back. Mother Qin's eyes were red. Every time Qin's father and mother go out, they get worried. Although they know that their daughter is different and has become stronger, they still want to verify it in person to feel at ease. The tornado outside the window grew bigger. The double-layer soundproof glass effectively blocked the noise outside, but Qin Yu seemed to be able to hear the screams of the people fleeing below. The hurricane instantly blew away those on the ground who did not have time to return home, and the next second, they disappeared into the air. In the face of natural disasters, no matter how powerful you are, you become insignificant. I'm sorry Mom and Dad made you worry, Qin Yu said in a low voice. Don't apologize. This is a compulsory course for your parents. We have been worried since you were born. Just do whatever you want to do. Your parents believe in you and will ensure your safety, Qin's father said gently. Just like the grandparents in 1702, even if you are worried, if the child wants to do it, all you can do is believe and support him. I won't go out recently. The situation outside is too unstable. Fortunately, Gigi reminded me today, otherwise we really don't know if we can come back, Qin Yu said. Qin's father and mother understood Qin Yu's intentions and nodded. Then we will stay at home. More people went out last night than the day before, and fewer people came back than the day before. Qin Yu also saw on the road that a vehicle heading back to Zifengjiang and Garden was blown off course by the wind, resulting in the vehicle being destroyed and people being killed. There was a mournful silence in the WeChat group of owners. Some people even choked up in their voice messages. Mother Qin suddenly suggested, let's ask everyone on the 17th floor to come up and have a meal together. This is also a way to thank them for taking care of you during your 2 days away from home. Mom, you may not know that your daughter doesn't need their care. Yes. The 18th floor is also close to the 17th floor, Dad agreed happily. Hot pot is best when there are many people around, it makes it lively, Mother Qin said happily. Since her parents agreed, what could she say? She had no room for rebuttal. Qin Yu took out her phone and sent a message to Yitzi and Fu Guangchen. Come to our house to eat hot pot tonight. Guangjichen, okay. Yitzi. Really? We can eat the food cooked by the eldest brother's mother again. The other brothers are so happy. From the replies, Qin Yu seemed to be able to feel their joy, and this joy seemed to be contagious, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Qin Yu suddenly felt that in the end times, it is indeed possible to change the way of life. After a busy night, Qin Yu washed up and went to bed and fell asleep. When she woke up and checked the time, it was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a lot of noise outside the room, and many people were talking. Qin Yu walked out of the room. Qin Yang and the little girl from 1702 were watching the rabbit on the balcony, while Mao was biting a toy nearby. The father was chatting with Fu Guangchen and his grandparents, and the 8 children were helping to pick and wash vegetables. The mother came out from time to look around and give instructions. The living room of 1801 was large, and it didn't seem crowded even with so many people. Instead, it seemed particularly lively. The door was full of things, probably brought in by the 2 families. Boss, you're awake. Yitzi was peeling garlic in his hands. Under his thick fingers, the garlic looked like small fish eggs in his hands. Fu Guangchen, who was chatting in the living room, saw Qin Yu come out, and couldn't help but glance over there from time to time. He saw Yitzi come up to talk to Qin Yu and stared at them curiously. "Okay, I'll go wash up." There were so many people around, and Qin Yu remembered that she was still in her pajamas. She went back to her room to wash up and change her clothes. She wanted to help in the kitchen, but the work had been divided up by the 8 people, so she sat on the sofa and chatted. When Fu Guangchen saw Qin Yu sitting over, his eyes lit up, and he controlled his joy and asked, "Senior, did you rest well?" Father Qin was stunned when he heard Fu Guangchen address Qin Yu. "You know each other, and go to the same school?" "Yeah, we went to the same high school, and my senior helped me before," Fu Guangchen answered actively. Qin Yu sat aside, nodded silently, and continued to listen to their conversation, occasionally saying, or two, just to keep them company. Father Qin chatted with Fu Guangchen's grandparents, and learned that they were both retired teachers. His grandmother taught Chinese in high school, his grandfather was a university mathematics professor, and his son and daughter-in-law were working abroad and rarely came back. "No wonder Xiao Yao is younger than my Qin Yang, but knows so many things." Qin's father felt helpless as he looked at the playful Qin Yang. "We will give Yao Yao 2 classes every morning. One is Chinese Enlightenment class, mainly reading and literacy. The other is logical thinking class, reasoning, and judgment. If Yang Yang can get up, he can come with us," Grandpa Fu said kindly. "Oh, that's troublesome. Thank you both teachers." Qin's father felt a little embarrassed, but the end of the world has come and schools will definitely not reopen. Children can be confused, but they cannot be ignorant. Yao Yao, who was playing with a bunny, turned around and said happily, "Oh, I have classmates to study with. That's great." The 2 old people were also very happy to see their granddaughter happy. The child just needed a playmate. Her granddaughter had been staying at home every day these days and had been unhappy. Now she was so happy that her face was full of smiles. We have to go to school." Qin Yang was a little disappointed. Going to school was not fun at all. "Don't you like going to school?" Grandpa Fu asked jokingly. I like it. Qin Yang said those words against his will with a forced smile. His acting skills were so poor on his little face that everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, don't worry, brother Yang, my grandparents' class is very fun. It's not boring at all," Yao Yao comforted. Everyone in the room was chatting happily and playing with the 2 children. Over there, Qin's mother and the 8 assistants had already prepared dinner. The table was full and there were still some dishes in the kitchen that had not been brought out. There are 2 hot pots. One is a non-spicy mushroom soup chicken hot pot, and the other is a spicy fish head hot pot. The side dishes include shrimp balls, beef balls, fish balls, fat beef, fat lamb, lettuce, potatoes, bean sprouts, bean curd, lettuce, and more than a dozen other dishes. In case the hot pot is not enough, there are also hard dishes: braised spare ribs, salt and pepper chicken wings, spicy squid, garlic cured beef, vermicelli scallops, blanched prawns, stir-fried cauliflower, fresh meat and cuttlefish soup, cold pork, and freshly fried peanuts. The aroma of the food filled the air, and everyone in the room was tempted and looked over. Ba Zi couldn't help swallowing his saliva several times. "Come and eat, everyone," Mother Qin called out enthusiastically. It had been a long time since so many people came to taste her cooking, and she felt particularly excited at the moment. The elders sat down first, followed by the children, while the other 8 children, Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen, ate around the table. While eating and chatting, Father Qin and Grandpa Fu started to drink a little wine. There happened to be a stack of crispy and delicious peanuts as well, and the 2 men became more and more excited as they talked. The 8 sons worked hard, lining up to go to the kitchen to get rice. Qin's mother had prepared a large steamer with 3 layers of rice just for them. Wu Zi filled a bowl and ran to Qin Yu to gossip. "Boss, many houses in the community were robbed last night, and there were also burglaries. There were many thieves, and many elderly people and children were injured. Our building was also injured. The worst was your uncle's house in Building 4. It is said that the screams were heard throughout the building, but no one went up to help. They all thought that they were selling things at high prices in the underground garage before. Retribution comes so quickly?" Chapter 27, Door Installation on the 17th Floor. There are a total of 6 buildings in Zifengjiang and Garden. Qin Yu is a little familiar with the 5 buildings where she lives, but she is completely unfamiliar with the other buildings. As far as I can remember, the neighbors in Building 4 have always been very low-key and have a low presence. Wu Zi filled up a bowl of food and continued to talk to Qin Yu. Your uncle and his family had so much supplies that they couldn't store them all at home, so they often hosted banquets for the entire building. Later, they sold supplies at high prices in the underground garage. They lost all their good relationships, and Building 4 became famous. After quickly eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, Wu Zi continued. Now, almost everyone in Zifeng Jiangnan Garden knows that there is a family in Building 4 with a lot of supplies. No wonder Building 4 was the first to have an accident, and it was the most serious. It turned out that it was all the work of my uncle's family. The robbers last night were different from the thieves before. The thieves the day before yesterday would run away when they saw people and only robbed empty homes. But the robbers last night broke into houses with murderous intent and injured many people. Someone in the owner's group was sending emergency information. Are there any doctors or nurses in our building? Someone in Building 4 is in urgent need of medical treatment, and we are short of doctors. The other party promised a large reward or supplies. Owner of 902. Yes, tell me the exact location and I will go there. 501 owner. Building 4, room 602, the other party's brother was stabbed. Owner of room 902. Yes. 501 owner. Wu Zi and Qin Yu gossiped a few words and hurried to the table to pick up some food and eat. While eating, they did not forget to praise Qin's mother. Auntie, I have never eaten such delicious food. The last time I ate it, my brothers and I have been thinking about it all the time. Yes. The remaining 7 words were answered in unison. It's delicious, just eat more. If you enjoy the meal, I'm happy too, Mother Qin said happily. Don't worry, Auntie, we will eat it all. After the 8 children finished their meal, they lined up in the kitchen to get more rice. Grandma Fu, who usually doesn't eat much, also ate a whole bowl and praised. Mother Qin Yu's cooking skills are really good. I also like to cook when I'm retired and I think my cooking skills are quite good. But after eating the food you cook, I know what it means that there are always better people than you. If you have time, please teach me. Grandma Fu, please don't praise me like that. When we have time, let's study together. Mother Qin's face was full of joy. After Qin Yu finished her meal, she sat on the sofa and read the group messages. Fu Guangchen also came over. The room was not very bright, so she lit the candles he had brought last time. The dining table was brighter because of the alcohol stove burning solid alcohol. Fu Guangchen's face turned red as he sat next to Qin Yu, but fortunately the room was not very bright so it could not be seen. Senior! Just call me Qin Yu. Qin Yu was staring at her phone, wondering whether to send some medical supplies out. The phone screen lights up, and a friend request is sent, and black hole requests to add a friend. Wu Zi came over with the meal, looked at Qin Yu and said, Boss, last time that tech geek said he wanted to add you and Fu Guangchen, I sent your WeChat to him. After saying that, he quickly returned to the table and continued eating. The 2 of them clicked to agree to add him, and the other party created a group and sent a message in it. The robbers in the community last night were desperate criminals. The police system offers a minimum reward of 800,000. They live in a villa community on the other side of Zifeng Mountain. Be careful at night, and beware of them coming again. Qinjiguang, how did you know this news? Black hole, I can know everything I want to know. You saved me once, and I will inform you immediately if there is any movement in the community in the future. First quarter moon, yes, I believe you. Fu Guangchen looked at Qin Yu curiously. Qin Yu did not explain to Fu Guangchen why she believed him. She looked at Fu Guangchen and said, We have 2 more anti-theft doors at home. We will go downstairs to install them soon. Can you do it? Not really, but I can move the door. Well, let's go and tell the elders at home. Qin Yu stood up and went to Qin's father and mother to explain the situation. Qin's father was already drunk and was talking nonsense with Grandpa Fu. After hearing about the robbers, Qin's mother and Fu's grandmother looked a little worried. When they heard about installing another anti-theft door, they agreed. Ba Zi was still eating, and said without raising his head, No problem. The 2 went to the corridor to install the door together. Someone on the 16th floor below heard some noise and came out to see what was going on. He was a little dissatisfied and said, This corridor belongs to everyone. Isn't it inappropriate for you to install this anti-theft door? Brother, I was also scared by the robbery. I am the only healthy adult in my family, and the rest are elderly and children, Fu Guangchen said to the brother downstairs. The other party couldn't refute and went home with an unhappy look on his face. This big brother will definitely say it in the group, Fu Guangchen speculated. Let him say that safety comes first at this time. Qin Yu installed the door carefully, wearing a mask and using welding tools skillfully in his hands. Qin knew that. At this moment, there were only the two of them. Although it was not a romantic moment, this was a rare time for the two of them to be alone, and Fu Guangchen wanted to say what he had been hiding for a long time. A beam of light shone up from downstairs, and a man was walking upstairs. 18th and 17th floors, what are you doing? Do you think this entire building is your home? The owner of room 902, a man with gold-rimmed glasses, said angrily at the entrance of the corridor, holding a flashlight. Yes, but I'm sorry, I don't have any other anti-theft doors left, so I can't install them anywhere else in the house, Qin Yu replied indifferently. The rooftop is a public area, you can't install this anti-theft door, the man with gold-rimmed glasses emphasized again. The corridor entrance was slowly filled with people, talking at once. Most of them shared the same opinion as the man with gold-rimmed glasses and disagreed with Qin Yu installing the door. Some of them kept silent because Qin Yu's words last time had saved their lives. Qin Yu did not stop what she was doing, and said to everyone calmly and rationally, Everyone knows that robbers hurt people. We did not install this door to stop everyone from going to the rooftop. On the contrary, we also want to warn everyone not to take it lightly. If they come once, they may come again. Ah, really? This is too scary. We have already called the police. Yes, we have called the police. Our family voluntarily handed over the things. If it happens again, we really have nothing to give. Everyone's attention was diverted at once. The shadow left by the robbers was too deep. We will pay attention to the robbers. They usually come at night after dark. You are taking up everyone's space by installing a door. We must protect our own interests. The man with gold-rimmed glasses saw that the crowd did not support him and tried to continue inciting them. Building manager, you are right. We don't close this door during the day and we close it after dark. We have to do this for the sake of our family. I will take it down if I receive a call later, Fu Guangchen answered friendly. At this time, it was windy and rainy on the rooftop, so no one wanted to go up there. Robbers and thieves were often there, so no one wanted to leave the house. The neighbors had objections to the installation of the door encroaching on public space, but when they saw Fu Guangchen answering in a friendly manner that it was all for the family, everyone understood and the opposition voices gradually disappeared. After all, in this critical moment, if they have an anti-theft door at home, they would also like to install it. Who doesn't want to give their family an extra layer of protection? Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, the man with gold-rimmed glasses left angrily. If you have a large family, consider keeping watch. Guard the door, and the robbers won't be able to hurt you. After installing the door and leaving a message, Qin Yu took the tools and returned to 1801. Fu Guangchen picked up the remaining tools and followed him upstairs. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 6 points. Current points are 45 points. There are still people who listen to advice now. She has said everything she should say, and the rest is up to her. After entering the house, they put away the tools. The dining table had been cleaned. Wu Zi was wiping the table, and the other sons were helping Qin's mother with the cleaning. Qin's mother tried to dissuade them many times but to no avail. She was making dumplings on the side, thinking of taking them back for them. Fu Guangchen sat on the sofa. When Grandma Fu saw her grandson coming back, she asked him a few questions about the quarrel downstairs. Fu Guangchen said it had been resolved. Seeing that her grandfather was a little drunk, she helped him say goodbye to Qin Yu's family. When Qin's father saw Grandpa Fu leaving, he stood up and staggered to see him off. Qin Yu supported his father and sent him to the door. Qin's mother took Qin's father and took him to wash up and rest. Qin Yu went to the kitchen to wrap the remaining dumpling fillings and pack them for the 8 children to take away. The 8 children cheered again. You followed the right one, you followed the right one, this boss followed the right one. Chapter 28, Capturing the Robbers at Night. At night, the wind outside the window gradually died down. Heavy rain had been falling for 5 consecutive days. Almost half of the coastal cities were flooded, and Beihai City was also in danger. Some people began to leave messages online, asking if the end of the world was coming. Others dug up a post Xiao Ri had posted before and said that it was very detailed and that they would rather believe it. Xiao Ri was lying on the bed, using her consciousness to organize the space. She had gone out to the supermarket, an office building, to look for supplies, and had not organized the space since she came back. After all the organizing, she was not very tired, and she did not hear the system prompt for a physical strength upgrade. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 18 points, current points are 63 points. Huh! Xiao Ri was pleasantly surprised to hear that the system had added points. She didn't know how she had saved someone again, but it felt good to earn points even when lying down. After tidying up the space, Xiao Ri went to the yard to look at the black soil. There was still no movement from the plants and seeds planted in the black soil. Xiao Ri put it aside for the time being and would study it later. The owners in the WeChat group also felt that something was wrong. The heavy rain had been going on for such a long time and there was no sign of abating. The typhoon was also a giant tornado never seen in history. Banhai City was severely damaged. What should I do? Is the end of the world really coming? My child has just been born. Owner 802. Bullshit, it's all written by people on the internet who have nothing better to do. 1002 owners. I feel that this is really serious, and we need to be fully prepared. 501 owners. If anyone has more supplies, please give some to your neighbors for their sake. It would be best if you can offer a discount. 1301 owner. Not raising the price is a good thing, and it's a good deal. 1501 owners. Probably because the power bank downstairs provided power, the previously silent owner became active again and chatted animatedly. There was a knock on the door, and Qin Yang walked in happily. Gigi stopped on his shoulder. He looked at his sister and said happily, "Sister, Gigi just kept saying stop, stop. I looked out the window and the typhoon stopped again. And it feels like it won't come again." Qin Yu turned on the radio, and a newsletter happened to come in. According to the monitoring of the meteorological department, the typhoon has disappeared in the coastal areas, and the typhoon will stop next, and heavy rain will continue in some areas. This is good news, which means people can go out to find some supplies. Qin Yu decided to wait for 2 more days until the typhoon is no longer recurring before going out. Some neighbors also received weather information and sent it to the property owners group. The owners group became lively again, with a group of people mocking those who said the end of the world was coming and worrying about nothing, and repeatedly emphasized the news that the typhoon had stopped. The typhoon stopped at night and lasted until the next afternoon. It was still raining heavily outside, but the wind was normal. In the morning, everyone was still afraid of the recurrence of typhoons. After all, the bloody lessons were still fresh in their minds. Almost no one went out. It was not until the afternoon, when the wind was very calm, that people began to drive out one after another. Qin Yu remembered that she had taken cash from the boss's office in the office building and forgot to divide it among Fu Guangchen and Erzi. She went downstairs and knocked on the door to hand over the money. Fu Guangchen refused to take it. Qin Yu gave all the money to Wuzi and asked him to go out and buy more food and bring some for 1702. She would not go for the time being as she needed to go somewhere else. In the afternoon, most people went to purchase supplies, and Qin Yu drove to the Science and Technology Exhibition Hall. In this life, the typhoon lasted 2 days longer than in the previous life, and there were also rare tornadoes that did not appear in the previous life. The future is more uncertain. In the last life, heavy rain lasted for 2 months, and I don't know how long it will last in this life. Compared to the heavy rain, the extreme cold after the heavy rain is what Qin Yu really needs to deal with seriously. In her previous life, she remembered that Banhai City held a grand science and technology exhibition a few years ago. When she went there, the exhibition hall was already empty. It was said that there was high-tech cold-proof technology there. The Science and Technology Exhibition Hall is far away from the city. There are few shops nearby and few people. Qin Yu arrived at her destination and entered the Science and Technology Museum. There was already some water seepage inside. She looked at each area one by one and found some smart appliances such as 3D cinema equipment, holographic projection, LG transparent OLED TV, Linklet neck-worn camera, sleep number smart bed, etc. The house and the space happened to be empty, so she could decorate it. Constant temperature material, continuously maintaining a temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. The extra-large escape capsule can accommodate 6 people at the same time, the medium escape capsule can accommodate 4 people, and the small escape capsule can accommodate 2 people. I found it. The constant temperature suit and the escape capsule. With these 2 things, I can keep my family safe when it's extremely cold or hot, or when an earthquake floods the city. There are also 2 Arctic polar water tanks of 1000 L that do not freeze at minus 40 degrees Celsius, underwater detectors, waterproof energy storage bricks, jet packs, intelligent robots, quantum stealth cloak materials, etc., all of which are taken back, and some things that I don't have time to take a closer look at are also packed in. Next to the Science and Technology Exhibition Hall, there is a cultural relic museum, which displays cultural relics from various dynasties. Qin unlocked the door and went in. At first glance, he saw the treasure of the museum written in the center of the exhibition hall, a small vase. Qin put his hand on it through the glass cover, and the small vase was sucked in. The small black soil increased and became 8 pieces of black soil. What an unexpected surprise! It turns out that this cultural relic can unlock the area of black soil. After exploring everything in the museum, there wasn't much to take in. After exiting the museum, the black soil grew larger into 12 pieces. For a museum like this, there are only 4 things worth looking at. It really has high taste. After the search, Qin walked to the car and drove home. Just as she got in the car, she heard an alarm coming from the museum. Someone smashed the museum's anti-theft glass. It seemed that someone also had their eyes on the museum's treasure. She arrived there first and grabbed it. Along the way, Qin drove and saw outside the window many residents walking on the street with packages on their backs, holding their children and stepping in the muddy water, moving forward step by step. Most of Binhai City has been flooded and many residents have lost their homes. Now that the typhoon has stopped, the government should have set up shelters to accommodate the homeless. Back at 1801, they happened to see Wu Zi coming upstairs to deliver supplies to Qin. Seeing Qin, Wu Zi started to flatter her again. Boss, now transactions outside only accept cash, and electronic payment systems cannot be used. We only have cash with us, so we can buy whatever we want, it's great. But now the prices outside have increased by more than 10 times, even the rice in the water has increased by 2 times. We drove the van several times to transport the supplies back, and put them in the living room. 1702 also gave us a copy. Well, thank you for your hard work. Qin originally didn't want the supplies they sent, but after thinking for a while, it was a good idea to avoid arousing suspicion. According to this estimate, the supplies for 1701 and 1702 should be enough for half a year. 1702 itself should have a lot of supplies. The old man has difficulty walking, so there should be a lot of food stored at home. There is still 1 million left to be used. What should I do? Wu Zi asked. Go check again tomorrow morning. Prices will probably go up further. Buy everything and don't leave any leftovers, Qin advised. After a while, cash will become worthless and food will become the most valuable thing. After Wu Zi left, Qin's mother packed some food for him to take downstairs for his brothers to eat. Wu Zi smiled like a flower and only wanted to recognize Qin's mother as his godmother. Here, you guys worked hard carrying it up and down, these are all hard dishes, meat. Wu Zigong was embarrassed, but when he heard about meat, he couldn't bear to refuse. Thank you, Auntie, this is all the money given by the boss, we are just helping. The 5 children ran downstairs excitedly, carrying the meat with them. Before they could close the door of 1081, they heard the 8 children downstairs cheering together. Wow, meat! Lots of meat! Mother Qin looked at Qin and said happily. To be honest, I thought they looked fierce, but I didn't expect them to be just like little kids. I like them very much. Qin was soaked outside, and her shoes and socks were also soaked. Mother Qin urged Qin to take a hot bath before coming to eat. After washing up, the family sat at the dining table to eat. It was another sumptuous meal, with crystal pork elbow, steamed cured duck leg, stir-fried abalone with king oyster mushrooms, braised winter melon, and Chinese cabbage with lard. After taking a mouthful of food, Qin felt alive again, warm and happy. Wu Zi said that prices outside are 10 times more expensive. Qin's mother asked curiously. Yes, the owner's group has already raised the price to 20 times, and the food will become less and less, and more expensive," Qin Yu replied. "Takeout is too convenient. Fewer and fewer people cook, and New Year's Eve dinner is also eaten out. Those who haven't stocked up on food at home are starting to stock up on it desperately," Qin's father whispered. "Do we have enough food?" Qin Yang asked curiously. "Even if someone doesn't have enough to eat, they have to feed the precious babies in our parents' bodies," Qin Yu teased Qin Yang. "I don't want to eat alone, I want my whole family to eat together. It would be best if the 8 uncles downstairs can also eat their fill, and Yao Yao's family can also eat their fill," Qin Yang said seriously. There are still many people who care about him at such a young age. As it stands now, Yan Yang's wish can be realized. At night, Qin Yu was lying on the bed to rest. It was still raining heavily outside the window. The bed was particularly comfortable on rainy days. Qin Yu remembered that she hadn't watched a movie for a long time, so she picked up her pad, prepared some snacks, and planned to watch a movie. WeChat messages rang out, and the black fan sent a message in the group. "Attention, they are coming. Those robbers are coming again?" Chapter 29, Someone Sacrificed. The night is as dark as ink, and evil always likes to breed in the darkness. The heavy rain poured down on the green plants in Zifeng Jiangnan Garden. The ground in the community was littered with tree branches. Some small trees had already been broken by the typhoon and fell in the middle of the path, blocking the way forward. A group of people wearing black raincoats stepped on it, broke the branches, and entered the residential building. It was late at night, the weather was cold, and there was a power outage. Many people had already gone to sleep in their warm blankets, but danger was approaching step by step. Qin Yu didn't know who listened to her and left people to keep watch at night, but it didn't matter to her whether there was anyone keeping watch or not. Even if she was alone, she was enough to deal with the robbers. There are 2 stairwells in the community building, one leading from the 1st floor to the 17th floor, and the other leading from the underground garage to the 18th floor. The 2 stairwells can be exchanged in the elevator corridor on each floor. After receiving the news, Qin Yu quickly went downstairs and hid at the entrance of the 1st floor. Not long after, a black shadow rushed into the corridor. She acted quickly and chopped the man's neck with a knife, and the black shadow fell to the ground instantly. This man seemed to be just the leader of the charge. After he fell to the ground, Qin Yu clearly heard a few more footsteps outside. The sound slowly stopped at the entrance of the corridor, as if they had noticed something. "Guzzi, have you fucking gone upstairs yet? Didn't you wait for us?" someone asked outside. "Brother Dan, are we still going up?" a timid voice sounded. "Go ahead. If we wait until everyone inside becomes alert, we won't get anything. If we succeed in getting the big boss, he will reward us with the girl, and you can get the girl you wish for," Brother Dan answered arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 robbers rushed into the corridor. Qin Yu was hiding behind the door at the entrance of the corridor. Before she could hide the person lying on the ground, she saw a beam of light coming in from outside. "Since we can't launch a sneak attack, we have to fight head-on." There was no place to hide. Qin Yu was ready to go, waiting for the robbers outside to step in. The 2 robbers ran in quickly, and the first thing they saw was Guzzi lying on the ground. Their faces changed and they were ready to retreat, but Qin Yu kicked the door shut. The door was closed, and the robber had nowhere to escape, so he had to stand on the steps. He lowered his head slightly, and saw Qin Yu standing at the door. Although he was standing high and looking down at the other person, Brother Dan felt that the other person had a strong aura pressure that made him want to lower his head. Qin Yu chased up the stairs and tried to stop the 2 robbers. Dan Ge fell behind and was grabbed by Qin Yu by the collar. He took out the knife at his side and stabbed Qin Yu in the vital part. The other robber was a little scared when he saw this scene, and ran away with shaking legs. Qin Yu easily avoided Goji's attack and punched him hard in the abdomen. Goge held on and did not fall down. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and thought, he has a good physique. Feeling Qin Yu's terrifying strength, Brother Dan took out his gun without hesitation. After 2 bangs he missed. Qin Yu discovered that the other party had a gun and dodged immediately. "There are guns. These gangsters also got guns. Damn bitch, knock the dog out in one go, let's run separately." "Okay. Eggman." The voices of the robbers in the corridor came from above. Brother Dan used his gun to delay time and ran to the 2nd floor, while another robber went around to the opposite stairwell. Qin Yu followed Dan Ge all the way to the 6th floor, kicked away his hand holding the gun, and subdued him with his backhand. Fu Guangqin's voice came from upstairs. Qin Yu, is that you? Well, be careful, another one ran away. They have guns. Go get the rope. I knocked 2 of them out. You tie them up and wait for me on the 1st floor, Qin Yu said to Fu Guangqin. Okay, you have to be careful too, you. Before Qin Yu could finish her words, she heard screams coming from the 10th floor. Qin Yu went upstairs quickly, and when she reached the 10th floor, she saw room 1002 was full of blood. A man was sitting in a pool of blood, with his wife and child in front of him. His wife was holding the child, and he was hiding behind his wife and child. No, 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 don't kill me, don't kill me! The man in room 1002 only murmured. Cheesy and Yeetzy were inside, arresting 2 knife-wielding robbers. They looked at the man with disgust. This man deserves to die. The robbers broke in, held their children hostage and demanded food, but he said there were children but no food. What a beast! The 2 gangsters had bruised faces and noses, and they were screaming. Cheesy grabbed them with one hand, and Yeetzy stepped forward and slapped them a few times. Scream, try to scream again. We'll see how you compensate for 2 lives. Yeetzy, tie them up and take them down. There are 2 more downstairs. Did you catch up with them from below, or did you meet them coming down from above? Qin Yu asked. We met when we came down from upstairs. We were patrolling the corridor, Yeetzy answered, looking back at the blood on the floor of room 1002. He felt a little guilty, as if he had done a bad job and killed the mother and child. I have seen the wife of this family several times. The child is also very well behaved. She often plays with the child by herself. The child even gave me candy. The first child looked at the child who had fallen to the ground, and his eyes suddenly turned red. The 7th child patted his eldest brother's shoulder to comfort him. Qin Yu has seen many men like this at the end of the world. They abandon their wives and children, force their wives to engage in prostitution for food, and in the end the men even tell their wives that they had no choice but to do so. Hunger can drive people crazy. The selfishness and ugliness of human nature will be infinitely magnified in the end times. Yeetzy, this has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't caught the robbers, someone might have died at their hands tonight. Qin Yu walked to the entrance of the corridor and looked at it in thought. Another person ran away from the 2nd floor. 1 son and 7 others came down from upstairs and caught the robber robbing room 1002 on the 10th floor. They did not encounter the robber. The robber was still in the building, between the 2nd to 10th floors. But there was no sound at all from floors 2 to 10. Was there someone taking hostages or some other situation? What's wrong, boss? Asked Cheesy. There is another robber in the building. Tie them up together. Fu Guangqin will guard downstairs. Patrol floors 2 to 10. Be careful, they have guns. Qin Yu gave the instructions and glanced at the still crazy man. The man sat on the ground, sometimes terrified, sometimes screaming, and sometimes frantic and fierce, and began to speak nonsense again. I can't take care of the child well. He's still crying so late at night, crying for food. Where is the food? I can't eat enough. I'm starving. If you hadn't cried for food, would I have thought someone had brought food and opened the door? It's all your fault, all your fault. The man crawled to the child and patted him twice. Cry, 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 why don't you cry now? There's nothing to eat, nothing to eat. He stood up shakily and kicked his wife. Get up and cook. I'm starving, lazy woman. His wife lay motionless on the ground. He had a dull expression on his face. He stood up, turned around, and walked into the room. Qin Yu didn't want to see this shameless man anymore. He sacrificed his children and wife to survive and acted like the whole world owed him something. In the WeChat group of owners, Qin Yu sent a message in the group, don't go out casually, there is a robber in building 5. Those who are safe in the group report that they are safe, and deduct 1. Floors 2 to 10 have basically been responded to, and Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, at least there are still survivors. Dawn gradually broke, and the 1st and 7th pieces in the corridor switched guards, while the 5th and 2nd pieces went up to the top. At the exit of the corridor on the 1st floor, the 4th piece replaced Fu Guangqin and stood guard at the door. Fu Guangqin drove his car and dropped off the 4 robbers in front of the police station. There was no policeman inside the police station, only an old man at the door. The police have gone out and haven't come back for several days. The old man saw someone coming and kindly reminded them. These guys robbed and killed people in our neighborhood. I leave it to you. Fu Guangchen left the 4 robbers behind and drove to the residential area, feeling horrified. Just as Qin Yu said, Binhai City had been completely paralyzed, the police system had failed, and the government was no longer able to protect everyone. Starting from the 2nd floor, Qin Yu knocked on the doors of every house, preparing to investigate one by one. I knocked on the door on the 2nd floor, first knocking on 201. 3 brothers came out, one was a designer, one was a photographer, and the other was a fitness coach. The 3 brothers usually love fitness and exercise, and everything seemed normal. Qin Yu knocked on the door of room 202. After knocking for a long time, the person inside didn't respond or open the door. Qin Yu didn't have much impression of the people on the 2nd floor. There is a single man in room 202, probably sleeping, often mixing day and night. A brother in room 201 opposite said. Day and night are reversed. Just when the WeChat group confirmed that it was safe in Q1, he went Q. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this guy. He is clearly awake but refuses to open the door. Is he being held hostage and the person replying is one, or has he been killed and the other party used his phone to reply? Open the door. I know you are awake. If you don't open the door, I can break in. The door still didn't open, and a pair of feet were pacing back and forth in front of the door. Chapter 30, 902 Offline. A robber, especially an armed robber, cannot be hidden in the building. His parents and younger brother are still in the building. This high-risk factor cannot be allowed to stay. Qin Yu firmly believed in her idea and was determined to catch the robber. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll break in. 3, 2. Before Qin Yu finished counting, the door opened with a swish, and a man inside shouted, Don't break my door. The man looked nervous, worried that Qin Yu would break down his door. At this dangerous moment, without the door, his life would be in danger. The door opened and Qin Yu looked inside. Everything was normal in the room, a little messy but with no signs of fighting or struggling, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. The only abnormality was that the man in front of him was a little nervous. He didn't dare to look Qin Yu in the eyes. He even walked to the living room to collect the garbage in the trash can, and was anxious to let them go. Is there any secret in your family? Qin Yu became more and more suspicious. What secrets does this man hide? No, I haven't. Do you suggest I go in and take a look? No. The man wanted to refuse, but Qin Yu looked at him with an oppressive look, making it difficult for him to speak. Qin Yu checked each room one by one, and there was nothing wrong with them. There was almost no place for people to hide in the room. When she reached the last room, Qin Yu stopped in front of it. The door seemed to be open, so she reached out to open it. Just as she was about to open the door, the man behind her suddenly took out a knife and said to Qin Yu, Don't move, don't open that door. Looking at the man who was more nervous than him, Qin Yu chuckled. It doesn't matter if I can open it or not, I know what's inside. You know what? There's food in there. You hid a whole room full of food. Qin Yu paused and said, I was wrong. It's not that you hid a whole room full of food, but that you stole a whole room full of food. The man's eyes widened and he looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. You're talking nonsense. There's nothing to eat in your living room, but the trash can is full of food packaging. Is your food so shameful? Qin Yu turned and left. Give it back when you have the chance, and I won't expose you. This person should be the thief who stole on the first night. He is very skilled but very timid. He only steals without hurting anyone and runs away when he sees someone. If she hadn't discovered the flaw after entering the room, she wouldn't have realized that this man was hiding in Building 5, right under her nose. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 5 points, the current points are 68 points. Another amazing person. Not in the mood to care about anything else, Qin Yu quickened her pace and went to the next floor. After confirming the situation on each floor, she arrived at the 9th floor. Fu Guangchen also rushed back and went to the 9th floor with Qin Yu to check the situation. Room 901 houses Zhang Chuchu, the girl who came back with Fu Guangchen. After knocking on the door, it opened from the inside. There was another door with double anti-theft protection. Zhang Chuchu saw Fu Guangchen and her eyes lit up. Fu Guangchen, I'm so scared. Well, things have been a bit uneasy lately, so be sure to lock the door, Fu Guangchen replied. Zhang Chuchu curled her lips, looking speechless. She stopped looking at Fu Guangchen and said unhappily, I'm safe here for the time being. My parents were afraid that it would be dangerous for me to live alone, so they installed a double-layer anti-theft door for me. There is also an alarm at the door. If you force the door open, the alarm will sound. Room 901 was confirmed safe. Qin Yu looked at the last room that had not been confirmed, room 902. The door was tightly closed, and there was no movement even if she checked there. This style is not at all like 902, who usually likes to watch the fun. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu knocked on the door, but there was no sound. She knocked again, and a voice came from inside. Here we go. Anyone here? The door is just opening now. Come in. Sister Gao looked at Fu Guangchen and Qin Yu and said with a smile. The two looked at each other. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with 902, and there was something wrong with Miss Gao. Usually the two of them quarreled, but now they were actually talking to Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu stepped in, followed closely by Fu Guangchen. Then the door was closed and locked by Sister Gao. Sister Gao raised her hands high and looked ahead in fear. In front, a man dressed in all black walked out from the living room. He held a knife against the neck of the man with gold-rimmed glasses in one hand, and pointed a pistol at the door, towards Qin Yu and her group of people, with the other hand. Let my husband go, and you can have whatever you want, Sister Gao begged pitifully. I want this woman to let me go, the man in black said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, please save my husband and let one of the robbers go first, okay? I can't live without my husband, Sister Gao said and started crying. Qin Yu sneered and remained silent. Fu Guangchen also felt something was wrong when he saw this scene. What are you laughing at? You're still laughing at me because I killed this man first, and then shot you. None of you will live. The man in black pushed the knife a little further into his neck, and blood appeared on the neck of the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Sister Gao knelt down anxiously and called out to Qin Yu. Please, Qin Yu, save my husband. I was blind before. Sister Gao, you are such a talented person and a great actor. I am not as good as you in this respect. Qin Yu looked at Sister Gao and said slowly. Sister Gao, who was lying on the ground, was stunned and did not answer. And you? Qin Yu looked at the man in black and said coldly. You need to keep your knife steady. If it keeps shaking, I'll really cut off your accomplice's neck. What nonsense are you talking about? He and I are not in the same group, the man with gold-rimmed glasses retorted. Oh? No, not an accomplice. You guys didn't go out during these nights, right? You should have plenty of supplies. Who would open the door for you in the middle of the night? The owners of 902 are usually smart and careful. Robbers attacked in the middle of the night last night, so why would they open the door to a stranger tonight? Unless they are extremely hungry, like 1002 downstairs, who are only thinking about food, they are not short of supplies. We are organizing charity donations. We want to donate things to people who don't have any. Is it the owner of 1002 upstairs? He was right above you. He was so hungry that he didn't even look at who was at the door. He just opened the door. You delivered the supplies really quickly. Qin Yu looked towards the living room of room 902. There were piles of food everywhere, beside the sofa, on the seats, and on the coffee table. Many of them were supplies that she had seen others donate to domestic violence men in the group a long time ago, and they were still in room 902. Well, we are too busy. Stop making excuses. You are using the name of donations to collect supplies from neighbors and pocketing your own money. You are colluding with robbers outside to kill neighbors. Building 5 has no room for you. Do you have any evidence? Besides, why are you chasing us away? This is our house. At this time, in the WeChat group of Building 5, Wuzi sent a video, which was a video of a man in black urgently knocking on the door of 902, and the people in 902 quickly pulled him into the room. The group was immediately in an uproar, and the owners denounced 902 fiercely and demanded that 902 get out of Building 5. Some owners even rushed to the door of room 902, knocked hard and shouted, Fuck you, you two beasts, open the door for me. You colluded with the robbers to kill us. Open the door or I will beat you to death. The couple inside the door looked unhappy. Was the truth exposed? What happened? The man in black released the hand holding the man with gold-rimmed glasses, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses protected the man behind him. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Sister Gao also stood in front of the man in black, protecting her son. What kind of parents are they who call their son a thief for robbing their neighbor at gunpoint? The man with gold-rimmed glasses also took out a pistol from his pocket and shot at Qin Yu without saying a word. The man in black followed suit and shot forward. Fu Guangchen subconsciously stood in front of Qin Yu, and the bullet almost hit him. Qin Yu pushed him aside, squatted down, picked up 2 high-heeled shoes on the ground, and smashed them hard at the 2 men's gun hands. The other party dodged, and Qin Yu quickly grabbed Sister Gao and said to the 2 gunmen, "Put down the gun." The man with gold-rimmed glasses sneered, pulled the trigger, and fired 2 shots at Qin Yu. Sister Gao's face was full of disbelief and her body collapsed. "Go to the bedroom and take the escape rope." The man in black quickly ran towards the bedroom, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses fired several more shots at Qin Yu, then took the opportunity to hide in the room, locked the door, and closed it. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen ran to the door and banged it hard. There seemed to be the sound of glass breaking outside, followed by several bangs. The door was pushed open, and Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen went to the window and saw an escape rope made of strips of cloth, extending from the stainless steel bars of the window to the downstairs. Looking down along the escape rope, they saw 3 bodies on the ground. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, the man in black, and the man in room 1002 upstairs who has gone crazy. The man jumped off the building and happened to pull up 2 people who were escaping, and the 3 of them fell to their deaths together. The rain tonight is particularly bright red. Chapter 31, Reunion Dumplings. The heavy rain outside the window washed away the bloodstains on the ground, creating light pink splashes of water. People upstairs heard the noise and rushed to the window to see what was going on. In the moonlight, people could vaguely see a person lying in the rain, in a pool of blood. "Ah, someone jumped off the building!" the woman screamed. "There are 3. 3, my God! I was so scared, it just fell down." The people in Building 5 who saw the jump from the building screamed in fear. Some of the timid ones were already crying. It was hard for many people to accept that death was so close to them. In room 902, Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen returned to the living room and found Sister Gao lying on the ground, almost dying. The knocking on the door had stopped. Qin Yu walked past Sister Gao and opened the door. She looked up and saw that the door was full of neighbors. Some were leaning against the windows next to the elevator to look out, while others were staring at their phones to read WeChat group messages. As soon as the door opened, their attention was drawn to it. "Gao, isn't that Sister Gao lying on the ground? Why is there so much blood?" the tall and thin man in room 1202 asked in surprise. "She was shot. Her husband shot her in order to escape," Fu Guangchen stated. Sister Gao, who had closed her eyes and waited for death, heard these words and suddenly felt hatred. "That beast, I curse him to die a miserable death. And Qin Jiayu, it was that bitch who seduced my son and said that 1801 was all supplies, otherwise how could my son do such a stupid thing? Son, it's Mom's fault. Mom was blind. 1801 is full of supplies? Are the robbers coming for 1801? Qin Yu was shocked. In extreme hatred and annoyance, Gao lost her voice. That night, tragedy continued on the 5th floor, and all the families in 902 and 1002 died. The neighbors standing by the door felt sad, their faces showed sorrow and deep worry, and they seemed to see no hope for tomorrow. In a sad expression, Qin Yu seemed to see a sneer on someone's mouth. It was a ruthless smile that was none of his business, mixed with a hint of joy. Qin Yu looked carefully and found that the expression was actually shown by the tall and thin man in 1202. In her impression, the 2 families had a good relationship. To be precise, 1202 was a good man who had a good relationship with everyone's family. The contrast is too obvious. Qin Yu, you go up and rest first, I will take care of the aftermath, Fu Guangchen said gently. Qin Yu glanced at Fu Guangchen and nodded in agreement. Then he left 902. A neighbor at the door saw something familiar and walked in and exclaimed, Isn't this the thing I donated? Why is it still in 902? After hearing this, other neighbors walked into room 902 and saw that it was filled with their own donated items. They became angry and said, "They actually embezzled our donated items. The son openly robbed them, while they secretly took them. Like father, like son." Glancing at Sister Gao lying dead on the ground, everyone shut up again, thinking in their hearts, she deserved to die. Back in 1801, Qin Yu curled up on the sofa. After staying up all night, she felt very sleepy. Qin's father sat on the sofa beside her. Qin's mother brought a bowl of chicken wonton soup and said, "Eat it while it's hot. It's freshly cooked." The delicious wontons are lying in the rich chicken soup. When you eat a wonton with just a little bit of chicken soup, the delicious flavor bursts from the tip of your tongue. It is so delicious. Qin Yu ate happily, and Qin's father and mother looked at her with warm smiles. Qin Yu fell asleep on the sofa as she felt sleepy. Her mother brought the quilt over and her father carefully covered her with it, then they quietly walked away. When she woke up, it was already dark. Qin Yu slowly woke up smelling the fragrance of food. She stretched and sat up. The quilt on her body fell to the ground, and she picked it up and put it back in the room. Go into the kitchen to serve the dishes and rice. There was a knock on the door, and Qin Yang ran over quickly. "I'll open it." Fu Guangchen was standing outside, holding some things in his hands. Fu Guangchen saw Qin Yang and asked, "Where's my sister? What's up?" Seeing Qin Yu standing by the living room with a bowl in her hand, Fu Guangchen said quickly, "The supplies in room 902 have been processed. These are gifts from the neighbors to thank you for fighting off the robbers. I'm not doing this for them, I'm doing this for the safety of my own family." Fu Guangchen nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, we will also benefit from it. I'll put these gifts here." After leaving his food behind, Fu Guangchen was about to leave when Qin's mother called out, "It's time for dinner, let's eat together. Has Grandpa and Grandma Yao Yao eaten yet? Let's invite them over to eat together." "It shouldn't be yet. I'll go down and take a look." Fu Guangchen ran downstairs happily, and in the blink of an eye he was standing at the door with Grandpa, Grandma, and Yao Yao. In the evening, Qin's mother cooked dumplings, which were enough for Fu Guangchen's family to eat. Seeing Fu Guangchen's grandfather coming, Qin's mother fried some peanuts in a small pot. When Father Qin saw Grandpa Fu, he acted like an old brother and pulled him to sit at the dining table to chat. The hot dumplings were served, along with 3 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes, and everyone sat around the table to eat. "Let's eat dumplings together today, and our family will be reunited in the future," Qin's mother said enthusiastically. "That's right, the whole family is reunited," Grandma Fu sighed. "What happened tonight was too tragic, and people can't help but feel sad. Who can guarantee that they will always be lucky?" Qin Yu's WeChat on her phone started ringing. "The Magic 5 boss, didn't you invite us to the dinner? Didn't I pack the dumplings for you yesterday? Ugh, I can't eat enough. I can't eat enough." Qin Yu felt uncomfortable seeing this. A tall and strong man was crying cutely from time to time. It was really unbearable. There were 99+ messages in the owner's WeChat group. Qin Yu scanned it and saw the videos sent by Wu Zi. It showed a man in black knocking on the door of room 902. How did Wu Zi get this video? Stop being cute. Where did the video in the group come from? The tech geek sent it to me. Thinking of this, Qin Yu sent a WeChat message to Black Hole. Can you find personal information? Generally, it's okay. Who? A man in room 1202, building 5. Wait a moment. After a while, Qin Yu received a resume of a man from room 1202, building 5, on her mobile phone. He worked in sales, was warm and honest, had good language skills, and was proficient in multiple foreign languages. It's just ordinary, nothing special. Putting down her phone, Qin Yu concentrated on eating dumplings, her mother's brand dumplings, celery and beef, shrimp and corn, pork and leek, pork and sauerkraut, etc., with a little chili oil, perfect. Fu Guangchen tried to imitate Qin Yu's way of eating and found it a little spicy. Qin's mother saw this and brought him a glass of water, saying, "My daughter Yaya has the same taste as me, which is spicy. I married here from far away, and my hometown likes spicy food. The main reason is that I don't dare to eat sea fish and shrimp, so I changed the cuisine." Qin's father explained. Ocean pollution threatens people all over the world. It's hard to say what the future holds. Grandpa Fu sighed. The two of them drank another glass of wine, chewed a few peanuts, and chatted about other things. Qin Yu finished eating dumplings and stood by the window, looking at the heavy rain outside. The sound of raindrops hit the glass. The villa area in the distance was shrouded in rain and fog. Fu Guangchen finished his meal, walked to Qin Yu and stood there for a while, not knowing what to talk about. Qin Yu took the initiative to speak. You have good physical fitness. He was still thinking about what topic to talk about when the other party spoke first. Fu Guangchen was stunned for a moment, and immediately replied. Not bad, I basically rank first in the sports events I participate in at school. Are you interested in learning how to fight? I'll teach you. Yes, sure. I have outstanding abilities. Do you think I have potential? That's fine if you want to understand it that way. Have a good rest tonight. Yesterday he impulsively stood in front of her. If she hadn't reacted quickly, both of them would have been shot. His heart was good, but his ability was not enough. Good intentions can easily lead to bad consequences. After dinner, Fu Guangchen and his family helped Grandpa leave. Father Qin was a little confused, so he went to wash up and go to bed. Qin Yu looked at the villa area vaguely visible on the other side of Zifeng Mountain. The environment was elegant, with single-family villas, each with a large gap between them, scattered on the mountain, very beautiful. Suddenly, her face straightened and she sneered inwardly. Night raid is addictive, right? It's your turn to try it. Chapter 32, Attack on the Villa District. 902 Sister Gao's words sounded the alarm for Qin Yu. This group of gangsters has set their sights on her family. If they are not eradicated, there will be endless trouble. Besides, these robbers have guns. She put the two of the robbers last night into the space for later use. At midnight, Qin Yu didn't want to worry her parents, so she decided to go out quietly and come back early. Everything was done secretly. She got up and walked out of the room to the living room. Qin's father and mother were sitting on the sofa, watching her tiptoe out. Qin Yu felt like she was being caught, and she shouted embarrassedly. Mom and Dad, what a coincidence, I got up to go to the bathroom. Qin Yu's room had an independent bathroom. She realized that this excuse was not a good one, so she explained. The toilet in my room. I know you want to go to the villa area, so go with peace of mind, Qin's father said. Mother Qin stood up and handed Gigi to Qin Yu. Qin Yang asked you to bring this with you. Bring Gigi with you as an extra helper. Gigi flew to Qin Yu's shoulder, and Mother Qin continued. Don't be sneaky next time you go out. Your parents are very open-minded. Yeah, okay, Qin Yu replied in a low voice. Qin's father and mother care about her, and she is also worried about her parents' safety. With this love, she can become stronger. Qin Yu packed up and went out. Her parents had already gone into their room to sleep. When she closed the door of her parents' room opened again. Qin's father looked at the empty living room, pursed his lips, and turned back to the room. The children grew up, and his little Yaya grew up and became very powerful, becoming their protector. Downstairs, 1, 5, and 7 were already waiting in the car. Qin Yu got in the car, drove from the path to the back door of the villa area, climbed over the guardrail and entered the community. The independent villas in the lower part of the villa area had been flooded. Along the way, there were no lights on in the houses in the villa area. Logically speaking, all villas have their own generators. Why doesn't any of them generate electricity automatically? Impossible. It looks like the situation is not good. The people in the villa area should have been held hostage by the robbers. Walking up the mountain, there is a largest villa with bright lights inside. Looking from afar, you can see that there are people guarding the door and the windows upstairs, and there is music coming from inside. Boss, there are people, and quite a few of them. I counted and there are 6 visible places. I estimated that there would be about 20. What should we do? Can we still fight? Wu Zi was a little worried. Why not? Qin Yu asked calmly. There are more than 20 robbers scattered in such a large villa. It is no problem to defeat them in batches. She had hardly seen blood in her whole life, but tonight, she was going to take on these bandits, and her Tang sword was going to have to drink some blood. It's their fault for being so blind. Be careful not to hit them at home. You don't have to follow me in, Jinyu said, Yitzi said with a stern face. How can that be possible? Wherever the boss goes, we go. I have never been a person who fears death. What do you mean? Following me means you're going to die. Jinyu turned around and looked at Yitzi. Yitzi hurriedly explained. No, boss, that's not what I meant. Jinyu understood that Yitzi was worried about her going into a dangerous place alone, but the three of them were only able to fight on the periphery. She said patiently, You guys split up and go to the villa to make some noise to attract some people out. I'll take the opportunity to sneak in. Oh, okay, boss, no problem, the three boys said in unison. Several people acted separately, and Jinyu lurked in the dark, waiting for the opportunity. Knock knock. There was a noise from the southwest. Two people at the door heard the noise, one of them chased over, and the other stood still. After waiting for a while, a few more people from the villa area ran out and chased after him, while the man at the door was still guarding it. They are all veterans, so this method of luring the snake out of its hole is not very effective. Jinyu changed her strategy. She sneaked around the villa, found a toilet window, took out a crowbar, carefully pried it open, and climbed into the toilet. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I heard someone's voice outside. I'm drunk, I need to go to the bathroom. A drunk man came in, staggering. As soon as he came in, he saw that the window was open. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He stared at the window and slowly walked towards the window. Are we going to be discovered? Jinyu was a little nervous. The drunk man looked at the window and suddenly laughed. It's more comfortable to open the window. It's cool even when it's windy and rainy. The man turned his back to Jinyu, looking out the window, unbuttoned his pants and prepared to go to the toilet. Jinyu stepped forward and knocked him unconscious with a palm, trapping him in the toilet. The toilet door suddenly opened, and the man said impatiently, Are you done? It took you so long. When he entered the room, he saw Jinyu tying up a drunk man. He was stunned and then grinned. You are playing so wildly that you have to go to the toilet. Jinyu smiled at the other person, walked forward to close the door, went around behind the man, knocked the man who had just come in unconscious with one palm, tied him up, threw him into the bathroom shower room, and closed the door. She thought about it, and just when she closed the door, she saw that there seemed to be a party here, and the people inside were dressed very sexy, as if they were having a party. She found the clothes she had put in the space before, changed into a deep V-neck, suspender backless long skirt with a slit at the hem that went all the way to the thighs, took off her shoes, and walked out of the bathroom door barefoot. Walking out of the toilet door, there is a hall on the first floor. There are more than a dozen men and women in the hall, hugging, kissing and caressing each other passionately. A bottle of champagne was placed in the center of the hall, crystal clear and sparkling. Next to the champagne tower were all delicious food, from meat, staple food, to pastries, filling up several tables. Wow, there is such a beautiful lady here. Someone came up from behind and wanted to hug Jinyu, but she dodged sideways and stared at the other person coldly. Damn it, bitch, don't be shameless. The man pulled open her collar and tried to grab Jinyu again. Jinyu dodged again. The man shouted angrily. Come here, catch this woman for me. 4 or 5 more people came out from around the hall and ran towards Jinyu. Jinyu glanced around and ran upstairs. The man smiled lewdly and said, I wonder where you can run to. Chase me, and then we can play together. This is top-notch. There were many rooms on the second floor, and Jinyu was very fast, leaving the people behind her behind. She hid and seemed to hear someone crying coming from the next room. Please let me go, I don't dare to run anymore. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you won't remember it. From the next room came the sound of whips being whipped and a girl screaming, crying and cursing. It was all because of you beasts. You killed my parents and insulted me. I will get revenge when I get out. Revenge? All the girls in your villa area were stubborn before, but now they are all lying under us obediently. The man continued with a disdainful voice. The sound of whipping became louder and louder, and the girl's voice gradually weakened. Were all the people in the villa area captured by these robbers? Jinyu felt that the noise next door was getting weaker and weaker. She was about to get up and go out to rescue them when she heard a sound behind her. She turned around and attacked, but her moves were blocked. She tried a few more moves, but they were all blocked. You've improved a bit. Qin Yu noticed that the voice sounded familiar. The man looked at her with a smile and said seriously, You saved me once in the warehouse before. Mysterious man? How come I met him again? He hasn't left yet in the apocalypse. Didn't he know that this place would be flooded? The man stared at her sexy body. She was showing her lust when she was fighting. Qin Yu came to her senses and her face turned cold. You don't look like one of the people here. He doesn't have much banditry in him, but rather a more righteous character. Clever. The crisis was resolved, and Qin Yu wanted to go out to the next door to rescue the girl. The man followed closely and stopped her. If you save her, you will be exposed. So what? I never intended to let the robbers here go. Oh, you are quite arrogant. Qin Yu opened the door next door and rushed in. Before the violent man could react, he was punched by Qin Yu and vomited blood and fell to the ground. The girl was covered with wounds and fell on the bed, fainting. Outside the porch, the group of people chasing Qin Yu heard the noise and ran over. Listening to the footsteps outside the door, Qin Yu looked at the man who followed her to the next door and said as a matter of course, I saved you last time, and you helped me this time, so we're even. The man smiled. Deal. Cunning woman. Chapter 33. Breaking through the siege. The door was surrounded by bandits, and Qin Yu stood at the door waiting for them to break in. Bang! Bang! After a few kicks on the door, the room door fell down. A large group of vicious robbers rushed in, and the leader laughed obscenely. Let's see where you can run. I want you to run and teach you a lesson. Watch me kill you in front of my brothers. Qin Yu stood on the bed, looking down at the man. She quickly kicked the grinning man in the face. The man fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Everyone was stunned. Still standing there? Beat this bitch to death for me. The man on the ground recovered and said viciously. The people standing there reacted and rushed towards Qin Yu. The mysterious man hiding behind the door took action and easily killed the gangsters in the row behind him one by one with his sword. A group of bandits rushed towards Qin Yu in front, slashing at her with swords. She quickly took off the Tang sword on her back and chopped back, cutting off the attacking swords with one blow. Then she chopped again with another blow, and a row of robbers fell in front of her. The sound of fighting attracted the attention of the patrol personnel in the building. The patrol personnel upstairs and downstairs felt something was wrong and quickly gathered towards the room on the second floor where the two people were. Retreat after the fight. The patrolman has a gun and is coming, said the mysterious man. The two of them worked together to deal with the people in the house and evacuated the room. The patrol personnel outside discovered that strangers had invaded and shot at them. Bang, bang! The two of them were agile and dodged perfectly. The man pulled out his pistol and fought back, hitting one of the patrolmen in the vitals, and the man fell down. As soon as the gunshots were heard, all the gangsters in the villa sensed the danger, became alert, and chased the intruders in the building with guns. Just after dealing with a team of patrolmen, another group of bandits came from the second floor. One of them had a rifle in his hand and fired a volley of bullets at them. Qin Yu and the mysterious man had to retreat back to the room. In the room, the man gestured for them to split up. Qin Yu nodded, then he successfully killed the man with the rifle, rolled to the opposite room, attracted a wave of firepower. Qin Yu took out a pistol from the space, took the opportunity to stick his head out of the room, aimed at the group of bandits, and fired 2 shots, and 2 more of the opponents fell. With perfect coordination, the second team of robbers were all killed by the two. The robbers downstairs gathered together, and stood in the lobby on the first floor. Someone's voice sounded in the villa. You two, why don't you just be friends? Feel free to take any supplies from me. I, Brother Wei, like capable friends like you. The world is so chaotic right now, having more friends means having more options. I have many ways, but I don't want to add this one to yours. Qin Yu's voice sounded upstairs, and Brother Wei signaled his men to go upstairs. No need to test me, I'm on the 3rd floor. You bitch, so arrogant. Brother Wei stood up and prepared to chase upstairs. The mysterious man behind him flipped down from the fence on the 2nd floor and shot Brother Wei in the back. Brother Wei fell to the ground. Ah, boss, you bastard, let's avenge you. The robbers split into 2 groups. One group went upstairs to continue chasing Qin Yu, and the other group attacked the mysterious man to avenge their boss. The man dodged the robbers' attacks, and the robbers' bullets knocked the food in the middle of the hall to the ground. The man used the cover of the hall to avoid the bullets, and then quickly shot and killed the robbers who shot him one by one. Upstairs, Qin Yu was on the third floor, looking at the supplies all over the building. She kept putting them into the space. They were all high-end ingredients. Even birds' nests, ginseng, deer antlers, saffron, cordyceps, and cigars were all in one room. There are also daily grains and oils. The rice is Yutian Rouge rice, Jiafeng tribute rice, Thai fragrant rice, and Indian fragrant rice. The oil is mostly imported, mostly olive oil. There are a lot of dried seafood, abalone, shark fin, scallops, dried fish, fish glue, and sea cucumbers are all top-notch. There is no time to look at them all, so she just quickly collects them. Footsteps were heard behind, and Qin Yu flashed into the room. All the rooms here were connected. The bandits followed Qin Yu into the room, and then Qin Yu disappeared. A group of robbers looked around. Bang bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Qin Yu appeared out of nowhere and fired 2 shots, killing 2 people. Damn, this woman is invisible? How can she disappear? Seeing her appear in front, the robbers immediately started chasing her. Qin Yu disappeared again, and when she appeared, 3 more robbers were shot dead. This process was repeated until all the remaining bandits were killed. Qin Yu took off the quantum invisibility cloak she got from the Science and Technology Museum and nodded with satisfaction. The long-range effect was pretty good, and these robbers really couldn't find it. After putting all the supplies into the space, Qin Yu went downstairs and saw the mysterious man leaning against the pillar of the house looking at a piece of paper. When he saw Qin Yu coming over, he put away the paper and asked, "Is it solved?" I'm leaving first. I came here to investigate something. I've got the list. You must keep an eye on the man in 1201, Building 5 of your community. You can deal with him first at the critical moment. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked, looking at the man's back as he walked away quickly. The man looked back at Qin Yu for a while, but answered irrelevantly. The clothes are nice. There's someone tied up in the basement. After changing back into her previous clothes, Qin Yu walked into the basement, where 2 groups of people were imprisoned, one group consisting of attractive women, and the other group consisting of elderly people and men. Qin Yu walked down. The people inside did not react when they saw him. Their faces were filled with despair and numbness, as if they had no longer had any illusions about hope. Qin Yu walked to the door and said to them, "I'll let you out." These words aroused a little bit of expression on people's faces, but it disappeared in an instant. "Let us out, there are so many bandits outside." "Most of them are dead, and some are almost dead," Qin Yu said coldly, unlocking the door with ease. The girl burst into tears when she heard that she was rescued, and the man on the other side couldn't help shedding tears. Some men who looked not low in status said, "Thank you, girl. Have always been grateful. I can give you anything you want." Looking at the man's lavish wealth, Qin Yu thought of the scarce land resources in her own space. "I like cultural relics. If you have any, I can take them." "No problem, I'll go back and pack them up. I have a lot of collections at home, and I'll send them to you when the time comes." Yes, I have some at home too. I have collected them for a long time." "Thank you all," Qin Yu thanked politely. "I'll send it to Zifeng and Garden when the time comes." Qin Yu turned around and left first. When she reached the first floor, she saw 3 boys running in, their faces flushed and out of breath. After luring the bandits away and circling around several times, the 3 men suddenly heard continuous gunshots in the villa and quickly ran back to find the boss. When they came in, they saw the floor in a mess, the bandits were all lying on the ground, and the boss was standing inside watching them. "Boss, you're okay, that's great," Yitzi said excitedly. "Well, you 3 need to work on your physical strength." The gangsters who had chased the 3 of them saw their brothers lying on the ground, many of them dead, and couldn't believe their eyes. "Fuck Liuzi, big brother, leopard." Looking at Qin Yu standing in the hall, the gangsters' eyes turned red with anger. They raised their knives viciously and slashed at Qin Yu. "Did you kill them? Revenge for your brothers." Before Qin Yu could move, a group of rescued people behind her saw the bandits rushing over and rushed forward together. The remaining robbers were beaten to death. Many girls kicked the bodies on the ground hard, then squatted on the ground and cried, while their parents hugged them and comforted them. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 46 points. The current points are 114 points. Ding! The accumulated points reach 100, and you get a chance to draw a prize. After the matter was resolved, Qin left the villa, and the three sons followed closely behind the boss. Meow meow meow. There was a faint cry of a kitten in the flower bed. Qin looked over and saw a dying white kitten with blue eyes howling. She walked forward and picked up the kitten, and found that its body was covered with burns from cigarette butts, its fur was bald in several patches, its eyes were drooping and unable to open, and its limbs could not be straightened. It was obvious that it had been abused before it died. My brother should be able to save you, just hold on. After solving the robbery problem, Qin felt relieved, but the words of the mysterious man also made her confused. Is the man at 1201 a dangerous person? Chapter 34, Call from the Community. When we returned, the sky was just beginning to brighten and heavy rain seemed to come out from the morning light and fall on the ground. As the car drove up the hill, Wu Zi happily announced in the car. Someone has come to our community to repair the electricity. The community has electricity. There is still hope for Beihai City, and the government is still working hard. Yitzi replied excitedly. Qin was also somewhat surprised. Unlike the power accident at Xifeng Jiangnanuan in her previous life, this time the community actually had electricity, which was good news. Sitting in the car and looking into the distance, the rain was heavy and hazy. Several masters were still working in the rain and fog. Their bent figures looked particularly small in the rain and fog, but they stood there like giants in this dark world. When Qin Yu and his group returned to 1801, the lights in the community were already on. They arrived at the elevator entrance of Building 5, but the elevator was not working. Wu Zi looked at the message on his phone and said, Someone in the owner's group said that the elevator was not supplied with power because of the power shortage. A group of people walked towards the stairwell and took the stairs. Arriving at the 17th floor, Qin Yu saw Fu Guangchen leaning against the door. Fu Guangchen also saw Qin Yu and was the first to greet her. Sister Qin Yu, good morning. Well, good morning, she responded in a low voice. Then she took off all the backpacks on her body, gave the collected supplies to the three children, and went upstairs to go home. Fu Guangchen looked at Qin Yu's back, feeling a little lost, sighed, and turned back to go home. After returning home, Qin's mother happily took the things in Qin Yu's hand, went to the kitchen and took out a bowl of jiangxi rice noodles filled with chili oil and placed it on the table. The rice noodles were covered with 2 poached eggs and filled with meat sauce, and the aroma was fragrant. We also ate this in the morning. This is reserved for you, said Qin's mother. It's delicious. Eating this kind of soup noodles in winter, or this spicy one, makes me feel comfortable all over, Qin Yu said comfortably. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but every time after eating a meal her mother cooked, she would instantly feel refreshed all over, instead of feeling sore and heavy all over. Where's Qin Yang? Did he go downstairs to attend class? Yes, every day after breakfast. Well, Mom, when Qin Yang comes back, tell him that I picked up a kitten and put it on the balcony of the living room. Ask him to take care of it. The injury is quite serious. After eating the noodles, Qin Yu washed up and lay down on the bed to prepare for sleep. These days she had been working day and night, so she had to go back to her normal routine and resume her daily exercise. Exercise? No wonder Fu Guangchen was waiting for her on the 17th floor, saying he would teach her how to fight without informing him of the time. Qin Yu's eyelids became heavier as she felt sleepy. She thought to herself that she would send him a message after she woke up to tell him about the training every morning. The sky outside gradually darkened. Qin Yu slept until late at night and woke up. When she looked at her cell phone, it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. The sound of the TV came from the living room. Qin Yu walked to the living room and saw the family sitting on the sofa watching TV. After the power outage, they did not turn on the TV to avoid attracting attention. But when the call came, they turned on the TV immediately. The heavy rain will continue, the water level will rise very quickly, there are more and more refugees in Beihai City, and the shelter has been established. Material prices continue to rise. A bag of rice in Beihai City can be sold for 10,000 yuan. The crime rate is still rising, and the police system in Beihai City is collapsing. The latest news was playing on TV. Mother Qin was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Qin Yu coming over, she said, Yeah, someone sent 2 big boxes. It was Xiao Fu who helped. You have to thank them. Okay. Qin Yu walked to the box, opened it, and saw that it was an antique. The boss is very efficient, and the stuff arrived the next day. There are porcelain, bronze, gold ornaments, etc. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. If these things are all real, it would probably be a small goal in peacetime. Qin Yang ran over and asked curiously, Sister, what are these things for? I put it in my space. My space likes these things. Qin Yu answered gently. Sister, I'm really curious about what your space looks like. I really want to go and see it. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yu curiously with a pair of innocent eyes. Qin Yu reached out and rubbed Qin Yang's head, smiling and said, No problem, this space is always changing, maybe it will find something it likes, and then it will invite our whole family to play in it. Really? That's great. One more thing, sister. The kitten was too badly injured yesterday. I may not be able to save it. Qin Yang was very frustrated and asked in a low voice, Sister, do you still have the pet book? I want to read a few more. Pet skill book. When Qin Yang mentioned this skill book, she remembered that she had accumulated more than 100 points in her system, which she had not used yet. The kitten was too badly injured, and Qin Yang's pet skill level was not high enough to take care of it. Qin Yu comforted him softly. Don't worry, I still have a skill book. Watch TV for a while and I'll get it for you. Qin Yang returned to the sofa, not interested in watching TV, watching his sister return to the room, waiting for his skill book to save the kitten. Qin Yu walked back to the room, sat on the bed, closed his eyes, entered the system interface, and checked the system skill mall. Skill mall level 1. When the accumulated points exceed 100, you can upgrade to level 2 mall. Level 2 skill books can be purchased in level 2 store. The redemption points are 100 points. The mall can be upgraded. Of course, click on the upgrade button. In an instant, the skill column in the mall becomes 2 columns, one for level 1 skill books and one for level 2 skill books. Click on the second level skill book. Just like before, many skill books appear in front of you, including cooking, fighting, strength, carpentry, pets. After finding the pet skill book, Qin Yu clicks the redeem button. Ding! Exchange successful, an intermediate pet skill book. Ding! 100 points consumed, 14 points remaining. A total of 120 points consumed. The system lottery button was always on, indicating that the lottery was available. Qin Yu felt that she was lucky today and everything was going well, so she clicked the lottery button confidently. Bang! A familiar burst of fireworks flashed through my mind, and 8 clear big words appeared on the system interface. Thank you for your experience, come again next time. It's unbelievable, the system is cheating me again. Qin Yu felt angry and walked out of the room, handing the exchange book to Qin Yang. The brother looked at the book, and his eyes lit up instantly. He said happily, Thank you, sister. He held the book and went back to his room to read. Qin Yu was not clear about the effect of the skill book. After all, she had no real customer experience. But there is one thing that is really amazing. Her younger brother Qin Yang didn't know many words, but he finished reading a book. She was curious and asked why. Qin Yang said he was reading a comic book without words. Qin Yu also asked her parents about it, and they both said it was text. Qin Yu guessed, this book should be targeted at different groups of people and can show different interpretations. Taking out her phone, Qin Yu sent a WeChat message to Fu Guangchen. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will train you in fighting skills for 1 hour. The other party replied immediately, Okay, no problem. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin's father and mother went to their room to sleep. Qin Yu had just woken up and was not sleepy. She took out the pizza, milk tea, fried chicken, beef jerky, and lemon boneless chicken feet from the space and started eating while watching TV. As she was eating, Qin Yu felt that the milk tea was not quite up to par, so she took out a bottle of ice cola, drank it in one gulp, and instantly felt that it was right. As expected, junk food and cola were a perfect match. There was also a cheer in the owner's group. The previous haze seemed to have been washed away. The group was filled with photos of the family sitting together, enjoying delicious food and engaging in entertainment activities after the call came in. Human beings are always able to forget quickly, forget sadness, forget pain. It is a kind of indifference of human nature, and in some ways, it can also be regarded as an extra gift from God. Chinyu was playing with her phone, and edited another WeChat message to Heizi. It's the same guy from last time. Please keep a close eye on him for me. If he shows any abnormality, please notify me. Okay. I have something else to give you. It's useless to me at home. Please come to the basement garage. Okay. The two met in the underground garage, and Chinyu gave Heizi the latest intelligent robot she got from the Science and Technology Museum last time. The other party's eyes lit up. This is the latest super intelligent robot that is in short supply, and the country's top team developed only one. Heizi was a little embarrassed and hesitated to refuse, but he couldn't bear to do it. Chinyu handed it to him and turned away. Heizi shouted loudly, "Thank you?" Chinyu turned her back to him and waved her hand. "It's nothing." Chapter 35, Robbery of the House. If it were peacetime, smart robots would be a great help in their family, but now a few pets are enough for their family of 4. Heizi is a loner by nature. He doesn't like socializing and he doesn't like to talk. This robot should be a good partner for him. The automatic sensor lights in the corridor lit up one by one as Chinyu walked. She could hear the laughter of her neighbors in Building 5 through the door. Chinyu walked up the stairs one by one in silence. Dong, WeChat on the phone rang. Magic 5 boss, a neighbor saw your cousin Qin Jiayu walking back to Building 4 in a sexy outfit this morning, along with several other girls from Building 4. Did you see her when you were saving people? First quarter Mu no. The Magic 5 neighbor said that many girls in Building 4 took the initiative to find the robbers and said they wanted to follow them. Except for Building 4, there were casualties in our community. Presumably, many girls from Building 4 chose to follow the robbers. Most of the girls who took the initiative to kiss the robbers in the living room of the villa were probably from Building 4. Chinyu did not reply. In the end times, everyone has their own choice. Walking back to the 18th floor, Chinyu lay down comfortably on the bed, closed his eyes and used his consciousness to enter the space, sorting out the supplies and guns he had taken in the villa area. She had basically stored all the guns in the robbers' hands into her space, including about a dozen pistols, and most importantly, a few automatic rifles with strong firepower, as well as a number of machetes and sticks. After finishing the sorting, Chinyu used her consciousness to put the cultural relics given by her boss into the space. She was dizzy for a few seconds, and then went in to check again after a while. The black soil has changed a lot. The yard has expanded several times, and there is a fence outside the black soil, which is divided into 4 areas. Each area is about 1 acre. These bosses are honest people, and the cultural relics they gave are all real. After this small goal, the black soil is quite a surprise. Chinyu was thinking about planting crops on the empty black soil. As soon as one area was planted, Chinyu was so tired that he fell asleep. Ding! Strength upgraded, strength level 7. When Chinyu woke up the next day, he felt sore all over and sighed inwardly. The consumption of space farming is really huge. There was a knock on the door, and Qin's mother's voice sounded outside. Yeah, Xiao Fu is here, and he said you want to teach him how to fight. Yes, I'll be right out. Chinyu got up, washed, changed her clothes, and called Fu Guangchen to the gym on the 2nd floor. The gym was spacious, about the size of a living room. An entire wall was covered with mirrors. Chinyu took Fu Guangchen into the gym, and they did some warm-up exercises first, and then began teaching. I'm not from an academic background, so I don't have a complete set of teaching theories. I can only teach you in practice. You should try your best to overcome it. Chinyu took a defensive posture and let Fu Guangchen attack first. Fu Guangchen was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to attack Chinyu. Don't want to learn? I won't force you. No, I don't know how to attack, I can't do it. Fu Guangchen answered truthfully. Just punch directly, don't think too much. If you are not mentally prepared, we can practice next time. I'll try. Fu Guangchen restrained his emotions and threw a punch forward. Chinyu blocked it with one hand and said coldly, Too slow. Try again. The opponent took a deep breath and then increased the speed of his punches. Chinyu still said it was slow. The training time was up. Fu Guangchen practiced punching for the whole morning. Chinyu commented, it was very slow and weak. You go back first. I need training, Chinyu said. After a training session, Fu Guangchun was sweating profusely, his face was red, his breathing became noticeably heavier, and he was a little out of breath. Qin Yu was only slightly sweaty and was still increasing her exercise. Fu Guangchun felt a little shocked. He was a leader in all aspects in the sports school, so why was there such a big gap between him and Qin Yu? Okay, I'll go home first, see you tomorrow. Fu Guangchun left the gym, and the sound of Qin Yu's exercise continued to come out. After the training, Qin Yu felt relaxed and the feeling of sweating made her feel energetic. There was a quarrel downstairs. Qin Yu sneered inwardly at the familiar sound. Great uncle and his family are here again. We don't want that farmhouse anymore. You have to return the money and the house as well. Wang Zilan's sharp shouts from downstairs were heard upstairs. Downstairs, my uncle and his family were sitting on the sofa, as if they were sitting in their own home. Qin's father and mother were standing beside them. Wang Zilan had her hands on her hips with an aggressive look on her face, and from time to time she looked around at the place where they were living, with a calculating look on her face. You can't leave downstairs, Qin's father said. Can't give it back? Humph, then how about this, you move out and we'll live with you. When the house can be given back and you give us money, we'll move out. After Wang Zilan finished speaking, she smiled and said, If you feel uncomfortable living with us, you can move out. You want us to leave and move in? Qin's mother said angrily. So what? You occupy our house and cheat our family out of money. Can I live in your place? It's just a rental house, Wang Zilan said disdainfully. This nonsense, confusing right and wrong, made Qin's father and mother purse their lips in anger. Qin Yang, the younger brother, said unconvinced, This house is better than yours. Your house is not even as good as a rental house. You little bastard, it's not your turn to speak here, Wang Zilan scolded. Walking downstairs, Qin Yu looked at her aunt with sharp eyes. It's not my brother's turn to speak. He lives here. Where do you live? As soon as Qin Yu came down, the aunt was a little scared. After giving herself courage, she shouted, It was you who cheated us out of our house and gave us the farmhouse. Did you know there would be a flood? Now the farmhouse is flooded. You have to pay for it. Why should I pay compensation? Just because you are being unreasonable? Your aunt will not tolerate you. As soon as Qin Yu said this, her aunt's neck shrank. She knew in her heart that Qin Yu would do what she said. Qin Hao stood up to defend his mother. What do you want to do, hit someone? If you behave like human beings, I won't attack you. After all, I don't hit people randomly. What do you mean, you? Qin Jiayu asked. Qin Yu looked straight at her, and the meaning in her eyes was clear. You are just not human beings. The eldest uncle stood up, walked to Qin's father and said in a deep voice, Brother, we grew up together. Before our parents died, they also told us brothers to support each other and asked you not to forget me as your brother. Have you forgotten? Qin's father looked a little reluctant. His parents had favored his elder brother since he was a child, and he had always given in to his elder brother, and it had become a habit ingrained in his bones. Then you can go and complain to them, saying that my dad doesn't spoil you anymore. Qin Yu stopped her father behind her and looked directly at her uncle. What are you talking about? Are you cursing me to death? Bastard! The uncle raised his hand to slap Qin Yu in the face, but was stopped by another hand. Father Qin grabbed his uncle's hand and said angrily, No one can touch my daughter. The eldest uncle's face changed and he said sarcastically, Oh, you are grown up now and have made a lot of progress. You can say you don't want me as your brother. He shook off his father's hand and changed the subject. My family has no food now. You must have plenty here. I want to live with you. Otherwise, if I die, it will be you who killed me. I wonder how you will face my parents in 100 years. You! Father Qin was so angry that he had nothing to say. It's the 21st century, and you're still talking about 100 years from now? Uncle, don't use moral blackmail on my dad. It's best if you know what's good for you and get out of here now, or I'll beat you out if you want to hurt me. Humph, who are you trying to scare? If you have the guts, beat us to death here. Anyway, we are not leaving. Qin Hao lay on the sofa and watched the TV on the super large screen. Damn, this place is much more comfortable than the small house in Building 4. It's big and bright, and the sofa is also extremely comfortable. He won't leave. Sister, we really have no food over there, please help us. It would be safe for our two families to be together. Safe? In the previous life, if this family hadn't existed, my parents wouldn't have died so early, and they wouldn't have died so miserably. Qin Jiayu, don't call me sister, it sounds disgusting. Do you still remember the son in room 902? Qin Yu asked the little white flower Qin Jiayu. The other party was obviously stunned, and then said unnaturally, I don't know him very well, but Sister Gao wanted to introduce his son to me. Don't you know me? Sister Gao said before she died that her son joined the robbers because of you, and you instigated her son to call the robbers to attack the community, especially 1801, Building 5. Qin Yu paused as she looked at Qin Jiayu, whose expression was getting uglier and uglier, and asked, Isn't it, my dear sister? It's really safe to live with you. Nonsense, she's talking nonsense. Qin's father and mother looked at Qin Jiayu in surprise, with disbelief on their faces. The last bit of brotherhood that Qin's father had was completely gone. It turned out that his brother's family had wanted to kill his entire family a long time ago. You just escaped from the villa area yesterday. I didn't expect that I actually saved you. What a mistake. Qin Yu looked disgusted. I was kidnapped. I was miserable too. I don't have time to watch you act, get out. Qin Yuexia gave an ultimatum. My uncle and his family refused to leave, and they looked like they were staying put. Wang Ceilun was lying on the ground, and my uncle was sitting on the sofa. 8 people appeared at the door. Boss, is anyone causing trouble here? No, there are just some pests. Could you please help me clean them up and throw them downstairs? No problem. 8 men came in together, 2 of them carried 1 person, and my uncle's family was carried out by the 8 men and left outside Building 5. Heavy rain fell on my great-uncle's family. They stared at the 18th floor with resentment, feeling unwilling to give in. Chapter 36, Uncle Moves Away. The 8 men threw the people downstairs and returned to 1801. Qin's mother said she would treat them to a meal to make up for not inviting them to 1802 last time. A group of people walked in a mighty procession, making the house seem particularly lively. Wuzi came up to Qin Yu and gossiped. Boss, your great-uncle and his family are completely ruined. They are now poor and have no food to eat, and they have nowhere to go. It's understandable that you're poor and have nothing to eat, but what's the matter with having nowhere to go? Qin Yu looked at Wuzi curiously. Wuzi continued without keeping her in suspense. They flaunted their wealth in a high-profile manner before, and then made dirty money. They basically ran out of supplies, and the robbers took away the rest. They couldn't spend their electronic money, and they couldn't get food, so Qin Jiayu tricked several girls into going to the villa area with her. After a few good days, the robber's nest was busted, and she ran back in disgrace. Now her family is cursed by the families of the girls in Building 4 all day long. Building 4 can't accommodate them. Retribution, Qin Yu said coldly. I'm afraid they can only go to a shelter. I heard there are no beds there, so everyone has to lie on the floor. Dozens of people can lie on the floor in a room of a few square meters, Wuzi said with a sigh. Thinking of this, Wuzi started to flatter again. Our boss is still the best. He gave us a place to stay and prepared delicious food for us. You are our second parents. Well, now that the phone has come in and the typhoon has stopped, there should be a lot of stuff at the trading market. Let's go take a look after dinner. Qin Yu calculated the time. After the Chinese New Year, on the Lantern Festival, the entire Binhai city would be without power. In this life, the situation has changed, and the time cannot be determined, but what is certain is that the power will be cut off again. It's time to eat. Qin's mother brought out the last dish from the kitchen and shouted to the living room to eat. Tomato pork, lemon shredded chicken, salt and pepper prawns, soy sauce pig's trotters, seaweed oyster omelette, plum spare ribs, salt-baked duck legs, pickled cabbage stir-fried beef, scallion oil pork chops, braised rice noodle sausage, loofah stir-fried razor clams, beef ball soup. There was a large table full of food. Mother Qin came out from the living room and looked at the table proudly, with some sweat on her forehead and a smug expression on her face. Eat it quickly and taste it. It looks like the most delicious dish just by looking at it, Auntie. You are the incarnation of the cooking god. Wuzi started praising her non-stop. Mother Qin was embarrassed and said modestly, No. That's right. Besides, after eating Auntie's food, I instantly felt energized. Yitzi followed suit and praised. Yes, 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 Auntie, your cooking is better than that of the god of cooking, Cheesy said. It turns out that it was not an illusion. My mother's food can relieve fatigue and replenish energy. Chin-yu thought, could it be the effect granted by the elementary cooking skill book? She could save more points and exchange them for a second-level skill book for her mother to take her cooking skills to the next level. Ha ha ha, you guys are exaggerating, but Auntie likes to hear it. Mother Chin completely let go of her reserve and accepted the compliments from her sons. Chin's father, Chin Yang, and Chin-yu felt happy seeing their mother smiling happily. My mother has always loved lively occasions, like being around a lot of people, and was willing to share delicious food with others. In the end times, my mother had no shortage of material conditions, but she always lacked some spiritual joy. Unexpectedly, her 8 sons could unexpectedly make up for this lack. More than a dozen dishes were eaten up, and everyone cleaned up together, washed the dishes, and cleaned up. Then Chin-yu went out with Yitzi and Woozi. Chin Yang also wanted to go out, so Chin-yu thought about it and decided to take him out to let him see the wind and waves. Sister, I want to take Mauchio with me. Mauchio hasn't been out for a long time. Woof woof woof. Mauchio answered excitedly. Under Chin Yang's care, Mauchio has changed a lot. His original thin appearance is no longer noticeable, and he has become a strong dog. The rain outside the car window hits the glass, making a strong and powerful sound. The heavy rain seems to have no intention of stopping, and has been going on since before the new year. The streets were full of water, but the Mercedes-Benz G5 was not affected by its high chassis. When I drove to the high ground in the city center, I found that it was already crowded with people, and a trading place was formed automatically and spontaneously, with awnings all over it to protect it from the rain. Most people looked exhausted, and they had lost their passion and hope for life. Some stall owners sat on stools, looking dejected as they watched the figurines they had bought at high prices fall into dismay. There is a long banner behind the market with 3 big words clearly printed on it: shelter. Boss, we have some remaining cash that we haven't used yet, so bring it out. What are we going to buy? Woozi asked. Buy generators and fuel. For the rest, stock up on daily necessities, toilet paper and toiletries. Chin-yu got off the car with her brother, and Mauchio followed behind and turned back to say to the 2 children, We'll meet here later. There are all kinds of things in the trading market, but not much to eat. A stall owner took out a bucket of instant noodles and offered 100 yuan. A group of people surrounded him and vying for it, and in the end it was snatched away by someone for 500 yuan. The brother and sister who were watching this scene had a blank expression on their face while the other looked incredulous. Sister, are instant noodles so expensive now? Chin Yang asked. Yes, food is very expensive now. Our place is flooded, and so is the city next door. A lot of food has been submerged in the water, and most of the remaining food has been taken inland. What about the people here? Are we all going to starve to death? No, the government will give everyone food, but it's not very tasty. The government distribution operation started after the typhoon stopped, and some communities have already received supplies. However, there has been no movement in Zifeng Jiangnanuan. No one has come to count the situation, and no one has come to distribute supplies. Chin-yu took Chin Yang to look at the items being sold by the vendors one by one. She felt someone following her, so she turned around and saw Chin Hao. Chin-yu, you bitch, how dare you appear in front of me? Chin Hao smelled bad and looked like a beggar compared to his previous petty bourgeois appearance. Protecting Chin Yang behind him, Chin-yu looked up and said, You've been doing well, but now you've become a beggar? Fuck you, I'm going to kill you today. Chin Hao rushed over and tried to beat Chin-yu. A few whistles sounded behind him. It's you again, from room 402. If you make trouble again, you and your family will move out. Several patrolmen in guard uniforms came over and warned Chin Hao again with their eyes. Chin Hao glared at Chin-yu unwillingly, then turned around to find a wine stall, took out something, and exchanged a bottle of wine with the other party. Sister, is he crazy? Chin Yang asked with some fear. No, but it's only a matter of time. Don't be afraid, sister is here. Chin-yu gently hugged Chin Yang, and said seriously, Such things will happen again in the future. The world has changed, Yang Yang. In the past, my uncle's family also liked to quarrel and fight, but they were not like Qin Hao just now. His eyes were full of murderous intent, like a mad beast wanting to bite off the other's neck. Wu Zi and Ez turned around and found Qin Yu, and said excitedly, "Boss, we bought a generator, the latest and best model. The boss said he was afraid someone would steal it, so he had to go to the front to get it." "Well, let's go and take a look." The boss was standing in front of a stall selling daily necessities, with a market atmosphere and a smile on his face. He looked at the four of them coming over and said with a smile, "Follow me." The group followed the boss through the market and into the shelter, which was damp and dark, with a mixture of the smell of sweat, foot odor, and excrement. There were also occasional voices shouting that they were hungry. The corridors were full of people lying down, and the rooms were also crowded with people, both men and women, all mixed together. Seeing their confusion, the boss who led the way explained, "There are several shelters here. This is the newest one. There were too many people and the management was disordered. Men and women were completely mixed together. Now they can't be separated." "Then nothing will happen tonight?" Wu Zi asked. "Of course there will be all kinds of situations, including robbery, beatings, and even molestation." The boss's voice became lower and he continued, "Recently, a group of people who hate the world have formed an organization and incited the crowd to steal things. If they don't give them away, they will die in front of you." The boss was a little scared when he said this. "So I kept all my better things hidden and didn't dare to put them out." Qin Yu followed the boss all the way over, paying attention to her steps so as not to step on anyone. She glanced into a room and saw her uncle's family huddled in a corner. Qin Jiayu slept in the corner, her uncle and aunt slept outside next to her, and Qin Hao lay in front, drinking sip after sip of wine. Many men in the room stared at Qin Jiayu with ill intentions. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw Qin Yu passing by. A look of crazy malice appeared on his face again. Drunk, he slowly stood up and followed him. "Qin Yu, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 37, Killing the Wild Boar. There is a small hill behind the shelter, which is quite large. Rich people like to release various animals there. Crossing the fence inside, the boss said, "Be careful, there's everything in here, I'll get something and come out." The boss is really hardworking to think of hiding things in here. After a while, the boss came over with a trailer with 2 generators and several barrels of diesel on it. "It's all here, take it." Wu Zi gave the money to the boss, who opened his backpack and counted the money. Qin Hao, who had been following them, looked at the bag of money and rushed to the boss. "Mine, our family's money." He stood in front of the boss, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, smashing it against a nearby tree, pointing the sharp glass bottle at the boss and threatening, "Give me the money, or I'll stab you to death." The boss was a little scared and took a few steps back. "Don't mess around. This is what I earned from selling things." "It's mine, mine! That woman cheated my family." Qin Hao roared madly on the spot, and there seemed to be movement in the nearby jungle. "Madman!" The boss's face changed, sensing something was wrong, and he clapped his hands without counting the money. "Come out!" A large group of people came out with sticks and surrounded Qin Hao, who was rushing towards them madly. Each of them hit Qin Hao with a stick. Qin Hao was unable to resist and fainted. "Son, my son!" Wang Zilan, who was following her son all the way out of worry, shouted from a distance. Seeing Qin Hao being beaten, she screamed non-stop, rushed to Qin Hao and glared at the boss. "You dare to hurt my son, I'm going to call the police and have them arrest you." "Auntie, are you mistaken? Your son tried to kill me first, so I was merciful by not beating him to death." "Call the police? Do you think the police have time to take care of us now?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The thugs and the boss around him laughed wildly together. "While I'm in a good mood, shut up or I'll beat you up too." Wang Zilan closed her mouth unwillingly, looking at the boss with vicious eyes, and also at Qin Yu, who was silent beside her. These mother and son are guilty of their own crimes, and Qin Yu doesn't want to care at all. The boss followed Wang Zilan's gaze and looked at Qin Yu, smiling and saying, "Beautiful lady, I'll take the money, but I can't give you the things for the time being, because I still need them." "Oh? Opening a black shop?" Qin Yu said playfully. "Yes, beauty, are you interested in following me? I will take you to eat and drink delicious food." The boss looked at Qin Yu with a greedy face. A stunning beauty, this woman has a beautiful face and a stunning figure. After he has played with it, he can give it to his superiors. If they are happy, they will give him more people, and then he can dominate the area. Our boss is what you think he is. He's like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. 5 sons, come on. One son stepped forward angrily and hit the other with his bare hands. The first and fifth sons were strong enough but less agile. They also had strong defense and were hit by several sticks from the opponent without making a sound. The other side had more people and weapons in their hands, so the 2 of them could only fight back but were unable to defeat them. Beauty, just surrender. Follow me and I guarantee you will have fun. The boss had a sly grin on his face, looking determined to win. Qin Yang was anxious as he watched his 2 uncles being beaten. Mao Qiu was circling behind him. He said clearly, Mao Qiu, do you want to help? Go ahead. Woof woof woof. Mao Qiu rushed forward and joined the fight, biting one by one, quickly, fiercely and accurately, injuring several thugs on the opposite side. Ah, you damn dog, I'm going to beat you to death. Damn, this dog's bite hurts so much. Fuck, let go. The person who was bitten raised the stick and tried to hit Mao Qiu, but Mao Qiu was so agile that he didn't give the opponent any chance. He dodged and went on to bite other people. Qin Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Mao Qiu is awesome, keep it up. Hateful. Seeing that the situation was not right, the boss took out a pistol from his pocket, pointed it at Qin Yang and ordered, Shut up this damn dog. Put down the gun. Qin Yu shot a cold light in her eyes, stabbing at the boss. The boss's hands trembled, and he was a little frightened. Why is this woman's eyes so scary? Call this little devil. Before the boss could finish his words, Qin Yu pulled Qin Yang behind him, took out the tang sword that he had slung over his back earlier, and threw the sword at the boss's hand holding the gun. The other party dodged in fear, but his arm was still scratched, and he accidentally fired a shot behind him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the wild boar that had been hiding in the bushes was hit. It madly rammed the guardrail, trying to get out. A hole was knocked into the guardrail, and it rushed towards the crowd. Ah! The boss ran downstairs in a hurry. The thugs surrounded it, and used sticks to defend against the wild boar, but the wild boar was not afraid of the pain and kept charging. Qin Yu rushed forward and attacked the boss, trying to snatch his gun. Ah! A painful cry came from behind. Qin Yu turned her head to look over and saw Wang Zilan's thigh being bitten by the fur ball. The fur ball refused to let go and cursed. Ah, you dead dog, let me go. Qin Yang stood aside with a frightened look on his face. This ant wants to take Qin Yang hostage. Qin Yu's face changed, and she was furious. She quickly stepped forward to deal with her boss. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 28 points, the current points are 42 points. What a vicious boss, with so much blood on his hands. Qin Yu rushed to Qin Yang in a rage, walked up to Wang Zilan and kicked her away, then kicked her a few more times, causing Wang Zilan to spit blood all over the floor. If you dare to touch my brother, you will die. The thugs nearby saw Qin Yu take care of the armed boss with a few moves and beat Wang Zilan up, and they were so scared that they fled in all directions. The wild boar lost its resistance for a moment, and rushed forward again, rushing to Qin Hao, who was lying on the ground, and biting off most of his face in one bite. Ah! Qin Hao screamed in pain, jumped up, and ran down the mountain, with the wild boar following closely behind him. Wang Zilan was horrified when she saw her son's face was bitten off, and struggled to get up and chased her son down the mountain. Follow him! Qin Yu said to Yitzi and Wuzi with a cold look. The wild boar followed Qin Hao into the shelter. The people inside immediately fled in panic when they saw the wild boar breaking in. Some people who did not have time to escape were hit by the wild boar and howled in pain. The originally lifeless shelter suddenly became lively, with screams constantly coming out from inside. We have to lure this wild boar out and then kill it, Qin Yu said. Woof woof woof. Mao Qiu volunteered and turned around in place. Then go ahead, Mao Qiu, Qin Yang said. After receiving the order, Mao Qiu took the lead and rushed into the shelter. After a while, the howling of a wild boar was heard from inside. Mao Qiu ran out, and the wild boar chased after him. Wang Zilan's screams were heard from the shelter. Ah, my son! How are you, son? Save my son! If you dare to set your sights on my brother, your son will surely suffer a terrible end. Letting the two boys watch over his younger brother, Qin Yu turned around and left, followed Mao Qiu up the mountain, and found the wild boar and Mao Qiu next to a warehouse. The wild boar was choking on the fur ball, and after being shot before, it was exhausted and could not hold on. Qin Yu stepped forward and cut off the wild boar's neck with a knife, and the wild boar fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 47 points. The current points are 89 points. A wild boar has such a high score? This wild boar must have hurt a lot of people in its previous life. Killing it in this life can be considered as saving the people in the shelter. The warehouse next door was not small, covering several hundred square meters. Qin Yu pushed the door open and went in. The warehouse was filled with gas cans, gasoline barrels, diesel barrels, and 4 generators. Although we have electricity at home, my mother is used to cooking with fire, and she is worried about the lack of gas, so she tries to save it. The gas tanks in this warehouse can achieve gas freedom. Qin Yu stored 500 gas tanks, more than 600 200L gasoline tanks and diesel tanks into the space, and placed the remaining small cans in the car. Woozi drove over, and Yitzi got out and moved the engine and wild boar into the car. There was not enough space inside the car, so the roof was also used. He took a tarpaulin from the warehouse to cover the supplies to avoid attracting attention. Driving past the shelter, the wild boars injured too many people and they were still wailing. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Woozi, I have some medicine. Come to the shelter later and talk to their person in charge about a deal. Ask them to distribute supplies to Zifeng Jiangnanuan in advance." "Well, okay. Even if you don't tell me, I still find it strange why our community didn't distribute supplies and there was no notice." "Boss, take out the medicine. Is it enough for you?" Yitzi asked worriedly. "It's enough for now. We'll have a chance to get it later." Qin Yang sat aside holding Mao Qiu and proudly touched Mao Qiu's head. Qin Yu also reached out and touched Mao Qiu gently, praising, "Mao Qiu has done a great job today." "Yan Yan, I'm very sorry for almost putting you in danger today," Qin Yu said guiltily. "It's not your fault, sister. I was called over by my aunt. I was too credulous." Qin Yang reflected silently and said, "Sister, you don't have to comfort me." There was a hint of sophistication on his little face that didn't belong to his age. "Don't worry, sister. There won't be a next time. The world has changed, and children may not necessarily be treated preferentially. Instead, they may become the first targets of attack." Chapter 38. People are worse than dogs. This trip basically achieved gas independence, and Qin's mother can cook without any worries. The fur ball is still acting cute and coquettish, and there is no sign of its previous attacking strength. This dog is different, very different from other dogs. Its speed and power are even stronger than those of the other dogs. Thinking of this, Qin Yu turned around and asked Xiang Yitzi, "Do you brothers exercise regularly?" No exercise," Yitzi answered truthfully. "Starting today, exercise for 2 hours every day." "Okay, boss, did my brother and I perform poorly today?" Woozi said a little embarrassedly while driving. "It's a good performance, but in the days ahead, good is not enough, we have to stand out. It is a bit difficult to fight people now, but you won't have so much time to hesitate when facing zombies in the future. The 8 sub-brothers all have advantages in physical strength, and can be trained. They will all be good at killing zombies in the apocalypse." "Okay, boss, we obey your command." The car turned into the road that was the only way to the Zifeng community. Suddenly, many people appeared on both sides of the road, walking up the slope in the rain. They didn't look like people from the community, but more like people from the shelter. Each of them was carrying a bag on their back or dragging a suitcase in their hands. Refugees wandering around without a fixed place to live are bound to get into trouble. After returning home, Qin Yu stood at the window and looked down. The refugees had already scattered into the residential area, and some had dispersed to the villa area. Yeah, why are there so many people in our community?" the mother asked curiously. "He is someone who came from the shelter. Mom, the door to the corridor needs to be closed during the day and don't open it recently," Qin Yu said seriously, and her mother nodded in confusion. "Okay, is the environment in the shelter very bad?" "It's not very good. The environment is very bad. You can only sleep on the ground and with garbage. Food is distributed, but if there are many people, it will be snatched away. You can only go hungry. Moreover, the people live together. Young girls dare not sleep at night. No wonder there are so many refugees in the community. Qin's mother was shocked. There are too many victims. It is not easy to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. It is difficult for ordinary people to live a good life. Yitzi and Chizi were already standing at the door carrying the pig. Qin Yu opened the door and estimated that the wild boar must be at least 600 kilograms. It must have had good food in the mountains and no natural enemies. The two men carried the wild boar up to the 18th floor in one breath, and were out of breath. One of them said, "Boss, wheezing, Woozy has gone out to do something, and there is a generator downstairs, wheezing. Well, I'll give it to Heizi at his house later. I greeted him, and he said he would help me modify the generator. Bring it back in a few days." Qin Yu and Heizi talked about their ideas, hoping to make a hybrid generator that can generate electricity both by power and by oil. Heizi said, "We can give it a try. As long as he agrees, there will be no problem." Mother Qin, who was standing at the door, saw such a big wild boar and exclaimed in surprise, "Such a big wild boar, it's a good ingredient. Tell 1702 downstairs not to have dinner, we will have a pig-killing feast tonight." He ordered his first and seventh sons to carry the wild boar to the rooftop, and Qin's father and mother worked together to kill the pig. They separated the pig bones, leg meat, pork belly, ribs, internal organs, pig head, etc., and gave one portion to 1701. All the ingredients were prepared, and my mother went into the kitchen to get busy. Grandma Fu downstairs also went into the kitchen to help. They were busy until around 7 or 8 in the evening, and a table of pig-killing dinner was ready. Braised pork, sliced pork belly dipped in garlic sauce, 1000-piece pork, stir-fried pig blood, fried crispy pork, stir-fried pork liver, boneless meat fried with peppers, spare ribs stewed with lotus root, cold mixed pork head, Korean meat, braised lily, and stir-fried baby cabbage. The portions were large, and the food looked and smelled delicious. Everyone in the room couldn't help drooling as they looked at the table full of food. "Thank you for your hard work, Auntie and Grandma Fu." Yitzi expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. The 8 children gathered around and collectively thanked Mother Qin and Grandma Fu. The 2 chefs were very happy and warmly invited everyone to come and eat. Woozy just came back after finishing his work. When he entered the room and saw the table full of dishes, he only remembered to take a bowl of rice. "Come and try it," Grandma Fu said with a smile. She was cooking many of the dishes for the first time and didn't know how they would taste. The 8 boys were the first to pick up the meat with their chopsticks and gobbled it up. "Delicious, delicious. This is the most delicious pork I have ever eaten." Qin Yu also picked up the dish and took a bite. It tasted good, more delicious than ordinary pork, and had a better texture. "Fresh meat tastes different and is sweeter," Mother Qin said with a smile. "It takes the skills of my mother and Grandma Fu to bring out this sweetness." Qin Yu stood beside the table and ate each dish. Each one was delicious, and it was hard not to praise it. Mother Qin was a little embarrassed by Qin Yu's praise. "This child, there are so many people." "Everyone thinks so," Fu Guangchen also echoed. "Grandma, your cooking skills are getting better and better." "Naughty." Grandma Fu smiled as she saw her grandson taking the opportunity to tease her. Grandpa Fu and Father Qin set up a small table by themselves. They drank and ate, chatting about all sorts of things, and were having a great time. There are often people asking for supplies in the owner's group. Many people who don't cook at home complain that they have lost too much weight and are starving to the point of being skin and bones. They didn't want to eat before when they were trying to lose weight, but now they don't want to lose weight and only want to eat. The owners who still have surplus food at home are not living a good life either. Most of the families are running out of vegetables, and eating the same repetitive food every day has become a torture. The room 1801 is full of laughter, delicious food, and the atmosphere of home. Fu Guangchen walked to Qin Yu with a bowl in his hand and asked, "Are you guys going out this afternoon too? Can you take me with you later? I want to practice more and hone my abilities." "Okay, we'll be going out tonight." Qin Yu took another piece of meat, the fragrance lingering on her lips and teeth. "Go home and clean up after you finish eating. I'll wait for you in the garage." "Yeah, okay." Fu Guangchen ate quickly. When they were half full, Woozy came over and said, "Boss, I have done what you asked me to do." This guy who eats a lot has a good memory. He doesn't just eat and forget things. After Chinyu finished her meal, she filled a bowl of lotus root soup and drank it. She asked, "Well, did the other party say anything?" Woozy's eyes lit up, thinking that the boss was the boss, always able to predict the future. "He said that our community should be the first batch to receive supplies. I don't know why they haven't been distributed yet." The person in charge was also quite clever. He saw that there was something fishy going on and leaked the information to them. "Well, after we finish eating, you guys drive the van out, leave 2 kids at home, and the others will go out with me tonight. We'll go there and come back quickly. There must be more wild boars on the mountain above the shelter. The guardrail was damaged by the previous wild boar. If more wild boars run down, almost all the people below will be injured or even killed." Chinyu decided to go there at night and catch all the wild boars, and then rush back to guard the house. Half an hour later, everyone drove to the back mountain of the shelter. Before leaving, Chinyu and Qin Yang borrowed a ball of fur, hoping to speed up efficiency, and Gigi was also taken along. Arriving at the woods on the mountain, the heavy rain and darkness made the forest a bit eerie, and there seemed to be living creatures surging everywhere. Woof woof woof. Squeak squeak squeak. The 2 cute pets that pointed the way were calling to different places. "We will split up." Chinyu led Fu Guangchen and followed Gigi, and the 6 children followed Mauchio and left with the weapons prepared by Chinyu. Zitsidi flew forward quickly and landed on a big rock. Looking from the other side of the rock, more than 10 wild boars could be seen gathered together in the moonlight. "Follow me, follow closely." Fu Guangchen also had a weapon in his hand, which was the machete that Chinyu distributed to everyone before getting on the car. He had never used it before and was not used to it. Chinyu stepped forward, picked up a stone and threw it at the wild boars. When the wild boars woke up, they were very dissatisfied and rushed over when they saw the human figure. "Roar, roar, roar!" A group of wild boars roared angrily. "Watch this, follow my lead." Chinyu stood still and chopped at the wild boars that were charging at him. The first wild boar fell to the ground instantly. Fu Guangchen was a little scared, but he still calmed down and waited for the second wild boar to come over and chopped it with his knife. It missed. Chinyu was quick-eyed and struck back with another blow, knocking down another one. Fu Guangchen felt a little embarrassed and wanted to apologize, but Chinyu stared ahead and said coldly, "Don't say useless things. The third one is coming." Concentrating his energy, Fu Guangchen slashed forward with all his strength, hitting the wild boar in the head. The wild boar was seriously injured and screamed in pain. Chinyu stabbed it again and said sternly, "Come again." After finding some skills and feeling, Fu Guangchen successfully killed the wild boar when he chopped it down again. Chinyu saw that Fu Guangchen was making rapid progress and had a good learning ability, and her eyes were full of admiration. Fu Guangchen looked at Chinyu with starry eyes, and he felt that he was getting closer and closer to Chinyu. "Let's deal with the rest together." Chinyu quickly drew his sword and chopped down 5 wild boars. Fu Guangchen felt a chill in his heart, he was still far from it. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 289 points, the current points are 331 points. Sure enough, these wild boars had all run away in the previous life, and the people below would have been trampled to death. Looking at so many wild boars, Fu Guangchen ran back and drove the car over. The 2 of them encountered 6 more men while pulling a dozen wild boars. "Boss, you guys killed so many wild boars," Yitzi said in frustration. "We killed dozens of pheasants, half of which were killed by Mauchio." The 6 boys were dejected, feeling that they were worse than dogs after living for so long. This dog is definitely not an ordinary dog. Chapter 39, Collective Pig Killing. Chinyu looked at the row of dusty men, each of them looking like an eggplant hit by frost, and found it somewhat funny. "If you know your shortcomings, then work hard on them. Your strength and defense are your strengths, but your agility and endurance are weak. You should work hard to improve them." A group of people loaded the pheasants into the car. There were dozens of pheasants, and 2 were left alive and were left to Qin Yang to raise. The car was filled with pheasants and wild boars. With the number of wild boars in the car now, pork was free. Qin's mother didn't have to worry about pork being consumed too quickly, and she still had time to be busy. After going back and forth, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and Qin Yu and his group rushed to Zifeng community. When they arrived at the underground garage, they saw many unfamiliar faces inside, and some people were sleeping next to the garage. Fu Guangchen, who was driving, was startled and almost ran over someone. The person who was almost crushed didn't react at all. He just raised his eyelids, turned over, and continued to sleep. Wu Zi followed Fu Guangchen, trying to slow down the car, and drove to the bottom of Building 5. There were not many people nearby, so they carried the wild boars upstairs one by one. Halfway through the transportation, a strange face came up to me and asked, "What are you doing?" The wild boar was wrapped in oilcloth paper and looked like a large piece, but no one would have thought that someone would transport a whole pig home, nor did they know what was inside. "Transporting things? Who are you? Which building do you live in?" Wu Zi asked back. The other person's face froze for a moment. He didn't answer, looked back several times, and left. All the wild boars and pheasants were transported and temporarily piled in front of the spacious entrance hall on the 18th floor. Originally, there were 2 households on 2 elevators, and the 18th floor only occupied most of the area. The remaining half was an extra-large entrance hall with an area of over 100 square meters. The property had never been utilized and had been empty with nothing in it. Now it has become a great activity space and a place to store items. If the weather is cold, it will be fine to leave the wild boar alone overnight. The next day, the homeowners group chat was buzzing with news. The first was that the government was distributing supplies, and those who didn't have food stored for the new year could go to the property management office to get some. The second was that refugees were moving into the buildings in the community. Last night, some homeless people pretended to be pitiful and hoped to be taken in by kind people for one night. They slept there and then left. However, they became arrogant and dominated the house after entering it. They searched for food in other people's houses and slept in the host's bedroom. Some even molested the hostess. The host beat them up, and then they went to the kitchen to get a knife and stabbed themselves in the thigh, which scared the whole family. Who are these people? 1501 owners. I don't know. It seems that no refugees broke into our Building 5 last night. Owner of 1202. I heard someone walking around in the corridor at midnight. It seemed like someone on the 17th floor was moving some very large furniture. Owner of 802. That's all thanks to the 17th floor. The refugees really don't care about their lives. Once they come in, you can't chase them away. If you chase them away, they will hurt themselves. 501 owner. This is the world-weary organization. Now they are coming to Zifeng Jiangnanuan. What should we do now? The government has sent supplies, but who dares to open the door to receive them? 901 owner. The owners group was discussing the issue heatedly. Qin Yu looked at the WeChat avatar of the owner of 1202, exited the WeChat group, and sent a message to Heizi. First quarter moon, 1202. Any recent activity? Black hole, still at home, never went out. How come he has so much stockpiled at home without going out? Although I didn't pay much attention to him, I rarely saw him buying things, whether it was grabbing supplies in the supermarket or doing daily shopping. Is this person a stay-at-home who hoards a lot of stuff and rarely goes out? I got up and walked out of the room. My parents were not at home. Qin Yang was eating breakfast at the table, and Fu Guangchen was sitting next to him eating with him. Sister, good morning. Qin Yu, good morning. Good morning, where are Mom and Dad? Look, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. I told him to postpone the training for an hour last night because I came home too late. Why is he here so early? There were a lot of wild boars piled up outside our house. My parents got up early in the morning and went upstairs to kill the pigs. The 8 uncles downstairs all went upstairs to help, and brother Fu Guangchen also came to help. Oh, this became the last time she got up. Qin Yu finished breakfast, took a break, and took Fu Guangchen upstairs for an hour of combat training. Compared with yesterday, Fu Guangchen's progress was very obvious. The actual combat training last night strengthened his agility and strength. Unlike before when he was a little restrained, this time he was very serious and focused, and quickly mastered each move. No wonder he was sent to the high wall base in his previous life. He was noticed by the colonel. He is a rare talent. You've made great progress. Fu Guangchen, you're excellent. Qin praised sincerely. I'm still far behind Sister Qin. Fu Guangchen admired and felt a little disappointed. Normal, Qin answered as a matter of course. I have 2 golden fingers, and with the apocalypse lasting 10 years, the gap between you and me can only get further and further, little brat. Fu Guangchen lowered his head even lower, not knowing what to say for a moment. Qin ignored the little kid's thoughts. She remembered that her parents were still upstairs dealing with the wild boar. She looked at Fu Guangchen and asked, Are you going upstairs to help kill the pig? Okay. Fu Guangchen shook off his disappointment and followed happily. The 8 sons followed their mother to learn how to kill pigs, and they got the hang of it very quickly. By the time Qin went up to the top floor, the 1st, 5th, and 7th sons were able to do the job independently. They used the knife Qin gave them to kill pigs. Qin didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but he always felt something was awkward. Boss, look at my knife skills. Wu Zi began to show off his knife skills. He cut along the pig's bones smoothly and separated the meat perfectly. Me too, boss. Yizhi also waved his knife and easily chopped off the pig's big hooves. A large wild boar was quickly cut into several pieces. Did she delay them? These 8 children should not follow her, they should follow their mother. Would you consider learning cooking from my mother? Qin asked. Is it okay, Auntie? The 8 disciples turned their heads and looked at Mother Qin. Mother Qin divided the meat and looked at the 8 disciples who came to her door. Okay. But boss, we also want to go out with you. Please don't leave us, Yizhi said aggrievedly. Right. Wu Zi took over Yizhi's words and said, We have to be a good cook with fighting skills. The best cook among the cooks can fight the best cook among the cooks. Quite ambitious, Qin smiled and said, No problem. She originally hadn't thought of giving up on strengthening the 8 parts of her body. In the apocalyptic world, martial arts was a necessary condition for survival. It would be a waste of talent if she didn't train her physique. Mother Qin looked at the wild boars on the ground and planned to keep some of the meat fresh. The rest of the meat could be made into sausages, bacon, and jerky. She looked up at the 8 disciples in front of her. They were 8 disciples who were ready to be used. Qin used the knife swiftly and fiercely. She cut a wild boar into pieces in a short time. While others were still cutting up one, she had already cut up 3. The 8 boys just felt a little embarrassed. They were showing off their skills in front of an expert. Damn, don't show off anything in front of the boss. Fu Guangchen lowered his head and began to use the knife faster. This was training. This was also training. The work that was originally planned to take several days was completed in just one morning. Qin's mother smiled in surprise, called the novice apprentice, and started working. Unique skills are online. Chapter 40, Unique Skills Online. As the space at home was estimated to be insufficient, Qin's mother laid plastic wrap on the floor in advance, and placed the divided wild boar meat in the entrance hall on the 18th floor. The 8 children brought out the table, cutting board, kitchen knife, stainless steel basin and other tools. Qin pretended to go to the storage room upstairs to get something, and took out a meat grinder, a food processor, a sausage stuffer, and many seasonings. Qin's mother taught her 8 sons how to make sausages. First, she minced the selected meat, making it 70% lean and 30% fat. Then she mixed the seasonings into 5 spice, original, and spicy flavors, added the seasonings to the minced meat, and then stuffed them into sheep intestine casings and tied them up with ropes. A large number of sausages are made, and then there are bacon and Chinese sausages. Qin's mother let Qin take care of her own business, and she took 8 apprentices to make cured products. This is an old craft passed down from her mother's family, and the taste is unique. Qin returned to 1801. Fu Guangchen watched Qin go home, and then he went downstairs and returned to 1702. At lunch, Qin sent the takeaway food stored in the space to her mother and 8 children. The 8 children praised her repeatedly. You are my aunt's daughter, and your cooking skills are so good. In the morning, Qin finished studying in 1802, returned home, had dinner, and then went to play with his little animals. House 1801 is very big with many rooms. The family has set up an extra pet room for Qin, which houses a rabbit, a parrot, a cat, a dog, and 2 new pheasants. Meow meow, come here, let me see how you are recovering. Qin Yang's main task every day now is to take care of his meow meow. When Qin Yu was rescued, she was dying, with serious injuries to her limbs and internal organs. But now Miao Miao has slowly recovered and can now eat on her own and move around occasionally. Qin Yu leaned against the door, looking at how well Qin Yang took care of the pets, and was very proud. Yang Yang, you are great. Before, I just liked small animals, but I didn't know how to take care of them. My sister taught me with books. But the second book was so difficult that I haven't finished it yet. After taking care of the little animals, Qin Yang continued to study the skill book, and didn't even play the game console he brought for him. Since going out with her yesterday, he seemed to be more absorbed in taking care of the animals and reading more attentively. Qin Yu's face was a little gloomy. Qin's father came over and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. Don't think too much. This is something Yang Yang will have to face sooner or later. Let him know in advance so that he can adapt to this world better. Yeah. Qin Yu responded. It's okay, Dad. I just think that in the end times, children have the hardest time. They have to start fighting for survival before they can enjoy this world properly. Wu Zi ran in with spices and minced meat hanging on his hands, looking anxious. Boss, there are refugees making trouble at the staircase on the 17th floor. The fight reached the 17th floor. Why did the refugees rush upstairs? Well, I'll go downstairs and take a look. Qin Yu walked out of the room and headed for the stairwell on the 17th floor. There were 2 doors on the 17th floor stairwell, one at the stairwell and one at the elevator. Qin Yu walked along the stairwell to the 17th floor and saw several refugees outside the security door. Open the door, let me in. There must be 2 doors in the corridor of your house, there must be a lot of food. Let us in. The refugees shouted loudly. You live in the house, and we are exposed to the rain. Don't you have any sympathy? Let me live in your house. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Let us live, let us live. The man in the first row grabbed the security door, held the iron door with both hands and banged his head against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Blood gushed out. The government has a shelter, why not go there? Asked Grandpa Fu. Is the shelter a place where people live? Why don't you go? We should go. Open the door quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Another man banged on the door. The 2 men looked inside with blood on their faces and smiled strangely. Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu inside the door were completely unable to cope with this situation, and their breathing became rapid. They wanted to leave, but these people threatened that they would die at the door if they left. Qin Yu looked at this group of world-weary people with a look of disdain on her face. They were really world-weary and still had the energy to make trouble here. They were a group of despicable people who used their world-weariness as an excuse to threaten kind people with self-harm. Grandpa Fu, Grandma Fu, you go back first. Yao Yao will be scared to be alone at home, Qin Yu said. The 2 elders looked at Qin Yu, a little girl, and were a little worried. Fu Guangchen said, Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm here, you go back first. I am old and my heart is not in good condition. I can't stand the stimulation. The 2 elders left, and Qin Yu stood at the door, smiling and asking, If you don't let me in, I'm going to die at the door, right? Yes, beautiful lady, you are so beautiful, do you want to get human blood on your hands? Human blood, Qin Yu's hands were filled with countless human blood. In the end times, sometimes death can be a relief, but some people don't even deserve to die. Qin Yu opened the security door. The refugees outside smiled triumphantly and were about to walk up the stairs when Qin Yu kicked them down. Bang, 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 the 3 of them tumbled down the stairs. One of them fell and was unable to move, and the other 2 were scratched. They stood up and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. Qin Yu walked down step by step like Satan, looking at them with a smile, the same smile as before, but the other party felt extremely terrified. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill someone? I won't kill you. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Humph, I don't think you would dare. The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Yu with an expression that said, I knew it. Qin Yu approached the 2 men, grabbed their arms at the same time, and twisted them hard. Their arms were instantly dislocated, and screams of "ah" echoed throughout the corridor. The 2 people who were originally fearless and desperate, knelt down in pain and begged for mercy. Let me go, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Disgusted with the world? Qin Yu stepped forward and quickly reconnected their dislocated arms. Is it fun? As soon as the question was uttered, their arms were twisted and dislocated again. Ah! The two men rolled on the ground in pain. Don't try this on me. I won't take your lives. Chinyu squatted down slowly, looking at the two people on the ground, and said coldly, If you dare to commit suicide in front of me, I will definitely save you, and then make you live a life worse than death every day. I dare not, let us go, we will leave immediately. It was 1301 who said that your upstairs is comfortable, and has a lot of space and things. The two people on the ground were in so much pain that they confessed everything immediately. Looking at this scene, the man who fell on the stairwell and couldn't get up suddenly felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he fell and couldn't move, so this female Satan didn't target him. Humph, get out of here! Chinyu scolded. The two men ran downstairs with their hands hanging down and pale faces. Chinyu kicked the man who fell to the ground and couldn't move. Take this man away too. The man put away his previous relief. Damn, it hurts so much, this time I kicked the steel plate. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 5 points, the current points are 336 points. These refugees must have invaded other people's homes and killed the owners in their previous lives. A greedy person will never be satisfied. As long as you give in, he will first skin you, then eat your flesh, and finally drink your blood and gnaw your bones. Qin Yu's actions became notorious, and the entire Zifeng Jiangnan garden heard about her ferocious actions. The refugees in Building 5 did not dare to come in again, and even if they did not dare to rush upstairs. The owners' group was also discussing the issue of refugees, but no one dared to mention Qin Yu's name. You only have one life to lose. There is a woman upstairs who doesn't want your life at all. She wants you to live a life worse than death. Chapter 41, Preventing Trampling. The damage to the refugees in Zifeng Jiangnan Garden did not decrease. On the contrary, because some people moved in and the refugees moved into the houses, more refugees were attracted. The legend about Qin Yu in Building 5 became more and more terrifying. It was said that Qin Yu was promiscuous, cruel, and loved to torture people. There were more and more refugees in other buildings, but there were very few in Building 5, almost none. The owner's WeChat group started discussing it again. The people in other buildings are too much. They believe everything they hear. They want the people in Building 5, Floor 18 to move out. Why? Owner of Building 501. That sounds very real, I think. You are not afraid, but I am. 1301 owner. It's all fake, 1702 owners. I also think it's fake. If Qin Yu hadn't led people to clean up the bandits, how many of Building 5 would be left? Owner of 802. Humph. Who knows? I've always been lucky. 1301 owner. Then why don't you clear out the bandits? 1501 owner. Although I don't like the woman on the 18th floor, I don't believe the rumor. 901 owner. The government has distributed supplies, come downstairs quickly. 802 owner. In order to avoid causing any further trouble, Qin Yu's eldest son Fu Guangchen went downstairs to the government material distribution office to wait to receive the supplies. A bunch of people gathered at the property management center. The property management staff were basically not there, with only 1 or 2 staff members on duty who didn't really care about the business. Government volunteers were maintaining order and distributing supplies inside, and there were several guards maintaining order nearby, wearing uniforms and carrying batons. Slow down, they are all here one by one. A familiar voice was speaking from the front. Qin Yu looked over and saw Chen Tao. The other person also looked up and saw Qin Yu, and a vicious smile flashed across his face. Those coming later, go fill out the forms and then receive the supplies, Chen Tao said. Why do we have to fill out the form again? We were not told to do so before. Someone was dissatisfied. You can't get it if you don't fill out the form. Before, the staff helped me fill it out, but now there are too many people, so you have to write it yourself. Fu Guangchen went to get the form and wanted to get a few more to help fill it out, but the other party refused. Each person takes 1, no more. Qin Yu walked over and just met her. Chen Tao raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Oh no, sorry, you should be able to hold on for another day. I will bring more watches tomorrow, and you can get 2 tomorrow. It was just a mean trick, Qin Yu just wanted to go through the motions. Since someone helped her complete the task early, she was happy to go back earlier. I'll go back first. Qin Yu greeted Fu Guangchen and Yitzi happily. Qin Tao saw the relaxed expression on Qin Yu's face, and his heart twisted. Acting, you stinky bitch, don't even think about getting any supplies. Building 5, Qin Yu, wait a minute. Take this and you can get 2 forms tomorrow. Qin Tao handed Qin Yu a sign. Qin Yu took it and felt that Qin Tao had bad intentions. When the people who were collecting supplies heard someone calling Qin Yu from Building 5, they all turned to look at her and began to discuss among themselves. Some of the braver ones even pointed and talked. This is the one in Building 5. It's so beautiful. Beautiful, you may not live to see her. She has so many tricks that you may not have enough lives. Stop talking, she's looking over here. Why, in broad daylight, with so many people here, what can she do to me? Yeah, with so many people, can she kill us? Yitzi heard the neighbors talking about the boss, so he stepped out of the team and went to defend him. What are you talking about with dirty mouths? Fu Guangchen followed closely. Those are all rumors, don't believe them. We didn't say anything, we were just discussing it. Don't take it personally, the aunt said with a strange smile. You are just jealous that our Building 5 is quiet, unlike your other buildings which are full of smoke and foul smells. They spoke the truth in one sentence. Bah, why are we jealous? We're jealous that you have a female Satan in Building 5. The team from Building 4 fought back. The elevators and doorsteps of your other buildings are full of homeless people sleeping there. The corridors have been turned into toilets and the stench is terrible. Zhang Chuchu, the owner of 901, defended. The people in the other buildings had grim expressions on their faces. A few homeless people had no manners and did whatever they wanted. The elevator was out of service and they could only walk along the corridor every day, being careful to avoid stepping on excrement. Damn those refugees, damn Building 5, why are things fine there? Hey, little girl, what are you talking about? Your corridor is the toilet. I heard that things are being moved up to the 18th floor every day. How can you still be interested in these supplies? Said someone from Building 1. Let's go quickly and leave us a way to survive, said the people in Building 4. We are all neighbors, why are we so hostile to each other? Fu Guangchen advised. Brother Guangchen, ignore them. Nowadays there are many people who can't stand seeing others doing better than them, Zhang Chuchu said, pulling Fu Guangchen. Seeing Qin Yu being ostracized and ridiculed by so many people, Qin Tao's smile grew wider. Qin Yu, you deserve it. You look down on me and hook up with men. You deserve to be scolded and humiliated. Qin Yu didn't say anything. She looked at the group of people with cold eyes. There was a faint sense of intimidation. Everyone's voices gradually became lower. She snorted lightly and left. The line for collecting supplies stretched outside the door. Some refugees came over and saw people collecting supplies and left in a hurry. After a while, a large group of refugees surrounded this side. As Qin Yu walked to the door, a large group of refugees rushed in from outside. Go ahead, there are supplies inside. Hurry up and grab them, I've been hungry for a long time. Damn it, there's food but they don't give it to those of us who have nowhere to sleep first, they give it to those who have houses to live in, it's not fair. Grab it, brothers. Get out of here, the stuff belongs to us. The crowd rushed in, and Zhang Chuchu, who was standing in front, was knocked down. Fu Guangchen failed to hold her back and she was about to fall to the ground. Qin Yu turned around and stretched out her hand to pull Zhang Chuchu over and make her stand up. If you fall down, you won't be able to get up, and the consequences of a stampede will be serious. The government personnel distributing the goods inside became anxious and shouted. Don't rush to grab them. Everyone wants them. Don't rush to grab them. The refugees didn't listen at all and kept rushing in. The maintenance staff raised sticks to threaten them, but it was no use. Several people surrounded them, snatched the sticks, and beat up the staff distributing supplies. Qin Tao seemed to be the leader and was beaten the worst, with one of his teeth knocked out. People were huddled together in the room. Some of those holding children could not stand steadily, and the elderly were holding on to something to avoid falling. Qin Yu snorted coldly. Don't you want to live a good life? Behave yourself! Hearing the sound, some of the refugees turned their heads and looked at Qin Yu. Gradually, they calmed down and stopped. The female Satan was also here. The room fell silent, and the refugees stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Some who had fallen quickly stood up, and those who still had supplies at home did not want to take them and hurried away. Those who had taken the supplies did not even look back and left quickly. The chaos ended, the crowd dispersed, and only a few refugees were left. Qin Yu turned and left. Ding! Rescue successful! Love points increased by 3 points, the current points are 339 points. Sure enough, if someone dies, we must prevent trampling and cherish life. Hey, stop snatching! Why are you snatching again? Chen Tao screamed again. Don't hit me! Why are you hitting me? Qin Yu, you bitch must have done this on purpose. Chapter 42, Sweeping the Clinic. The heavy rain continued to fall. Qin Yu walked in the rain holding an umbrella, and Zhang Chuchu followed behind her. Well, thank you for saving me just now, but I still don't like you. Humph! Zhang Chuchu said and ran away quickly. On the contrary, Qin Yu had a good impression of Zhang Chuchu. Although Zhang Chuchu didn't like her, she had defended her both in the owner's group and outside. He dares to speak out against injustice, and is full of the youthful vigor. Fu Guangchen and Yitzi also caught up with them, holding the distributed supplies in their hands, a portion of noodles, 3 potatoes and 2 tomatoes, a day's supply. The quantity is indeed a little small. It may be because of the refugees that the quantity of supplies distributed is wrong. Fu Guangchen looked at the supplies in his hand. For his family of 4, this amount is only enough for him to have 1 meal. Qin Yu did not answer. She knew in her heart that the resources provided by the government were already a lot, and would become less and less in the future. The entire Beihai city is in great shortage of supplies, and it is estimated that it will not last for more than a month. In the previous life, the government relief station was completely closed at the end of March, and the government announced that it would no longer distribute supplies. When we reached the 18th floor, my mother and the other 7 sons were still busy. The 7 sons were pickling bacon, my mother was preparing the ingredients, and my father had set up a smoking oven in a corner outside the elevator. I didn't expect that this large space outside the 18th floor would give my parents so much room to play. My parents' busy figures and happy smiles made Qin Yu feel wonderful. Woozy came over and showed Qin Yu the bacon in his hand. Boss, we are curing the bacon. We will smoke it after the furnace is built. The bacon is ready, and the chef said he will treat us to bacon rice. When the other children listened, hope appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help swallowing. My mother's cured meat rice is unique and famous far and wide. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go get you something to eat. Qin Yu walked into the house and took out the takeaway from the space as usual. She removed the packaging and placed it on the table for everyone. Fried chicken, pizza, hot stew, kimchi, cold noodles, sushi, hot and sour noodles, bread, milk tea, the whole table was filled with food. Qin Yang was stunned when he came out and saw so much food. Wow, what a feast. Sister, is it okay to eat like this? Will Mom scold us? Qin Yang was a little scared. Don't worry, Mom is in a very good mood now and won't scold us. After working all afternoon, Qin's mother asked everyone to take a break and eat first. The 8 children came into the room and saw the table full of snacks. They looked at Qin Yu in amazement. Boss, you are proficient in all kinds of skills. Woozy praised. Good genes. Qin Yu looked at her mother who came in and said with a smile. Seeing Qin Yu's smiling face, Qin's mother didn't know what to say. Everyone eat quickly. Qin Yang and Qin Yu, the brother and sister, smiled triumphantly. Qin's father also laughed secretly at the sight of the 2 brothers and sister smiling, but was given a sidelong look by Qin's mother. There were 3 people with the surname Qin in the family, and they bullied her, a person with a different surname. Father Qin coughed twice and said, Ahem, let's have a proper meal next time. No problem, no problem. Qin Yu answered immediately, turned around and mouthed to Qin Yang, let's eat secretly next time. No matter how powerful she is in front of outsiders, in front of Qin's father and mother, Qin Yu is always like a naughty child most of the time, who likes to be clever and play pranks. I heard that the people distributing supplies downstairs were beaten, and one named Qin Tao was the worst beaten, Woozy said while eating a chicken leg. Yes, when I came out, I had a tooth knocked out. Yitzi took 2 bites of the hot and sour noodles and took another bowl. But the name Qin Tao sounds so familiar. Alas, didn't you ask us to? The 7th child stopped talking halfway. The other children also put down their chopsticks instantly. What's wrong? Eat. Mother Qin was eating sushi. Seeing the 8 children suddenly talking, she didn't dare to stop eating. Qintao, is this the Qintao we know? Yes, he is in charge of the supplies for our community. Qin Yu said, and then she saw that some people were still standing there in a daze, not daring to eat, and she felt a little funny. Eat quickly, I still have to clean up the table after you finish eating. We'll take it. How dare we let the boss take it? Wu Zi saw Qin Yu smiling and didn't care about what happened before, so he quickly sold it. You have spoiled our Yaya too much. When you were around, Yaya never did housework again. Our 3rd son even came up every day to help with washing clothes and sweeping the floor. Father Qin felt a little embarrassed. The 3rd son swallowed the pizza in his mouth and said hurriedly, This is an honor. I got this opportunity by winning the rock-paper-scissors game with a few brothers. Without the boss taking us in, we would probably have starved to death on the streets. Uncle and master, don't be embarrassed. Compared to a life, these are nothing. Yitzi said seriously. He always believed that the eldest brother was the adoptive parent of them. Okay, let's eat quickly. You kids are so naive. Mother Qin looked at her children and shook her head helplessly. Father Qin held the chicken feet for a long time without eating, and asked worriedly, Is Qintao not giving you any trouble, Yaya? Don't worry, I don't care about him at all. Qin Yu finished eating and picked up the cup to drink milk tea. The flavor was her favorite. In winter, a cup of hot milk tea warmed her stomach. After dinner, Qin's mother asked her sons to go back and have a rest, but they were too enthusiastic to go back. A group of them gathered upstairs and continued to pickle bacon. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Qin's mother could not bear it any longer and asked them to go back. Qin Yu lay on the bed in the room with her eyes closed, sorting out the supplies for the past few days. She placed the gas tanks, diesel, etc. in a fixed area in the basement, and also put in the fresh pork that her mother had prepared to stockpile, as well as some chicken. After tidying up the space house, Qin Yu went to the yard to see how the crops were doing. The things planted in the black soil remained unchanged. Qin Yu was puzzled and started planting potatoes and sweet potatoes before long. She found that planting these two would not exhaust her as much. Before she knew it, she had planted another large piece of black soil and fell asleep with satisfaction. Early in the morning, before dawn, my mother came and knocked on the door. Qin Yu, wake up, something's wrong. Mother Qin's anxious voice sounded at the door. Qin Yu jumped out of bed, opened the door and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? What happened? It's your Grandpa Fu downstairs. Those refugees pissed him off yesterday. He's been gasping for breath since he got home. His asthma is acting up. Do you have any asthma medicine? Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Fu Guangchen was outside the door. Qin Yu saw him and shouted, Let's go out for a while. There are 2 clinics near Zifengjiang and Garden, to be precise, a community hospital and a clinic, both of which are of considerable size. Qin Yu drove directly towards the clinic, going downhill all the way. When he arrived at the clinic, the road was half a meter deep with accumulated water. Arriving nearby, Qin Yu got out of the car and asked Fu Guangchen, Is Grandpa Fu stable now? It's a little more stable, but the breathing is still quite rapid, Fu Guangchen replied. Well, follow me. Qin Yu quickened his pace. Take the medicine early, as the asthma condition is acute and severe. The 2 clinics were not far from each other, so Qin Yu went to the smaller one first and decided to go to the larger one later. The water on the road almost reached Qin Yu's knees. Fortunately, this clinic has patients on the 1st floor and a pharmacy on the 2nd floor, so the medicines should still be intact. When they walked to the front of the clinic, the door was already open. Qin Yu looked back at Fu Guangchen and mouthed, There are people here, be careful. Entering the 1st floor of the clinic, it was half flooded. The tables, chairs and beds were all soaked in water. The 2 walked upstairs carefully along the wall. There was an open door. Qin Yu signaled Fu Guangchen to stay where he was, and she went forward to see what was going on. Qin Yu was very good at stealth, and she made almost no sound when she walked. She walked to the door, and just as she leaned out, a gun was pressed against her forehead. Chapter 43, Picking Up a Man. A murderous intent came from inside the door. Qin Yu quickly turned his head to avoid the aim of the gun, quickly squatted down and punched forward, hitting the opponent, and felt his hand wet. Blood, all blood. Qinyu raised her head and looked forward. She saw a man with his face covered tightly. He was wearing overalls and a black t-shirt. This was a familiar outfit. "It's you!" Qinyu exclaimed. "Mysterious man." The other party seemed to recognize her before Qinyu. He was not as surprised as Qinyu. He just smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, it's me." "You, how come you are injured? It looks like it's not light." "Gunshot wound." After saying that, the mysterious man sat back in his chair to rest with his eyes closed. Qinyu was just about to call Fu Guangchen outside when he ran to the door and said, "Qinyu, are you okay?" Seeing an injured man sitting inside, Fu Guangchen frowned nervously. "Who is this person?" "Don't worry about him. Take the medicine back to your grandfather first, and come back to pick me up later." Qinyu entered the medicine area, opened the locks easily, and asked Fu Guangchen to come and get the medicine. "Are you sure he's okay?" Fu Guangchen was a little worried and looked back to confirm again and again. "Well, don't worry, you can go and come back soon. Asthma cannot be delayed, breathing must be guaranteed as soon as possible." After Fu Guangchen left, the man opened his eyes again, looked at Qinyu and said jokingly, "Boyfriend? The little brat next door. He doesn't look much younger than you. Maybe 1 or 2 years old. But in my eyes, he is just a little kid." Qinyu picked up a big bag and started putting medicine into it. No matter what kind of medicine it was, she put them all in. "Haha, you're really not shy to buy something for free in front of me." The man chuckled. "You can't compete with me in your current condition." Qinyu filled a bag, picked up another bag and started to put other medicine in it. These are all over-the-counter medicines, ranging from gastrointestinal, cardiac, respiratory, etc., in a wide variety and complete range. There are also many over-the-counter medicines for colds, fevers, headaches, toothaches, hemorrhoids, diarrhea, constipation, deworming, eczema, stomachic and digestive health, and menstrual disorders. "There's a bullet in my chest that I can't remove. Please help me remove it." The man suddenly changed his tone. Although he was asking for a favor, his tone carried a sense of command. "Oh, I don't know any medical skills. Cut open the flesh and use tweezers to take the bullet out. It's very simple," the man continued. Qinyu filled the second bag, walked forward, and asked, "Then I saved your life again?" "Well, I shall have made a note of it." Qinyu's mind flashed. At this moment, she finally knew why she always felt that this man was familiar, and she didn't reject it. He is Xiao Ri, the colonel of the High Wall Base, who commands hundreds of people to respond, and is ruthless. In the previous life, they had many conflicts over supplies, but he let her go every time. At this moment, he was covered with scars and struggling to survive alone in a small clinic. "You wait." Qinyu had treated gunshot wounds in the apocalypse. She was not skilled, but she knew how to do it. She found the knife and disinfectant. Xiao Ri had already taken a bite of the thing and said, "Just cut it." A brave warrior, worthy of being Colonel Xiao Ri. Qinyu disinfected his wound and carefully cut it open. The knife slowly cut through the flesh, and she seemed to hear the sound of the flesh splitting. Her head was very close to Xiao Ri's chest, so close that her breath sprayed on Xiao Ri's chest, and so close that Xiao Ri's heaving chest was about to hit her nose. Xiao Ri controlled his breathing frequency, raised his eyes to look at Qinyu's serious expression. His eyes were somewhat warm, and a smile appeared on his lips. A woman who is not afraid of killing people, but frowned and looked worried when cutting meat. Qinyu raised her eyes and glanced at Xiao Ri, complaining in her heart, "Damn, this guy is not a human being." He didn't even frown when cutting flesh, and he even smiled. A bit creepy. Dang. The bullet was taken out and put into the basin. Qinyu used gauze to stop the bleeding on his chest, and after the bleeding stopped, she wrapped it up and said, "It's okay. I'll go get the medicine." Xiao Ri closed his eyes and continued to rest, while Qinyu quickly collected the medicines, including Western medicine, Chinese patent medicine, and Chinese medicine. There was a huge pile of them, which were piled up in the stairwell on the second floor. "Do you live in Zifeng Jiangnanuan?" Xiao Ri asked. "Huh? What's wrong?" Qinyu asked puzzledly. He should have been able to guess it when they were in the villa area before. "I also have a house there, Building 5, 1801. This is the landlord who said she was going abroad. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. This landlord would not want the house. Would she run away? You live with me now? He knows all this. This guy has spies. Do you want to take back the house? Qin Yu asked cautiously. No need. When I rented it out before, I never thought of taking it back. I didn't expect you to rent it. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the other party had no intention of taking back the house. But the other party's next sentence made Qin Yu's expression instantly stiff. You can take me in for a few days. I will leave after I recover from my injuries. The house will belong to you completely from now on. Xiao Ri looked at Qin Yu with a smile. After looking at Xiao Ri for a long time, Qin Yu compromised and said, Leave when you are well. If you dare to hurt my family. There's no need to do that. If I wanted to harm your family, I wouldn't have reminded your father to strengthen the home's defenses. I stand on the side of the people, Xiao Ri said seriously. Qin Yu also knew that Xiao Ri had always been a righteous man. He was ruthless to his enemies and had always vowed to defend the people in the high-walled base to his death. In the previous life, he saved her. I believe you. When Fu Guangchen comes, ask him to take the medicine to the car. I'll go to the other clinic to take a look. Calculating the time, Qin Yu quickly went to another clinic. This clinic was larger and had several floors. The first floor was a pharmacy. Many medicines were soaked in water, and Qin Yu put the other medicines that were not soaked in water into the space. There is a row of small refrigerators on the pharmacy cabinet. The refrigerators are still lit, and seem to be independently powered. When you open them, there are vaccines inside. For children, pneumonia, chickenpox, hand, foot and mouth disease, diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus, meningitis, etc. For adults, hepatitis B, influenza, rabies, tetanus, etc. This thing is hard to come by, so put it all in your space. I went upstairs and took another quick tour, putting some medical equipment into the space, even the ultrasound machine, electrocardiograph, and operating table. When they returned to the clinic in front, Fu Guangchen had already arrived and was putting things in the car. Xiao Ri followed behind him. Fu Guangchen didn't seem to like Xiao Ri very much, and the two had almost no communication along the way. In his previous life, Fu Guangchen regarded Xiao Ri as a godlike hero, but this time he ignored him. Maybe something unpleasant happened between them while she was away. Qin Yu, you're back. How's things over there? Fu Guangchen said happily when he saw Qin Yu. Nothing, it's just that a lot of the medicine on the first floor was soaked in water and is no longer working. Is Grandpa Fu feeling better? You'll be stable after taking the medicine. It doesn't matter if it's soaked in water. There's plenty of medicine here, enough. Fu Guangchen comforted. Xiao Ri glanced at Fu Guangchen and Qin Yu, and coughed lightly. Ahem, my hand is also injured, I can't drive. Who will drive? I. Fu Guangchen looked at Xiao Ri unhappily, put his things away and got in the car. There was something going on between these two men, and it was terribly wrong. Chapter 44, A Pair of Poisonous Eyes. On the way to Zifeng Jiangnan Garden, Qin Yu kept thinking about how to explain Xiao Ri to her parents. Don't worry, I'll talk to your parents myself. Xiao Ri seemed to have the ability to read minds and could see through Qin Yu's thoughts at a glance. Fu Guangchen, who had been driving and staring ahead, said, Qin Yu, do you really want to let this strange man live in your house? He is the landlord of 1801, Qin Yu said helplessly. But didn't he rent out the house? Why would he live in it if he rented it out? This doesn't make sense. Fu Guangchen looked unhappy and didn't understand why Qin Yu agreed to him. Could it be Qin Yu? He glanced at the back seat of the car. Xiao Ri was sitting there, and Qin Yu was leaning against the window far away from him, looking out. Well, no. Fu Guangchen smiled and said nothing. Qin Yu must have her own reasons. He begged me to save him, gave me the house as a thank you gift, and asked me to keep him for a few more days. Oh, so that's it. Fu Guangchen believed that Qin Yu did not have any feelings towards Xiao Ri, but that could not be said for this Xiao Ri. He must have ulterior motives, so he had to be on guard. Driving into the basement, the refugees saw Qin Yu sitting in the car and stood up to make way for fear of blocking the road. When Xiao Ri saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows. This woman is quite intimidating. Back to the 18th floor of Building 5, Fu Fu Guangchen followed all the way. When they got to the 18th floor, Qin Yu was a little surprised. Fu Guangchen, why don't you go back to see your grandfather? My grandpa took drugs before and fell asleep. Looking at the time, it was past 8 o'clock. Fu Guangchen smiled and said, Qin Yu, should we practice fighting? Yeah, that's right. Then we can practice after breakfast. In the lobby outside the entrance of the 18th floor, Qin's father, Qin's mother, and their 8 sons were still busy with their pork-making business. When they saw Qin Yu coming back in the morning, they all wanted to say hello. Looking at a strange face, the group of people didn't know whether to say hello or ask who this person is first. Qin Yu saw everyone and spoke first. Mom and Dad, this is Xiao Ri, the landlord. Oh yes, the landlord is Xiao Ri. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Qin's father walked over and said, Uncle, your daughter saved my life and said she would take me back to heal my wounds. I am very grateful. You have taught me well and your daughter has a noble character. Xiao Ri said nonsense seriously. At first I felt it was inconvenient and wanted to stay in my own house, but I didn't expect that it was where you live now. It's really a coincidence. After speaking for a long time, Xiao Ri's face turned pale, he began to breathe heavily, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I still find it a bit troublesome. After all, I cough. Qin's father was the softest-hearted person. Besides, the landlord rented such a good house to them at a low price. Now that he was seriously injured and wanted to stay for a few days, he couldn't bear to refuse. It's not a problem. The house is very big, and we haven't slept in your room. It's no problem to live there. Qin's father agreed immediately. Seeing that the boy was well-mannered and seriously injured, Mother Qin said, Stay here, stop talking, and get well first. Damn, Mr. Movie King, how come this guy has such talent? Qin Yu watched Xiao Ri's acting skills from the side and complained in her heart. Fu Guangchen's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. When he got in the car just now, he was fine all the way, going up and down stairs, wading through water, without even breathing hard. But his face turned pale after just a few words. Fraud. He slandered in his heart, but Qin Yu had already agreed, and he didn't speak out. Qin Yu, help the landlord in first, we still have to be busy for a while. Qin's mother told Qin Yu to go and take care of the person, then turned around and got busy with her 8 sons. The gossipy Wu Zi stretched his neck to look inside while working, and Easy slapped him and said, Still looking. Xiao Ri returned to 1801. Everything seemed familiar to him. He took a rest, sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. There was breakfast left by Qin's mother in the kitchen, including whole grain porridge, some buns and dumplings. Qin Yu brought them out and asked Fu Guangchen and Xiao Ri to come and eat. Xiao Ri sat down at the table and ate a bowl of multigrain porridge, savoring it carefully. His eating movements were standard and elegant. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen finished eating, took a break and went upstairs to train, leaving a message. The last one to finish eating will do the dishes. Fu Guangchen's punching speed was much better than last time. After the two warmed up, they started free fighting again. After an hour, Fu Guangchen was still struggling. Pa. Applause was heard at the door. Xiao Ri watched the 2 men fighting and clapped softly. Fu Guangchen was somewhat proud. Although he was not as strong as Qin Yu, he was much stronger than ordinary people. After this fight, this man should give up. It's impossible not to applaud when your dish is so bad, Xiao Ri said calmly. Who are you talking about? Fu Guangchen replied angrily. Xiao Ri stared at Fu Guangchen without saying a word, his eyes fixed on him, his expression showing, Who said you don't know? Damn it. Fu Guangchen looked at Qin Yu, who nodded helplessly. There is a lot of room for improvement. Let me teach him. Xiao Ri spoke first. You take a rest, I'll pay for his meal. After I finish teaching him, I'll practice with you. Who wants you to teach me? Fu Guangchen looked unhappy. Aren't you injured? No problem with being your sparring partner. He glanced at Fu Guangchen again, and Fu Guangchen once again felt the contempt in Xiao Ri's eyes. Shit, it never ends. When Fu Guangchen got excited, he completely forgot that his opponent was injured and attacked with all his strength, venting all his dissatisfaction along the way. He threw several punches fiercely, but missed every time, and the opponent dodged them easily. His face was startled, and he adjusted his state, then stepped forward and tried to attack again, but was kicked away by Xiao Ri and fell to the ground. Fu Guangchen stood up again, punched and kicked, but Xiao Ri blocked his punch and used his hand to push his legs away, and he was defeated again. After an hour, he was completely defeated. Fu Guangchen's face was filled with frustration. This Xiao Ri was so strong. Even though he was shot, he could still make him run around with just one hand. Just barely qualified. Go back and I will train you tomorrow, Xiao Ri said. Oh. I want to watch for a while longer. Fu Guangchen was conquered by Xiao Ri's force, but he was still worried about Qin Yu. Xiao Ri raised his eyes to look at him and said with a smile, Okay, stay and take a look and learn from him. Qin Yu knew Xiao Ri's strength in her heart. When she fought against Xiao Ri, she used at least 70% of her strength. After a few rounds, she found that it was just as he said, it didn't matter if she got hurt, so she began to attack with all her strength. Fu Guangchen, who was watching from the side, saw his eyes change from starry eyes of expectation to amazement, then to disappointment, to frustration, and finally to loss of hope. It turned out that Sister Qin Yu had really restrained herself a lot when she trained with him. If he practiced for another 10 years, he would probably not be able to catch up with the fight between the two of them. I'll go back first. Fu Guangchen went downstairs and returned home dejectedly. When Xiao Ri saw Fu Guangchen's expression, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Did you do it on purpose? Qin Yu asked affirmatively. Yes, he has been wearing the school's halo for too long, and his weak fists are just for show, Xiao Ri said and then said, but he is indeed a good seedling. Qin Yu also thought so. Fu Guangchen had good talent, even better than her, but it was a pity that he was too pretentious and couldn't change it. Let him know how big the gap is, so that he can completely abandon his previous routine and start learning again. This Xiao Ri is quite good at training people. Ah, the 8 children now have a new teacher. She was just having a headache about how to teach the 8 children, and now there is a ready-made one. Ahem. Xiao Ri, you are indeed very strong, Qin Yu said seriously. I am indeed not as good as you in terms of training. Xiao Ri chuckled and glanced at Qin Yu. 4 words were written in his eyes. You better write it well. Humph, this man has a pair of poisonous eyes. Chapter 45, No Need to Queue. In the training room, Xiao Ri listened to Qin Yu's hidden meaning in her words, thinking that she would not praise him for his good training in vain, and she must have some backup plan. Qin Yu was exposed by Xiao Ri, and he said directly, I want you to help me train my brothers downstairs. This is a top professional training master, it would be a waste not to use him. Yeah. I see. His physique is good, but he's too strong. He's more suitable for defense, not offense, Xiao Ri concluded. That's what I planned. I'll strengthen their endurance first, and then train their agility on a daily basis. The plan works. Then you can help with the training. Our food expenses are not enough to train one person. Thinking about the breakfast I had in the morning, a few simple home-cooked dishes, the taste was particularly delicious. The food was indeed good. Xiao Ri also didn't suggest adding a few more people. It wasn't a difficult task for him. Okay. Qin Yu was a little stunned. This Xiao Ri was so easy to talk to. How come he was different from the one she met in her previous life? She still remembered that in her previous life, she had died into ashes, and Xiao Ri would scold her for being stupid. After training, Qin Yu went back to her room to take a shower to wash away the sweat and fatigue. Training with Xiao Ri was extremely efficient. She could attack with all her strength and without any worries about hurting the opponent. After the fight, she was sweating profusely, but Xiao Ri was not sweating much. This man was so scary that he was a bit abnormal. Qin Yu walked out of the room and went to the living room. Qin's father was chatting with Xiao Ri on the sofa. Most of the time it was Qin's father who was talking and Xiao Ri was listening, but the two of them could chat all the time. Your house is really well decorated, and the layout is very good. What arrangements would Uncle like? That's a lot, for example. Father Qin usually doesn't talk much, but now he is talking non-stop, commenting on the layout of the house in detail. Qin Yu greeted the two of them and went to the kitchen to join the 8 boys who were helping out. The 8 boys were busy preparing the ingredients in the living room and kitchen. On the kitchen balcony, my father made a wall-mounted wooden vegetable fence and planted many seeds on it. The whole balcony was full of green leafy vegetables, and Woozy picked some grown onions from them. Where's my mother? Chinyu asked. Mom went downstairs to get the supplies distributed by the government. Qin Yang was holding Yao Miao and playing with the fur ball. Yao Yao also came over to play. The two of them were concentrating on teasing the puppy. My father heard the conversation and explained. Qingtao has some grievances with you, so your mother wanted her to go down and get it. Qingtao would never embarrass his elders. How can it not be difficult? Qin's mother's voice came from the door. She walked in angrily, threw the stack of papers in her hand onto the shoe cabinet at the door, took off her shoes, and sat on the sofa, panting. This bastard, luckily my yaya is sharp-eyed and doesn't like him. Mother Qin stood up angrily, propped up the sofa and said, I went downstairs to get my things, but one thing didn't work and the other didn't write it down properly. I wrote a lot of papers but didn't bring anything up. In the end, they told me that they had finished getting the things and I should come back tomorrow. This Qingtao, who was beaten so badly yesterday, did not rest. It seems that he was not beaten enough. Now, he still has the energy to find trouble downstairs. Not only did he pick a fight with her, but he also bullied her mother, so don't blame her for being rude. Qinyu said hello to her parents, and said she was going downstairs and would be back later. Yeah, be careful. Father Qin couldn't help but said worriedly. Don't worry, Dad. I won't do anything. I'll just go over and take a look, Qinyu promised. Because the refugees looted supplies yesterday, 2 patrol guys were replaced. Both of them had pistols on their waists. The 2 armed men stood at the gate, and the refugees outside the gate lined up obediently, and didn't dare to act recklessly. Qinyu walked over from the aisle holding an umbrella without saying anything. When the refugees saw her from afar, they automatically moved aside. She walked through the middle with peace of mind, entered the material distribution center, and without queuing up, she found a stool to sit down and watch the people who were leaving with the supplies. As soon as Qinyu came over, people in the hall started talking. Her ferocious look yesterday was no joke. Coupled with the rumors, everyone was a little scared and moved to the side unconsciously. Qingtao, with a bruised face, saw this scene and laughed triumphantly. Qinyu, this is your retribution. Everyone despises you. He was waiting for Qinyu to beg him for the watch, but as soon as Qinyu came in, he sat down and stared at the people who were collecting the supplies without moving. Neighbor, come here to get the supplies, fill out the form, and line up. Qingtao didn't know what she was going to do, so he threatened her. We have 2 armed police officers outside. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to get any supplies. Qinyu did not answer either, completely ignoring Qingtao. She sat on the stool, staring at the man holding the supplies, who seemed a little frightened by his stare. What is this woman trying to do? She stares at the people who got the supplies with murderous eyes, as if she wants to remember their faces so that she can go back to their homes and kill them and rob them. Hey, don't look at me. They sent this to me. Go find them. If they don't send it to me, they'll send it to you. Qinyu raised her head and looked into the eyes of the man holding the supplies. The other party was so scared that his legs went limp. That has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving first. The man ran away quickly, feeling that if he didn't leave, the female Satan would turn into a demon and devour him in the next second. He didn't know whether the rumor was true or not, but the female Satan was really scary. The person in front who took the things ran away in fear, and the person behind who received the supplies looked at Qinyu staring at him, and dared not move. Would you please line up in front of me? Qinyu didn't answer, so Qingtao spoke first. You can't cut in line, and she hasn't filled out the form yet. She can only get it after she fills it out. If she doesn't accept it, we don't dare to accept it either, Auntie from Building 3 said honestly. Why do we have to fill out forms? We received it even though we didn't fill out any. How do you do things? At this critical moment, you still have to do so many things. Someone in Building 6 complained. Your staff helped fill it out before, but now you have to fill it out yourself. There are rules. Otherwise, all the supplies for so many people will be messed up. Qingtao patiently explained, trying to draw the masses back to his side. We are also doing this for everyone's good. For our own good, please give her the supplies quickly. We can take the things with peace of mind if you give them to us. The owners of Building 3 shouted. Yeah, don't waste everyone's time. No, Qintao replied with gritted teeth. There was a quarrel inside, and the refugees outside scattered and huddled together to look inside. The staff nearby couldn't stand it any longer. If the situation continued like this, with a group of refugees outside watching closely, if something happened again, the higher-ups would definitely blame them. Let me fill it out for you. Another staff member came out in time. You can't. Qintao tried to stop him, but the other party looked displeased. Qintao, don't use your public office to vent your selfish desires. I turned a blind eye to it before, but now that things have gotten out of hand, you still don't know how to back down. I'll report it to the higher-ups when I get back, and you can just wait to be criticized. You! Qintao was suddenly speechless, staring at Qinyu with vicious eyes. What a scumbag, he is so weak and yet he comes here to be beaten. Qinyu was about to leave with her things when another staff member apologized. As compensation, we will prepare your things in advance and put them aside. When the time comes, just tell me your name, and you can take them directly. My name is Huang Yu. After hearing these words, Qinyu looked up at the staff member who was speaking. She was a little girl with a round face and some baby fat. Her eyes were clear and bright. It was obvious that she was from a high family. This little girl was quite interesting. We were afraid that she would cause trouble and didn't want her to stay in the hall, so we said we would compensate her and she wouldn't have to queue to prevent her from causing panic among the crowd. Good-looking, well-spoken, funny. Chapter 46. Lively Home. Qinyu carried the supplies back to 1801. Her mother, who was still making meat products outside the door, was surprised to see Qinyu coming back with the supplies. Yeah, are you okay? It's okay. I didn't fight. The other party gave me all the supplies for the past 2 days and said that I don't need to queue up next time and can just go and get it. The 8 children who were standing nearby all praised him. As expected of the boss, he can handle everything as soon as he steps in. Mother Qin was always a little worried, afraid that Qinyu would be too conspicuous outside and be in danger. Well, I'll get it later. Don't worry, Mom, I will protect myself. Don't worry. Understanding her mother's worries, Qinyu took the initiative to comfort her mother. Mother Qin nodded with a smile and continued to process the meat. This makeshift kitchen has begun to take shape. It is equipped with basically all the necessary kitchen tools. It is spacious outside and can accommodate 8 people on the countertop. Each of them was cutting meat in their hands, and one by one they used a knife to cut the tenderloin into slices. Hey boss, we have already developed the bacon, and now we are making butcher chops and dried meat, Wuzi said. Looking at her apprentices, Qin's mother was really satisfied. They were obedient, hard-working, not afraid of getting dirty, and proactive in their work. They were almost done with more than a dozen pigs in the past few days, otherwise she would have felt sorry for the meat. Let's prepare the butcher shop and the dried meat today. Once they're dried, we'll be done, Mother Qin said with satisfaction. The boys were also happy. They had cooked so many things these days and learned some dishes. Now they could make some decent dishes. Later, the brothers could take turns cooking so that they would not have to eat only rice. You guys get some rest and come upstairs tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Training will begin. Oh, okay, no problem, the 8 boys responded. Qinyu returned to 1801. In the living room, her father had already gone into the kitchen to cook. Xiao Ri was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed. When he heard the noise, he opened his eyes and greeted Qinyu. Qinyu nodded and went into the kitchen to help his father cook. To be precise, she let her father go out and rest while she did it. My father and younger brother are both dangerous people in the kitchen and destroyers of food. Keeping them away from the kitchen is also a way of caring for yourself. When it comes to cooking skills, Qinyu and her mother are still a world apart, and she doesn't know as many dishes as her mother. After thinking for a while, Qinyu took out several large bags of spicy hot pot ingredients, and took out some of the ingredients from the refrigerator. He boiled the ingredients that needed to be boiled and fried the ingredients that needed to be fried. Then pour the incense pot ingredients into a bowl, turn on the heat and stir-fry for a while, then mix the spices evenly. Perfect, 2 large portions of spicy hot pot are ready, 1 mildly spicy and 1 medium spicy. It's time to eat. Qinyu brought out the dishes. Qin Yang ran over and was very happy to see the spicy hot pot. Great! Spicy hot pot! It has to be said that Qin Yang's taste is consistent with Qin Yu's. Whenever Qin Yu cooks a dish, Qin Yang is the most supportive. Outside the door, Qin's mother and her 8 sons also walked in. Qin's mother pounded her waist and said happily, "I've been a little tired these past few days, but I've done a lot of things." According to statistics, there are 1,200 kilograms of sausages, 2,000 kilograms of bacon, 500 kilograms of Chinese sausages, 1,000 kilograms of butcher shops, and 1,200 kilograms of dried meat. These can be stored for a long time. After they are done, Qin's mother distributes some to each household, and most of them are given to the 8 sons. After all, they contribute the most and have more people. As soon as he entered the door, Ba Zi smelled the aroma of the spicy hot pot and swallowed his saliva several times. "The meal is ready, come and eat." Father Qin entertained them warmly. The 8 children quickly stepped forward and started eating. They could give in to other things, but they really couldn't give in when it came to eating. "This spicy hot pot goes well with rice. I need to get more rice." Wu Zi quickly finished a bowl of hot pot and went to the kitchen for more rice. "And me, help me get a bowl too," Cheesy shouted. "Don't push, I'll go first." The 3rd son refused to give in. Father Qin watched his son scramble to get the rice with a smile on his face. Qin Yu's brow was filled with frowns as these brothers were still as enthusiastic about eating as usual. "Don't make noise, I'll bring out the meal." Qin Yu walked in and brought out the meal. A big pot full of food was prepared for them. "Thank you, boss," the 8 men said in unison. Mother Qin also had a constant smile on her face. She wanted to say that Qin Yu was too naive. Others had been busy for several days just to give them food made from hot pot ingredients, but she saw the kids eating it enthusiastically without minding at all. Xiao Ri was not interested in the spicy hot pot. He quickly finished his meal, gave up his seat and went to the sofa. Qin Yu, who had pork tenderloin in her bowl, looked up at Xiao Ri who had left the table early and complained inwardly, "Humph, you don't know what's good." She turned her head to look at the 8 people queuing up to order more food and Qin Yang who was eating with big mouthfuls, and smiled with satisfaction. There are still people who appreciate what they have. WeChat on my phone rang, and a black fan sent a message. "Someone is spreading rumors about you. The first one is 136, the owner is Qintao, and 132, the owner is Zhaoan, the owner of Building 5, 1301. Qintao hooked up with the owners of 5 buildings. It seems that the owner of 1301 received a lot of benefits from Qintao. Supplies or convenience, supplies are best, so that Qintao can go directly into the water. Qin Yu is not afraid of rumors. What can a few words do to her? She doesn't care at all. But she cares about her parents' feelings. After the rumor came out, her parents were always gritting their teeth and would send WeChat messages to refute anyone they saw slandering her. But in front of her, he pretended not to care and said casually, "We were just talking casually. We thought those people were boring. It has been spreading for so long, it is time to find the culprit and settle accounts." Then the black guy sent a few WeChat screenshots and photos. This Zhaoan was so shameless that he asked his girlfriend to seduce Qintao and get more supplies privately. The photo is a picture of Zhaoan's girlfriend and Qintao together, and the scene is restricted to 18+. The screenshots are the rumors that Qintao forwarded to Zhaoan, as well as the pictures that Zhaoan forwarded. What a pair of sinister villains! One even betrayed his girlfriend, the other abused his power to play with beautiful women and send supplies, and even wanted to slander her with rumors. Qin Yu added another meatball and ate it slowly. Looking at her mother who was helping her son pick up some food, she said, "Mom, I'll go get some supplies tomorrow." Mother Qin looked at her daughter. "You should have a good rest for a day. You've been working so hard these days," Qin Yu said flatteringly. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Mother Qin looked at Qin Yu with a smile on her face and knew that she must have some new ideas. "Anyway," Mother Qin frowned. "I know. Safety comes first. I won't put myself in danger." As soon as Qin's mother opened her mouth, Qin Yu guessed what she was going to say and hurriedly answered. Wu Zi looked at the situation and walked up to Qin's mother to discuss the situation in the butcher shop. Yi followed closely and asked if he wanted to go and have a look at the bacon. Master, let's go over and take a look after we finish our meal. I'm a little worried that I didn't put enough sugar in it, Yizi said. That's enough, you have a good control over the seasoning, no problem, Qin's mother said pertinently. Really? Master, I'm still worried. Let's go take another look. If it doesn't work, we can still make up for it. Okay. Go ahead. Mother Qin stood up and walked out with her 8 children. Wuzi made an okay gesture to Qin Yu, who nodded. Qin's father couldn't help laughing as he watched, and also reminded her. Chen Tao is narrow-minded, so you should be more careful. Qin Yu nodded fiercely. Don't worry, Dad. I just think it would be troublesome if he stayed for too long. It would be safe for us if he left early. Dad believes you, Qin's father replied gently. Xiao Xi looked at the lively scene at the dining table and suddenly felt a little dazed. Is this his home? Yes, he personally selected the furniture and decoration style. But hasn't his house always been cold, with no human voices but only echoes? Maybe this is home. When he lived here before, it was called a house. Chapter 47, Low-Risk Virus. Ding, strength upgraded, strength level 8. System delay? She didn't till the land in space last night, and report it now. Before going to bed last night, Qin Yu went to the space to cultivate the black soil again. She cultivated 2 large plots at once and planted potatoes on them. With physical strength at level 9 and strength at level 8, she is now 1 step closer to the strength she had in her previous life. After getting up and washing up, the sound of TV came from the living room. Xiao Xi and Qin's father were watching the morning news together. The coast is completely submerged, and a large number of coastal residents have moved inland. The government's capacity is limited, so please ask the citizens to move on their own and hurry up. The planes, trains, and passenger transport to the inland areas are almost full, and the highways are jammed with cars, making it impossible to move forward. The heavy rain will continue, please pay attention to safety. In the previous life, the government also notified the people in advance and carried out evacuation. But the migration of the people was slow and there were many problems, so it was never carried out effectively. Most elderly people are reluctant to leave their hometowns, while young people feel that things can still turn around and are reluctant to give up their hard-earned careers. Good morning, Qin Yu greeted her father. Xiao Xi looked over and responded. Good morning. The man changed his clothes and wore home clothes, which perfectly blended into the family atmosphere and made him look like a member of this family. The aroma of breakfast wafted from the living room, and Qin's mother invited everyone to eat. After dinner, Qin Yu put on her shoes and went downstairs to get supplies, with Xiao Xi following behind her. What are you doing? Qin Yu asked. Take a walk after dinner to help your wound heal. Xiao Xi went out first and stood at the door waiting for Qin Yu. He happened to meet Fu Guangchen, who was coming up for training. He said in a deep voice, Go up and warm up for half an hour. Fu Guangchen looked unconvinced, but his body was very obedient. He went to the training room on the 2nd floor on his own initiative, and turned back to Qin Yu unwillingly and shouted, Will you come and watch us practice later? She also wanted to learn Xiao Xi's teaching system. After all, Xiao Xi would not stay for long. After getting Qin Yu's affirmative answer, Fu Guangchen's face suddenly brightened. He greeted Qin's father and mother and ran upstairs briskly. Qin Yu and Xiao Xi walked all the way to the property center and arrived at the government distribution office. Aren't you going to take a walk? Qin Yu asked speechlessly. Well, it just so happens that we are heading in the same direction. You come to collect the supplies, and I will take a look at the government's distribution of supplies, Xiao Xi replied. In the property center, Chen Tao was still in his original position, but his responsibility had changed to distributing supplies to the refugees. The refugees had received their supplies early and most had already left. Qin Yu walked in, and he greeted her with a forced smile. But when he saw another man behind Qin Yu, his professional smile couldn't hold up and instantly fell. One bitch after another, always different. I'm here to collect supplies. Qin Yu glanced around and didn't see Huang Yu. A staff member explained. Huang Yu is on secondment to another place today. He will be here later. Huang Yu is a person who truly cares about the people and does practical things. After picking up the supplies, Qin Yu saw the man from 1301 holding a big black bag and standing in front of him, ready to receive the supplies. When it was his turn to collect the items, Chen Tao asked to exchange with the staff member next to him, and brought the black bag over. "I'll help you pack it." After taking the packed black bag, Zhaoan, the owner of 1301, glanced at Qin Yu with disdain. He even wanted to deliberately bump her with his arm as he passed by, but he was pushed away by a strong force before he could get close to her. "What are you doing?" Xiao Si pushed him to the ground fiercely. Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Si, expressing his gratitude. He stared at the supplies on the ground and smiled softly. "You got so many things. I only have steamed buns and a handful of vegetables." After Qin Yu said this, everyone reacted and looked at the supplies on the ground with confusion. Didn't they say that there were not enough supplies and each household could only get a bag of noodles and a handful of vegetables? Why does he have so much? Yeah, do you treat them differently? It was sent by this staff member. Qin Yu pointed at Chen Tao. Chen Tao looked at the supplies scattered all over the ground with an unpleasant look on his face. Qin Yu pointed at him and said that he treated them differently. He had no way to defend himself and forced himself to say, "He hasn't received them for several days." "Bullshit, he leads it with me every day. You two must be in collusion. I want that much too, otherwise I won't leave." Huang Yu rushed in from outside and heard another noise inside. She started to have a headache. She saw Qin Yu standing inside and was overwhelmed. Why was this beautiful woman here again? After understanding the situation, Huang Yu directly said to Chen Tao, "You go back first. You probably won't have to come here in the future." "Why do you do that? You have no power!" Chen Tao screamed in disbelief. This was a stable job for him. He had worked hard to get to this position, and he couldn't give it up easily. "Not to me, but my dad did," Huang Yu said, and Chen Tao shut up. He glared at Qin Yu and suddenly said madly, "Don't even think about running away. None of you will have a good ending. Don't even think about running away." Chen Tao seemed to be crazy and stimulated. He muttered curses at everyone and left the property center angrily. Qin Yu added Huang Yu on WeChat and forwarded her the evidence of Chen Tao's collusion with the owner of 1301. "No wonder everyone is afraid of you. There are so many rumors," Huang Yu suddenly realized. "It's good that they're afraid of me. It's quite intimidating. I never care about rumors, but my parents do," Qin Yu said frankly. Huang Yu understood and said she would handle it, then turned around and joined in the task of appeasing the masses. Qin Yu felt like someone was staring at him in the crowd, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey, which made people extremely uncomfortable. When she turned around, she saw it was the owner of 1202. When she turned around, the other person had a non-aggressive smile on his face and looked very kind. Qin Yu knew it was not an illusion, but why was the owner of 1202 staring at her? Qin Yu left with Xiao Si, and looking at the tall Xiao Si beside her, she suddenly realized that the owner of 1202 was not staring at her, but Xiao Si. "Did you know that someone was staring at you just now?" Qin Yu asked. "Well, I don't know him." "You don't know him? That's the owner of Building 5, 1202. If he didn't know her, why would he tell her that this person had a problem and asked her to solve it if necessary? Every time I saw Xiao Si, he was alone. Was he carrying out some mission?" "Yeah," Xiao Si replied calmly. "Keep an eye on him, he has a special virus." "What is that?" "A special virus, what is that, a zombie? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "What virus?" Qin Yu asked calmly. "I'm not sure what the virus is, but I have a list. People who are particularly dangerous have been dealt with, and the remaining low-risk ones are under temporary observation." "Are you talking about the low-risk virus carried by the owner of 1202? Well, low-risk virus potions are easily discovered by people because of their smell and color, so most people will stay away from them. But they can't be ignored. It's easy for the black fans to follow the reports every day recently. The owner of 1202 rarely went out before, and now he just goes out to collect supplies." It seemed like an idea flashed through Qin Yu's mind, but it flashed too quickly, and she didn't catch it. "What is it?" She just thought of something. "Supplies, yes, supplies, there must be something wrong with the refugees' supplies. The refugees have been hungry for too long and have no place to live, so they are no longer particular about what they eat. Considering that the refugees had nowhere to live, they were given bread that could be eaten immediately. A large basket was brought in, which was full of loose, unpackaged freshly made bread and water. The residents were given noodles and vegetables. The refugees were extremely hungry, and many of them ate the bread as soon as they were given it, without even noticing that there was anything wrong with the taste. Chinyu quickened her pace. She had to go home immediately to explain the situation to her parents, and she couldn't go downstairs for the time being. Someone in the owner's group clarified Chinyu's innocence and sent WeChat screenshots and photos. The owner of 1301 secretly colluded with my colleague Chintao to frame Ms. Chinyu of 1801. I am sorry for this. Chintao will be dismissed from his post. I hope everyone will stop believing in rumors. Huan Yu is very efficient. He calmed the people down and issued an announcement in the group. We went upstairs and returned to 1801. My mother had been bending over frequently these days and had some back pain, so she lay on the massage sofa and enjoyed the massage. When his father saw Chinyu coming back, his face became serious and he stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" The mother sat up and looked over here with concern. "I'm fine, but something may happen in the neighborhood recently. Mom and Dad, no matter what happens recently, don't go downstairs," Chinyu warned seriously. Chinyu was rarely so serious, and his father and mother also sensed a sense of solemnity. Something big is going to happen. Chapter 48, Double Bicycle. Xiao Ri went to the training room on the second floor to teach Fu Guangchen how to fight, and there was a knock on the door. There should be 8. When they opened the door, 8 people squeezed out. Chinyu saw 3 large machines with double bicycles piled up next to them. Wu Zi saw Chinyu looking at the machine on the ground and quickly explained. "Boss, this is what Hazy asked us to move. He said you wanted it before?" Chinyu stared at it for a while and realized that it looked like a generator. He praised inwardly, "It's really efficient. It was modified so quickly, and there are 3 of them." "What is this for? It looks like fitness equipment, but also not quite," Yitzi asked curiously. "It's a dual power generator. It can generate electricity by cycling or by burning fuel," Chinyu said. When several kids heard that the machine had such powerful functions, they gathered around to observe curiously. "This black guy is too powerful. He knows everything and can even modify the machine." "Awesome, awesome! Tech geeks are awesome," Cheesy muttered. "You can't call people tech geeks, you have to call them tech tycoons," Woozy corrected. The noise at the door attracted Chin's father's attention. He walked out of the living room and the generator on the ground caught his eye. Chin's father has a wide variety of skills at the farmhouse, including carpentry, plumbing, and metalwork. It is obvious that this generator was made by an expert, so he ran downstairs excitedly. "Mr. Fu, come out quickly, there are some good things," Father Chin shouted at the door of 1702. After a while, Father Chin took Grandpa Fu upstairs to the 18th floor to admire the dual-power hybrid generator. "The design concept is good and the exterior structure is perfect. Let's install it and see how it works," Grandpa Fu suggested. "Sure, no problem. Yeah, Mr. Fu and I installed this generator." Chinyu readily agreed, and the 8 men placed the generator at a suitable location in the entrance hall on the 18th floor according to their requirements. "You guys go and get busy. We have to get busy too," Father Chin and Grandpa Fu said in unison. In the hall, Father Chin and Grandpa Fu were busy, discussing the power and efficiency of the engine, while using tools to fix the generator and pull the wires. Now if there is another power outage, there is no need to worry about the 17th and 18th floors, as these machines can handle it. Training room on the 2nd floor. Chin Yu and his 8 disciples stood at the door of the training room. Inside, Xiao Ri was giving one-on-one guidance and training to Fu Guangchen, and they entered the free fighting session. Fu Guangchen and Xiao Ri were able to fight fluently for several rounds. Glancing at Chin Yu watching at the door, Xiao Ri raised a smile and looked at Chin Yu to say hello. "Pa." Xiao Ri kicked him to the ground without any mercy and said coldly, "Get up." Fu Guangchen on the ground was extremely angry, and felt that Xiao Ri was deliberately embarrassing him in front of Sister Chin Yu. "When you're fighting, distraction gives others an opportunity." Xiao Ri stood there and looked down at Fu Guangchen, his eyes full of indifference, like a cold robot. Cold and ruthless, this was the Xiao Ri she was familiar with. When she met him in her previous life, she felt that he was cold and completely emotionless. Realizing that Xiao Xi was right, Fu Guangchen gritted his teeth, climbed up, stood firmly, and launched an attack on Xiao Xi again. Professional training. After 2 days, it was unknown how Xiao Xi's injury had recovered. When he was training with Fu Guangchen, he still fought him with one hand and easily blocked and dissolved his moves. Half an hour later, Fu Guangchen was exhausted. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath and drinking water in small sips. He cursed in his heart, "This man is not a human being. He is still so strong even after being injured." "Come in, it's your turn," Qin Yu said. The 8 boys were watching the excitement at the door with great interest. When Qin Yu asked them to go in for training, they all turned around stiffly and looked at Qin Yu and asked, "Are we also being trained by him?" "Well, cherish it." Qin Yu pushed all the pieces in. Xiao Xi of the High Wall Base, the future colonel of the base, has countless elites under his command and has trained countless masters. His training is more than 10 times better than that of others and will benefit him for a lifetime. The 8 guys walked in hesitantly, squeezed together, and looked at Xiao Xi opposite them with some timidity. Xiao Xi frowned and said calmly, "Have you grown fat as a result of your courage?" This was an insult to them for being cowardly. Wu Zi felt a little angry but didn't dare to say anything. The man had a firm expression, sharp eyes, and an intimidating presence. Just standing there, they didn't know what to say. "Attack! Attack together!" The first son looked at the third son, the second son looked at the fifth son, and everyone hesitated and dared not move forward. "You 8 said you wanted to protect Qin Yu. It's good enough if you don't drag him down," Xiao Xi said coldly. "Damn, who do you look down on?" Yizhi rushed forward and struck with all his strength, and even the wooden door was shattered by this punch. Xiao Xi took it easily and said, "The strength is good, and it can be strengthened." He twisted his elbow with his backhand and pushed forward, knocking the piece to the ground. The other players came up together, and Xiao Xi defeated them one by one, while teaching them. "Your elbow is not straight enough, your lower body is not stable enough, and your punches need to be faster." One person fought against 8, and the 8 people surrounded and attacked Xiao Xi like a spinning top, but no one could hit Xiao Xi and they were kicked out. An hour later, the 8 men were in complete disarray, gasping for breath, and their legs were so weak that they could not stand up. Fu Guangchen looked at the scene and a confident smile appeared on his face again. "It seems that it is not that I am too weak, but that the enemy is too strong. None of the 8 big brothers have ever defeated him. It is very good that he can resist for 1 or 2 rounds." After both groups finished their training, it was Qin Yu and Xiao Xi's turn to engage in free fighting. "Are you going to stay and watch, or go home and rest?" Xiao Xi asked, turning around. Fu Guangchen's face was tangled for a few times, and he chose to stay. The 8 people couldn't move, so they naturally stayed. Xiao Xi had trained 2 groups of people in the morning, and was still injured. Qin Yu retained some strength and fought around. Xiao Xi noticed and smiled. "I'm not that weak. Attack with all your strength." Fu Guangchen and the 8 men behind him. "Who are you talking about? He got shot even when he was sitting." Since the other party said it was no problem and asked her to attack with all her strength, Qin Yu gladly accepted it and no longer held back. In her previous life, her strength and accuracy in defeating the enemy with one move were still not enough. Qin Yu attacked Xiao Xi's vital points as soon as she made her move. Xiao Xi was stunned. This woman is really cruel. The opponent dodged, and she changed direction and attacked Xiao Xi's temple. Xiao Xi anticipated the attack and turned his head. Qin Yu grabbed Xiao Xi's neck with her backhand. The opponent quickly twisted and faced Qin Yu, pushing her shoulder away with her hand. Letting go. Qin Yu felt that the other party was obviously letting her go, and she was a little angry. "Who are you looking down on?" She increased her speed and attacked him, slashing at Xiao Xi's neck with her knife. While Xiao Xi was dodging, she swept her foot across and then chopped at his neck with her other hand, leaving him no chance to dodge. I was careless." Xiao Xi anticipated that he couldn't dodge it, and waited to be hit by the hand. The hand stopped at the side of his neck, and a gust of wind came violently, barely stopping it. "If you can let go, so can I," Qin Yu said arrogantly. "Time is up, take a rest." Fu Guangchen suffered another wave of blows. He was far from the goal. He walked down the stairs with weak legs, thinking, more food, more food, more food tonight. In the afternoon, Qinyu helped her mother smoke and roast bacon and dry jerky in the entrance hall on the 18th floor. Her father and Grandpa Fu also installed the generator. Grandpa Fu was full of praise for the double bicycle generator transformed from 3 diesel generators. While installing it, he marveled at the great skills of the person who did the transformation. It could have dual power and was equipped with a storage device. One machine could store 500 degrees of electricity. Night came especially quickly. Qin's mother was busy in the kitchen for a while, making a few simple home-cooked dishes. 3-cup chicken, pork ribs, corn and yam soup, Cantonese braised beef brisket, egg meat rolls, and blanched choy sum. The family was having dinner with Xiao Ri, and Qinyu's phone kept ringing with messages. Black hole, refugees are abnormal, don't go out. Magic 5 boss, check WeChat. I opened the WeChat group and saw many videos of homeless people lying on the floor in the stairwell screaming. It's so itchy, it itches to death. Everyone's face was red and their bodies were covered with small red spots, some of which were larger and turned out to be chickenpox. They couldn't control themselves and kept scratching, their faces were covered in blood and their bodies were torn, but they kept saying it was so itchy. Some people even had hallucinations and jumped off the building. It doesn't itch anymore. There were also several owners in the owner group shouting for help, asking who had anti-itching medicine, but no one spoke up later. Magic 5, there were refugees who asked the owner to open the door and give them medicine. Someone gave it to them, but they were infected even without contact. This thing can infect people even without contact at close range. Miraculous son, luckily the boss warned us not to go out again. It was too scary. First quarter moon, please wear a mask even at home. Xiao Ri looked at Qinyu's serious expression and guessed something. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked in a deep voice. It broke out. Putting down the phone, Qinyu looked at Xiao Ri and nodded heavily. It is highly contagious, the disease progresses very quickly, and the body will be covered with rashes and chickenpox that are extremely itchy. It can also cause hallucinations and death. This virus is not weak at all. Well, wait for me to call after dinner and we'll go to the rooftop to get the medicine. You got any medicine? Xiao Ri drank the soup, picked up his mobile phone, turned it on, dialed an unknown number, and answered. I don't have it, ask someone to get it. When the call was connected, Xiao Ri said to the other end of the phone. Herpes type 3, infectious level A, fatality level D. Well, the things will be here soon. Let's go to the rooftop to get them. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ri said to Qinyu. Qin's father and mother were confused as to the identity of this landlord. Qin Yang was a little scared as the people just now looked too scary. When they reached the top floor, the heavy rain pounded on their raincoats. After a while, a small glowing gadget flew over from a distance. It was a drone. There was a bag of medicine on the drone, and there seemed to be a note as well. Xiao Ri glanced at it and threw it in the rain. In the darkness, the drone disappeared without a trace. Chapter 49, Finding the Culprit. On the rooftop, one could vaguely hear the painful cries of the people downstairs. Help me, someone can help me, it's so itchy, so itchy. Xiao Ri said nothing, and was the first to leave the top floor and enter the room. He took out the medicine in the bag and handed it to Qinyu. Strong barrier agent, can prevent virus invasion for 6 hours. Are we going to find the murderer? Qinyu asked. Well, the infection spreads very quickly, and we need to find the source to stop it. Xiao Ri drank a bottle of powerful barrier agent and prepared to go downstairs. Qinyu didn't hesitate and followed him downstairs. Go to 1202. There were no refugees on the high floors of Building 5. The two of them quickly reached Building 1202. There was a light on the peephole at the door, indicating that there was someone inside. After opening the lock for a while, Qinyu was surprised to find that the lock was so precisely designed that she could not open it. Break the door in by force, Xiao Ri said. No, wait, you stay here, I'll go find someone. Qinyu quickly entered the corridor and walked towards the second floor. The boys saved him and gave him 5 extra points, so this lock should not be a problem for him. When we reached the 7th floor, we saw refugees lying in the corridor, screaming in pain. They were scratching their skin desperately, not feeling the bleeding, and some were banging their heads against the wall to relieve the itch. A few refugees were overwhelmed by the itchiness and felt so miserable that they forgot their fear of Qinyu. When they saw someone coming over, they rushed over and said, "You suffer with us." Why are they the ones who are infected? Everyone is infected and suffering together. Chinyu stabbed several people in the neck with a knife, and the people fell to the ground and fainted instantly. When the other refugees saw their companion being knocked unconscious, they did not show any fear but rushed forward with pleading eyes. "Please, knock me out, knock me out." The refugees' exposed skin was not intact, and their hands were covered in blood and pus. Some of them don't have a single piece of healthy skin on their faces are covered with scratches, their eyes are filled with endless torture and pain, and they just want to be free. Boom, boom, boom! Chinyu had a cold face. He knocked them out with a few slashes, walked to the second floor, and knocked on the door. "Open the door, help me open the door of 1202. There are people with infectious diseases everywhere outside. I will die if I go out." A trembling voice came from inside. "I have medicine." "No, I'll count to 3 and you come out right away." The man on the second floor, Emoji, was timid and really made her impatient. 1202 is too scary. I don't dare to go in." She didn't expect that this guy had been to 1202. So her guess was correct, he could open the door of 1202. 3, 2. Chinyu began to count down. The door opened instantly, and the person inside was fully armed, dressed tightly, with a plastic bag on his head and gloves on his hands. "Drink this, it will keep you alive for 6 hours. Chinyu threw the medicine on him, and the other party quickly opened the bag and drank it to save his life. Passing by the stairwell, they found a group of homeless people lying on the ground. The man on the second floor was so scared that he kept leaning towards Chinyu, and his legs were a little weak when he walked. Chinyu pushed him away with disdain. "You can be even more timid." "I have been timid since I was young, so my parents named me Bold, Wu Bold." Wu Bold answered in a trembling voice. "When your parents named you, did they consider your last name?" Chinyu pulled Wu Dabing, whose legs were weak, and quickly rushed to the 12th floor. When they reached the door, they boldly took out a magnet and sucked it up and down, and left and right for a long time. "I spent several days studying this electronic and traditional double anti-theft lock." Wu Dabing put his ear against the door and slowly moved the magnet bit by bit. It is true that every profession has its own dictatorship, and stealing requires a lot of knowledge. After sucking for a long time, he seemed to hear some sound, adjusted the direction, and operated it again, with a smile on his face. "It's okay." Wu Dabeo took out a tool and inserted it into the keyhole. The door opened. He stood outside and whispered, "I won't go in. I really can't stand it." Xiao Ri walked in first, followed by Chinyu. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a row of glass jars filled with green liquid, and there seemed to be something soaking inside. There was a flag hanging right opposite the door with a pattern on it, but the light was too dim to make it out. Xiao Ri walked up to it, tore it down, threw it on the ground, and walked over on it. The room was very quiet and dark. I couldn't see what was inside, but I could hear the sound of someone breathing while sleeping. Following the sound, Xiao Ri walked inside against the wall, took out his modified silenced pistol, pushed open the door, and quickly fired several shots at the bed, hitting the quilt but not the person. All the lights in the room suddenly lit up. The man from 1202 stood behind them, holding a bottle and throwing it at Chinyu and Xiao Ri. Xiao Ri stood in front of Chinyu, with bugs all over his body. "If you dare to rob me, you will lose your life." 1202, the man said viciously. After seeing who was coming, 1202 stopped smiling, and then laughed wildly. "You came just in time, Xiao Ri, just wait for death." The man walked to the ground, picked up the flag that Xiao Ri had thrown on the ground, and patted it. Chinyu saw clearly that it was the flag of an island country. This person had an island country flag hanging in his house. Could he be an island countryman? The man turned on the light with the flag and looked at Xiao Ri triumphantly. "I just splashed you with bugs infected with the virus, and you were also infected. Haha, that's great." The dark room was illuminated by light, and the layout of the room was clearly visible. Chinyu suddenly felt nauseous. No wonder the man on the second floor was unwilling to come in. The house was filled with bottles and jars, from the entrance to the coffee table in the living room, on the TV cabinet, to the dining table, and those bottles were filled with all kinds of insects, some of which were still moving. "It's so disgusting. What on earth does this person do? How can he fall asleep looking at these things every day? Get some of this useless stuff. Xiao Ri patted his body. A bunch of twisted bugs were crawling on his clothes. He couldn't pat them off, so he shook it again and most of them were shaken off. Useless stuff? I fed all the things the country gave me to these treasures. Look at those people outside, they are all my masterpieces. Seeing that Xiao Ri and Qin Yu were not infected with the virus for a long time, the man's face was extremely ugly. Did you catch experimental subject number 4? You got a powerful blocking agent. Fuck! Xiao Ri strode forward, grabbed the flag from the man's hand, and used it to hold the man's hands behind his back and tie him up tightly. The man was not afraid of being tied up, and laughed crazily. It's useless to tie me up, the virus has already spread, and not only here, but also in other places. Haha. 1202 The man laughed crazily. Long live my country! This man actually spread the virus to other places. I have to thank your good ex-boyfriend, Chen Tao. He came to me and said he would help me spread this stuff, as long as it would make you miserable. Chen Tao actually harmed so many people for his own selfish desires. Hand over the vaccine and resistance serum, Xiao Ri said coldly. 1202 The man remained silent and kept his mouth shut, looking as if he was ready to be killed or torn as you wish. Xiao Ri stepped forward, stuffed something into his mouth, and said to Qin Yu with a cold face, Go out for a while, I'll be right there. Qin Yu could clearly feel the bloodthirsty aura coming from Xiao Ri. In his previous life, Xiao Ri was known for his cruel methods, and many people who fell into his hands would commit suicide first to avoid torture. When Qin Yu reached the door, she heard muffled screams coming from inside the house. Wu Dabing leaned against the wall and covered his ears, not daring to listen. Why don't you go back to the second floor? I'm scared. The corridor is full of people. He is so timid and yet he engages in stealing. If he didn't have some real skills, he would have starved to death long ago. After a while, Xiao Ri came out with something and said hello to Qin Yu. Let's go downstairs. Wu Dabei didn't know whether to leave or follow, and he was very curious about what was going on inside. He plucked up the courage to stick his head inside and look. The ground was covered with scattered glass fragments. The man in 1202 was tied to a stool, his mouth blocked, and something seemed to be stuffed in it. He wanted to vomit but couldn't. Blood was flowing from his weak wrist, and the blood dripped into the empty bottle on the ground. When he saw someone there, he stared at Wu Dabing with a pair of suicidal eyes and struggled desperately. His eyes were full of, let me die quickly. Wu Dabing immediately turned his head back, and ran home in shock. Oh my god, what the hell is this plane? I need to run for my life. Something crawled out of 1202's stuffed mouth. It was a long centipede, one after another. After coming out, it turned around and seemed to smell something, then crawled into his ear again. Ah! 1202's cries of pain became quieter and quieter. Chapter 50. Sorry is useless. The two walked to the underground garage, and Xiao Ri made a phone call in the cab. We got the blood, come get it. The person is not dead yet, you can take him away. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ri started the car, and turned the steering wheel. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, listened to what Xiao Ri had just said and looked at him in confusion. You want to take the man from 1202 away for research? Didn't Xiao Ri know early on that 1202 was carrying the virus? If he wanted to study him, he could have taken him away from the beginning. Why did he wait until now? Driving out of the underground garage, Xiao Ri stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed, splashing water outside the car. He seemed to be in a hurry, and his speed kept reaching the peak with no sign of slowing down. Well, the people on the list are all from the island countries. They all have special antibodies in their bodies that can effectively resist the virus. When they release the virus, the antibodies in their bodies are activated. Xiao Ri controlled the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, and said these words expressionlessly. Qin Yu, who was listening beside him, felt the chill and anger rising in his heart. After a moment of silence, she said in a deep voice, Where are we going? Send the blood to the nearby research team. In less than half an hour, they should be able to extract antibody serum, and the virus can be basically controlled. The relaxed tone was as if it was not a major infection but just someone's minor cold. The car hardly slowed down, and Xiao Ri kept driving forward at a speed of nearly 200 miles per hour. Is there a research team nearby? No wonder Xiao Ri was able to immediately dispatch a powerful barrier agent with just one phone call yesterday. It turns out that everything was well prepared. In less than half an hour, Xiao Ri drove to a remote area of Beihai City. The surrounding area had been flooded, and the G500 was able to drive here thanks to its outstanding performance. Ahead, there appeared a makeshift military tent, with soldiers with guns standing in front of it, and 4 heavy military vehicles parked in the back. After stopping the car, Xiao Ri walked towards the tent. After walking a few steps, he found that Qin Yu did not follow him. He looked back at Qin Yu, pursed his lips, and walked towards the tent. Second Lieutenant. The soldiers on both sides saluted and shouted when they saw him coming. Second Lieutenant, Xiao Ri's current rank is Second Lieutenant. When she met him in her previous life, others already called him Colonel. He became a colonel at such a young age, and he stepped on human lives. Qin Yu was angry inside, thinking that Xiao Ri was cold-blooded and heartless, and even more angry that she was used and deceived by him. An experimenter, an island country experimenter, he came here for the man from 1202 from the beginning. From the beginning, Xiao Ri knew the trump card in 1202's hand. He knew that he would spread the virus and cause harm to the masses, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get the effective special serum antibodies. For the sake of this special antibody, he had been lurking nearby and even pretended to be injured so that she could pick him up. What an invincible second lieutenant at acting. Qin Yu suppressed her inner anger. She wanted to drive back immediately, but reason told her that she couldn't leave. After delivering the things, Xiao Ri returned to the car and prepared to get in, but found that the door was locked. He looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Second Lieutenant Xiao, there's no need to act anymore. It's too condescending. Qin Yu looked at Xiao Ri and sneered. Hearing this, Xiao Ri's expression froze. He was silent for a long time, then smiled lightly. You found out. What a frank and indifferent smile. Xiao Ri from the high wall base will never be a kind and enthusiastic person. The painful cries of those refugees seemed to still be in Qin Yu's mind. The rotten faces with no trace of their original skin appeared in front of Qin Yu, full of pain and despair. She has lived through the apocalypse for 10 years, and her heart has been hardened, but that is her attitude towards the evil people in the apocalypse and things that cannot be changed. She couldn't bear to see so many innocent people being tortured inhumanely, and remain indifferent. This was a loss of basic humanity. Why, you reminded me to pay attention to him, but you didn't tell me that this person was carrying a virus and could cause such great harm, Qin Yu said angrily. If you had told me earlier, I would have killed him in advance. He can't die, Xiao Ri responded. So you reminded me so that I can help you keep an eye on him. Make him alert and dare not act rashly or run away. Qin Yu exposed his previous hypocrisy. Xiao Ri looked up at Qin Yu with a calm expression. That's right. Have you ever considered cooperating with me? Maybe it can reduce the damage and activate antibodies. Qin Yu asked back. It's a confidential mission. The content cannot be leaked. Xiao Ri opened his mouth and took a long time to answer. She was wondering if he had any unspeakable secrets, but it turned out to be a mission, and he could be inhumane in order to accomplish the mission. Very good. You have your mission, and I have mine to protect. We have different philosophies and cannot work together. Qin Yu finished speaking and prepared to drive away. Xiao Ri held Qin Yu's steering wheel and said, Wait 3 hours, and you can come over to get the virus medicine and anti-itching special potion. What? You want me to clean up your own business? Who do you think you are? Qin Yu pushed away Xiao Ri's hands that were pressing on the steering wheel and looked back at Xiao Ri with cold eyes. Xiao Ri raised a self-deprecating smile and said calmly, The raw materials for the medicine have been prepared. It will take effect as long as the serum is added. This is an extra application from me. If you don't want it, do you think you can still go home? Fuck asshole. As expected of Xiao Ri, he wants to squeeze every last drop of value out of everyone. Okay, take the medicine and anti-itching water, we'll see each other later. Qin Yu drove away, leaving a message. I'll come get it in 3 hours. Qin Yu drove away quickly in the heavy rain. Xiao Ri stood there, watching the G500 disappear from his sight, then slowly walked back to the tent. Qin Yu, who was driving fast, complained in his heart, "Damn it, I was deceived by the last life before I died, and thought that Xiao Ri, the high wall base, was different from the rumors. There was no difference at all. In order to get the serum antibody, I didn't hesitate to use the people of the entire community as bait to seduce the other party to activate the antibody. He would do anything to achieve his goal." Xiao Ri was still the terrifying, cold-blooded and ruthless man in the apocalypse. Qin Yu stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, wishing she could drive up and fly away from Xiao Ri. The heavy rain continued to fall, and the water on the road deepened. Qin Yu took many detours and deviated from his route. He stopped the car and looked forward. There seemed to be a farm in front of him. The houses and fish ponds inside had been flooded. Through the front windshield, she saw something red floating in the water in the rain. Upon closer inspection, she found that it was a crayfish. The farm was flooded, and all the crayfish inside ran out, swimming in the puddles on the road, looking lively and energetic. "This is delivered to your door, so don't miss it." After getting off the car and closing the door, Qin Yu walked over in a raincoat with a greedy smile on her face. "This is not crayfish, this is spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, fried crayfish, basil crayfish." Taking out a net from the space, Qin Yu scooped up crayfish one by one. It took her at least an hour, and she probably caught over 1,000 kilograms of crayfish. After resting for a while, Qin Yu looked to the side and saw a street full of shrimps in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he perked up to pick up the shrimps. Another hour passed, and most of the shrimps were caught. Qin Yu cheered in her heart, freedom for the shrimps, freedom for the crayfishes. There is no sadness that crayfish can't solve. If you are still sad, have another plate. After working hard for several hours in the heavy rain, Qin Yu felt exhausted. She looked around and found an empty house nearby. She went to the bathroom on the second floor and took out some clothes to change. Pour gasoline on old clothes and burn them to avoid bringing the virus home. After finishing the work, Qin Yu rushed back to the original place to get the medicine. Everything before disappeared. The people were gone, the army had evacuated, Xiao Ri had also left, and there was only a large wooden box on the ground. Qin Yu walked to the wooden box, dragged it onto the car, and opened it to check. There were virus medicine and antipyretic drugs inside. There was a note next to the medicine that explained how to use it. Mix them together and spray them on the infected person, and they will gradually recover within 3 days. On the back there were 2 words written, "Sorry. Sorry, I don't want it." Chapter 51, 1301 Offline. The important antiviral drugs have been obtained. Xiao Ri is gone, and the cold-blooded killer will be imprisoned for life. Driving back, Qin Yu took out her cell phone, found Huan Yu's WeChat, and sent a message. "Which shelters has Qintao been in contact with? Isolate them immediately, as they may be infected with the virus." "How do you know?" "It seems that the places that Qintao supports have all been infected with the virus. I got some healing potions. Come to the central shelter, and I'll give you some." Huan Yu was already shocked by the first sentence, and Qin Yu's second sentence completely conquered Huan Yu. Is this the angel sent to her by God? The sudden outbreak of the virus caught all government officials off guard, and the already hungry and disease-ridden shelters became even more vulnerable. Almost all the victims inside were infected within a day, with festering wounds, bleeding skin, and endless wailing. The government officials were all at a loss and could only allow the endless despair to overwhelm them. Qin Yu parked the car next to the central shelter, which was also the shelter where her uncle and others were staying. Screams of pain continued to be heard from the shelter. "Itchy, itchy, why is it so itchy? Help, I want to leave here, please let me out. Let me die, I want you to die with me." Death seemed to be the redemption for their pain. There were many guards in white uniforms standing at the entrance of the shelter, holding guns in their hands, preventing people inside from breaking out. The first to rush to the front of the gate were my uncle's family, Qin Minwen, Wan Ceilan, Qin Hao, but no Qin Jiayu. Qin Hao's face had lost half of its original size, and he was still alive under such conditions. It can only be said that he was a disaster for thousands of years. "Qin Yu, I'm here." Huan Yu came over in a white suit. In order to avoid contact, Qin Yu put the things on the ground and left. This time the infection came suddenly, and the disease spread very quickly. Huan Yu had some doubts about the medicine Qin Yu sent. She found a colleague who was willing to try the medicine and sprayed it all over his body. The colleague who had been sprayed with the medicine didn't show much expression on his face. His eyes were filled with endless dejection. Then, he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, which were filled with a bright light of joy. It doesn't itch anymore. I don't itch anymore. The itching was so intense that it was worse than death, and all he wanted was to be free. This state of mind from death to life made even a 7-foot-tall man burst into tears. Huan Yu was very excited to see his colleague getting better. He distributed the medicine to the staff. After a while, the wailing in the shelter stopped, everyone fell asleep exhausted, and everything returned to quiet. At this time, Qin Yu had already left the shelter and drove to the vicinity of Zifengjian Garden. The sound of a WeChat message came from her mobile phone. Huan Yu, thank you very much. I will remember your favor. Putting down the phone and restarting the car, Qin Yu also showed a smile. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 308 points, current points are 647 points. When Qin Yu arrived at the gate of the community, another announcement came from the system. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 158 points, current points are 805 points. Huan Yu was still very efficient. She had just arrived at the community, and she had already injected the medicine into the 2 people in the shelter. Arriving at the community, Qin Yu sent a message to Haizi. Please help broadcast in the community. Those who want to relieve the itch should come to the underground garage of Building 5. The time limit is 15 minutes. No one will be served after the time is up. A small drone with a very loud speaker began broadcasting. If you are an infected homeless person or homeowner and want to relieve the itching, go to the garage in Building 5. There is medicine. Go quickly, or it will be gone if you are late. If you are an infected homeless person or homeowner and want to relieve the itching, go to the garage in Building 5. There is medicine. Go quickly, or it will be gone if you are late. If you are an infected homeless person or homeowner and want to relieve the itching, go to the garage in Building 5. There is medicine. Go quickly, or it will be gone if you are late. The drone kept playing this sentence in the dark sky for 15 minutes, making sure that every building and every corner could hear it. The refugees were the first to take action. Some owners were still hesitant, but the itching was so severe that people gradually rushed to the underground garage of Building 5. The intelligent robot was standing in the garage waiting, and a group of people, shouting and scratching themselves, came over from all directions. Each of them had a disfigured face and was covered in blood. The robot held the medicine given by Qin Yu in its hand and sprayed it on each one, covering their entire bodies. It seems that it doesn't itch anymore. I really don't itch anymore. It doesn't itch anymore. I'm alive again. My savior, my savior. The owner of Room 802, Building 4, expressed gratitude. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 26 points, current points are 831 points. After spraying the garage, the robot patrolled the community several times. The homeless people were basically sprayed, and the owners who arrived later were also sprayed. Qin Yu finished her shower and lay on the bed when she heard the system announcement again. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 4 points, current points are 835 points. The only good thing Xiao Ri did was to leave the potions to her. The quantity was so huge that she earned a lot of points. The owner's WeChat group became lively again. Are the homeless people downstairs really healed? I didn't hear them say they were itchy. 501 owner. I don't know about them, but an owner who plays well with me told me that it is really good. 1501 owner. Our Building 5 is actually fine, and basically no owners are infected. Owner 802. Most of the owners knew that this was all thanks to Qin Yu. She had a strong deterrent effect and the refugees did not dare to gather in Building 5. Qin Yu looked at the chat in the WeChat group and felt that something was wrong. No one in Building 5 was infected. If Qingtao didn't want to let him go, he would definitely infect the people in Building 5 first. There were also messages from Fu Guangchen and several of his friends on WeChat, basically asking her how she was doing when she went out and whether she was safe. She replied one by one. Very good, and Xiao Ri has left. The 8 children didn't have a deep impression of Xiao Ri. The only thing they couldn't forget was the uncomfortable experience of being beaten. Fu Guangchen downstairs got the news that Xiao Ri had left, and his face couldn't help but bloom with joy. He got up and did planks for another hour. There is a constant flow of messages in the owners group. Last time we collected too much supplies, are there any owners coming to collect them? 1,301 owners. I want it, 301 owner. Leave it to me, I'm closer. 1401 owner. There was a scramble in the group. It was such a good thing. Food nowadays is more valuable than gold. It was 5 minutes later when Qin saw what 1301 said. She realized something was wrong. Zhaoan from 1301 even sold out his girlfriend to exchange for supplies, so how could he give away supplies for free? There must be something fishy going on here. There must be something wrong with him. Qin sent a message to Haizi, asking the intelligent robot to come to room 1301, building 5 immediately. Haizi replied, "Too late, the person is already dead." Haizi sent a video, in which a woman was laughing crazily. Her whole body was covered in blood and scratches, except for her face, which had no blood but a clear slap mark. A body was lying on the ground next to him, chopped into pieces. Judging from his clothes, it was Zhaoan. His hands and feet were separated, and a kitchen knife was stuck in his head. The door of 1301 was not closed, and there were many people coming to collect supplies. When they opened the door and saw this scene, they were so scared that they stepped back. People in the last days have become alert. They are fully armed and covered tightly from head to toe. When the woman saw people coming at the door, she suddenly pounced on 2 of them, muttering to herself, "I'm so beautiful, what are you afraid of? Just look at me. It's all this damn Zhaoan's fault for slapping me in the face. He drugged me and had someone rape me, and I endured it. But he got infected and actually beat me up, and slapped me in the face. You can't move my face. Anyone who dares to move it will die." The 2 people who were knocked down were scared and terrified, and struggled desperately. The 3 of them scuffled into the elevator, and the woman accidentally rolled down the stairs during the scuffle, breaking her neck and falling into complete silence. Her pretty face was covered in scratches from the stairs, and her face was completely disfigured. The intelligent robots rushed over, sprayed medicine on the infected people, moved Zhaoan and his girlfriend from room 1301 down, and buried them. Everyone who watched this scene was incredulous. Zhaoan's girlfriend had always been gentle and timid, but she actually killed Zhaoan and infected the entire building. Qin watched what happened in 1301 in the video without much emotion, because she knew that this was just the beginning. In the end times, anyone can be turned into a demon. Chapter 52, Visiting the Building Materials City. The maliciousness of the owner of 1301 widened the distance between the residents of the 5 buildings. That night, people clearly understood the sinister nature of human beings. The WeChat group messages were no longer sent in groups, but were filled with endless silence. After watching the video, Qin was about to close the dialog box when Haizi sent a message. "The virus in the community has been controlled. The efficiency is quite good. All the infected people in the community were sprayed so quickly." Qin sat up from the bed, lifted the quilt, and wanted to tell Qin's father and mother the good news. She walked out of the room and shouted outside, "Mom and Dad, the virus has been controlled." Qin's father and mother were watching TV in the living room with masks on their faces. There was fruit on the table, but it was inconvenient to eat, so they just sat upright and watched TV with expressionless faces. His younger brother Qin Yang rolled around, unable to bear it any longer. Coming from the room to the living room, Qin looked at her parents and brother on the sofa and said with a smile, "You can take off your mask now. In 3 days you can go downstairs. Is the infection under control?" Mother Qin's face instantly brightened up. She quickly took off her mask and said easily, "I feel much more comfortable. I always feel uncomfortable breathing when wearing a mask." Qin's father, who was sitting nearby, also took off his mask with relief and ate the fruit slowly. When his younger brother heard that the virus was under control, he took off his mask, picked up a bag of snacks, opened it, and ate while watching TV. "Finally, I can watch TV properly. Not being able to eat snacks while watching TV is simply torture." Bubu, Qin Yu's cell phone rang, and she picked up the phone to check the message. "Huan Yu, Chen Tao has been dismissed from his post, but he is missing, please be careful." First quarter moon, yes, I got it. Chen Tao disappeared? This scumbag is very sensitive. He ran away when he knew that the truth would be revealed. It's best not to come to me, because if you come, it will be your death. After a busy day, Qinyu lay back on the bed. She felt heavy and exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep instantly. When she opened her eyes, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Outside the door, Qin's mother's urging voice came from the kitchen. Yeah, hurry up, Xiao Fu is waiting for you upstairs. Qinyu got up and went out. Her mother was just coming out of the kitchen with breakfast. It was steamed dumplings. Wow, fragrant, tender, chewy, juicy and delicious steamed dumplings. Dip them in vinegar and add some chili oil. They were absolutely delicious. After breakfast, Fu Guangchen had just finished warming up. Qinyu went to the training room upstairs to find Fu Guangchen and gave him combat training. After several training sessions with Xiao Si, she clearly felt that Fu Guangchen's speed and skills had made a qualitative leap. That's quite a progress. Qinyu praised Fu Guangchen. The other party couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. His hands did not slacken at all and continued to punch. That's right, Qinyu was certain in her heart. She estimated that with Fu Guangchen's current strength, he could easily take on 4 people at once. When the two of them were taking a break from training, Fu Guangchen looked at Qinyu several times, but Qinyu pretended not to notice and continued to drink water. He hesitated for a while and asked, Sister Qinyu, why did Xiao Si leave? This kid's thoughts are written on his face. He wanted to ask when he just started training, but he has been holding back until now. Don't you dislike him? Qinyu asked while drinking water. Fu Guangchen froze for a moment, then smiled unnaturally. Was he really that obvious? No, I just felt that his appearance was too sudden. I was a little worried. That's right, so everyone feels relieved when he leaves. Qinyu swallowed the water in big gulps, stood up, and said to Fu Guangchen, Continue. Half an hour later, Fu Guangchen's training was over, and Qinyu was quite satisfied. The 8 guys will be here soon, you can practice with them again. The 8 guys at the door breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Fu Guangchen. It was great that it wasn't the boss who was training them, otherwise they would have been beaten again. If it was this kid who was training them, they would also be able to stand up. An hour later, the 8 boys were injured again, crying in their hearts. They are really that weak, even 8 of them cannot beat Fu Guangchen. Fu Guangchen on the opposite side looked at Qinyu with pride, as if his face was full of thoughts. Praise me quickly. Qinyu tilted her head slightly and pretended not to see it. Fu Guangchen is very agile. It's normal that you can't beat him. Go back and have a rest first. We will go out together in the afternoon. Boss, what are we going to do? Wu Zi asked in confusion. We should have enough food. Go to the building materials city, Qinyu replied. Everyone was a little confused, but didn't ask too many questions. They all nodded and agreed, we'll go wherever the boss says. There are only 3 days left until the Lantern Festival, and the extreme cold is about to set in. She has to prepare for the next round, and first of all, she needs more heating materials and equipment. They need radiators, stoves, hot water bottles, and wood, the more the better. If the generator fails or cannot support multiple heating devices, they can still light a fire to keep warm. In the previous life, the whole city lost power during the Lantern Festival and extreme cold came at the same time. Winter fell overnight and many people who were asleep never woke up again. In this life, she wants to ensure that her whole family and the 17th floor get through this disaster safely. After lunch, Qinyu was about to go out when her mother called her back. She handed a large bag of roasted meat jerky to Qinyu and said, Take it with you on the way, and give some to my 8 sons and Xiao Fu. Looking at the big bag of meat jerky handed over, Qinyu's face was full of surprise. Okay. No problem. This is my mom's butcher shop, the taste is amazing. She took out a piece and put it in her mouth. The meat was shiny and rosy, sweet and chewy, without too much seasoning. Her mouth didn't feel dry or astringent after eating it. It was great. Qin Yang heard the noise at the door and ran out in a hurry. He held up the 2 pets and handed them to Qin Yu. Sister, take Shiji and Maoqiu with you and come back early. Okay. Qin Yu replied with a smile, and then looked at Qin's father who was walking her to the door. Don't worry, Dad, I will pay attention to safety. After receiving Qin Yu's assurance, Qin's father nodded with relief. Go. In the garage, several people met. As soon as they got in the car, Qin Yu took out the butcher's knife given by Qin's mother and gave one portion to Fu Guangchen, Wuzi, and Yitzi respectively. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Yu started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, rushing out of the underground garage. The accumulated water outside had submerged the entire tire, and ordinary cars on the road could no longer travel. Many cars had been scrapped in the water, and the deep water was filled with garbage, branches, and even a few white corpses. Qin Yu looked ahead and dodged some obstacles. The 5 children behind him ate, and said excitedly, "Wow, the meat we made is ready. It's delicious. It's especially delicious when you make it yourself. We are just helping out. The taste is controlled by the chef." Yitzi corrected him. "Don't flatter yourself." Fu Guangchen also took a slice out of the package and felt full after eating one slice. This butcher shop shouldn't be full. It could also be because he had just had lunch. After arriving at the building materials city, Qin Yu told them that there was solar energy equipment in that area and they could go there to find some power generation equipment. It was always a good idea to store more electricity. "We can also get some heating equipment." After Qin Yu finished giving the instructions, he went to the building materials area alone, while the others went to the energy equipment area. The building materials city will be frozen under the water after the extreme cold, and all the materials will be scrapped. Qin Yu plans to store them in space so that they can be used to rebuild her home in the future. She went to each store and found that many materials had been soaked in water. Some composite wood, cement, electrical wires, etc. that could not be soaked in water could no longer be used. Other logs, stones, glass, tiles, insulation materials, doors and windows, steel bars, water pipes, paint, waterproof paint, etc., as well as cement, sand, electrical/network cables, and lamps that have not been soaked in water are all put in. Moving from one warehouse to another, Qin Yu felt that her brain was about to boil. Move more wood. Qin's father also likes to make handicrafts. If the power supply is insufficient, wood can also be used for heating. All the original wood boards, door panels, solid wood/composite floors, wall panels, etc. are stored in the house. There are also some bathroom equipment, shower room, towel rack, bathroom cabinet, faucet, shower head, wash basin, toilet, bathtub and other daily washing items are also put in. Bring the curtains too, and replace all the curtains in your home with full blackout ones. When there is a power outage at the end of the world, you can watch TV at home and turn on the lights, and no one outside can notice. After shopping for free all the way, Qin Yu felt that there was not much free space left, and the building materials took up too much space. Steel bars and cement alone took up most of the area. There were about 1,100 tons of cement and 500 tons of steel bars, enough to build a residential building. There were also a lot of different kinds of wood, piled up in a big pile in the corner. Qin Yu stopped the 0 yuan purchase and turned around to walk back to find Fu Guangchen and Yitzi and Wuzi. After just a few steps, the ball of fur stopped and barked forward a few times. A group of off-road vehicles were speeding towards the building materials city. Each vehicle had a flag hanging on it with a poisonous snake painted on it. The flag of the poisonous snake. The Earth Dragon Organization is a huge black power organization in the end times. After the end times, the police system was paralyzed and the dark forces developed rapidly. The Earth Dragon Organization became a symbol of evil. The 8 boys had previously joined the Earth Dragon Organization as scattered members of the civilian community, and were not even considered a member of the Earth Dragon Organization. This convoy with flags on it was considered a formal member. They are capable of committing all kinds of evil. Committing crimes brings them excitement and joy. Oh, this is all ours. If there are people here, just kill them all. It's a good opportunity for me to stretch my muscles. It would be best if there was someone there. We could chase him in a car and watch him flee in panic. Then we could run him over when he can't run any longer. Yes, it's really interesting. Come in and find something first. We can play with it slowly if we find something good. A man stuck his head out from the car window, waving an iron rod in his hand. The man looked familiar. Qin Yu thought carefully. He was the subordinate of the evil boss from last time. The cars whizzed past, and the convoy roared towards the energy equipment area, with an evil laugh floating in the air. Qin Yu's face changed, Something was going to happen over there. Chapter 53: Encounter with Bandits. In the end times, supplies are reduced and food is scarce. Many equipment and machines are also resources for gunmen, such as generators. In the later period, these things are out of market for ordinary people, especially high-tech products. Solar power, wind power and other generators are only available in large organizations and government high-walled bases. This group of people came towards the building materials city and headed straight for the energy market. They must be after the generators. Fu Guangchen and the two guys would definitely run into them. There were more than 20 people in the convoy, but there were only 3 people with Fu Guangchen and the two guys. This situation was somewhat unfavorable for them. Qin Yu quickened her pace and walked towards Fu Guangchen and the 2 men. She heard screams from afar. Ah! The sound didn't sound like the shouting of these 3 people. Ah! The sound continued to come. Damn, these 3 bastards are so powerful! The younger one is really good at fighting. The man who spoke spat out a mouthful of saliva full of blood. Come on, surround them! Qin Yu rushed to the nearby area and saw a group of people fighting fiercely in the water in the heavy rain. 7 or 8 people surrounded Fu Guangchen, their eyes ferocious, and hit him with sticks with all their might. Fu Guangchen quickly dodged and punched each of them in return. The people who were hit showed unbearable pain on their faces and took a long time to get up. There were more than 10 people surrounding Yitzi and Wuzi. The 2 of them did not try to dodge the sticks that were attacking them. Those who could not dodge were caught with their hands. They lifted up the people and the sticks together and threw them into the water with a splash. Wow, these ones are growing very fast. Not to mention the 5th and 1st sons, Fu Guangchen is already able to become a master. Wuzi was delighted when he saw Qin Yu coming over, but his expression was particularly unhappy. Boss, these bastards just wanted to hit us to death. They saw us speeding up and hit us. The guy next to him knocked one down with a heavy punch and said angrily, Damn it, it's a good thing we dodged it, otherwise we would die here. Sister Qin Yu, go take a look around. I can handle these people, Fu Guangchen said confidently. I feel like I can beat a group of them alone now. Fu Guangchen's expression was full of pride, which made the other party even more angry. What an arrogant brat. Qin Yu felt relieved. The situation was leaning towards them, so she didn't need to worry about it. She nodded in understanding and waved her hand, saying, You guys practice well, I will go and collect some resources. The group of people who were being beaten on the opposite side were infuriated by these arrogant words, but they were powerless to refute them. Fuck, I'm going to kick your heads like balls today. Qin Yu walked outside a warehouse and saw an off-road vehicle knocking the door open and getting stuck on it. This should be the scene of the car accident that Wuzi mentioned just now. When these beasts saw Fu Guangchen and his 2 sons, they drove after them and chased them into the warehouse. When they didn't hit them, they got out of the car together and prepared to deal with the 3 of them, but they were beaten up by the 3 of them instead. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. There were heating equipment scattered all over the ground in the puddles. There were also some radiators and small stoves that had not been soaked in water on the boxes high up in the warehouse. Qin Yu put them into the space and put them in the car. Back to the original place, the fighting place of this group of people changed to the gate of the energy zone. Qin Yu passed by, greeted them, and said with a smile, You continue, I will just pass by. The Iron Stick Man, the younger brother of the Black Boss, looked at Qin Yu and felt familiar. He suddenly remembered. Damn, it turned out to be this perverted woman. Damn, she was the one who fucked our boss. What? He killed Boss Wu's brother. Brothers, the opportunity to perform meritorious service has come. Call more people over, and have them all bring knives. A group of people were mumbling and no one knew what they were talking about. Fu Guangchen and the 2 guys had beaten more than 10 people, and only half of them were left. Feeling a little tired, he frowned as he watched the people in front of him whispering to each other. Qin Yu passed by, said hello and left without stopping. They knew that she wanted them to practice well and accumulate experience. On the other side, Qin Yu stopped in front of the off-road vehicle, took out tools such as screwdrivers, wrenches, crowbars, jacks, and began to unload the goods: the engine, windshield, lights, onboard battery, bumper/cover, fuel tank, tires, etc., were all moved into the space. In the apocalypse, cars are your second life. Without a car, It is basically difficult to obtain food and escape from danger zones in the later stages. The terrain and road conditions in the end times are very complicated, and car parts are easily damaged, so it is necessary to store some in space. Soon, only the bare shells were left of a row of off-road vehicles. The group of people fought and fought back. They watched the windows and tires of the car they were driving disappear and stood there. Is this woman a devil? Fuck, what the hell did you do? It's nothing. I just unloaded your car, Qinyu said calmly. Fu Guangchen and the two guys on the side were also shocked. She is not coming to help but stealing other people's cars. No, to be more precise, she is stealing other people's car parts. What a good trick to cut off their retreat. If you don't agree, come and fight again. One of the sons supported the eldest brother. You are allowed to ram us and steal our things, but we are not allowed to unload your car. Fu Guangchen glanced at some heating equipment soaked in water. Damn it, run! Just wait, don't leave if you have the guts. The other party uttered a harsh word and fled in panic. Then hurry up and shout for someone. Qinyu opened the trunk of a car without caring and found a trunk full of cigarettes. Good stuff. In the end times this thing is very valuable along with coffee and tea, and is a favorite of rich people. Too arrogant. Qinyu's arrogant look made the coxcomb-haired man leading the group blush with anger. Whoa! It's the sound of motorcycles, and judging by the sound, there are quite a few motorcycles. The coxcomb-haired man who was halfway through his escape turned around and shouted triumphantly. Bitch, I'm here to help you, go to hell. Oh, if you want to die, I can help you and all of you. The sound of motorcycles was getting closer and closer. More than a dozen motorcycles appeared in front of us. There were two people sitting on each motorcycle, holding long knives in their hands, staring at this side with ferocious faces. Not far from the motorcycle, there was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and smoking in a car. There was also a woman whose face could not be seen sitting next to him in the car, leaning in his arms. The man hugged the woman, stared at this side intently, and whispered, Kill that bitch for me and avenge my brother. The woman next to the man in sunglasses smiled. The group of people wearing motorcycle uniforms and carrying knives walked towards Qinyu with long knives in their hands. Playing with a knife? If you want to chop me with a knife in front of me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Fu Guangchen and two other guys on the side had just finished a fight and were running out of energy. More than 20 opponents came and each of them was carrying a long sword. They had little chance of winning, but they did not retreat and insisted on standing in front of Qinyu. After fighting with us for so long, do you still have the strength? Wait for death. The man with the rooster comb said arrogantly. Damn it, I can finally avenge my boss and kill that woman, the man with the iron stick said with relief. Go ahead, kill the men first, and leave the women here to have some fun with. Qinyu listened to the ridicule from the other side. Her expression was indifferent, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She took a step forward without looking back and said to Fu Guangchen and the others, Their knives are good, I'll get you a few. Qinyu slowly pulled out the tang sword from her back, held it in her hand, pointed at the person walking towards her, and said, Just come over. A group of people surrounded Qinyu and attacked her in several waves. Kill this woman and avenge our boss's brother. Kill her, and after you've accomplished your feat, you'll be able to enjoy delicious food, drinks, and beautiful women on your left and right. Qinyu raised her head slightly and looked at the first few people who rushed over. The knife in her hand was still good, so she raised her hand and swung the knife at the arms of the people in front of her, and a row of long knives fell to the ground with a pa pa pa. The people who lost their weapons were a little panicked. Qinyu stepped forward and killed each of them with a knife. She kicked the person who fell to the ground to the side and shook his neck left and right. Come on, keep going. The people behind were stunned where they were. This woman was too terrifying. She drew her knife so quickly that they couldn't react. The brothers in front of them all fell to the ground. Let's charge together. There are so many of us. No matter how strong he is, he will be killed by us. They mustered their courage and attacked Qinyu again. Dozens of knives slashed at Qinyu's head at the same time, as if to chop her into pulp. Qinyu raised a sneer and swept her sword around. All the swords above her head were cut in half by the tang swords. She quickly squatted down and slashed outwards again, chopping down the enemies who were surrounding her. The opponents were stabbed in the thighs one by one and could not stand upright. They fell into the water and could not get up. That's all? Qin Yu found it a little funny. How powerful was this fighting ability? In the distance, the man in the black car saw the one-sided failure, and his face was very gloomy. Damn, a bunch of useless trash, let's retreat first. After finishing the task here, Qin Yu turned around and prepared to look for the man in the car. When she looked up, the car had already disappeared from the spot. This boss runs faster than anyone else. Chapter 54, Installing a Water Tower. Qin Yu single-handedly defeated a group of young men with knives and escaped unscathed. Fu Guangchen and the two men behind him were no longer surprised, and their expressions were very calm. This is strength. Qin Yu picked up the knife on the ground, weighed it, and handed it to the three of them. She looked at the motorcycle parked in front and looked at Fu Guangchen. You should like motorcycles very much. Pick one and let's retreat. In her previous life, when Fu Guangchen came to save her, she also heard the sound of a motorcycle. How did you know? Fu Guangchen happily walked to the motorcycle and picked the first one. After Fu Guangchen made his selection, Qin Yu began to dismantle the motorcycle, assembled all the parts, and handed them to Fu Guangchen. Keep these, and you can fix the motorcycle yourself if you have any problems in the future. Well, I'm not very good at repairing motorcycles. Learn online, Qin Yu replied. A group of people were carrying things and walking towards G500, preparing to return to Zifengjiang and Garden. Don't go, save us. The people from the Water Dragon organization shouted for help. If you don't save us, you will be retaliated by our Earth Dragon organization, and you will all be killed. Qin Yu turned a deaf ear to them, turned around and left without looking back, leaving the group of villains in the water. When the water level rises again, they will not be able to speak anymore. Driving to Zifengjiang and Garden, Wu Zi was driving and Qin Yu was sitting in the passenger seat. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes to rest. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 151 points. Current points are 986 points. This group of people has killed quite a few people. Her score will soon exceed 1000, allowing her to upgrade to level 2 in the skill mall. Qin Yu seemed to feel that the inside of the car was colder than before. She looked out the window and saw heavy rain outside mixed with scattered snowflakes. The temperature dropped sharply and sleet appeared. In a few days, it would turn into a blizzard or even extreme cold hail. The 5 people in the car were amazed at the change in the scenery outside the window. It's snowing. It's rare for us to snow in this place. No wonder I feel a little cold. Yitzi was wearing 2 pieces of clothing, a long coat inside and a coat outside. In the winter in Beihai City, people who are not afraid of cold don't need cotton padded down jackets at all. For many people, a hoodie plus a base layer is enough. After returning to the community, Fu Guangchen rode his motorcycle back to the garage first. When he saw Qin Yu and the others getting off the car, he walked over and blew on his hands. It's so cold, I suddenly feel so cold. Everyone in the car felt cold. Fu Guangchen came back on a motorcycle and must have been frozen by the wind along the way. Move the things upstairs first. A group of people carried things back and forth in the corridor several times, but no one came to look. The number of refugees who used to gather in the garage has also decreased significantly, and they have disappeared after being infected with the virus and recovering. The owners of Building 5 have encountered a series of emergencies, especially the 1301 incident, and have been afraid to go out recently. Since the outbreak of the virus, the community has stopped distributing food. Qin Yu asked Huan Yu, who said that Beihai City has been completely flooded, many roads are submerged and cannot be walked, so it is no longer possible to distribute food to the community. The floods overwhelmed the government, and supplies were exhausted. There were more and more people in the shelters, and there was not enough food, so the shelters were about to run out of food. The corridor near the elevator on the 17th floor is filled with supplies. Qin Yu distributed the heating equipment to Fu Guangchen, Dei and Wu Zi, as well as several solar generators, and divided them equally among the 17th floor. The 3 had no objection. The owner of the 18th floor installed a solar generator upstairs, Qin Yu explained. Oh, so that's the case. Okay then. Several people agreed. It's getting colder today, so don't take off your clothes when you go to bed. Cover yourself up. Qin Yu looked at the 8 children and warned them. Then she turned to look at Fu Guangchen and said seriously, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu should wear more clothes when they go to bed, or turn on the heating at night. Seeing Qin Yu's seriousness, everyone nodded. After distributing all the things, Qin Yu returned to 1801. The temperature on the top floor seemed to be lower. As soon as Qin Yu entered the room, she felt that the temperature inside had dropped by several degrees. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! The parrot in the pet room started to shout again, and Qin Yang came out of the room to comfort it. Seeing his sister coming back, he said to her, Sister, Gigi said that there is danger coming again. Yes, it's right. Extreme cold is coming and it will be very cold at home. Remember to wear more clothes. Hearing the sound of Qin Yu coming back in the living room, Qin's father and mother came out of the room, walked to Qin Yu, and asked with concern. Yeah, do you feel that the temperature has dropped a lot? Yes, Mom and Dad, I brought some heaters back. Qin Yu handed them the heater at her feet. You can put one in each room. Remember to turn on the heater when you sleep tonight. Yes, okay. Qin's father and mother replied. Qin Yu walked to the window and opened it a little bit. A cold wind blew in quickly. The sleet outside the window slowly turned into small hailstones, which hit the glass madly, making crackling sounds. Closing the window, Qin Yu thought to herself, it came so quickly. Heisey sent a group message. The temperature is wrong, it is dropping rapidly. The water supply will be stopped soon, please stock up on water. The Magic 5, no wonder the boss also told us to wear more clothes when we sleep at night. Okay. Thank you. After checking the message, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that she had something she had not done yet, so she walked to Qin's father. Dad, let's go upstairs quickly and fill the water tank. While there is still water in the tap, I will store some more water in the space and fill it into the water tower. It's hailing now, the water tank will freeze if it is installed outside, said Qin's father. I have stockpiled 2 Arctic-based water storage towers at the Science and Technology Museum. They can withstand temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu picked up the tools and pulled his father to the roof. When they reached the roof, the ground was covered with hail, so the two walked carefully to avoid falling. Qin Yu took out the water tower and placed it against the rooftop wall, and the two of them started to install it. Half an hour later, the 2 water towers were installed. After just a short while, Qin Yu felt the temperature had dropped a lot. Her hands that were exposed were almost frozen by the cold wind, and her cheeks were also frozen red. After going downstairs and returning to 1801, Qin's mother considerately took out the stove and put a quilt on it. Qin Yu and Qin's father hid in the quilt and warmed themselves by the fire for a while before they felt better. It's so cold, it feels like the temperature has dropped below zero in an instant, Qin Yu said. The hail outside feels bigger than before. The water tower can't withstand so much damage. If only I had some wood, I could build a shed for it. Qin's father sighed. What a coincidence, she stocked up today, and stocked up a lot, enough to last Qin's father for a long time. I have some in my space. I'll go to the roof and put some for you. Wait for me to store some water in the space, and then I'll build it with you. Qin Yu went to the rooftop and put a lot of water next to the water tower. Father Qin followed him up to the top floor, looked at the pile of wooden boards, his eyes sparkling, and said to Qin Yu, I can do it by myself, you go and get busy. Qin's mother saw this scene downstairs and said helplessly, Don't worry about him, let's go cook. Not long after, she came up and got a down jacket for her father. In the kitchen, Qin Yu and her mother were preparing dinner. Mom, I got a lot of crayfish. Let's eat crayfish tonight, Qin Yu said to her mother with a smile. Okay, let's make 2 servings, spicy and basil. We like spicy, and Dad and brother like non-spicy. The two hit it off immediately, from cleaning to preparing the ingredients, putting them in the pot and adding beer to cook. The whole house was filled with the aroma of crayfish. Qin Yang smelled the fragrance, ran over with the kitten in his arms, stood at the kitchen door, and said proudly and excitedly, Sister, look, Meow Meow has fully recovered. It is now a healthy cat. Yan, you saved it, you are a little hero, Qin Yu praised. She remembered that when she first saw this kitten, it was thin and sickly, with scars all over its body, and it was impossible to tell its original fur color. Now, its body is snow white, its eyes are like sapphires, and its posture when walking on the ground is noble and graceful. Very good, Yang Yang is very capable, Mother Qin said with a smile. After getting the affirmation, Qin Yang picked up Meow Meow with a smile on his face and returned to his pet room. Recently, the rabbit Xiaopeng seemed to be pregnant, and he was very busy taking care of the pregnant rabbit. 2 hours later, 2 pots of big crayfish were served on the table. Qin Yu went to the rooftop to call Qin's father down to eat, only to see that a small wooden house had been built on the rooftop with 2 water towers inside. Dad, this is fast enough. This craftsmanship is like Lu Ban's reincarnation. Father Qin was a little embarrassed and said, I also think it's fast. I just read the book you gave me and followed what is written in it. Qin Yu didn't know much about construction, but seeing this wooden house being built without using a single nail, she found it amazing. Downstairs, Qin's mother called for dinner. Come downstairs to eat. Let's go downstairs to eat. Have fun today. Father Qin looked at his masterpiece and felt that he was still in his prime and could create more glories. Before going downstairs, Qin Yu put the water that had just been stored in the space into 2 1000L water towers, filled them up and left. Outside, the wind was freezing and hail was hitting the glass. Inside, Qin Yu's family gathered together, happily eating crayfish and drinking beer. In the end times, they can still enjoy happiness. Chapter 55. The extreme cold is coming. With 2 servings of crayfish and some beer, Qin Yu felt particularly relaxed that night. He lay back on the bed and was about to turn off the lights to rest when there was a click sound and the lights in the room automatically went out. Qin Yu pressed the switch repeatedly, but the lights would not turn on. She walked out of the room, and her parents and brother also walked out of the room and said at the same time, The power is out. Some neighbors in the owner's WeChat group complained that it was so cold outside and there was a power outage at home, which was unbearable. Some property owners were also thankful that, thanks to the change in weather, most of the refugees had left and the community suddenly became much quieter. Miraculous, boss, there is a power outage. We just got a generator today. It's amazing. Qinjiguang, the power is out, please keep warm. Thanks to Sister Qin Yu for the solar generator. There really was a power outage. Not only Zifeng Jiangnanuan, but the entire Beihai city should have had a power outage. In the last life, the extreme cold lasted until the end of March, which was almost 2 months. I don't know how long the extreme cold will last this time. The only thing that was certain was that Beihai city would never have electricity again. The power outage plus the extreme cold made the already difficult situation for the survivors even more difficult. Dad, Mom, take Yang Yang's sleeping bag. Wear it when you sleep at night. It's best to turn on the air conditioner. Qin Yu took out the cold-proof sleeping bags that she had purchased earlier from the space and handed them to her parents. She added 2 quilts to the beds of the whole family, and replaced the quilts with silk quilts. After changing the bedding, Qin Yang ran to the pet room and turned on the air conditioner in the room. Qin's mother and father moved some vegetables grown outside the kitchen balcony back indoors and put them in warm bird cages to prevent the plants from freezing to death. After the family finished cleaning up, the parents said to the siblings, Go to bed, it's getting late. Well, I'll go to the sunroom to check the power reserve of the solar panels. Qin Yu went upstairs to make sure that the solar panels had enough power reserve. She said to her parents that there was no problem with the power reserve, and then returned to her room to prepare for bed. Lying on the bed, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be something different in the space. She used her consciousness to check the space and found that the plants planted in the black soil had sprouted and were green. There is a shallow pool of water in the stream next to it, flowing slowly. Green plants are sprouting and the streams are flowing with water, but that malnourished dead tree still looks lifeless. It turned out that the stream needed to be filled with water. Previously, it was too troublesome to carry water upstairs, so a lot of tap water was secretly put into the space. Unexpectedly, this activated the stream and also activated the growth of the black soil plants. These vegetables, fruits and water resources are all renewable and recyclable, and may even be exchanged for other precious items in the future. After checking the space, she entered the system skill mall again, thinking about redeeming the points she had accumulated during this period. The current score is 986. Spend 1000 points to upgrade to the 3rd level skill mall. Wasn't it free to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 before? Now it costs 1000 points. Black shop, black system. Fortunately, I was too busy to redeem points before. I only need a few points to upgrade them all. Chinyu took out her phone and sent a message to the owner's WeChat group. Temperature is abnormal, please keep warm. Not knowing whether anyone would believe it, Chinyu sent the message with the idea of giving it a try. After the message was sent, several owners replied with a received message. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 59 points, current points are 1045 points. Chinyu was somewhat surprised. Her prestige was established, and so many people believed in her words. Chinyu upgraded the mall to a level 3 skill mall, spending 1000 points, and exchanged the remaining 45 points for a batch of skill books. Ding, exchange successful, 8 elementary strength skill books, and 1 elementary agility skill book. Ding, 1045 points consumed, 0 points remaining. A total of 1065 points consumed. The lottery button showed that 10 consecutive draws were allowed, so Chinyu pressed the lottery button, and 10 consecutive draws were allowed. 5 rare seeds were found, of unknown type, 1 heating stove that does not require electricity, 3 smokeless and odorless fire bowls, and 1 snow water collector. Chinyu found a small corner, and planted the rare seeds, hoping that they would grow and sprout. After planting, I heard the system announce, ding, power upgrade, power level 9. By cultivating the seeds given by the system, your strength and experience will increase exponentially. Now, both physical strength and power are level 9, especially physical strength has not yet broken through to level 10. It seems that it is still waiting for some opportunity. Chinyu closed her eyes, stopped thinking and fell asleep. When she woke up in the morning, she felt her face was cold, and her nose was dry. She sat up and looked out the window. All she saw was a vast expanse of white, with snowflakes everywhere. The blizzard was howling continuously. Downstairs, one could see someone trying to go out, but he was blown down in the snow after taking a few steps. A few people came behind him and rescued the person together, and then they returned together. This extremely cold blizzard is even worse than a typhoon. Typhoons are too risky, and people who go out are likely to be killed by unknown objects. And this blizzard plus the temperature means that people who go out basically never come back, and the survival rate is almost 0. Chinyu got up and the time showed 7:21 in the morning. She looked up at the air conditioner on the wall. It was no longer blowing air. Perhaps it was because the temperature outside was too low and the water outlet was frozen, making it unable to work properly. She turned off the air conditioner and walked out of the room. Sister, come to the sofa and warm yourself by the fire together. Qin Yang sat on the sofa, covered with a quilt and warming himself by the fire. Miao Miao and Mao Xiao were also beside him, huddled beside the birdcage to keep warm. Hey Yan Yan, where are your 2 little rabbits? Qin Yu was a little curious why the pregnant rabbit didn't come out. Xiaopang and Depang are not afraid of the cold. They are waiting for the little rabbits to be born in the pet room. Qin Yang explained. Father Qin and Mother Qin were busy in the kitchen. Mother Qin's voice of disdain for Father Qin came out again. This is not done this way. Go out and I'll do it myself. Let me help you. Qin's father tried to persuade him. Please help us go downstairs and inform everyone to come for lunch at noon tomorrow, the Lantern Festival. We can also share the bacon, jerky, dried meat, sausages and other things we made last time. Mother Qin said disdainfully. Oh. Qin's father left the kitchen, opened the door, and walked downstairs. Qinyu got up and walked into the kitchen to help Qin's mother. After a while, his father came up with a heavy face. Many people caught colds last night. We thought it would be cold, but we didn't know it would be this cold. Some families with elderly people were so cold that they couldn't get out of bed all night. The heating was on in her room, and she was wearing several layers of thick quilts, and covering herself with an extremely warm silk quilt. She was woken up by a cold face in the morning. How could other owners not be cold? How is Grandpa Fu? Qinyu asked. The weather was so cold, and his asthma was not feeling well. Father Qin felt a little disappointed. I feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know if I can come up to eat tomorrow. The family sat at the table, and Qin's mother made everyone a beef casserole with noodles, which had tomato and spicy flavors. The father and son ate the hot tomato-flavored food, while Qin Yu and her mother ate the spicy and hot food. They sweated while eating, and the coldness was greatly reduced. The noodles are super flavorful, and the beef is stewed till soft. The beef soup has no impurities and tastes rich and fresh. It warms my body. Mom's brand is the best. Another bowl, please, Father Qin said proudly, clearing away his gloom. The family ate breakfast, talking and laughing, which diluted a lot of the suffering and oppression of the end of the world. After breakfast, Qin Yu wanted to raise the room temperature, so she took out the smokeless and odorless basin she had won in a lottery, lit a fire in the living room, and tried the effect. The wood was burning in the basin, and the red fire started. The temperature in the living room rose instantly, and no smoke came out of the basin. The temperature in the living room rose instantly, and the whole living room became warm. Wow, this is amazing! The house is warm, and there is no smoke or smell, Qin Yang praised curiously. He and a few small animals huddled beside the brazier. The wood in the brazier burned slowly, making crackling sounds. Qin's father and mother also came over and put their hands on the fire to warm themselves. The soft light of the flames was reflected on their faces. The things sent by the system are good. Qin Yu suddenly feels that this extreme cold has also become much gentler. Chapter 56 Visitors from the neighboring building. Snowstorms continued in Beihai City, and the accumulated water that submerged the houses turned into ice, completely freezing the submerged buildings, supplies, and people under the ice. Only 5% of the entire Beihai City was not flooded, and the area was frozen solid. Other places were covered in heavy snow. At 8 o'clock in the morning, it was time for training. Fu Guangchen and his 8 sons came up together. Fu Guangchen greeted Qin Yu the first time he saw her. Good morning, Sister Qin Yu. Good morning, Uncle and Aunt. It's so cold outside, your house is so warm. Wu Zi walked in shivering, and couldn't help but sigh when he felt the warmth. Then he saw the smokeless brazier and exclaimed, Wow, this brazier burns wood without smoke. Luckily we got some wood back yesterday. We lit a fire downstairs and it choked us to death. It would be best to light some charcoal to keep warm in this weather, Fu Guangchen concluded. It would be even better if there was smokeless charcoal. Grandpa Fu has asthma and can't have smoke, and the air conditioner can't be turned on. 1702 should be relatively cold. There are 3 system draws, and she doesn't need that many. I have 2 more of these basins. You can each take one back later. Thinking of this, Qin Yu gave Fu Guangchen and a few other children a fire basin drawn by the system. Wow, boss, you're our lucky star. You're our lucky star. Several children were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude happily as if they had found a treasure. Thank you, Sister Qin Yu, Fu Guangchen said gratefully, looking at Qin Yu with stars in his eyes. It's at least minus 20 degrees Celsius now. The temperature at home is too low. Although we have a heater, it's very cold without it. If we can warm up the house a little, my grandparents and my sister will suffer less from the cold. A group of people went upstairs to the training room. Qin Yu watched them train. After they finished training, she handed them the skill books she had exchanged. Your performance yesterday was considered a master's. Go back and read this book and practice hard. Book? The kids held the small book with a conflicted look on their faces. They hadn't touched this thing for a long time. Fu Guangchen walked forward to take it, flipped through it curiously, and then put it away. Considering the problem of electricity consumption, Yitzi suddenly said to Qin Yu, Boss, there is a power outage now, let's increase the cycling time of each group to 3 hours a day. Previously, in order to improve the physical strength of the 8 boys, Qin Yu asked them to work in groups of 2 and ride electric bicycles for an hour every day, which allowed them to exercise their physical strength while storing electricity. Now that there is a power outage, they need to increase the amount of electricity generated. Yes, it's also a form of exercise. You won't feel cold after exercising. Wu Zi agreed. That's right. It's too cold to sit still. Chizi agreed. The weather is too tiring and I can't bear it without turning on the heater. This high-power appliance consumes a lot of electricity. The solar panels downstairs encountered this blizzard weather, the sunlight visibility was not high, and the amount of electricity generated was pitifully small. Well, you actually took the initiative to bring it up. Originally, I wanted you to strengthen your physical training. Qin Yu also agreed. The extreme cold came early, and more dangers were yet to come. If it also came early, then they must train harder. Following the boss, our awareness will definitely be higher. Woozy said happily. I'll join 3 hours a day. Fu Guangchen also responded positively. Qin Yu stood up, picked up the towel on the ground to wipe the sweat and said, It's enough for the 8 of them to take turns stepping on it for 12 hours a day. You can train your physical strength and find other ways yourself. Oh. Fu Guangchen felt a little disappointed and felt that he was of no use. Disband? Remember to have lunch together tomorrow and have fun together on the Lantern Festival. After Qin Yu finished explaining, she went downstairs first, followed by a group of people behind her, leaving the 18th floor. After a while, Fu Guangchen came upstairs again and told Qin Yu that the owner of 501 was looking for them. Following Fu Guangchen all the way to the security door of the corridor on the 17th floor, the owner of 501 was standing outside the door. He was somewhat happy and anxious to see the visitor. The other party had a tangled expression on his face, so Qin Yu asked first. What's the matter? It's like this. Because I live on a low floor, I will be the first to notice if there are people in the corridor. Recently, people from other buildings have started to visit our building frequently. Because Qintao spread rumors about her, people from other buildings were quite hostile towards her, and even Building 5, and generally would not interact with them. The other party looked at Qin Yu's expression, realized that she understood what he meant, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I am also doing this for my wife and children. I have twins, a boy and a girl. My wife was still in confinement after giving birth when these things happened, and my 2 children are still young. The owner of 501 felt a little uncomfortable. Then what do you want to see me for? The owner of 501 has always been a reasonable person who can distinguish right from wrong in the group. Qin Yu has no aversion to him, and her request is not excessive, so she will consider it. I want to ask if you have any anti-theft doors. I want to install an additional anti-theft door at the entrance of the corridor on the underground first floor to prevent strangers from other buildings from entering and exiting at will, and to ensure the safety of the residents of Building 5. The suggestion was reasonable, so Qin Yu didn't rush to agree. She replied slowly, I'll think about it. You go back first. Okay. Seeing that Qin Yu did not refuse, the owner of 501 left happily. The temperature in the corridor was very low. The owner of room 501 was not wearing thick clothes and was shivering all the way down the stairs. Then he ran quickly to warm his body. After discussion, Qin Yu decided to remove one of the security doors on the 18th floor and install it on the basement floor. After removing the security door, Wu Zi carried the door, and Qi Zi took the tools and went to the basement floor with Qin Yu. Hearing the noise in the corridor, the owner of 501 went out and followed everyone to the basement floor. The owner of 802 also came down and said happily, Thank you very much this time. The owner of 501 and I have decided that we will take turns to be on duty at night, and inform everyone if there is any problem. It had not been long since the selfish revenge of the owner of 1301 took place, and she was a little surprised that these 2 households actually took the initiative to take on the task of guarding the entire building. Qin Yu looked at the 2 families and asked, The behavior of the owner of 1301 didn't make you feel disappointed? Oh, how can I not be afraid? Now everyone is in the dark. I am holding a lamp to illuminate this area. Everyone benefits, and so do I. The owner of 501 said with emotion. As far as I know, the material situation in other buildings is very grim. The situation in Building 5 is relatively better. The owner of 802 said with some gratitude and embarrassment. This is all thanks to the guidance of the weather vane on the 18th floor. If you go out, we go out too. Although we still go hungry every day, at least we can survive. After all, it was 902. Oh, forget it. The owner of 501 sighed angrily and helplessly, and said no more. The person is dead, there is nothing much to say. Even without Qin Yu being told, she could guess why other buildings knew that Building 5 was rich in supplies. When 902 first asked Building 5 to donate supplies, the amount donated must have been more than that of other buildings. After they showed off a few times, all the donations from Building 5 were given away. After installing the door, Qin Yu and his group prepared to go upstairs. The owners of 802 and 501 looked at the customized high-end anti-theft door with delight. This door is really sturdy and safe enough. In the underground garage of Building 5, several people walked over. When they heard the sound of the door being installed, they quickly ran towards the elevator room of Building 5. A security door appeared at the entrance of the corridor on the first floor below ground. They shouted angrily, "What do you mean? What's the point of installing a new security door? What else can we do? Don't you know?" the owner of 501 asked. "We are all neighbors. I have friends in Building 5. If you install a door, how can we move around? You can ask a friend to come down and pick you up. Which floor is it?" When asked this question, the faces of the people on the opposite side changed, and they shut their mouths. They cursed with reluctance. "Damn it, you have guts!" One of them was dissatisfied and kicked the door hard. The door made 2 loud bangs. "Try kicking it again?" Chinyu stopped walking up the stairs and said in a cold voice. The person who was talking outside the door was Chinyu. All he knew about Chinyu were the rumors that she was not serious, cheated on his wife, and beat people. They all like this delicate beauty who is naughty and likes to hit people. They like her to be coquettish and to resist. "Why, what's wrong with a kick? Do you want to come out and fight with us too?" Several people began to smirk. Wu Zi listened with anger on his face. He opened the door quickly, rushed over and punched each of them, making them step back several steps, unable to stand, and fell to the ground. "You!" Just as he was about to curse, he opened his mouth and blood came out. The other party's face changed, and with reluctance, several people supported each other and left the underground garage of Building 5, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Damn it, how dare you covet our boss!" Chapter 57, Lantern Festival Party. In the evening, after dinner, Qin's mother and Qin were in the kitchen preparing dishes for tomorrow's meal. Counting the number of people, they prepared about 20 dishes. Qin took out various materials from the space, and Qin's mother put them in the refrigerator, waiting for the 8 sons to come upstairs and make them together tomorrow. After cleaning up, Qin walked to the window and saw that the blizzard continued to fall madly outside the window, and she could also feel the coldness next to the window. In one day, from morning to night, the temperature had reached -30 degrees Celsius. Almost no one could stand outside. The entire Zifengjianan garden was like an ice cellar, freezing the people inside the building. She pulled the newly replaced full blackout curtains, turned on the soft light in the living room, started the home theater, turned down the volume and played the movie. The whole family squeezed on the sofa, put their feet in the warm stove, covered with quilts, drank hot milk tea, ate junk food, and watched their favorite shows together. WeChat on the phone kept ringing. After the movie, Qinyu checked WeChat. "Chenjiguang, Sister Qinyu, that brazier is very effective. My grandfather feels much better now. Let's come up to eat together tomorrow during the Lantern Festival." "Yeetzy, thanks, boss, for making 1701 warm again." I scrolled down and saw another message from the owner of 501. "Neighbors from other buildings came to investigate, and some prepared tools to try to pry the door open. They couldn't pry it open, so they left angrily." Back in the room, Qinyu sat on the windowsill and looked out at the other buildings. It was all white outside, and the dark shadows of the other buildings were hidden in the snow. Except for a few high grounds, Beihai City was almost completely submerged, and there were few supplies left. Huan Yu had previously sent a message saying that the Beihai government was ready to evacuate, and relevant personnel were counting the number of survivors and preparing for a unified evacuation to inland. The government has stopped distributing supplies. If other buildings had not stockpiled food before, they cannot go out to obtain resources during the current snowstorm and can only turn their attention to the interior of the community. Building 5 is the richest and has become the target of public criticism. Qinyu woke up early in the morning and found 2 unread text messages on her phone. The contents were almost all about wishing everyone a happy Lantern Festival. One of the mobile phone numbers was unknown and the other was unfamiliar, so Qinyu treated them as spam messages. "Daydream, Happy Lantern Festival, may wealth and fortune roll in." Jin Bin, he actually sent her a message, maybe a group message. He should have left Beihai City by now. "Daydream, I'm still in Beihai City, I think I can send a message to me." Qinyu edited for a while, didn't know what to reply, and exited WeChat without replying. Outside the door, the shouts of the 8 children had already been heard. When Qinyu went out, she saw that the living room was full of people. 6 children were sitting around the dining table. 1 and 2 children were not there. They must have been outside trying hard to generate electricity by pedaling their bicycles. In the kitchen, a few characters and Chin's mother were busy and happy. Everything was in order, and she had no chance to join in to help. Chin's mother mixed customs from the north and the south. She took a few children with her and kneaded glutinous rice flour to make glutinous rice balls while making dumpling skins and wrapping dumplings at the other. There are 6 flavors of glutinous rice balls: cheese filling, taro paste filling, peanut filling, red bean paste filling, black sesame filling, and date paste filling. 8 flavors of dumplings: leek and pork, celery and shrimp, mushroom and chicken, sauerkraut vermicelli, 3 fresh filling, Korean kimchi, mushroom and corn pork, and cabbage and pork. After the materials were prepared, everyone started making dumplings and kneading glutinous rice balls. The people on the sofa also came over. Grandpa Fu's family took on the burden of kneading the glutinous rice balls, while Qin Yu's family started making dumplings. With so many people around, the process was very fast. After the glutinous rice balls and dumplings were wrapped, Qin's mother put them aside and led the 8 children to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Braised eggplant, braised abalone with pork ribs, pepper and salt prawns, dry pot beer duck, beef brisket stewed with tomato and potato, spicy boiled beef, spicy shredded chicken with shrimp, Thai spicy and sour chicken legs, lemon garlic chicken wings, glutinous rice cake, etc. There were 20 dishes in total, and the table was not big enough, so the 8 people went downstairs to bring up their dining table, making 2 tables in total. There was enough power in reserve, so 1801 drew the curtains, turned on the lights in the living room, and lit wood in the smokeless basin. The whole house no longer felt cold, the glutinous rice balls and dumplings were cooked, and the drinks were on the table. "It's time to eat!" Qin Yu shouted loudly at the dining table. Everyone in the room gathered together. Fu Guangchen, who was training upstairs, came downstairs. The 2 men who were riding motorcycles outside the door also came in. Everyone was there, and it was time to eat. "It's Lantern Festival today, and so many people are gathered together. I'm really happy. It feels like I'm back to the old days." Grandma Fu couldn't help but speak first. "Thank you, Qin Yu, and thank you for your family. Without you, I know that our family would not have been able to live so decently." Grandma Fu was one of the first people to move into Zifengjiang and garden. She knew that many people here had no food to eat, but she could only watch from the sidelines. In the end of the world, if you reach out to help others, you may be dragged into the abyss by them in the next second. She knew she was powerless and could only stay at home, waiting for her son and daughter-in-law to contact them. "Grandma Fu, you don't have to thank us. This is fate." Father Qin stood up and said quickly, "Besides, if I hadn't met you and Grandpa Fu, I wouldn't have such good friends." Old Master Fu also laughed. "I am a thoughtful old woman, and I feel bad to take advantage of others. I said we can't pay it back, so let our little brat do more work." "Yes, Grandma." Fu Guangchen nodded repeatedly. Qin Yu looked at Grandma Fu and said softly, "Fu Guangchen is great. We found many things together. You really don't have to feel burdened." Qin's mother, who was sitting next to Grandma Fu, said seriously, "Grandma Fu, Qin Yang has learned a lot from you. Before you were a famous teacher, you had more than this." After a few words, Grandma Fu's face also relaxed into a smile. "I only have 2 students now. I cherish them doubly, otherwise there would be no one to teach them." Grandpa Fu also agreed, saying that it was fortunate that there were still 2 students, otherwise they would have no idea what they could do at this time after teaching for a lifetime. The 8 guys ate quickly and happily, and after a few gatherings, everyone had gotten used to it. Wu Zi finished another bowl of rice, picked up a chicken drumstick, and said with relish after finishing his meal, "We are all the bosses in this house, don't be embarrassed." "Yes, yes, yes." Yitzi followed and made another bowl of soup. Eat quickly, or the delicious food my master made will get cold." "Yes, I also need to get a bowl of rice." Cheesy got up and went to the kitchen to get some rice. "Bring me a bowl," the other children said in unison. Mother Qin couldn't help laughing as she watched the 8 flatterers being so flattering. "At your speed, you're not afraid of the food getting cold, you're just afraid that if you say a few more words, the food will all be gone." The 8 children smiled a little embarrassedly and replied, "Let's eat in small bites, eat in small bites." Ha ha! Everyone in the room couldn't help laughing. Eat as much as you want and enjoy it, Mother Qin said with a smile. After everyone in the room had their reunion lantern festival dinner, they cleaned up the place and prepared to leave. Qin's mother took out the smoke-cured products she had prepared earlier and distributed some to each family. Everyone went downstairs happily. Grandma Fu was determined not to accept it, but accepted it after being persuaded by Fu Guangchen. She then asked Fu Guangchen to give Qin Yu a box of hui ink and insisted that Qin Yu accept it. Qin Yu had no choice but to put it into the space. After Fu Guangchen left, Qin Yu felt that the space had changed. When she went in to check, the small tree seemed to have changed and turned into a small pine tree. The vegetables in the space have also grown. They just sprouted the day before yesterday, and now they are ripe and can be harvested in 2 days. There are a few rare seeds in the corner that have not changed yet. Qin Yu harvested all the vegetables in one go, and was so tired that she could only lie on the sofa to rest. Even though she was so tired, her strength did not break through level 10. Where was the opportunity to reach level 10? While I was thinking, Brother Fan, the owner of 501, sent me a message. Neighbors from other buildings on the first floor below ground level gathered around us and asked us to give them food. Otherwise, they would break down our door. The Magic 5 boss, there's a quarrel going on in the basement level. My brother and I are going downstairs to check it out. After seeing the news, Qin Yu also stood up and prepared to go downstairs to check. When Qin's father saw that she was going out, he told her to wear more clothes. Qin Yu put on another winter coat and went out. There were quite a few people gathered outside the door of the underground floor, about a dozen or so. It seemed like they were from more than one building, but several buildings joined together. You have food in your building, you can obviously share some. Why do you want to watch your neighbors starve to death? Yeah, it's not like I won't give it back to you later, you can buy it now. I've seen your building go out often before, and you didn't tell us about your resources. Even if you told us, we wouldn't need to ask you for them. There were a lot of unreasonable people at the door who were shouting and making unreasonable demands. The owners of 501 and 802 were standing at the front, remaining silent and holding the door tightly. Qin Yu came down, stood at the door, and said softly, "Open the door." What? Open the door? Chapter 58, The Gate Opens. The two owners at the door were a little hesitant. They didn't know what to do after hearing Qin Yu's words and looked at each other. Should we open this door? There are so many people outside. They are now blatantly asking for things. If they rush in now, it will cause trouble in the future. Yitzi and Wuzi stood in front, pulled the two owners apart, unlocked the door locks, and prepared to open the door. A group of people outside the door showed smug smiles on their faces. Right, we have so many people, how dare you not surrender? The door opened with a bang. A arrogant-looking man walked in first and was about to say, "The door should have been opened a long time ago." Halfway through his words, Qin Yu came down the stairs, walked to the door, and kicked the arrogant man who had just entered. The arrogant man immediately flew backwards and broke through the crowd blocking him. He lost his resistance, and rushed straight to the opposite wall, falling to the ground unconscious. "Ah! My son!" A woman ran over and shouted. "Help! Someone is killing me! My son is about to be kicked to death by the people in Building 5. Qin Yu stood at the door, standing still, not moving, and said coldly, "It's still too early to die. If any of you want to die early, I can help him." The people who wanted to rush in at the door looked at each other, and did not dare to move forward. Several people in the back row began to whisper, "Fuck, this woman is so fucking cruel, she kicked me away with one kick. Who dares to come up here? I don't want to be disabled. I'm afraid." Some people did not dare to move forward, but took a few steps back. "I'm not afraid, just get out of the way." A strong muscular man squeezed through the crowd and walked forward confidently. "You are all a bunch of trash. I'm a Sonda coach, why should I be afraid of these things?" The Sonda coach stood at the front of the crowd, looked back with disdain, and strode forward. Before he stepped into the door, Wuzi and Yitzi were outside the door. Each of them punched the Sonda coach, who bent over and covered his stomach and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Wuzi and Yitzi stood at the door, staring at the crowd in front of them expressionlessly. Without saying anything, they just stood there to see who was going to force their way in. You have no law. I am going to record the video and expose you." Exposure? The police are busy with their own affairs, how can you expect exposure? Qin Yu raised a faint smile. Then you come and record it, who should I hit next? Qin Yu took a few steps forward and looked at the crowd, asking her to look over there, and everyone stepped back. The guy who was kicked against the wall before was unconscious and was dragged away by someone. The Sonda coach who was lying on the ground in front of him had no one to claim him for a long time, and he kept saying, "It hurts, it hurts." The miserable state of the two people made everyone feel timid. Who would dare to step forward? It would be like asking for a fight. Besides, this woman was not only powerful, but the several strong men around her were also very capable. Damn it, life is more important. I want to keep my life, so I'm leaving. People left in groups of 2 or 3 cursing. Fuck it, I can still hold on for a few days even if I starve to death. If I go over here, I'll die today. I'm not playing anymore. Everyone said that it was better to retreat. If they couldn't win, they would not force their way in. Don't go, there are only 3 of us, what are you afraid of? A square-faced man shouted, but no one paid attention to him and everyone slowly dispersed. Qin Yu stared at Fang Jinglian and felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. Fang Jinglian noticed that Qin Yu was looking at him and immediately turned around and left the spot. The dozen people gathered at the door dispersed. Fang Jing looked back several times with an unwilling expression. Woozy snorted. A bunch of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Boss, we brothers will come to inspect every day from now on. Yeah. I'll go up first. Qin Yu walked upstairs step by step. Several owners gathered at the stairs to watch the fun, but when they saw Qin Yu going upstairs, they all avoided her. Some looked at Qin Yu with a flattering expression, some with a fearful smile, and some just hurried back to the house. Qin Yu thought about the group of people downstairs and felt that this matter would not end so easily. The square-faced man hidden in the crowd seemed to be the leader. At night, Qin's father installed warm lights in the room next to the pet room and turned it into a greenhouse plant room. Qin Yu and her mother and brother moved the plants into the room together. Wu Zi went upstairs to find Qin Yu and lent a hand to move the plants into the room. "Bu-bu, the phone vibrates, there is a WeChat message." Qin Yu took out her phone and checked it. It showed a message from Haizi. Li Chen, 29 years old, a staff member of Binhai City Government. Lives in Building 1, Room 802. In the afternoon, she noticed that something was wrong with Fang Zheng's face, so she sent the photo to Haizi and asked him to help find some information about Fang Zheng's face. A Binhai City staff member, a colleague of Chen Tao, came to seek revenge? Chen Tao didn't seem to be such a popular person. Could the person working in the district government be Chen Tao's father? Chen Jiang. He holds a high position in the district government, and it seems that he has found someone to avenge his son. The plants in the living room were moved into the plant room, and Wu Zi exclaimed, "Boss, you guys are so foresight. You've planted all the plants. I'll build some more plant ledges later so that we can grow more vegetables in this room." Father Qin greeted enthusiastically, and continued, "When these vegetables are planted, you can come up and get some." Wu Zi was very happy and said excitedly, "That's great, thank you, uncle. We haven't had vegetables for a long time. It's very uncomfortable for us to go to the toilet. The smell is so strong." After moving the last pot of plants, Wu Zi turned to Qin Yu and said, "Boss, there's a quarrel downstairs again. Our neighbor on the 4th floor wants to let someone in. It's a relative." Sure enough, this matter is not over yet. After moving the things, Qin Yu went to the living room, sat on the sofa and drank the hot milk tea she had taken out from the space before. She poured 2 cups into the cups and gave one to Wu Zi. Wu Zi smacked his lips as he drank. "Wow, boss, this milk tea you made is so delicious." After finishing the drink in one gulp, Wu Zi suddenly remembered something important and said angrily, "The owner of 401, the people in 501 and 802 said that they didn't have any relatives with the people in other buildings before, but now they are suddenly very close to each other. Well, people from other buildings should know someone in Building 5. If someone like this shows up today, our sect will be in vain." Wu Zi was a little annoyed. "The door is just a warning to let people in other buildings know that we will not take whatever they want. If they want to visit relatives, let them visit. If they want to shelter friends, let them shelter. We will wait and see what happens, unless they are not afraid of death and dare to come to our floor to inquire." Wu Zi listened to Qin Yu's instructions, nodded as he spoke, thought for a moment and asked, "Should we still close this door? Open it completely, let them all come in and out freely, let the neighbors on the 4th floor and others who want to support their relatives and friends know that this is what they fought for, and it is they who opened the door." Wu Zi was a little confused, but the boss's decision was the direction, so he just executed it. Qin's father and mother were puzzled. Qin's mother asked first, Yeah, will it be dangerous if all the doors are opened? It seems that the people in other buildings have bad intentions." Even Qin's mother, who seldom went out, could see that those people had bad intentions. How could the neighbors who had lived downstairs for a long time not know about it? "I'm afraid that some people want to take advantage of the situation and make some money on the 17th and 18th floors." "Don't worry, Mom. Even if it's dangerous, we won't come to the 17th or 18th floor. Many times, some people who pretend to be asleep will wake up on their own." In Building 5, although she did not deliberately protect other neighbors, from the search for supplies at the beginning of the natural disaster to repelling robbers and clearing out virus-infected people, these people always got the convenience of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Now they want to break free from this convenience and do things according to their own ideas, so let them do it. For this building, she needs someone who can really see the situation clearly, not someone who is clever and manipulative. In the garage on the underground 1st floor, Wu Zi explained the situation to the owners of 802 and 501 in the afternoon, and reminded them to lock the doors and not go out. The owner of 802 was a little reluctant, but when he saw the owner of 501 nod, he nodded too. Qin Yu looked out the window where the blizzard was still strong and sneered, "The really cold moment has begun." Chapter 59 Free Water Use. The security door on the underground 1st floor of Building 5 was completely opened, and the person who came in looked extremely proud. "Look, you think you are so powerful, who wouldn't be afraid of a disturbance?" Wu Zi was too lazy to look at those people's faces and quickly went upstairs. The owners of 501 and 802 frowned, feeling even more uneasy and worried. The owner of 802 asked, "Brother Fan, is this okay? Lock the door, and better yet, block it with something. We can think of other things later." Brother Fan sighed and said calmly. In the stairwell, there was only the dim light of a flashlight, and the emergency light had run out of power, becoming a decoration in the darkness. In the darkness, someone heard a murmur and said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean? To protect against thieves?" The owner of 501 was about to speak when he was stopped by the owner of 802. He said politely, "That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant." He then quickly walked forward while pulling the clothes of the owner of 501. The snowstorm lasted another night, and the water shortage situation of the property owners became increasingly serious due to frozen water pipes. People can survive for 7 days without food, but cannot survive more than 3 days without water. Fortunately, there was snow outside, and everyone took the initiative to go outside in the blizzard to dig snow and bring it home. 17th floor stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud banging sounds on the door continued. Someone on the 17th floor was banging on the security door at the entrance of the corridor, and the noise was so loud that it seemed as if they were trying to break the door. Cheesy and Woozy were the first to hear the noise while they were riding electric motorcycles in the entrance hall on the 18th floor. The two of them got off the bicycles. Cheesy went downstairs to check the situation, and Woozy went to look for Qin Yu. Open the door, we want to go to the roof to get some clean snow and some water to drink." The owner of 401 outside the door took the lead and shouted loudly. "You live on the 4th floor, it's safer to go to the 1st floor to use the toilet. Why do you come to the top floor? Who are you trying to fool?" Cheesy directly exposed the other party's thoughts. "The excuse of coming here to make snow was that I wanted to go up and see the situation on the 17th and 18th floors." Bang, bang, bang. The noise outside the door was louder. Someone pushed the owner of 401 away, took an iron rod, and knocked on the door, shouting, "Open the door quickly, or I'll smash it into yours." "You try it." Fu Guangchen, who had finished training on the 18th floor, appeared at the door and looked at the other party coldly. You're just a kid with a rather aggressive tone. If you're brave, open the door and let's have a fight." The person who spoke had a long scar on his face, and a scoundrel smile on his face. I don't need to prove to you whether I have the guts or not. But I'm afraid you don't have the guts to open this door. Not wanting to be provoked, Fu Guangchen replied in a calm tone. The scarred man's expression changed, his smile disappeared, and he knocked hard with the iron rod in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. After knocking hard on the door, the security door did not shake at all and was very sturdy. Fuck, you've got guts. Just wait. The scarred man led a few people downstairs angrily. Qin Yu went downstairs to the 17th floor. People had already dispersed. She heard the other party threaten her, and said he would come again. Wu Zi saw Qin Yu coming downstairs and said to her, They should have tools. Someone in the group said that the new group of people who came to Building 5 searched all the vacant houses last night. In the morning, Qin Yu checked the messages in the group. Someone said that the furniture in houses 902, 1001, 1301, and 1202 were all chopped down by them and used as firewood to burn for heating and to melt snow for water. They knocked on the doors of rooms on other floors, and broke into those that received no response. Zhang Chuchu told me that they knocked twice last night. She answered the first time, but she felt something was wrong. The second time, she answered with a male voice using a voice changer, and there was no movement outside the door. Fu Guangchen said. This group of people came to 5 buildings to ransack the vacant rooms and also surveyed the population of each household in the 5 buildings. Their intentions were obvious. The owner of room 802 said that they had done this in other buildings a long time ago, and some single women who had abundant food stores at home were killed by them. Wu Zi said angrily. This group of people acted ruthlessly and mercilessly, and it seemed that they were not the same group as the ones who were clamoring to come in downstairs before. He doesn't seem to be in the same group as that square-faced Li Qin, but rather has the style of a gangster. Boss, my brothers and I will take turns patrolling at night, Wu Zi said to Qin Yu. After training for so long and riding electric bikes for so long, aren't you tired? Qin Yu was a little curious. Although the 8 boys' physical strength had improved, the efficiency would not be so fast. Yitzi took out a piece of pork and chewed it, saying as he chewed, I really feel that eating this pork, master, makes me more energetic and my fatigue disappears in an instant. Yes. My legs felt weak after the first time I rode a bike, but after one cycle I felt strong again instantly. Cheesy agreed. The third son also said excitedly, That's right, every time I couldn't move the pedal, I chewed a piece, and the meat jerky was almost finished by a few of us. A few kids gathered together and giggled. These foodies ate whatever they wanted and had no concept of storage at all. The shelf life of the meat is very long, so Fu Guangchen and his family have not touched it yet. He had eaten a piece before and felt full and energetic after eating it. It turned out that it was not an illusion, but real. Qin Yu had noticed it a long time ago, but because of her special physique, she couldn't be sure whether it was related to the food or the jerky. Now that she has confirmed that the meat products made by her mother have the effect of instantly restoring physical strength, she has to speed up the accumulation of love points to exchange them for a second-level cooking skill book for her mother. Boss, there's something I forgot to tell you. The book you showed us is very effective, Wu Zi said excitedly. Yitzi was also excited when he heard it, and responded, Yes, when we punched yesterday, we didn't know it would be so powerful. Fu Guangchen, who was standing by, heard everyone talking about the skill book and said, Yes, Sister Qin Yu, that skill book looks very rewarding. I feel like I'm much faster than before. When training with this group of people in the morning, Qin Yu had already noticed that Fu Guangchen's speed was basically unmatched by most people, so he could now easily fight 10 at a time. I haven't finished reading all 8 sub-books yet. My strength has obviously improved, but there is still considerable room for improvement. I'll finish reading the rest when I get back, Wu Zi vowed secretly. Me too. The other boys followed suit. Sure enough, Qin Yu smiled helplessly in her heart. It would be difficult for these big men to read books. The scene was funny to think about. If it wasn't the book Qin Yu gave me, I don't know where they would have thrown it. Then go back. Qin Yu turned and went upstairs. Fu Guangchen watched Qin Yu walk up step by step and disappear into the stairwell. After returning home, Qin Yu curled up in the quilt by the fireplace again, leaned on the sofa and watched TV series. Father Qin stood by the window, looking at the scattered people collecting snow downstairs, and said, Yeah, do you think we should melt some snow into water so that we can use it downstairs? Yes, the water in the water bucket is not used much by Grandma Fu and her 8 children downstairs, and they feel embarrassed. Mother Qin sat on the sofa and continued, Water is needed for daily cooking, going to the toilet, and washing. Fortunately, the weather is cold, but it can't stand for a long time. Listening to what Qin's father and mother said, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that she had won a snow water collector in a lottery. She didn't know how effective it would be, so she could try installing it. Afterwards, Qin Yu and his father went to the roof fully armed to install the snow water collector. As soon as they opened the door, a blizzard howled outside, and the snow outside had already covered the door. Qin Yu used his consciousness to put all the snow in front of him into the space. A large amount of snow was instantly put into the space. Qin Yu noticed that the water volume of the stream in the space had increased. He used his consciousness to check and found that the shallow stream had risen a little. I used to think that water could increase the flow of the stream. Later, she collected a lot of water and put it in, but the water level didn't increase. I thought it had reached the top. I didn't expect that snow could increase the water level again. It was really a surprise. In order to facilitate the installation and enrich the stream, Qin Yu put all the snow on the roof into the space. After a while, the water volume of the stream had increased by half and no longer increased. After the snow was cleared, Qin's father walked easily to the middle of the roof and found a good location to install the snow water collector. The installation was completed in less than 10 minutes. The opening of the snow water collector is very large. Not only can the snow that falls on it turn into water instantly, but the snow within 3 meters nearby will automatically melt and flow towards it. In an instant, the collector is filled with 500 L of water. Qin's father connected a water pipe to the entrance hall on the 18th floor to make it convenient for everyone to get water. Now, people on the 17th and 18th floors can use water freely. Chapter 60, Electric Saw Cutting the Door. Early in the morning, Yitzi and Ertzi went upstairs to step on the generator and saw an external faucet in the hall. Qin Yu was collecting water with 3 50L buckets taken out from the space. Seeing the 2 people coming up, she said naturally, I have collected 2 buckets. You can carry 2 buckets down later. There is 1 bucket left for 1702. Is this our water? Ertzi was a little unbelievable. Whatever the boss says is right, stop talking nonsense. The first son stepped forward and lifted one side of the bucket, and said to the second son, Come and give me a hand. The 2 men worked together to carry a large bucket of 50L water downstairs, and called Wu Zi and Fu Guangchen to come up and carry away the remaining water. Fu Guangchen looked at Qin Yu and took out another painting and handed it to her. He said in a reserved manner, This is my grandfather's favorite painting, an authentic work of a master. My grandmother said that if she didn't take this painting, she would feel embarrassed to accept the water. Grandma Fu is a serious person and doesn't like to receive favors for free. Qin Yu didn't refuse and reached out to take it. It just so happened that when she collected the ink last time, the tree in the space came alive a little. If this painting activates it again, then she will have a direction for raising trees in the future. Seeing Qin Yu take the painting, Fu Guangchen breathed a sigh of relief and carried the water downstairs with Wu Zi. After Er Zi and Yi Zi finished carrying the water, they continued to pedal their bicycles to generate electricity. Qin Yu's family seldom uses electricity from a bicycle generator. Basically, the electricity from the solar panels in the sunroom on the 2nd floor is enough, with some left over. The electricity generated by the 8 panels every day is just enough for the 2 households on the 17th floor. After delivering the water, Fu Guangchen led the 6 children who did not need to generate electricity to train in the training room on the 2nd floor of 1801. Qin Yu returned to the living room, thinking about how to quickly increase the love points. Bubu, WeChat on the phone rang. Huan Yu, the government is running out of food and has announced a full evacuation. Not only will the entire city be without electricity, water or gas, but the internet will also be cut off. People in the shelters will be left behind and evacuated in batches. If necessary, you can contact me to arrange an evacuation time for you. First quarter moon, thank you, no special passages needed, just evacuate normally. Huan Yu, yes, you can contact me anytime. Today is the 4th day of the snowstorm and the government is about to evacuate, much earlier than in the previous life. The weather is so extreme that those who remain in the shelter may not be able to wait for rescue. Hunger and cold cannot sustain them for that long. Once the government evacuates the shelter, it will become a living hell, where crime breeds and human rights are lost. Now, the snowstorm has not passed yet and the government is unable to evacuate. In the previous life, the snowstorm lasted for 7 days. After another 3 days, the blizzard stopped and the government evacuated, and she went to take over the shelter. Qin Yang came up from the 17th floor after class, walked into the house and said to his father and mother, "Mom and Dad, Teacher Fu said we'll go to their house for lunch at noon. Everything is almost ready, so we can go downstairs to eat later." Mother Qin looked at Father Qin and smiled. "This Grandma Fu must have some water. She can cook well and show off her cooking skills." "Haha, that's for sure," Father Qin responded with a smile. He knew in his heart that Grandma Fu was also being courteous and trying to be fair. The family packed up and carried some newly grown vegetables to Grandma Fu's 1702. As soon as I walked in, I smelled a fragrant aroma inside. On the large round dining table were 2 large pots of dry pot beer duck, one spicy and one non-spicy. The 2 pots were kept warm with alcohol blocks burning underneath. Seeing Qin Yu's family come in, other dishes from the kitchen were brought up one after another, all kept warm in hot water, steaming. The 8 guys had arrived a long time ago and were standing in the living room, making the already large living room seem a little cramped. It was really because these guys were too big. 1702 The decoration style of the house is dark oak, and the furniture is mostly wooden. The TV background wall is a bookcase filled with half-old books. There are also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, some of which are signed by Master Fu Ming, which should be Grandpa Fu's name. There are also many green plants in the house, many of which are frostbitten, but are slowly getting better. It seems that Grandpa Fu or Grandma Fu is good at growing flowers. "Let's eat. It's still hot, as it will get cold soon," Grandma Fu greeted warmly. Fu Guangchen brought out a large bowl of casserole noodles from the kitchen. There were many vermicelli noodles soaked in warm water. The hot casserole noodles looked warm when they were served. He served each person a bowl and put another bowl in the bowl. "This is also the beef noodle stew I've had elsewhere before. It's very tasty and especially suitable for winter. It warms you up after eating it." Fu Guangchen served a bowl to Qin Yu and said enthusiastically, "Sister Qin Yu, I specially added some chili oil to your bowl. Try it and see how it tastes." A pair of clear and enthusiastic eyes looked at her. Qin Yu looked back without any shyness and said with a smile, "Okay. It looks delicious." Fu Guangchen, who was stared at by Qin Yu, turned his head away first, feeling depressed. Sister Qin Yu doesn't play by the rules, alas. In the middle of the living room, there was the smokeless basin that Qin Yu had given me before, with wood burning inside. The room temperature was about 5 degrees Celsius. Compared to the outside temperature of more than 40 degrees Celsius below zero, the 17th and 18th floors could be regarded as a paradise on Earth. Last night, that group of people were harassing our neighbors again. Some of our neighbors' doors had holes poked in them. The people inside struggled to block the doors and prevented them from succeeding, Woozy said while slurping stewed noodles. Alas, those people probably haven't eaten all the things they looted before. They just enjoy the pleasure of robbing people. Fu Guangchen washed some side dishes that Qin Yu brought and put them into the dry pot. The law is no longer valid. They have lost their minds. When Ba Zi, Grandpa Fu, Grandma Fu, and Yao Yao saw the green side dishes, they were all surprised. Except for the side dishes at Qin Yu's house, they had no side dishes at home. So they liked the side dishes more than the meat. "Thank you, Xiao Ri, for protecting our 17th and 18th floors so well." Grandpa Fu raised his glass to toast Qin Yu. "You're welcome, Grandpa Fu. My abilities are limited. Without the 8 sons in Fu Guangchen, floors 17 and 18 wouldn't be so safe." Qin Yu's words were not modesty. Although Qin Yu could definitely survive safely with her parents, she would definitely not be so free. She would need to spend too much time fighting against foreign enemies and keeping a low profile. "I also thank Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu for teaching my younger brother Qin Yang. He didn't love studying so much before, but now he comes downstairs to study on his own every day without being called." Qin Yu drank a glass first to express his gratitude. Qin Yang, who was eating the stewed noodles, blushed when he heard his sister call his name, and muttered softly, No way. I have always loved studying. Yao Yao, with a red face, glanced at Qin Yang and smiled secretly. Qin Yang brought Mauchio and Miao Miao down with him. The cat and the dog were eating with gusto beside the brazier in the living room, turning their heads to look over here from time to time. After getting along with them, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu also realized that Qin Yu's family were not so calculative, but they still had to abide by their duties and could not take advantage of others' indifference to be greedy. Sizzle! The sound of a chainsaw was heard coming from the stairwell outside the door, and it was very loud. Those people actually dared to cut the door directly with an electric saw. We really gave them face. Chapter 61, A Shot to Kill. Putting down the bowl, Qin Yu said to the elders, "I'll go out and take a look." She turned and walked towards the main door, opened it, and went to the 17th floor corridor, followed by Fu Guangchen and several children. Fu Guangchen comforted the elders and children. "Eat for a while, we will be back soon." Qin's father and mother were a little worried and wanted to go out with them to take a look, but Grandpa Fu stopped them. Sometimes, standing behind children is also a way of supporting them. "Have some more side dishes." Mother Qin was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then she smiled again and livened up the atmosphere. "Grandma Fu, you are really good at making meatballs, can you teach me?" "No problem. After dinner, I'll teach you. I guarantee I'll learn it." The room immediately returned to its previous relaxed atmosphere. Outside the room, at the entrance of the 17th floor corridor, Qin Yu stood in the stairwell, staring coldly at a group of arrogant people downstairs. 8 or 9 people gathered downstairs, each holding a weapon. The scarred man in the lead held an electric saw and stared at Qin Yu arrogantly. "What do you think? If you don't open the door, I'll saw it open." "Saw it open, saw it open." A group of younger brothers behind him started to shout. There was a faint voice coming up from the stairwell. "You bastards, I want you to pay with your lives. I will fight you to the death." Someone rushed up from below, holding a rolling pin, and wanted to fight with the younger brothers downstairs. However, before he could hit them with the stick, he was kicked down the stairs by one of the younger brothers. "You useless thing, what's wrong with borrowing your stuff? If you shout again, be careful or we will saw you off like we sawed off your brother." This group of people actually stole the chainsaw from the owner's house and injured someone with it. Do they look like ordinary residents? No, absolutely not. "Who sent you here?" Qin Yu asked, staring at the scarred man. A trace of hesitation flashed across the scarred man's face, and he said casually, "We live here. Who sent us here? Are you going to open the door or not? I'm going to saw it now." The scarred man took the electric saw and went straight to the security door. Qin Yu looked at him as if he were a dead person. She took out a pistol, looked straight at him coldly, and pointed the gun at the scarred man. The other party paused for a moment, a little surprised. "You actually have a gun, Humph, I don't believe you dare to shoot." Bang! Before the other party could say anything, Qin Yu shot him directly in the head. The scarred man fell to the ground, and blood flowed all over the stairwell. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 11 points, current points are 11 points. He was such an evil man, it was a relief for him to die so easily. The younger brother downstairs was horrified. Who could have imagined that the delicate beauty standing upstairs was actually a female Satan who killed people without blinking an eye? She shot their boss in the head without any extra expression, as if she had not killed a person but just shot a balloon. "Fuck boss, you killed someone. There's a murderer living on the 17th and 18th floors, run away." Several of his men carried the scarred man and ran away, leaving behind a man lying motionless on the stairwell. His face was covered in blood and he was lying in the aisle with wounds all over his body. Looking at the dead scarred man, he had an expression of retribution on his face. Qin Yu opened the security door and walked up to the man step by step. The man was a little scared and didn't dare to move. "Which floor owner are you? I'll ask someone to ask your family to pick you up." Realizing that Qin Yu had no intention of killing him, the other party burst into tears and said, "I have no family left. My brother was hacked to death by the man above with an electric saw. He doesn't seem to be from Building 5. Fu Guangchen looked at the man and felt that he was from Building 4. Fu Guangchen walked down and stared at the man for a while. The man felt a little safer when he saw Fu Guangchen and spoke slowly. "I live in Building 4. This group of people started a robbery in Building 1. They took a fancy to my family's electric saw. When my brother refused to give it to them, they beat him up and cut off his hand with the electric saw. My brother lost too much blood and died in my arms." The man finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. His face was covered with blood and tears, looking very ugly. This group of people have done nothing good, and it is possible that more than one family will suffer. Carry him up to the 17th floor and help him to 1701 to rest. Qin Yu turned to Wu Zi and said, "I'll go downstairs to find the owner of 502. I saw in the group that he seems to be a doctor." Wu Zi and Chizi pulled the man back to 1701, and Erzi went to 1702 to get some food for the man. The man's originally weak hands instantly regained strength when he saw the bowl of fragrant stewed noodles, and he finished the whole bowl in 3 mouthfuls. "My mouth was so burned that I kept screaming, but I couldn't slow down." Qin Yu walked downstairs, and Fu Guangchen followed closely behind, carefully guarding against attacks from behind. After this group of people came, they robbed every floor, and the corridor was full of messy debris, which fell all over the floor. "Sister Qin Yu, do we need to deal with these people in advance?" Fu Guangchen asked softly. "Huh!" The little sheep suddenly turned into a ruthless killer. "Aren't you afraid?" Just now she shot and killed the scarred man, but the people behind her didn't seem to react. "In troubled times, kindness is not necessarily a virtue," Fu Guangchen said soberly. "Well, now is not the right time. The neighbors in Building 5 have lived too comfortably compared to people in other buildings. They don't know that they need to fight in the end times. If the people in Building 5 don't walk this road again themselves, they will face much more trouble in the future. She can save everyone in Building 5, but the prerequisite is that they are not smart and self-righteous." She didn't want to have to deal with external threats and internal troubles at the end of the world, and she didn't want to put her family in a dangerous environment. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 5 points, current points are 16 points. Is this the person we just rescued also an important person? I walked all the way to the 5th floor, but didn't meet that group of people again. They might have returned to the 4th floor, or they might have run back to another building. Fu Guangchen knocked on the door of the 5th floor. "Brother Fan, I'm Fu Guangchen. Can you come out and take a look if someone is injured?" There are several deep marks on the door. Judging from the texture, some of them look like they were smashed, and some look like they were chopped. This security door is of good quality, and has not been smashed through. After a while, there was a sound of something being moved and the door was opened from the inside. "Here are 3 boxes of milk powder. If your children don't have enough milk, you can give it to them." Qin Yu pointed to the 3 boxes of milk powder on the ground. Behind Brother Fan was a thin and pale woman holding a baby. When she saw the milk powder, tears welled up in her eyes and she muttered, thank you so much." "Where is the person?" Brother Fan was deeply moved when he saw the milk powder and asked directly where the person was. The group went to the 17th floor. Brother Fan came with a toolbox and checked the situation. He said that the problem was not serious. He treated the man's wound and sewed up the necessary areas. After that, he left. Walking in the entrance corridor on the 17th floor, you can smell the aroma of food from the 17th floor. Brother Fan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the 17th and 18th floors are rich in supplies. Their family hasn't had a proper meal for a long time. "Wait a minute," Qin Yu said to Brother Fan, who was leaving. "There are still 3 boxes of milk powder at home, and no one drinks it. I'll give it to you later." Qin Yu went upstairs and took out 3 boxes of milk powder from the space, carried them downstairs and handed them to Brother Fan. The other party was stunned at first, then tried hard to hold back his excitement, whispered, "Thank you," and disappeared into the corridor. In the extremely cold environment, and with supplies scarce, the mother of the 2 children probably didn't have enough milk. These boxes of milk powder not only saved the 2 children, but also gave 502 parents hope to survive. At first, the 3 boxes of milk powder were already a lot. He thought he was going to take on a major rescue patient who was difficult to save. Unexpectedly, the patient only had minor injuries, and now there were 3 boxes. Brother Fan was so moved that he didn't know what to say. He suppressed his excited words, turned around and left silently, and said firmly in his heart, at this moment, he is also a supporter of the 18th floor. Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. She just thought that since she happened to have it, She might as well give it to someone who needed it, which would be a great value for money. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 10 points. The current points are 26 points. The two babies together scored 10 points. They are really a pair of high-scoring babies. Chapter 62. Meow Meow guarding the building. The owner of 502, Brother Fan, left, and Chinyu walked into 1701. The injured man was lying on the sofa. When he saw Chinyu coming in, he sat up and said, "Thank you. It's a simple matter. Your injury is not a big problem. Don't worry." Hearing this, the man propped himself up and said frankly, "I was about to leave, but then I remembered that I didn't say thank you to you. After that, I should leave too." The man did not linger, nor did he look around. He had no desire to explore anything on the 17th floor. Even the owner of 502 could not help but be curious, but he did not have any desire at all. "Take this chainsaw away," Chinyu said to the man. "I don't want it." The apocalyptic chainsaw is a good tool and an invincible weapon that everyone wants. But the man felt that this chainsaw was not a good thing because it took his brother's life. "You don't want it, but your brother wants it. In order to protect it, your brother sacrificed his life. If you give it up, you will also give up your brother's life." Chinyu picked up the chainsaw and threw it at the man. The man hurriedly took it, and it was so heavy that he almost dropped it to the ground. Chinyu quickly stepped forward, picked it up from the air, and put it back on him, saying coldly, "Practice more, then you will be worthy of this chainsaw." The other party was amazed at Chinyu's speed. After hearing Chinyu's instructions, he nodded slowly and seriously. When they got to the door, the man suddenly said, "There's a man living back in room 602. Half of his face is missing. He looks like the previous owner." Almost everyone in the community has heard about what happened between my great-uncle's family and Chinyu and the others. People in other buildings may know less, but people in Building 4 should have been fully informed by my great-uncle's family. Qin Hao returned to Zifeng Jiangnan Garden? She really didn't know. When did it happen? Not sure. When I found out, he had already been living there for several days and was very familiar with these people. Be careful. After the man said the last sentence, he left with the generator. The 8 boys were a little worried that this man would be retaliated against by that gang if he went back alone. "Boss, is this guy okay after returning?" Wu Zi asked as he looked at the man's departing back. "No," Chinyu answered affirmatively. "This guy has 5 points, he is not a small character, he will not be killed by a group of small bandits. What's more, he was not killed before and chased here, now he is holding a chainsaw, it is even more impossible." After a while, Haizi sent a message. Sun Wang, owner of 202, Building 1, 2 brothers, parents died early, the elder brother raised a mentally retarded child. No wonder Sun Wang lost hope in life when he saw his brother being killed. It turned out that he was raised by his brother, who was a mentally retarded brother. Chinyu put away her phone and went upstairs to go home. Chin's father and mother had been waiting on the sofa for a long time. When they saw Chinyu coming in, they asked with concern, Yeah, what happened today?" "A group of people who didn't look like locals sneaked in, robbed and killed people, and wanted to go up to our floor to investigate. I chased them away," Chinyu explained simply. Today, the entrance hall on the 18th floor has been greatly transformed by Chinyu's family, with a generator, a large kitchen, free water, and large quantities of heating wood piled outside. If any bad guys come up, they will definitely be targeted by the entire community. Outsiders must not be allowed to enter through this door. Is that so? That's good. Grandma Fu and I plan to study cooking in the entrance hall on the 18th floor. We can't have anyone come up here. Don't worry, Mom. No one will come up from the 18th floor, Chinyu assured. Yang Yang listened to everyone talking, hugged Meow Meow and came over, looked at Chinyu and said, "Sister, Meow Meow said she can help us patrol the corridors of Building 5 and drive away the bad guys." He lifted Meow Meow up and faced Chinyu. Meow Meow called Chinyu cutely twice. His younger brother was already a second-level animal trainer in the system. Mauchio's performance before was outstanding. 1 dog was worth 4 strong men. What he said was trustworthy. But looking at Meow Meow's cute appearance, it's really hard to imagine how strong Meow Meow is. Well, let's try to let it patrol at night. Chinyu nodded Meow Meow's head and said to it, "Be careful." Gigi can also patrol. It has long said it wants to help. Qin Yang called Gigi, and the parrot immediately flew over and shouted, "Help, help!" Thanks to Gigi's reminder, we were able to rush back during the previous typhoon. It can also predict the coming of this snowstorm. If there are any changes in natural disasters in the future, there is no need to worry too much, as Gigi can detect it. Qin Yu stretched out her hand and let Gigi fly into her hand. Then help me keep an eye on Building 4, Room 602. There is a man with half a face inside. As soon as these words came out, Qin's father and mother immediately thought, wasn't room 602 in Building 4 where Qin Ningwen's family lived before? Could it be that they are back again? Mother Qin asked. Yeah, are you saying that your uncle and his family are back again? Qin Yu brought Gigi to the window, opened the window and let Gigi out, then said to her parents, "Among my uncle's family, only Qin Hao has returned." The blizzard outside the window was still fierce, but Gigi flew out without being affected at all. His younger brother Qin Yang had told Qin Yu before that his little animals were not afraid of the cold, and Gigi had secretly flown out several times before. After dinner, it was already dark, and the night was even colder. The three sons were patrolling the corridors and entrance hallways on the 17th and 18th floors. Qin Yu held Meow Meow and put her at the entrance of the security door on the 17th floor. Meow Meow rushed out hungry and ran away without looking back, as if he hadn't gone out to play for a long time. "Boss, what is this cat?" asked the third son curiously. "This is my brother's pet, patrolling downstairs at night. You've worked hard, I'll go upstairs first." Qin Yu said hello to Sanzi and went upstairs. Before dawn, Sanzi heard the screams of a group of people downstairs. "Ah, dead cat, beat him to death. Shit, damn, it's so fast I can't catch it. Shit, it scratched my eyes. I can't see." The group that attacked the security door on the 17th floor hid back in 401. Knowing that 501 went to the 17th floor, a few of them wanted to attack 501 first, ask about the situation upstairs, and catch him to threaten the people on the 17th floor to open the door. The remaining few went to 1501 to look for single women. But just as they waited until late at night and arrived at 1501 to break into the house and rob, a dark figure suddenly appeared from nowhere and scratched their faces. I could barely catch the shadow of a white cat with the flashlight, but I couldn't keep up with its speed and couldn't catch it at all, so I could only be scratched by it. The single cute girl in 1501 quickly moved things to block the door when she heard someone prying the door open. However, she didn't have enough strength and watched the door getting looser and looser. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "Help me, help!" My hands couldn't help shaking as I was moving things. The sound of prying the door outside was getting louder and louder. The door couldn't withstand the prying, and she was terribly scared. Suddenly, a few meows were heard outside, and then the sounds of prying the door stopped, and a group of men began to curse and howl in pain. The sound outside the door completely disappeared, and the cute girl 1501 sat on the ground exhausted, covering her mouth and crying. She took out her phone and sent a message to the homeowners group. "That group of people have started to pry open the house where someone is living. They were just prying open my door. Are you okay, 802 owner? It seems a cat saved me, 1501 owner. Do you live alone? Why don't you come and live with us? 302 owner. There are 2 women and 1 man living in 302. They don't have much contact with 1501. Although she is afraid, she doesn't dare to trust others easily. Thank you, no thanks. 1501 owner. Help, someone is trying to pry open our door. 501 owner. Less than a minute later. People left, and I seemed to hear the sound of a cat. I only saw a white cat on the 17th floor. Does anyone else have a cat? 501 owner. As far as I can remember, no one in Building 5 has cats, and there are very few dogs. Only a child on the 18th floor has a dog. It would be too exaggerated if this cat was from the 17th floor. Their fighting ability is so strong that a cat they raised could actually fight against many enemies at the same time. It's so terrifying. Which cat could be so strong that it could drive away the murderer? Chapter 63, Warm Fireplace. After a burst of fleeing footsteps in the corridor, all the noisy sounds returned to silence. Early the next morning, Meow Meow returned to the 18th floor from the corridor. Qin Yang opened the door, picked it up and took it to the pet room to rest, but Meow Meow was energetic and did not look tired. Qin Yang saw his sister Qin Yu standing at the door of the pet room and said happily, "Meow Meow said it chased away 2 groups of people yesterday." "Yeah, very good," Qin Yu agreed. When she woke up in the morning, she saw group messages in the WeChat group of owners. One was, "Meow Meow save people," and another was that some owners strongly requested to close the store, led by the cute girl 1501. Qin Yang was very proud to receive the praise from his sister, and Meow Meow was also full of pride. He put Meow Meow down and went into the rabbit nest. Xiaopang had already given birth to 6 little rabbits. They were like little mice, without any hair when they were born, and they didn't seem to be afraid of the cold. They ran around in the nest, and the rabbit father, Depang, followed behind. Qin Yang spent a long time cleaning the rabbit nest and cleaned out a bag full of white rabbit hair. He put it into a big bucket next to him. He pressed down hard to compact the rabbit hair. "It's so cold, but little Fatty and Big Fatty are still shedding a lot. Now there are more cubs, so they're losing even more fur." After cleaning up the rabbit fur, Qin Yang and Qin Yu went to the living room to eat breakfast, then carried his small school bag downstairs to the 17th floor for class. At the dinner table, Qin's father and mother saw that Qin Yang took the initiative to get up early and attend class conscientiously, and their faces showed extremely relieved expressions. This is completely different from the time when he only wanted to play with his phone and play games and stayed in bed all day long and refused to get out. The table was filled with steaming seafood porridge, buns, and fried dough sticks, as well as some refreshing cold dishes. The family ate their breakfast slowly, not worrying at all that the extreme cold would freeze the food. Yesterday, Qin's father built a fireplace in the living room and laid some heat transfer pipes to connect the fireplace, so that the temperature in the living room can be maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius. The smokeless basin was placed in the fireplace. The firewood was plenty, and the fire was burning vigorously. From time to time, the crackling sound of burning wood could be heard. "Old Qin, this fireplace can really be selected as the best work," Qin's mother praised loudly while eating breakfast. Father Qin nodded happily, with an expression that showed how awesome he was. Boo-boo. The cell phone rang and a message came on WeChat. "Huan Yu, the shelter has run out of food. The government lacks the military force to suppress the victims. They are forced to evacuate and are ready to leave Binhai City at any time. The shelter is no longer under control. Please be safe. First quarter Moonban voyage. This was the second time that Huan Yu took the initiative to inform Qin Yu of the government's movements, which showed that Huan Yu really wanted to take Qin Yu away with him. But Qin Yu had her own plans, so she could only refuse her. There is no one in the shelter, no food, and no way to go out. It is not difficult to imagine what decisions the people inside will make. When it was time for the daily training, Fu Guangchen and the 6 sons came in together. Today, the 6 and 7 sons were riding bicycles outside to generate electricity. "Sister Qin Yu, your house has a new fireplace. It's so warm at home," Fu Guangchen exclaimed. Wu Zi walked in and felt surrounded by spring. "Wow, is this made by Uncle Qin? His craftsmanship is unmatched." The other guys who came in also sighed. They were all around the smoke-free basin downstairs. If they wanted to do something else, they would go back to the smoke-free basin after finishing their work. "I'll go downstairs and make something similar for you later. Just make room for it. We still have some materials left," Father Qin said cheerfully. Okay, uncle, I'll help you later," Fu Guangchen said enthusiastically. After discussing the installation of the fireplace, Qin Yu followed Fu Guangchen and his group to the training room upstairs for training. Fu Guangchen saw Qin Yu following them and asked, "Sister Qin Yu, will you train with me today?" "Well, let's train together these 2 days to increase our intensity. We have something big to do in 2 days. The shelter has lost its management. If she goes to take over in a few days, there will be a big battle. Fu Guangchen and the 8 boys need to improve their people control skills in the next 2 days. These 2 days, we have been practicing mainly about killing. It is best to kill with 1 strike. You can take out the knife I gave you before and practice your knife skills." Fu Guangchen and a few of his disciples were already very mature in their training. They had already learned a set of sword techniques, and all that was left was actual combat. Qin Yu led a group of people to practice for a whole morning, and everyone was sweating and panting. Qin Yu saw that the teaching progress was good and everyone's physical strength had reached its limit, so she said softly, "Take a break. The recent training has been very successful." My mother called from downstairs. Yeah, the owner of 501 is looking for you downstairs." On the 17th floor stairwell, the owner of 501 was anxiously waiting for Qin Yu. When he saw Qin Yu appear, he quickly said, "There was a quarrel at the gate of the underground first floor. The owner of 1501 took the lead in closing the gate, and some owners disagreed, so they quarreled and fought downstairs." Fu Guangchen followed, his face covered in sweat. He went forward to open the security door, but Qin Yu did not move. Instead, he leaned against the wall and looked at the owner of 501. "I have already opened this door. If you want to close it, everyone in this building needs to close it themselves." Qin Yu paused and continued, "People are like this. They never cherish things that are easily obtained." Qin Yu did not go downstairs to join the fight for closing the door. The owners of floor 1501 were all female owners who lived alone or together, and their fighting power was not strong. "You said that even if we pry open your door, won't it be safe in the end? All the other buildings had their doors open, only Building 5 had its door closed. Will this neighbor still do that?" said a friend of the owner of Building 402. "You just want to say that it's inconvenient for you to come to our Building 5, said the owner of 1501. The person being talked about choked for a moment, and continued, "What's wrong? This is my brother's home. We grew up wearing the same pants. Why can't I come?" "You're right, why can't they come? I live in Building 2 and it's too scary to live alone. I'll also stay at my bestie's house. If you're scared you can stay with other neighbors." A friend of the owner of Building 1502. Meng, come to room 302. We are two grown men, don't be afraid," the owner of room 302 said, walking towards Meng and trying to hold her shoulders. "Those people came in waves, but they mainly targeted empty rooms and rooms where women lived alone. They wouldn't dare to attack if there were too many people, and they wouldn't stand a chance of winning." The owner of 1501, Meng, dodged the dirty hands of 302 with disdain and remained silent for a while. The owner of 901, Zhang Chuchu, protected her and said disdainfully, "Are you waiting for the 17th and 18th floors to be destroyed so that you can make more money? What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible?" A friend of the owner of 1601. "I saw you guys come to 901 on the 9th floor to pick up things. You're still trying to make excuses. You moved the remaining wood after those people left." Zhang Chuchu bluntly exposed the other party, who remained silent. She continued, 402 helped that group of villains get in, and now they don't even dare to go out. Who knows if they are still here? You want to reap the benefits? Dream on. There are also some owners who not only move by themselves, but also ask people from other buildings to move as well. They are really nice people," Zhang Chuchu said and looked at the owner of 502. The other person's face turned pale, and he didn't say anything. Zhang Chuchu took the owner of 1501 and some other girls upstairs to her home. Most people have a gambler's mentality. As long as it is profitable, they will do it even though they know there are risks, because they feel that misfortune will not happen to them. People always laugh at people who try to cover their ears while stealing a bell, but most people are like this. They know the truth but they deceive themselves. You can never wake these people up. Chapter 64, Crisis of Building 5. After the quarrel on the basement floor ended, the fig leaf that had been covering up the issue was completely lifted. There was no movement on floors 17 and 18, and the owners who had some ideas in mind were completely let go. They formed gangs with people from other buildings and looted supplies everywhere. In the afternoon, screams of many women were heard from other buildings one after another, and Zifengjian garden was completely in chaos. Gigi flew back from outside and flew in front of Qin Yang. It squeaked for a while. Qin Yang couldn't believe it. He ran to the plant room to find Qin Yu and said, "Sister Gigi said that those villains went to Qin Hao's place. Qin Hao took them to plunder everywhere. He had a gun with him. Many people didn't dare to resist. If they did, he would shoot them to death. Now his room is full of things and he has recruited a new group of men." Qin Yu checked the growth of vegetables in the green plant room and nodded, thinking, this group of men must be from Building 5 as well. Qin Hao, that incompetent idiot, has the courage to do such things? There must be someone behind him. Gigi circled around Qin Yang and started to squeak again. After Qin Yang understood, his face changed drastically. Sister, Gigi also said that someone broke our gas pipeline and was going to blow up the entire Building 5. Who is it? She really didn't expect this move, which destroyed the gas pipeline and blew up 5 buildings. Who else could it be? It had to be her good cousin. Qin Hao's style of doing things had really changed, and she was beginning to look at him differently. The gas leak could be big or small, so she had to go down and check it out. Although the gas had been cut off, she was not sure how much gas was left in the pipeline. Qin Yu walked out of the door. Qin's mother was discussing cooking with Grandma Fu in the entrance hall outside the gate. Their laughter could be heard as soon as the door opened. Seeing that Qin Yu was fully armed, Mother Qin knew that she was going out and asked worriedly, Yeah, are you going out? I'll just walk around downstairs and not go out. Qin Yu explained truthfully. Yeah, okay. Hearing that Qin Yu would not go out, Qin's mother immediately relaxed and started to study cooking with Grandma Fu. Qin Yu walked to the 17th floor and just opened the security door when Fu Guangchen appeared behind her and said with a firm expression, Sister, do you want to go downstairs? I'll go with you. She wanted to refuse, but seeing his insistent look, Qin Yu replied helplessly, I'll just take a look downstairs. If you want to follow me, go ahead. Walking downstairs from the 17th floor, I could vaguely hear a quarrel coming from the 16th floor. It seemed that the owner was arguing with a friend who was staying at home. The noise was very loud, and there were also sounds of things being thrown. I was wondering why there was less and less food at home, and you actually stole some and hid it to take it away. I treat you sincerely, and you treat me like a fool. Without me, you would have died a long time ago. What's wrong with me taking some food? Son, it's okay for Mom to eat less. The 2 children are still young and can't be hungry all the time. I know, Mom. Shut up, old man. Get out of here and don't drag me down. Qin Yu didn't stop and continued walking downstairs, the quarrel disappearing behind her. In the end times, it is difficult to protect oneself. If one does not have enough strength to protect others and grow together with his partners, then kindness will be the source of evil that will kill oneself and one's family. Someone in the corridor saw Qin Yu walking downstairs and wanted to follow her secretly to see what she was going to do. When Qin Yu walked out of the building, the wind and snow outside were too strong to follow her, so he gritted his teeth and left angrily. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen walked into the snowstorm and seemed to have entered a white world with extremely poor vision. Following Qin Yu, the 2 circled around Building 5. Fu Guangchen asked in surprise, Sister Qin Yu, what's in front? There is a long pipe connected to a small storage space on the 1st floor mezzanine. Looking along the other end of the pipe, you can see a split gas pipeline. How arrogant! Such an obvious act shows no regard for human life at all. Fu Guangchen walked quickly to the small utility room and opened the door. There was a smell of rotten eggs inside. This is all natural gas. Well, if this room is filled with natural gas and explodes, the pillars next to this room will be blown off, and all 5 of us will basically die. He is so heartless. He is not going after supplies, he is going after our lives, Fu Guangchen said angrily. That's right, this guy wants the lives of the people in the 5 buildings. Qin Yu's heart sank and she frowned, thankful that Gigi discovered it early. Otherwise, even if she could successfully escape with her parents, her family would be homeless and in danger in this blizzard. She walked into the house and secretly released all the gas in the house into the space. At that moment, she suddenly felt that something seemed to be growing in the space again. Using consciousness to check, it was a tree. The tree that had turned into a small pine tree had grown a lot, and its leaves were more lush than before. This tree absorbs energy? Ink blocks before, natural gas now. Realizing this, she was shocked and went to check the gasoline, diesel and gas tanks she had stored in the space. Sure enough, these were empty, her fuel devoured. Fortunately, we basically burn wood now, and we have 2 bottles of natural gas at home, which can last for a few days. I didn't expect that this tree is actually an energy tree. The previous piece of smoke pine ink activated it, and now it absorbs various energy sources. Qin Yu was silent for a while, and Fu Guangchen asked doubtfully, Sister Qin Yu, what are you thinking about? Qin Yu pulled her consciousness out of the space and looked around. Standing under the mezzanine and looking at the snow everywhere, she felt that things were not that simple. Shouldn't such an obvious pipeline be easily noticed? It shouldn't be possible to wait for someone to find out and waste all the effort. Look around, look separately, Qin Yu said to Fu Guangchen. Okay. Fu Guangchen left, and Qin Yu used her consciousness to collect the nearby snow into space. A row of gas tanks suddenly appeared on the bare ground, forming a circle around the 5 buildings, and now it was only halfway around. Qin Yu kept 4 tanks of gas and put the other gas tanks into the space. After emptying the gas, she took out the empty gas tanks and placed them in their original places, and the empty positions were also filled with empty gas tanks in the space. The snow piled up and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Sister Qin Yu, there's nothing unusual on my end. Fu Guangchen came over and saw 4 gas cans on the ground. He was a little surprised and asked, "Where did these gas cans come from?" Besides this utility room, they also wanted to use these gas tanks to blow up 5 more buildings. The utility room was just a cover and could be easily discovered. The gas tanks buried in the snow were the real backup. That group of villains has almost become the emperor of Zifeng and Garden, and they have quite a few supporters. Water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. Their end will come soon. Don't worry. How is Chuchu now? The owners of 901, Zhang Chuchu and Fu Guangchen, are childhood sweethearts. After the end of the world, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu have taken care of Zhang Chuchu many times and persuaded her to move upstairs to 1702, but she has always refused. Chuchu has a rather stubborn personality. Now she has asked the owner of 1501 and a few female friends to live with her at her house. It's safe for the time being. Zhang Chuchu's parents were away from home for a long time, and they were worried about her living alone, so they installed 2 top-level anti-theft doors at her door, and there were many defensive weapons at home. Zhang Chuchu also learned female fighting skills since she was a child, and she was as good as Fu Guangchen in fighting. Righteous, upright, and clear about love and hate. When Zhang Chuchu spoke up for her, she thought this girl was good. Although she regarded her as a love rival, she did not add insult to injury and acted fairly. Meow Meow will continue to patrol recently, and will focus on guarding 901, Qin Yu said lightly. Fu Guangchen showed an extremely sunny smile on his face. He had always known that Qin Yu was not as cold as she appeared. She loved her family very much and took good care of her 8 children, and also took care of him. Grandma was right. Without them, Qin Yu and her family could live well. Without Qin Yu, they would not have been able to live so easily. Sister Qin Yu, it's great to meet you, Fu Guangchen said sincerely. Qin Yu was not used to this warm atmosphere. She said ruthlessly, "Well, try your physical strength and carry 4 tanks of gas to the 18th floor at once." "Okay, no problem," Fu Guangchen said with confidence. This little brat doesn't play by the rules. Qin Yu frowned. This silly boy is really stupid. Chapter 65, Renovation of the Lobby. In terms of strength, Fu Guangchen was still far behind the 8 men. He had difficulty walking to the 5th floor carrying 4 gas cans in both hands. During the day, an owner passed by in the corridor and saw Qin Yu walking leisurely in front, while Fu Guangchen walked behind with difficulty carrying 4 gas cylinders, with an incredible look on his face. The 18th floor is squeezing the 17th floor? It is said that the 17th floor benefits from being next to the 18th floor. But looking at it this way, it is simply the 18th floor that is forcing the 17th floor to do hard labor and exploiting them. "Little girl, you are so mean," someone spoke up. Qin Yu pretended not to hear and continued to go upstairs. The person who was ignored stood there in a daze, feeling uncomfortable. It seemed that someone at the entrance of the corridor had received the news, and a lot of people slowly gathered. Everyone looked at Fu Guangchen carrying 4 gas cylinders upstairs, their eyes full of jealousy. 4 cylinders of gas, if used economically, can be enough for half a year, and can also be used to heat more water and have hot meals. In this weather, their furniture is almost broken down, and they haven't had a hot meal for a long time. A few ants came out, looked at Fu Guangchen and smiled warmly. "Young man, let me help you carry it." Fu Guangchen was holding the gas tank with his head down, and had no way to retreat, so he stood where he was, ready to retreat. "Don't come near," Qin Yu said coldly. These aunties all greeted us with smiles. Once things are in their hands, it would be difficult to take them out. It is best not to let them get close to you. The ants changed their expressions and said in a sharp voice, "We didn't tell you that you didn't carry anything. We are not afraid of being tired. We helped this boy carry a little. What's wrong?" Qin Yu drew out the tang sword from behind and held it in front of them. "I don't like nonsense. If you come any closer." She swung the knife quickly, and the ant who leaned forward relying on her age was slashed several times by Qin Yu, and the thick down jacket on her body was all hairy. "Ah, my down jacket, you!" There were a lot of white duck down floating in the corridor. The ant was so distressed that she wanted to fight with Qin Yu. However, when she saw the shining knife in Qin Yu's hand, she suppressed her anger. Qin Yu had an indifferent expression, raised her chin slightly, and looked at them with contempt. "If you come any closer, it won't just be your clothes that will be torn." Several ants stood where they were, not daring to move forward, but unwilling to give up and turn their eyes away. "This woman is not a good person, young man. Don't be deceived by her and count money for her." The ant was not giving up and wanted to instigate. "As long as she is willing to spend time deceiving me, I am willing to count money for her." Fu Guangchen raised his head and looked at the ants with a silly smile on his face. The aunties opposite had a look of disgust on their faces, wondering why the smart and sunny young man looked so silly. After hearing this, Qin Yu was speechless. She continued to walk up the stairs. The owner of 502 and the owner of 402 took their mothers home. As they walked, they reminded her, "Don't mess with that woman. Why is she so great? The one on the 18th floor, you haven't seen it, right? Ah, that's her. Luckily I didn't fight with her. No wonder everyone just watched. They would have fought over it before the change." The faint sounds of discussion downstairs gradually faded away. Qin Yu only knew that there was not enough fuel recently, and some people from Building 5 went outside to look for some fuel. Some even braved the snowstorm to cut down trees. Unfortunately, many of them could not be brought home because they would be stolen. Some were snatched away right after they were cut, before they even made it to the 5th floor. Some owners have given up looking for fuel and are burning their own furniture to try to stay warm. Others have joined Qin Hao's evil organization and are doing evil together to obtain resources. When they reached the 17th floor, Qin Yu opened the security door. Someone downstairs stared at Qin Yu as she entered the door. She turned around and looked back coldly, and the person behind her quickly hid in the house. "Let's divide these," Qin Yu said. "My grandmother and Aunt Qin have been cooking in the kitchen in the entrance lobby on the 18th floor these past 2 days. We can put gas in the lobby and make it a public kitchen," Fu Guangchen suggested. Qin Yu thought about it and decided to do it this way for now. She would then find a way to replenish the energy tree. When it no longer absorbed energy, she would store some fuel into the space. Grandma Fu was a little surprised to see 4 more gas cans. "Where did these 4 gas cans come from?" "We found it downstairs. Someone must have dropped it because they couldn't pick it up, so we picked it up." Fu Guangchen didn't say much because he was afraid his grandmother would worry. "Then we are lucky. We will have dinner together later in the evening in this hall, and help to renovate the hall in the evening," Grandma Fu said enthusiastically. Mother Qin was chopping the chicken on the chopping board and explained, "I just discussed with your father and Grandpa and Grandma Fu and decided to install hot air ducts in this hall as well. This will give us more room for activities. The plants at home have never grown well. Grandma Fu said that the room is small and the air quality affects the growth of crops. She renovated the hall and split half of it into a botanical garden. She and Grandpa Fu will take care of it. They are veterans. Grandpa Fu even took a course in crop planting in college. He is an expert. Grandma Fu is so good at growing flowers because of Grandpa Fu's guidance." This entrance hall is at least 150 square meters, with a high ceiling of about 5.8 meters. Half of it is reserved for a botanical garden, which is very suitable. It can also be planned as a public kitchen, power generation area, material storage area, etc., and there is still some space left. Qin's father built a stove on the side, the old-fashioned kind in the countryside that combines hot water and a stove. On one side, there is a fire burning, and on the other side, there is hot water. The hot water is then connected to a pipe that covers the entire space above the entrance hall on the 18th floor, so the hall can basically maintain 18 degrees Celsius. It's a bit cold, but compared to the temperature outside, which is over 40 degrees Celsius below zero, it's already very warm. The fourth and fifth sons worked hard to generate electricity on the electric bicycles, while the rest of the sons followed their father to build the stove. The fifth son said happily while holding the pipe, "Uncle's craftsmanship is really amazing, with high efficiency and good quality. We have built 2 fireplaces downstairs, and now this stove is also built in less than half an hour." Pointing at the miscellaneous materials in the corner, Yitzi praised, "Boss is really amazing. He has stockpiled all kinds of materials here before. Otherwise, there would be no materials to build these fireplaces and stoves. It's a habit. My father also likes to do these in his hometown," Chinyu replied. "It's done. We can use this big pot to stew food later and make a circle of corn tortillas next to it," Qin's father said proudly. Mother Qin and Grandma Fu came over and looked at the big pot, very satisfied. Fu Guangchen lit the fire, and Grandma Fu poured the 2 large pots of stewed chicken that she had prepared earlier into the pot. Mother Qin kneaded the dough and made pancakes on the side. "We'll be eating soon." Several sons followed Qin's father to install the heating pipes. Qinyu pretended to move many more heating pipes out from the utility room on the 18th floor. After the meal was ready and the pipes were basically laid, everyone started to eat steaming iron pot stewed chicken and corn pancakes in the entrance hall. "Wow, it's so hot," said Tsitsi. Being able to say, "It's so hot," in this extreme cold is simply an alternative way of saying happiness. Although there was everything available, the food for the 8 children was never guaranteed, and the food was often half cold. "I'm so touched. I don't know why tears are coming out," Ertzi said excitedly. Mother Qin looked at her 8 apprentices and couldn't help laughing. "In the future, when Grandma Fu and I have time, we will study food together, and you can basically eat in the lobby." "Ah, Master, you are so nice!" Wu Zi shouted excitedly. There are 2 tables in the entrance hall, where everyone can sit and eat. 8 people can have a good meal without worrying about being squeezed. Although there were 2 tables, it did not affect the atmosphere at all. People at both tables were talking and laughing. The big pot of stewed chicken was completely finished, and the dishes on the table were also eaten cleanly. The third son was already skilled in logistics services, and the other sons helped to clean up. He washed and dressed quickly and efficiently. Chinyu returned to 1801 to rest and plan his time to go out. The blizzard will weaken tomorrow and the people in the shelter will take action. She must get there and stabilize them before they escape. It's time for that G500 to be properly modified. Chapter 66, 401 Offline. After dinner, Qin's father and several of his sons began to dismantle the baking oven they had built earlier, clearing out the area closest to the innermost part and dividing it into a green plant area. On the left side against the wall, starting from the left corridor entrance, there is the kitchen next to the faucet next to the snow collector upstairs. Next to the kitchen is the dining area, and there is a blank area further on for temporarily storing food. From right to left on the right are the power generation area and the material and sundry storage area. There is a large open space in the middle, which is temporarily designated as an activity area. The 8 boys in Fu Guangchen can come to the open space for training at any time without worrying about attracting attention downstairs. The planning is completed and it will take a few days to build. The kitchen and restaurant have been built, and the power generation area just needs to be moved. Jinyu prepared the materials for building the green plant area in the utility room again and asked the 8 sons to help move them out. The 5th son exclaimed, "Boss, there are so many things in your utility room, it's like a treasure chest." Before the downstairs was going to be renovated, there were a lot of materials piled up, and there are some outside the glass. Let's install a glass wall in the plant area. It's convenient, fast, and beautiful. Jinyu lent a hand and handed out all the glass and super glue from the utility room, and continued, "Help my dad upstairs later. I'll go to the garage. Does anyone know how to modify a car?" "Boss, I can do it. I worked in auto repair for a while before. I know a little bit about metalworking and auto repair." The 4th son volunteered and said excitedly while moving the glass. Fu Guangchen came in after finishing moving things outside. When he heard Qin Yu's question, he said, "Sister Qin Yu, I can do it too. I watched all the videos you asked me to watch last time. Although there is no internet now, I downloaded a lot of them on my computer. The community's wired internet has been disconnected for a long time, so I can't watch TV and can only use a USB flash drive to play it. My mobile phone has 5G network, but it may also be disconnected soon. Okay. Then I'll wait for you in the garage, Jinyu said. Jinyu had previously moved the G500 into the space to prevent anyone from damaging the car or stealing it. The corridor was relatively quiet tonight. When Jinyu reached the 15th floor, she heard some noise. Someone was trying to pry open the door of 1501. Those evil people would not let go of anyone they targeted. Fortunately, the owner of 1501 had already moved to Zhang Chuchu's place at 901. The door of room 1501 had been pried open several times, but this time it was quickly opened. The villains rushed into the room and wanted to capture Ming Ming, but after a look around, they found no one in the room. Some of them were angry because they didn't catch the person, so they used pagers to call for help to come up and move the things and clear the area. Damn it, I don't know where that woman went. No one in the house saw her. 901, please. The person from 901, please speak for me. A man's voice came from the other end of the pager. A group of people rushed into the corridor and saw a figure coming down from upstairs. The light shone on him, revealing a graceful figure. The man had a lewd smile on his face. When the light was shown on his face again, the flashlight in his hand stopped. Damn, I met this woman again. 1801 Jinyu. Everyone ran to the 9th floor, where their accomplices were trying to pry open the door of room 902. The people there were carrying guns. Jinyu walked downstairs calmly and at a slow and even pace. The villains were out of breath just as they reached the 9th floor, and Jinyu also walked to the 9th floor with a steady breath. How come this woman is so fast? I didn't hear her running. The villain who was prying the door turned around and saw that Jinyu was not as scared as the person who just ran over. He touched the gun on his left, slowly took it out, and said arrogantly, "So what if you have a knife, I have a gun." The 3 men who pried open the door of room 901 all pulled out their guns and pointed them at Jinyu. They all raised their mouth corners with a wicked smile. What do you say we don't kill her first, but break her legs and hands, and then have a good time before handing her over to the boss? She seems very powerful. Will this happen? The man holding the gun in the middle hesitated. No matter how powerful she is, with 3 of us pointing guns at her, what can she do? The man on the left was not afraid at all and said to Jinyu, "If you fall into our hands, I guarantee you will have enough fun." The man on the right also became arrogant. "Kneel down, or I will shoot you." Zhang Chuchu from inside door 901 noticed that the sound of prying the door had stopped, and looked out through the peephole. Then in the dim night light, she could only see Jinyu walking towards the 3 armed men with a frown. "Run, they can't pry open my door!" Zhang Chuchu shouted from inside the door. Her door is basically impossible to pry open unless it is bombarded with artillery, and she has a secret weapon that she has not used. If it is really loose, she will activate the high-voltage electricity. This door has its own battery, and the voltage released once can stun anyone who tries to pry it open. Jinyu seemed not to hear and continued to walk towards the men with guns step by step. The men felt a strong sense of oppression. Damn, this woman is trying to kill herself. "If you come any closer, I'll kill you!" the man on the right roared. Bang! A gunshot was heard. Jinyu seemed to have predicted the direction of the gunshot, and dodged it perfectly by turning his head. The other party's pupils widened in surprise. The other 2 men with guns quickly fired again, fearing that they would disrupt their previous plan. They just wanted to kill Jinyu. Before the gun was fired, Jinyu pulled out his Tang sword and split the gun in half. The 3 men with guns were so scared that their legs were shaking. The 3 men who ran down from 1501 immediately ran downstairs again. Oh my god, there is no way they can handle this. Run! The man with the gun was awakened by the men who ran first. He came to his senses and ran downstairs. Several people fell together. His leg was injured and he couldn't run at all. The other 3 had already disappeared. Zhang Chuchu saw Jinyu helping her to deal with the evil bandits and said, "Thank you? It's just a piece of cake." Jinyu stopped on the 4th floor as she listened to the sound of several men running downstairs. The 3 armed men, who had injured their feet, knocked desperately on the door of room 401. Open the door quickly. The door of room 401 slowly opened, revealing a haggard woman with a dead expression on her face. The house was in a mess and smelled foul. There was a child sitting on a stool, with his head drooped, not moving. Fuck, why are you driving so slowly? Why does your house stink so badly? Did someone die? The man entered the house and saw clearly that there were debris scattered all over the ground. It looked like the body of an old man. The ground was covered with blood, feces, and urine. Ah, help, run. The woman raised her head and smiled strangely. Why are you running? You all should go and accompany my mother-in-law. If my mother-in-law hadn't led you in, my Tian would have been beaten by you and infected, and died of a high fever? Damn it, your son is so noisy, we just pushed him and he knocked his head against the corner of the table. The woman did not refute. She picked up something next to the table. Then, with the moonlight coming in from outside, they saw that it was a saw covered in blood, which was obviously the one that had killed her mother-in-law before. Hurry up and open the door. Let's run. This woman is crazy. The man opened the door. Chin-yu just walked to the 4th floor and stood outside the door, looking at the 3 men expressionlessly. Fuck, close the door and deal with the woman inside first. As soon as the door was closed, there was a scream of awe from a man inside, and the sound of chopping. The door was not closed tightly, so Chin-yu pushed the door open with a tang sword. Inside, a woman was desperately hacking at a man who had fallen to the ground with a kitchen knife. The other 2 men were unable to move. They watched in horror as the woman hacked at their companion with a knife. They tried desperately to retreat but were unable to. Madman, madman, mad woman. Chin-yu opened the door and stood outside. The woman stopped and looked at Chin-yu. You guys on the 18th floor are so lucky. You always come back with a full load and nothing happens. My husband is different. The first time he and I went out, he was killed by something falling from the typhoon while trying to save me. My mother-in-law hates me and I hate you guys on the 18th floor. For the sake of my son, I endured being beaten and scolded by my mother-in-law every day. I even helped her to shelter these beasts. They insulted me, and my son was killed by them while trying to protect me. I hate it so much. I hate my mother-in-law, these men, you guys on the 18th floor, and all those who are luckier than me. The woman seemed tired and took a rest. I'm tired. Hearing this, the 2 men behind him breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were going to escape this disaster. The next second, the woman stabbed each of them in the neck, and 2 heads rolled down. The woman looked at Chin-yu and said, I am free now. I am going to go find my husband with my son. I don't know if my husband has crossed the Naiha bridge or drank Mingpa soup. She raised the saw and cut at her neck without mercy, then fell to the ground. Chin-yu turned around slowly. In the end times, families being torn apart and people dying were happening every day, and the fragile and weak were the first to be defeated. Chapter 67, Defeat Qin Hao. Chin-yu turned and left the 4th floor. Before she reached the garage, she met Qin Hao in the stairwell. Isn't this my good cousin? Qin Hao stood at the stairs, looking up at Chin-yu. Only half of his face was left, looking particularly terrifying in the darkness. There were some flashlights shining faintly on Chin-yu's face in the corridor. Chin-yu looked at Qin Hao and said sarcastically, Isn't this my cousin who was bitten by a pig and lost his face? You stinky bitch, I'm going to fuck you to death. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's face was filled with rage. It was all because of this bitch that he became neither human nor ghost. Even his parents despised and feared him. He vowed not to be a human being if he didn't avenge this. Come on, kill her. You can pick any supplies or women from my house. Everyone who heard it became excited. Qin Hao's family had recently looted a lot of food, and many beautiful women followed him, especially his family also had guns and bullets. There must be someone behind us. If we follow him, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. The leading few brothers in front rushed towards Chin-yu, one of them holding a big machete in his hand. They loved fighting since they were young and were very skilled in using machetes. Several of Qing Liang's machetes were slashing towards Chin-yu. In the darkness, Chin-yu's body could not be seen moving. Only the sound of kicking could be heard. Several people who rushed up the stairs to chop were kicked down by Chin-yu and rolled to the bottom of the stairs. While rolling, the machetes were pressed under their bodies. When they rolled to the ground, several people were dead. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 27 points, current points are 56 points. These little hooligans have killed many people, Chinyu complained inwardly. Fuck, this bitch is more powerful than before. She took care of all these men with knives with just 2 kicks. Qin Hao's face was full of frost, and he called out to someone on the pager. Everyone, come here. There were 7 or 8 younger brothers around him, holding machetes in their hands, surrounding him and protecting him. Qin Hao didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that no one would protect him, nor did he dare to call on the people around him to attack Chinyu. Boss, what should we do? The younger brothers asked with knives in hand. Retreat first, retreat to the garage, our people will be here soon. Qin Hao stared at Chinyu as she slowly retreated to the garage. Chinyu walked downstairs step by step and out of the stairwell. At a glance, almost all the cars parked in the garage were smashed, and some of the glass tires were removed. She had the foresight to realize that if her car didn't fit into the space, her G500 would be the first car to be taken. Qin Hao stared at Chinyu nervously, seeing her walking down step by step calmly. Then he looked around and followed her gaze, and saw some damaged cars. A smug smile appeared on his face. These cars were all damaged by him. Except for his car, no one else could get a good car out of the underground garage. It would be best if everyone here were trapped here and died, submitting to him obediently. They deserved it. If the people here hadn't told him and his family to get out, he wouldn't have gone to the shelter to live a life worse than pigs and dogs, and he would still have his dignity. Everyone in Zifengjiang and Garden is guilty, and he will not let them off. In the garage, more than a dozen people ran out from the stairwells of other buildings and rushed towards Building 5. Here they come, big brother. Our people are here. The younger brother beside Qin Hao said happily. Seeing the person coming, Qin Hao's nervous mood relaxed at once. He looked at Chinyu and said loudly, You stinky bitch, you will die here today. 40 or 50 people rushed into the garage area of Building 5 at once. Chinyu looked over and saw that many of them were owners, without any fighting skills or experience. The weapons in their hands are also varied, including rolling pins, knives and forks, kitchen knives, baseball bats, golf clubs, etc. They are just a bunch of rabble who overestimate their own capabilities. Kill that bitch. I'll have a party in my building tonight, and we can eat as much as we want. Qin Hao shouted excitedly, calling on his gang members to charge for him. All you can eat? Few of these people could really eat enough. They were starving and cold, and were living like zombies. A large group of people holding strange tools attacked Chinyu. Chinyu sneered disdainfully and stood there waiting for them to attack. A figure quickly ran out from the entrance of Building 5 and instantly stopped Chinyu behind him. It was Fu Guangchen. He stood in front of Chinyu and said softly, Sister Chinyu, I'm here. Then Yizi's voice sounded from behind. Boss, are you okay? The 7 people behind him stood in a row, looking fiercely at the people rushing towards them. Chinyu felt a warm feeling in his heart, and suddenly thought of the training this morning. This was a real-life opportunity that came right to him, so he let them go and have a good fight. You've come just in time. Let's test the results of this morning's training. The goal is to quickly subdue the rioters. The troublemakers can be killed quickly, and others who surrender quickly can be let go. Chinyu took 2 steps back and leaned against a broken car in the garage, watching the 8 men and Fu Guangchen fighting with a group of people. Fu Guangchen rushed forward the fastest and attacked the person with the most murderous intention. He subdued him with one move. The man fell to the ground with a surprised look on his face. The 8 men's agility improved, and they made quick moves with powerful force. The people in the first row with sharp weapons fell to the ground instantly. Their moves were fast, accurate, and powerful. Chinyu nodded with satisfaction. In a hurry, Fu Guangchen and his 8 men did not bring any knives. They fought the group of people in front of them with bare hands and did not lose the upper hand at all. Cheesy was very strong. When someone attacked him, he could drag 1 away and throw 3 away, leaving an open space of 1 or 2 meters around him. Almost everyone he hit had a bleeding head. 7th son, be careful, don't let everyone fall to their death. I want to control the violence, not kill them. Oh, okay. Cheesy tried his best to control his strength, and be careful not to hit anyone. Fu Guangchen was already very good, and when he saw an attacker with strong murderous intent leading the way, he could recognize him at a glance, quickly step forward to subdue him, and even catch the leader to serve as a warning to the rest. The 8 men were like a solid wall of steel, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Qin Hao, who was standing outside the battle circle, saw that so many people could not attack Qin Yu, and instead were slowly subdued by the people around Qin Yu. He was furious. Damn it, they're all trash, not one of them can kill that bitch. He glanced at the person who was trembling over there before the fight even started, and became even more furious. The originally horrified expression on his face became even more bizarre because of anger. Boss, let's go first. The younger brothers around him pulled him and ran away quickly, and a group of people fled back to Building 4 in shame. Building 4 is now basically under Qin Hao's control. The entire building is controlled by Qin Hao. People who come in have to pay food, and the owners inside also have to obey and pay food. If they don't obey, they will be kicked out. He now has guns, food, and many people behind him. When he goes back to recuperate and brings enough weapons, he doesn't believe that he can't defeat Qin Yu. Qin Yu watched Qin Hao escape back to Building 4, and anxiously asked someone to close the door on the basement floor of Building 4, with a funny expression on her face. Do you think you can really escape? Chapter 68, Going to the Shelter. After Qin Hao escaped, this group of rabble was even more scattered, and in an instant they disappeared like rats crossing the street. Seeing this, several people wanted to chase after them, but Qin Yu stopped them. Don't chase them. Cheesy, go to the 4th floor and carry the female owner and her son out. When the snowstorm stops, bury them together. As a wife she is weak and incompetent, but as a mother she is a warrior who fights 1 against 3 to avenge her son. Okay. Cheesy stopped chasing and answered. Qin Yu looked at the direction where the group of people fled, then turned her eyes and looked at Fu Guangchen and Cici. You two go upstairs and get some car repair tools. I'll wait for you here. We will quickly modify the G500. Fu Guangchen looked at the almost completely damaged cars in the garage and asked in confusion. Where is your car? Is it damaged? No, I'm hiding. You go get the tools and I'll get the car. Once the modification is done, we'll go out directly. The 1st, 5th, and 7th sons, Fu Guangchen and I will be in a group. The rest of you stay on the 17th floor. Remember to take your weapons. You can use guns if necessary. There are pistols and rifles under the material area in the entrance lobby on the 18th floor. The boss actually had a gun, and he didn't care about leaving it outside. The boys were touched. This was the boss's trust in them. Well, let's split up. Qin Yu asked Fu Guangchen to bring Gigi out, and they set off as soon as Gigi reported. The underground garage went from being crowded with people to being quiet and deserted, with only Qin Yu left in the quiet garage looking for a suitable location to modify the car. In a larger empty space, Qin Yu took the opportunity to take out her G500 and also took out many auto parts and tools from the space. In her previous life, Qin Yu was not good at car modification and could only simply change tires and repair headlights. She was not very familiar with complex modifications, reinforced assembly parts and built-in systems. The car accessories in her space were mostly tires and windshields, and she also took out some metal plates and weapons, as well as headlights and loudspeakers. When Fu Guangchen and a few people came down, Fu Guangchen brought Gigi, auto repair tools and a white plush vest, and the people brought some heating equipment, and would just in case. This is what Yang Yang said she would bring you. We all have it. It's a warm vest made of rabbit fur. It's really good. We've already put it on. Wu Zi stepped forward and said excitedly. Yes, boss, the places protected are exceptionally warm after you put this on. It's light and warm, it's simply a magical garment. That's right, this time I proved that Wu Zi was not exaggerating. Yi also nodded and said, Master and Grandma Fu's skills are amazing. A few days ago, Yang Yang said that several rabbits were shedding hair. Unexpectedly, he discovered the function of rabbit hair and made these clothes. In this apocalypse, she was trying to protect her family from harm, and her family was also silently protecting her. Yeah. Qin Yu quickly took off her coat and put on the thermal vest inside. She could clearly feel that the area wrapped by the vest was exceptionally warm. After changing clothes, Qin Yu, Fu Guangchen and Cici began to modify the G500. Cici thought about it for a while and said slowly, We will be traveling in a snowstorm later. In order to prevent it from being blown away, the vehicle needs to be weighted down. Iron rods and metal nets should be added to the net. He touched the tires of the car and felt that they needed to be replaced. The tires need to be replaced with explosion-proof tires. The tires on the ground are better, but the level is not high enough. I will use them first. Fu Guangchen walked forward and checked the materials prepared on the ground. There was a headlight, and suggested, "You can install a searchlight on the top, so as to enhance the road lighting on snowy days." According to their own ideas, several people initially welded a layer of metal mesh on the car's glass, reinforced the door and front and back with a layer of iron rod guardrail, and then welded a machete on the front guardrail. An iron railing is also welded to the top, with a projection lighting headlight and a large speaker installed on it. 4 hours passed, and the night was deep. Gigi flew around the car and suddenly said, we need to stop. After the 4 men finished welding the last machete, Qin glanced at them, and they quickly packed up the materials and tools on the ground. The 4 men carried the things upstairs, and the others got in the car. The modified G500 has become bigger and looks like a steel beast, strong and extremely aggressive. Qin gripped the steering wheel tightly, started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the central shelter. The government has put all the people in the shelter together before leaving." Wu Zi had an incredible expression on his face. "Everyone?" The shelter was already overcrowded, and they squeezed everyone together. "I'm afraid it's because of the shortage of supplies and insufficient manpower," Fu Guangchen replied. Qin Yu remained silent, and drove into the snow. The snow outside almost covered half of the car. The G500 rushed forward at a speed of 180 miles per hour. A blizzard was blowing across the ground, and the G500 driving on the road was occasionally hit by UFOs. Those objects hit the wire mesh and could not hurt their vehicles at all. With the headlights on, Qin Yu looked straight ahead and headed toward the city center according to his previous memory. Along the way, the entire Beihai city was covered in white, with white snowflakes flying in the sky and white snow on the ground covering the once familiar city. There were no people to be seen on the road, nor were there any corpses, car wreckage, or damaged buildings. There was only a vast expanse of white. We drove to the city center, the sky gradually brightened, and Gigi called out again, "Stop! The falling snowflakes gradually calmed down. Qin Yu, who was driving, could vaguely see the market ahead, with the uneven heights of the awnings outlined by the snow. In the central shelter behind the square market, there were bursts of joy. "The blizzard is getting smaller! The blizzard is getting smaller!" "Shut up, everyone, and be quiet!" someone yelled inside. The voices of surprise and calls from inside became smaller, and slowly one could hear someone wailing and begging for mercy. On this quiet morning during the snowstorm, the sounds of crying seemed to be amplified dozens of times, and Qin Yu and his companions in the car could hear them clearly. The blizzard stopped completely the moment the morning sun rose. The extremely cold blizzard that had frozen the heaven and earth finally took a breath and let humans go. "Let me go out and find something to eat." The door of the shelter was suddenly opened, and a group of people wearing thicker and messy clothes, holding weapons in their hands, threatened a group of people wearing thin clothes to go out. Although the snowstorm has stopped, the temperature outside is still over 40 degrees Celsius below zero. People who are wearing less clothes can't even take 2 steps before they curl up into a ball with their faces turning pale. "Pa!" Someone behind him whipped him. "Get out of here now, are you looking for death? It's so cold, I'm only wearing 2 layers of clothes. Can you give us an extra piece of clothing? We will look for something." A woman in the back said sarcastically, "You lazy bastard. Why are you talking so much? It's cold because you don't move. Hurry up and cut some trees from the mountain behind you, and you won't be cold anymore." The threatened group of people were too cold to speak, and even when being whipped they could not feel the cold, and some of them fell to the ground directly. "Damn it, carry the dead ones in, don't waste them. Everyone else, run away quickly, we don't have much food." The woman came out and stood at the front of the group, followed by a man with a whip. These 2 people are Qin Jiawen and Wang Tsuiping. It is indeed a scourge that has lasted for thousands of years. Qin Yu drove at high speed and parked the car in front of the gate with a drift. The people coming out of the shelter saw the huge car and subconsciously backed away. Wang Tsiping stared greedily at the car in front of her. It would be more convenient to search for things with the car. You guys hijack this car for me. Wang Tsiping issued the order. After a while, the group of people hesitated. She shouted, Why don't you want your children and parents anymore? As soon as these words were spoken, a large group of refugees rushed towards the G500 with difficulty. Qin Yu let go of the steering wheel, opened the car window, looked at the crowd of people running towards her, and pursed her lips. This car is not something you can snatch away. Chapter 69, Plan to Rescue People. The refugees gathered together and rushed towards the G500. Qin Yu took out his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The sharp sound of gunfire stopped the person who was rushing forward. Qin Yu opened the door and got out of the car, standing in front of the G500. She was wearing a nice and fitting warm outfit, which formed a sharp contrast with Wang Tsiping, who was standing opposite her, wearing messy and mismatched clothes like a ball. The other party looked at the person who got off the car, followed by a young man and 3 strong men, and felt that he looked familiar. Wang Jiawen spoke first. Qin Yu, that's Qin Yu. Being recognized by the other party, Qin Yu greeted him in a friendly manner. Uncle, long time no see. Little beast, it's you. Wang Tsiping was so angry when she heard Qin Yu's name that her face was twisted and ugly. Qin Yu glanced at her aunt and replied, Aunt, you are still alive! The eldest aunt was so angry that she jumped up and down and yelled at the refugees. Why are you still standing there? Take her car and bring her here. A group of refugees in the front row gritted their teeth and rushed towards Qin Yu with a fearless look on their faces. Fu Guangchen stood in front of Qin Yu and knocked out a row of them with one move. Seeing that the refugees were useless, several armed men who were with Wang Tsiping rushed over with knives, hoping to win merit by killing people. Several men came forward and punched them in the face. Several men's teeth were knocked out, and the knives in their hands fell to the ground. Ah, my teeth! Qin Yu walked in front of the knife, snatched it, and thrust it back into the man's body. Her movements were ruthless and clean, without any hesitation or pause. Ah! You! Several people fell to the ground and died, with expressions of surprise on their faces before they could even disappear. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 48 points, current points are 104 points. He was indeed full of evil, his hands were covered in blood, and his death was not unjust. This bitch has become stronger again. Let's retreat. Let's go back first. Wang Tsiping shouted to several thugs around her to retreat together into the shelter, and closed the door tightly. The door of the shelter was closed tightly, and the windows that had just been opened were instantly closed and the curtains were drawn, leaving one window open. A naked body was thrown out of the window, full of provocations and warnings. Boss, what do they mean by this? Yitzi didn't know what it meant when he saw the corpse, he just felt very angry. They are afraid of me and are threatening me with the lives of the people in the shelter to warn me not to act rashly. No one in the shelter was moving. They must be controlled by someone. Who was it? My uncle and aunt didn't have this ability, but they were lucky enough to become one of the thugs and didn't starve to death. The group of refugees outside the door were abandoned outside the shelter. Their already skinny and hungry bodies had no fat left to keep out the cold, and their clothes were too thin. They huddled together to keep each other warm. Qin Yu looked at them. A group of people were so scared that their legs went weak and they sat on the ground. Don't kill me. We don't want to attack you either. We can't do anything. Our parents and children are in their hands. Let us go, please don't kill us. The faces of the refugees were filled with fear, and their eyes seemed to want to solve the problem. Maybe if they died they would not be so painful. These refugees are so emaciated that they are vulnerable. They are here to search for supplies just for the sake of exile. Let them fend for themselves. Qin Yu walked towards Fu Guangchen and Yitzi without saying a word. Take out the wood from the car. Does the butcher shop have any more? Give each of you one piece. Chizi and Wuzi went to move things. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen went to distribute jerky. When the refugees saw Qin Yu coming, they were scared and backed away at first, but when they saw Qin Yu handing out food, they rushed towards her like crazy. Fu Guangchen controlled his strength and pushed them 1 meter away with one palm, and said coldly, Come and take them one by one, there will be no trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, they spontaneously formed a team. Qin Yu handed a piece of pork jerky to each of them. The refugees who had been hungry for so long thought that such a small amount of meat could only fill their stomachs, and could not satisfy their hunger. Unexpectedly, they felt full and full of energy after eating. Thank you, thank you. The few people who finished eating the jerky first kept thanking Qin Yu with gratitude. The seventh and fifth sons built a fire in the snow, and lit it successfully. The people who had received the jerky saw the fire and ran over and gathered around it. Warmth, how long has it been since I felt this feeling? I thought I had died for a long time, and only a shell was left. The person sitting by the fire shed tears silently. After Qin Yu sent out the meat jerky, she heard the system announcement again. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 38 points, current points are 142 points. She didn't seem to have the joy of the previous increase in points. Qin Yu looked towards the door of the shelter. There were two things hanging on the door, which were not very clear. It's a human head, the head of the guards here before, a long-haired man said. The shelter was infected by a virus, and soon it was hit by a blizzard. All the refugees were crowded together, supplies were scarce, and more people were making trouble. The guards couldn't control them, and were killed by a man with a gun. A large wave of refugees rioted, and the government couldn't suppress it, so they withdrew. The long-haired man was silent, and the short-haired woman next to him continued. After that, men took over the shelter, and it became a living hell. They seized the supplies left behind by the government's retreat and distributed them to us, giving us dead human flesh to eat. In order to survive, the people in the shelter were forced to eat their own kind. Dead flesh. Another middle-aged man laughed numbly. They forced me to cut off my wife's thigh alive and eat it in front of her. I killed my wife with my own hands, but my son refused to eat and starved to death. Before he died, my son looked at me with hatred in his eyes. He asked me why I wasn't the one who died. I was also wondering why I wasn't the one who died before. The government army left some supplies, but they seized them all, saying that the resources were limited and they would eat them more first. If there are more, they will first eat the humans who are crowded in the shelter. The short-haired woman couldn't hold back her tears any longer. The long-haired man gently hugged her. The woman then looked at Qin Yu with hope. Can you help us? My child is still inside. I only have one child. I can't live without him. Please help me. My mother is dying, please help save her. For a moment, everyone pleaded with Qin Yu, hoping that she could save their children and parents. Fu Guangchen walked around the shelter and came back. He said to Qin Yu, the shelter has 3 floors. It is estimated that there are more than 2,000 people inside. There are many thugs on each floor. Most of them are armed with knives and sticks, and some are armed with guns. There are about 50 to 60 thugs on each floor, and there may be more that cannot be seen outside. Did you bring the pot? Qin Yu turned and looked at Wu Zi. Wu Zi was waiting for the boss to tell him what to do. When he heard about bringing a pot, he was a little confused. Yes, the chef also brought us food. We can just heat up the lamb stewed with vermicelli and radish. Well, let's add fuel to the fire now, Qin Yu said. The first and fifth pieces followed the order, and Fu Guangchen decided to go to the nearby area to check the terrain conditions. We are full and will not eat anymore. Thank you. I am going to go in and save my child. The short-haired woman stood up and prepared to leave with the long-haired man. The others who were sitting on the ground kept their eyes on the shelter. They glanced at the fire and food with nostalgia and slowly stood up, ready to go with the two to rescue their families. I didn't refuse, you don't have to leave. When the short-haired woman heard this, she turned around in surprise. She wanted to save someone, she really wanted to save someone. Thank you. The short-haired woman couldn't help but kneel down and kowed out to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was a little uncomfortable and frowned. Wu Zi quickly stepped forward to support her. We are here to rescue the shelter. Don't worry, we will do our best. People looked at Qin Yu as if they were a savior. There were so many people in the shelter, but they had a feeling. This woman was able to lead them to rescue their family. Chapter 70, Living in Hell. Intermittent screams were heard from the shelter, and several bodies were thrown out from the first-floor windows. A window on the 3rd floor was slightly opened, and a child fell from it. A woman beside the fire stood up and ran over there like crazy. Baby, my daughter, my daughter! Qin Yu had an impression of this woman. The woman took only a small bite of the meat jerky she gave her, and she carefully put the remaining half into her clothes, smiling and saying to her, "My daughter likes it. Don't go over there." Woozy didn't hold her back. The woman ran to the basement of the shelter and knelt beside her dead daughter. Bang, bang! A gun was stretched out from the window on the third floor. 2 bullets fired and hit the woman. The woman fell to the ground holding the child, and the jerky in her hand fell to the ground. The people around the fire couldn't bear to watch and silently prayed for the safety of their families. Yeetzy threw the mutton stewed with vermicelli and frozen radish into the pot and slowly melted the soup over high heat. The rich aroma wafted away and everyone sitting around couldn't help drooling. Bang! Bang! Something seemed to be smashing glass in the distance. Several windows of the shelter were broken, and the aroma of the stew drifted over. Fu Guangchen came back with 2 wild rabbits in his hands. Qin Yu took out his tang sword and cleaned them in no time. Yeetzy and Woozy took over and started grilling them skillfully. The aroma of meat and stew continued to waft toward the shelter. "You guys stay here and we'll act accordingly," Qin Yu said to Yeetzy and Woozy, then turned around and took Fu Guangchen and Cheesy to the shelter. Fu Guangchen led the way. There was a tree behind the shelter. The trunk was more than 3 meters high, and it was difficult for ordinary people to climb. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen climbed up easily and jumped into the second floor of the shelter. Cheesy pressed a few holes in the tree, stepped on the holes and climbed up the tree to follow the 2. When I went into the room, there was no light inside and it was colder than outside when the sun was out. There was no one in the utility room on the second floor. Qin Yu walked to the door, but it couldn't be opened. It seemed to be locked from the outside. Qin Yu raised his tang sword and prepared to chop the door lock. Cheesy stepped forward and pried it hard. The door lock was broken off. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He is worthy of being the strongest among the 8 men. Standing at the door, one can hear people outside shouting one after another. "What a nice smell! What a nice smell! Who is eating?" "I smelled the aroma of barbecued meat, mutton, and mutton vermicelli." "Eat! Who is eating? Who can give me something to eat?" They were all the voices of the elderly. The group of people gradually became agitated. Those who were sitting on the ground at first stood up excitedly, as if the smell of the fragrance made them feel a little fuller. "Sit down, all of you sit down!" Someone outside shouted at them. "It smells so good, can you smell it? It smells so good." Some people couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to see where the fragrance came from. Ah! A painful cry, as if someone was kicked. "Damn it, are you looking for death? There's no share for you in the incense, so just stay here quietly, or I'll kill you with a knife," the other party said threateningly. Although they were sitting down, the crowd was still muttering. "It smells so good, I want to eat it so much." "Brother Fan, there's a commotion on the first floor. It's getting serious." Brother Fan's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Call everyone to go to the first floor. Leave about 10 people on the second floor. They're all a bunch of old fools. Stab to death anyone who doesn't obey." The sound of footsteps faded away, leaving only a group of people saying, "Hungry, so hungry, really hungry." The shelter was not small, with 10 people spread out on one floor. Qin Yu checked to see if the guards outside the door had left, and the 3 of them took off their down jackets and quietly walked out the door. Fortunately, I had the rabbit fur vest that Yang Yang sent me, so I didn't feel too cold even after taking off my down jacket. There are elderly people on the second floor, and a child was thrown down from the third floor. Qin Yu initially speculated that the first floor was for young people, the second floor was for the elderly, and the third floor was for children. These people were separated and controlled, and the young and strong ones were concentrated on the first floor to make it easier for them to work and to prevent them from escaping with their families. "Let's go to the third floor first. Get the child out of here." Without the child as a threat, these people will no longer be threatened and the young people downstairs will no longer obey them. Qin Yu and the other 2 moved stealthily on the second floor. Many elderly people sitting on the ground were too hungry to check who was passing by in the corridor. They just kept whispering, "I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm so cold and hungry." Some elderly people were already mad with hunger, and when they saw new faces walking around, they thought their end was near and shouted, "Don't arrest me, don't arrest me, I don't want to die yet." The noisy noise here attracted the attention of the guards on the second floor, and 3 or 4 people rushed over here with weapons. "Who is making that noise? Are you looking for death?" As I got closer, I saw 3 young men I didn't know. "Who are you? Are you the ones running up from downstairs?" Fu Guangchen pretended to say. "Yes, my father is old, please be nice to him." "Be better. No matter what we say, if you dare to run up here, we will all die together." As he spoke, the guard with the stick raised it, and hit the crazy old man on the head. Fu Guangchen grabbed the stick with one hand and covered his mouth with the other hand. He twisted his hand back and broke it. With a crack, the bone broke and the sound of pain was drowned out by his mouth. Qin Yu stepped forward to finish him off and cut the man's neck with one knife. The man died. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 87 points, current points are 229. There were 3 more people running towards her from behind. She quickly stepped forward and killed all 3 with one swing of her sword. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 262 points, current points are 491. The old man next to him saw Qin Yu kill several people with an expressionless face, and thought it was the god of death coming. He was so hungry that he started shouting, "It's my life, it's my life, the ox-headed and horse-faced are here to take my life. Ah! The king of hell has turned into a woman. I haven't done anything bad. Please don't take me in. My son, I have to go first. Don't be implicated by me anymore." The old people started to make a fuss together, and the screams of terror coming from the entire building were even louder than those on the first floor. There was a riot on the second floor, and a row of armed guards guarding the entrance to the third-floor corridor came down to maintain order. Qin Yu saw the opportunity and ran away, leading Fu Guangchen and Shizi to the third floor. "Let's go to the third floor." Brother Fan, who had just gone down, rushed back to the second floor. He fired a shot and yelled, "You old bastard, are you tired of living?" As soon as the gunshots rang out, the old people seemed to become more rational and gradually calmed down. Brother Fan walked towards his younger brother who had died on the ground to check on him, and his face suddenly became ugly. "Someone has sneaked in. Find them out. Don't let anyone go. It's a fresh taste, let's all try it together." Brother Fan smiled evilly and spoke excitedly. An old man seemed to be irritated by this and stood up and shouted, "You are a beast, you will not die well, you will go to the 18th level of hell after you die, give me my daughter back." Bang! Before the old man could finish his painful roar, Brother Fan fired a shot without caring, and said with disdain, "It's a waste of my bullets. It's useless to die. I can't eat the meat. Just throw it downstairs in the back. Everyone else, inform Brother Tao that there is new prey. Let's play hide-and-seek." The dead old man was lifted up by 2 men and thrown out of the window at the back mountain. There was already a pile of corpses piled up in the valley. They were frozen in winter, and their expressions still looked dead. The elderly people in the shelter have become numb. People die every day, from starvation, freezing, illness, or being beaten to death. Dreaming is also endless death. Now they can't even tell whether it is a dream or reality. They just feel like they are in hell. Life or death is no longer a matter of choice. Chapter 71, Rescue the Child. Qin Yu and his group came to the third floor. It was quite warm there. Charcoal pots were burning all around. The sound of children crying could be heard faintly. The corridor was lined with rooms with their doors tightly closed. There was a person standing every 3 or 4 meters in the corridor, and 3 people wearing masks were patrolling back and forth in the corridor. "Damn, the food outside smells so good. The people on the first floor are making a lot of noise. Don't even mention the first floor. The group of insane old guys on the second floor are all crazy. The kids on the third floor who were beaten to be obedient are not obedient today and keep complaining about being hungry." The 3 patrolmen walked and said, "Wait for the boss to find some good people, rush out and kill those people outside, then we might be able to eat some of the meat in the pot." "Damn it, I'm hungry too. Wear your mask tighter." The group of people walked towards Qin Yu while cursing. Fu Guangchen hid at the back of the corridor, waiting for the 3 men to come over, listening to their footsteps slowly approaching, and as soon as they turned around, Fu Guangchen used a knife in his hand to knock them down one by one. The 7 men carried the 3 people and threw them in the corner of the corridor. Several people took off their clothes and changed them in the corner. Then they put on masks and hats and continued along the original search route and returned. In order to avoid too many deaths, Jinyu did not want to confront them head-on. He wanted to achieve his goal by quickly and secretly dealing with these patrol personnel and controlling the leader. After changing clothes, Jinyu and his group walked towards the patrol room. The guard in the corridor was a little puzzled. "Why are you back again?" The person who spoke looked at Chizi. "Are you wearing so many clothes today?" There were no good supplies in the shelter, and most of the clothes were taken from other people and put on randomly. Those who were afraid of the cold would wear them like a ball. Chizi was strong and sturdy, and the other party thought he was wearing too much. He felt guilty and didn't know what to say, so he lowered his head slightly. "What's going on? Let me ask you a question." You lowered your head. "Is there something wrong?" Chizi simply turned around and walked back, and this action made everyone around him suspicious. "What were you doing? Something's wrong since you came back from the toilet." Fu Guangchen immediately distanced himself from the matter, and the guards in the corridor chased after Chizi. "That guy is not right, go chase him." Chizi led several guards away and escaped. Jinyu took advantage of the other party turning his back to her and launched a quick sneak attack, killing several of them with one sword, and instantly took care of 7 guards. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 492 points, current points are 896 points. The other guards noticed something was wrong and turned on their pagers. Just as they were about to call for help, Fu Guangchen punched him, and the man fell to the ground with a sound. Jinyu then finished him off. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 55 points, current points are 951 points. At the end of the corridor is the guard room. Hearing the noise, a group of people rushed out. The leader was holding a gun and shouted, "Bang, bang, bang, bang! Hide!" Jinyu kicked open a door and hid in the room. "Ah, don't hit us!" There was a group of children locked in the room. They were covered with bruises, curled up and trembling with fear. "We won't beat you. Just hide behind the cabinets and tables at the back," Fu Guangchen said softly. "The people outside have guns, and there's no guarantee that they won't shoot inside and injure the children." Jinyu moved the table and cabinet to the back to block the children. Bang, bang, bang! The gunman outside fired at the wooden door. Fortunately, the child was moved behind the table and escaped. As expected, the people outside didn't care about the lives of the people inside and kept shooting at the door until it broke. Jinyu leaned against the wall, waiting for the moment when the rifle stopped, then swung his tang sword and chopped at the rifle. The gun instantly broke into 2 halves. The gunman was stunned, and several people behind him were stunned for a second before they reacted and remembered to pick up their pistols to shoot. Bang, bang, bang! The pistol ran out of bullets. Fu Guangchen picked up a nearby stool and threw it over, followed the stool, took out a machete, and chopped down the man holding the gun. The pistol in his hand fell to the ground, and he picked up the gun. "It's a pity that I don't know how to use it." Fu Guangchen picked up the pistol and aimed forward. "Load and aim." Jinyu taught him simply and clearly, and taught him how to hold the gun. "This gun has a strong recoil, so be careful, and also be careful not to accidentally discharge it." Someone came over the corridor. Jinyu held his hand and helped him aim. "Shoot!" The white, slender and warm hands covered Fu Guangchen's slightly larger fingers with distinct joints. Fu Guangchen fired obediently, but his mind went blank for a moment. Jinyu taught him how to shoot step by step, and he could even smell the pleasant scent on Jinyu. "Here we go again, shoot!" After firing a few shots, Fu Guangchen was dazed for a while, then practiced a few more times and basically learned it, except that his accuracy was still a little lacking. Jinyu looked at Fu Guangchen and said in her heart, "People with high agility are also extremely good at shooting. This kid will be a rare talent in the future." "Boss, now that everyone is taken care of, where should we go?" After dealing with the people chasing him, he ran back to find Jinyu. "Throw these cabinets to the stairwell and block the corridor on the 3rd floor. Fu Guangchen, buy me some time while I release all the children from this door." The 3 of them acted separately. 7 of them carried the cabinets and threw them into the corridor. After 3 or 4 cabinets were thrown over, the corridor was blocked, and they could not go upstairs normally. The gunshots from upstairs had already attracted the attention of the people downstairs. The guards and patrol teams on the first and second floors all ran to the third floor, but were blocked by the cabinet, and climbed up the cabinet, where they were knocked down by Fu Guangchen. Damn, they're right up there, but they've blocked the road, and there are people guarding it with guns. The people downstairs didn't dare to come up for a while. Qin Yu then went out and said to the child behind her, "Follow me." She walked to the first room in the corridor, unlocked the door, and the room was full of children, even a baby who was crying until his voice was hoarse. One child was holding his baby and his face was covered with tears. "Come with me. I will take you to find your parents," Qin Yu said warmly. At first the children didn't dare to move, but when they heard Qin Yu say that she would take them to find their parents, they couldn't help but follow her. The corridor was not short. Qin Yu opened the door quickly and rescued the children from room after room. She walked to the last big house. The door lock was a bit complicated and took some time. At the staircase on the third floor, the people downstairs directly swung up the construction hammer and smashed the cabinets in the corridor while rushing upwards. Cheesy ran into other rooms, picked up the cabinet and ran to the corridor. "Boss, they are coming. Be careful, retreat if there is any danger, safety first," Qin Yu said seriously. "No problem, boss." Cheesy dragged a cabinet with one hand and threw it to the stairs. When he threw the cabinet, he was exposed and was shot in the shoulder. "Ah!" Fu Guangchen saw this from the side and couldn't help but shout. "Seventh son! It's okay, just be careful not to let anyone come up." Fu Guangchen watched as more and more people gathered downstairs. He could no longer defend the stairs, so he retreated. The two of them moved all the furniture out of the room and blocked the corridor, blocking the way forward and trying to buy as much time as possible. Qin Yu turned around and saw that Cheesy's arm was injured. He frowned, calmed down, and the lock opened with a click. "Ah!" The child at the door screamed in fright. Inside was a central kitchen with mutilated corpses hanging from the ceiling, one by one, upside down in the air. "It's so scary, I don't want to go in. I want my mother, I want my mother." Wow! The children at the door were scared and crying. The ones behind didn't know what was happening in front and looked forward curiously. This group of people are such rampant cannibals. Chapter 72, Become Famous in One Battle. The sound of bang 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 of smashing things gradually approached from the other side of the corridor. Fu Guangchen and Cheesy blocked the corridor with almost all the things that could be moved. The people behind them were clearing the corridor, throwing out everything that could be thrown out of the window, and smashing the large cabinets that could not be thrown out before throwing them in. "Boss, they are coming," Cheesy said anxiously. Behind him, Fu Guangchen raised his gun and fired forward again and again, still stalling for time. Qin Yu glanced back. The piled furniture blocked half of her view. She could only see a crowd of heads coming from the other side of the corridor. There are quite a few people, and they have all the weapons and tools. "Retreat inside," Qin Yu said to the two of them. The children at the door did not dare to go in. Qin Yu whispered, "Close your eyes. Let's go in hand. If we don't leave, we will be caught again." The corpse inside is scary, but the group of uncles outside are even scarier. The sensible children in the front row took the lead in holding hands, closing their eyes and walking inside one by one. "Close your eyes. If you are not afraid of being scared and crying, children behind you should close your eyes," Qin Yu reminded again. Almost all the timid children closed their eyes. Occasionally one or two brave ones peeked secretly, but were instantly frightened, closed their eyes, tightly held the hands of the children in front and behind them, and hurried away. Hundreds of children entered the central kitchen. Qin Yu closed the door and walked inside with the children. The seventh son, Fu Guangchen, followed behind as usual and piled all the kitchen equipment at the door to delay time as much as possible. The children gathered together, and Qin Yu looked around. There was a door in the corner. She moved over and opened the door. Inside was a small warehouse filled with food, grains, rice, vegetables, fruits, and meat. Many fruits and vegetables have been frozen. These people would rather let these ingredients rot or go bad than share them. Qin Yu put a lot of hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, pizza, cakes, drinks, potato chips, spicy strips, etc. in the warehouse and shouted to the children, "Come over here, come in, there are a lot of food in there." The warehouse is large enough to hold hundreds of children, and the food inside is hopefully enough to relax them and keep them inside for a while. The children who went and saw a lot of food they loved and called their friends over. Come on, it's all food! The sound of breaking open the door became louder and louder. The cabinet blocking the door was shaking more and more violently. The door was about to break. The children had already hidden in the warehouse and were eating delicious junk food. The gate was about to be broken in at any time. Qin took out the tang sword and held it tightly in his hand. Qi, you guard this door and don't let anyone in. Fu Guangchen wanted to stand in front of Qin, but Qin stopped him. Fu Guangchen, stand back and use your gun to cover me. I'll give you my back, and I hope you won't let me down. Okay, they said in unison. Qin looked towards the door with a smile on her face. The children had been taken care of, and it was time to start the killing spree. Boom! The door was knocked down, and a large crowd of people rushed in from outside. A familiar voice sounded over there. Qin, you stinky bitch, you will fall into my hands today. Qin Tao walked in from outside and kicked away the debris blocking his way. Qin saw his face clearly. His face was covered with sores, which seemed to be healing, but new ones were growing out. Seeing Qin staring at his face, Qin Tao became even more angry. You stinky bitch, if it weren't for you, I would become like this now. I want you to live a life worse than death. Qin Tao's ulcerated skin seemed to be infected by the previous virus, but everyone who had sprayed the medicine was cured, but he still looked ulcerated, and his ulcers did not spread to other people. His virus is a bit strange, it seems to have mutated. Kill that bitch! Aunt Wang Tsuiping walked out of the crowd, and Qin Minwen followed closely behind. No wonder they became the thugs here, it turned out that they were in the same group as Qin Tao. Qin Tao did not hide it, and smiled contemptuously. I deliberately left your uncle and aunt behind to let you die in the hands of your own people. Don't flatter them. They are nothing to me. Qin looked at Qin Tao and said. But you are someone I have always looked down upon. Fuck bitch. Come on, everyone. A group of people behind him held guns and knives. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people in this central kitchen. They all rushed towards Qin, wanting her life. Start fighting. Qin whispered to himself. Fu Guangchen hid behind a cover and fired the first few shots, killing several people with rifles in the front row. Then a burst of gunfire rang out throughout the room. Qin picked up a thick iron plate on the ground to use as a barrier, and kicked a chair on the ground forward. The chair hit the gunman in front of her, and the other party fell to the ground instantly. She stepped forward to finish him off. Using the baffle to block the bullets, he kicked the two rifles on the ground backwards to Fu Guangchen. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 315 points, current points are 1266 points. Qin dodged another round of bullets with another roll, and changed to a thicker iron plate, standing in front of her to block the bullets. She aimed at the neck of the man with the gun in front of her, and threw a flying knife forward. The tang knife spun quickly, killing several people one by one, and then the tang knife flew back to Li Tong's hand like a boomerang. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 299 points, current points are 1565 points. Fu Guangchen picked up the rifle on the ground, followed Qin rhythm, and shot at the people who shot Qin. Bang, bang, bang! Several more people on the other side fell down. Fuck, you have guns but you can't beat this bitch, are you useless? Qin Tao roared loudly. A wave of knife-wielding bandits rushed forward from behind, slashing at Qin with more than a dozen machetes. She caught them with her tang sword and pushed them upward with her backhand. The tang sword cut through iron like mud, and the machete was cut into two pieces. The opponent was a little panicked, and Qin took the opportunity to kick the man away, leaving a large open space in the middle. Da-da-da! Fu Guangchen did not stop shooting, aiming at the gunmen and shooting them one by one. In the end, only Qin Tao and his uncle and aunt who were hiding behind the crowd were left. They hid behind the brothers with knives. These brothers with knives were so numerous that it was difficult for them to move forward during a gunfight, and they had no chance to attack. Go ahead, let's end this quickly. Qin felt a little uneasy. What are you standing there for? Go ahead and kill her. Wang Tsaiping was directing from behind. The woman had defeated the 30 or so men with guns. Could these men with knives defeat her? The 70 or 80 men with knives were a little worried. Whoever kills him will be the second in command here. Chen Tao stood angrily with a gun in hand behind him. Go, go, go! A group of people responded immediately. The brothers with knives rushed towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled lightly while holding the knife, and rushed into the crowd with the Tang sword. When it comes to sword fighting, she is not afraid of anyone. Qin Yu lightly swung the Tang sword, making a half circle, and a row of people fell to the ground. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 455 points. Current points are 20 points. The accomplice behind the fallen man subconsciously took a few steps back to avoid the attack. When he found that he was not hit, he raised his knife and slashed at Qin Yu the next second. The second in command, the second in charge, must belong to me. A group of people were blinded by the desire for power and rushed towards Qin Yu without caring about their lives. Qin Yu picked up a metal chair on the ground with his left hand and threw it at the people running in front of him. The inertia of the chair made a row of people fall to the ground. Qin Yu slashed with the Tang sword in his right hand, killing these people on the spot. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 374 points. Current points are 2,394 points. With both hands, holding a chair in one hand and a Tang sword in the other, Qin Yu knocked the chair until it was deformed. She threw away the chair, picked up a gun on the ground and replaced it with a sword in one hand and a pistol in the other. Bang, bang, bang! Several more people fell down. Ding! Rescue successful. Love points increased by 216 points. Current points are 2,610 points. Qin Yu's marksmanship is amazing. Almost every shot hits the target in the head, and his accuracy is unparalleled. Ding! Gun skill detection succeeded. Gun skill level 10, max level. There will be hidden skills to be activated later. Ding! The long sword skill hidden skill has been activated successfully, and the attack carries strong voltage. After fighting for so long, this hidden skill was finally activated, and the gun skill was detected. The system can be even less efficient. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen worked together to defeat hundreds of people, and they didn't even hurt Qin Yu, and couldn't get close to Fu Guangchen. At the door, someone was about to get close, but Cheesy threw a bench at him, and the other person went to hell. In the central kitchen, the other side's men fell one by one. Qin Yu turned the knife and looked at the remaining few who dared not to come forward. Do you still want to fight? Qin Yu smiled and walked forward step by step, while the other parties timidly stepped back. Who was this woman? Was she still a human? My uncle and aunt had already retreated to the front door. Seeing people slowly falling down, they quickly left first. Run, can you run away? Chapter 73. Let me go forward. The entire central kitchen was filled with fallen bandits. Qin Yu walked around the bodies and came to Cheesy. Cheesy, you stay here. Fu Guangchen and I will go down first. Cheesy's expression relaxed a little. Qin Yu knew that he wanted to be with her. These children are just like Qin Yang. They haven't seen the real world yet. The 8 boys all liked Qin Yang very much and often played with him. Outside, some people disliked their physical size and brains and looked down on them. But Qin Yang looked at them without any strangeness, which made them feel happy and equal. Okay, boss. Cheesy answered firmly. Qin Yu turned around and walked downstairs. The corridor on the 3rd floor was a mess, and the rooms were basically empty. A few elderly people came up from upstairs, and they cried as they walked. They are not human beings! They are not human beings! Fu Guangchen quickly stepped forward to support an old man with a lame leg and asked, Old man, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, the old man took out a knife from his arms and stabbed Fu Guangchen in the chest. Go to hell! Qin Yu dodged forward and kicked the old man against the wall. The old man could not withstand the kick and fainted. Qin Yu looked at the remaining old men, who were retreating tremblingly with knives in their hands. Please spare us, please spare us. We don't dare to do it anymore. The people here told us to attack you. They drove us all out from the 2nd floor and told us to lie down in the corridor. If we didn't obey, they would kill us. Throw away all the knives, Qin Yu said. The old men threw their knives out of the window and leaned against the wall with their hands raised. Qin Yu and Fu Guangchen passed by them and they closed their eyes in fear. Standing in front of the corridor, Qin Yu looked down. The previous obstructions on the stairs had been cleared away, and all the people lying on the stairs were elderly people. Some of them felt uncomfortable lying down, so they sat up. Qin Yu glanced down and turned to look at Fu Guangchen. Do you have anything to eat? There's still a little bit of jerky. Fu Guangchen instantly understood what Qin Yu meant. I'll go call them. Fu Guangchen stood at the stairs and shouted. There's something to eat, come up quickly. He took out a bag of jerky and shook it as he backed away. Some elderly people who were sharp-eyed and strong enough quickly got up and tried to go upstairs, but their movements were restricted by the crowded stairwell, and they were unable to get up for a long time. Those near the fence go up first. Everyone has a chance, so don't worry. Qin Yu controlled the situation, preventing trampling, and slowly moved a path on the stairs. There were a few people standing next to the stairs who were not in a hurry to go up. Instead, they gave their seats to the people next to them to allow others to go up. Qin Yu stared at those people and thought to himself, there is a ghost, there is someone hiding in this stairwell who can attack us. She turned and walked into an empty room. There was a large cardboard box against the wall. She took out various bagged snacks from the space and put them in the box. When the box was full, she walked out again and threw the food into the stairwell. Most people went to scramble for food. There were 4 or 5 old men who did not rush to grab food at first, but stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at them with a smile. When they realized they were discovered, they hurriedly ran downstairs. There are more here. I'll put them in the corridor. You can line up and come up to get them. Qin Yu put the box in the corridor and walked towards the stairs. Fu Guangchen ran over and saw the full box of food. He was a little confused and guessed that it must have been hidden by Qin Tao and the others again. To prevent excessive scramble, he picked up the box and poured out all the food inside, spreading it evenly on the corridor. Qin Yu walked downstairs and looked back at the 3rd floor. The corridor was crowded with elderly people. After eating, the elderly sat on the ground to rest. The 3rd floor was warmer than the 2nd floor, and their faces and expressions were much more relaxed, and they even made some appointments. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 326 points, current points are 2,936 points. My dear, come up quickly. There is fire and food upstairs. If you don't come up, they will be gone. An old man shouted downstairs. When the elderly people on the 2nd floor saw that there was food on the 3rd floor, except for those who could not move, the other elderly people went to the 3rd floor one after another, and the corridor and hallway on the 3rd floor were filled with people again. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 288 points, current points are 3,224 points. This is very good. If that group of people wanted to attack from behind and take the children hostage, they would not be able to get through with so many people blocking the way. Fuck. The person guarding the 2nd floor found that the people on the 3rd floor went downstairs easily. The people they arranged were useless. They cursed angrily and ran downstairs to report to Qin Tao. Boss, that woman went downstairs. In a separate room on the 1st floor, Qin Tao sat on a chair with a frozen smile on his face. Damn, this bitch is not dead yet. The old guys on the 2nd floor are really useless dead people. Those old guys said they would take care of it. They are all fucking useless. Have her come to the 1st floor, and ask all our people to come to the 1st floor. There are hundreds of us. She will be killed without a burial place. Qin Tao stood up and said fiercely, Go to the room and take out all the guns. Everyone who can use a gun should take one. The hall is full of people. Qin Tao picked up the thing in his hand and threw it over. Who are you? Who are you now? Anyone who stands in my way will die. The younger brother covered his smashed head, nodded repeatedly, and went to the back room to get the guns and divide the guns. Qin Yu inspected a group of people on the 2nd floor and went to the innermost room. There was a room with a tightly closed door. She walked over quickly and found the door was locked. She raised her gun and shot. After a few shots, the door lock was broken. She picked up a chair and smashed it against the door. The door was violently broken open. Inside were a few old men who had been hiding among the old men before. When they saw Qin Yu coming in, they fired a few shots first. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu avoided them one by one. Fu Guangchen heard the gunshots and rushed over. He stood at the door, raised his gun, and shot at several old men. Bang, bang, bang. The old man fell to the ground. In the room, there was a faint sound of someone crying. Qin Yu walked in and heard the sound of a girl crying again. She opened the door and saw several women locked in the room. Their hair was messy and they were all tied to the bed. Save us, save us! There was a charcoal fire burning in the room, which was warm enough. The woman lying on the bed was untied. She was wearing very thin clothes and had countless wounds on her body. Thank you, thank you. They thanked Chinyu incoherently and got out of bed wrapped in quilts. It's not safe outside yet. You stay here and leave later. There's a high slide staircase in the room opposite. We can't open the lock, but if we can get that staircase out, we can get out this way. This is a blind spot. If we go down through the window, we won't be able to find the first floor. Wait a minute. Chinyu turned and left the room, easily opening the door of the opposite room. Inside was a utility room with a retractable staircase that was more than 10 meters long. There was a stack of steel plates on top that could be lowered to form a slide inside the stairs. With such stairs, even the elderly and children who cannot climb stairs can go down safely from the second floor. There was a pile of black stuff against the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was all charcoal. Chinyu raised the corner of her mouth. She would not be polite, and instantly collected all the charcoal into the space with her consciousness. He took the stairs and returned to the opposite room, lowered them through the window, and placed them firmly. Chinyu turned around and said to everyone, "You can go now." One woman was reluctant to leave. My daughter is still being locked up upstairs. Wow, my parents were also captured by them. Chinyu looked at them and asked, They are all upstairs. If you are willing, you can go upstairs and take them away. I hope you can do me a favor too. Yes, we are willing. What can we do for you? They nodded repeatedly. Chinyu rescued them from the abyss, and they were very willing to help Chinyu. We hope you can take other elderly people and children out as well. The other party thought for a while and nodded slowly. I'll go to the first floor to distract them. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Chinyu left the room and went to the first floor with Fu Guangchen. The corridor was exceptionally quiet, the door of the stairwell on the first floor was tightly closed, and there was no sound from inside. She could still faintly smell the aroma of mutton stewed with radish vermicelli outside, but the delicious smell did not make them stir. There must be a lot of people on the other side of the door, waiting for them to open it and beat them to a pulp. She looked at Fu Guangchen deeply, and the other's expression also became serious. He slowly walked in front of Chinyu and smiled at Chinyu. Whatever is ahead, please allow me to go ahead. Chapter 74, Farewell to the two of you. Chinyu couldn't help but touch Fu Guangchen's head. Little brat, go find Cheesy and take the people on the third floor to the slide on the second floor to gather. Take everyone out. I won't leave if you're alone. Fu Guangchen refused. No matter how powerful Chinyu is, there are so many people here, the risk is too great and too dangerous. Hurry up and go find Yitzi, Woozy, and Cheesy. I'll attract attention here. The four of you drive directly into the lobby on the first floor and break open the door. Support me from the back. Fu Guangchen listened to the plan and thought it was feasible, except that Chinyu was too dangerous. Don't worry, my parents are waiting for me to come home, and I will ensure my safety. Fu Guangchen was silent for a while after hearing this, then turned and left. You can't lie to me about your promise. If you lie to me, I will. He didn't know what to say anything cruel, so he left quickly. After Fu Guangchen left, Chinyu took out several gas cans and bottles from the space and threw them down with a boom. There was a burst of gunfire from inside the door, and many holes were shot through the door panel. Many bullets hit the gas tank. Feeling bad, Chinyu quickly leaned back. Boom! Boom! There were two explosions, the stairwell was destroyed, the door of the stairwell on the first floor was blown away, and the gunman near the door was knocked down by the huge explosion. Ding! Rescue successful, love points increased by 366, current points are 3532. The gas tank exploded, so there should be no gas left in her tank. Chinyu used her consciousness to quickly check the space. The charcoal she had just put in disappeared. The tree in the courtyard had grown taller. There were several gas tanks scattered under the tree. The tanks she had collected in the snow last time had not been sorted out yet. There was no time to investigate the cause. The dust in front of him settled, and the shattered glass blew cold wind inside. Qintao stepped on the body of his companion and looked up at Chinyu. Damn bitch, here come the weapons! He took a few steps back, and a group of his men with guns came behind him. Shoot her to death. The stairwell was blown up, and people downstairs could not come up and could only shoot from below. Qinyu leaned back and the attack was completely out of her reach. Fuck it! Is there no one upstairs? If you can't beat them, climb up and fight them. Chen Tao urged from behind, kicking the man next to him on the butt. Go up. All the younger brothers climbed up the rubble and tried to jump to the second floor. Don't be afraid. She doesn't dare to come out. Once she comes out, one of our dozens of guns will be able to hit her, Chen Tao said confidently. If you have any tricks, use them again. Qinyu took out a bucket of alcohol, poured it down, and threw a match. Boom! The little brother who was doused with alcohol and the ground instantly caught fire, so she took out bottles of strong liquor and threw them down. Boom! 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 There were several explosions in succession, the fire grew larger, and the furniture in the room on the second floor was pushed down by her, and a huge fire broke out in the stairwell. Ah, help, there's a fire, help me! It's so hot, is there any water? All the guys in the staircase were on fire. They were spinning in circles and rolling on the ground, but the fire couldn't be put out. They could only scream and cry out. Damn it, don't come near me! Chen Tao fled back and looked at Qinyu upstairs, filled with resentment. Go away, go away! Wang Tsuiping and Qin Minwen dodged again and again, with disgust on their faces. Stay away. After a while, the little brother who was on fire stopped moving and his whole body turned black. Ding, rescue successful, love points 586, current points 4118. The screams here attracted the curiosity of countless refugees on the first floor. They slowly moved over here and found that there was a fire at the entrance of the corridor. There was a warm breeze blowing, and it was very warm. Get out of here! If you keep walking around, I'll kill you all! Chen Tao opened fire to vent his anger, killing 7 or 8 refugees in front of him. Qinyu frowned as she looked at the innocent refugees being killed on the ground. Chen Tao noticed this and his expression brightened. He said to the refugees, You are cold, right? Call those who are feeling cold over here. Many refugees rushed to the campfire to keep warm. Chen Tao sneered evilly and said, Kick them in. After Chen Tao gave an order, he took the lead and kicked the man next to the campfire into the fire. Ah, help me, there's a fire. Ah, you bastards. Worse than beasts. After a while, the person who was just trying to keep warm was burned to death. Chen Tao looked at Qinyu provocatively. Come down? Do you want to try this barbecue? It tastes good. Don't like it? Then I'll bake you a new batch. The people behind knew that if they went to keep warm they would be burned to death, so they struggled and refused to move forward. Bang! Chen Tao shot and killed another one. You're so noisy, don't you know you should be obedient? The refugees downstairs were forced to go to the fire, and crying and shouting continued to be heard. Qinyu waited patiently, telling herself to wait a little longer, it will be soon. There is only one exit here. What's the point of you guarding those old men and brats? You can't even think of taking them out. Qinyu, you bitch, you better come down here, or I'll burn everyone here to death. Qinyu's voice floated down from above. What does it have to do with me if you burn those refugees who have nothing to do with me? Chen Tao's expression froze. Damn, this woman just won't fall for it. This bitch is a devil. She has no mercy at all, Wang Tsiping said from the side. I won't be soft-hearted towards me, but... Qinyu changed the subject and said slowly, If you roast my uncle and aunt, I will definitely be curious and want to stick my head out to take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao laughed like crazy. Really? Chen Tao, don't believe her. Your mother and I are very good friends. Don't do anything rash. Wang Tsiping slowly backed away. 4 or 5 younger brothers came forward to grab them, tied them up and put them on the fire. Wang Tsiping and Qin Minwen screamed loudly. Aw, Qinyu, you bitch, why don't you die yet? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and the debt has its creditor. It was Chen Tao who burned you, not me. Qinyu replied. Didn't you say you wanted to come out and see? Come out! Chen Tao shouted. Qinyu walked to the second-floor window and looked out. Fu Guangchen was leading a group of people toward the fire outside, where several more fires had been lit. The G500 started, and Qin Yu slowly walked to the corridor. I'm coming down, don't run, Qin Yu said slowly. Run, I'll wait for you to come down and kill you. Before Qingtao could finish his words, there was a loud bang on the door outside, and a car drove into the shelter, crushing the guard at the door to death. Fu Guangchen and his 3 men rushed over here. The guards guarding the refugees inside attacked them, and the 4 of them easily dealt with the attackers. Qingtao realized something was wrong and quickly ran over to command his men to eliminate the invaders, leaving a group of younger brothers guarding the stairs waiting for Qin Yu to come down. The time had come. Qin Yu found a good position and jumped to the first floor. When the younger brothers at the corridor saw people coming down, they surrounded him. Qin Yu picked up a big rock and smashed it hard, and the younger brothers were hit. Bang, bang, bang. Someone behind her shot at her. Qin Yu ducked to avoid the attack, then stepped forward and attacked each man with her knife, killing 4 of them. The other brothers who attacked her were also dealt with one by Qin Yu. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 452 points, current points 4,570 points. Help, help, it's so hot, I'm going to die of heat. Wang Tsaiping pleaded weakly. Qin Yu stood beside the fire and looked at her uncle and aunt who were already dying from the fire, and paused for a second. My dear niece, please save your uncle. Qin Yu, I was wrong, and my aunt was wrong. Please save us. Qin Yu turned and left without looking around, and a Tang sword flew behind him. The rope between the two was cut, and they fell into the fire. Ah! The screams became louder, and then completely stopped. Ding, rescue successful, love points increased by 366 points, current points are 4,936 points. The scores of the 2 of you are equal to the points of a group of people. You 2 are really capable. Goodbye, both of you.